Opening with the image of a girl tied to a chair and being tortured, a voice echoes in someone's head. I thought I was just in a game. The pink-haired girl speaks in a weak voice. Woo Hyun, I can't take it anymore. That voice continues to resonate. I thought this was just a reality game, figured I'd log out soon enough. The pink-haired girl's whole body trembles with pain as tears begin to fall. I'm sorry. An arm reaches out toward her, trying to hold on. Suah. Then another young man beside them speaks up. Woo Hyun, I guess this is as far as I go. You have to survive no matter what. One by one, watching them go leaves Woo Hyun in deeper despair. No. Everyone please. Don't leave me behind. As time passes just like that, I am forced to accept that this place has become my new reality. It all started from a game called Reverse Planet. The virtual reality game was taking the world by storm, holding the top spot on global rankings. Players received overwhelmingly positive feedback on themes like space portals, supernatural powers, and invasion wars. And then I logged into the game at the invitation of my friends, only to end up completely trapped in that world. The world where Reverse Planet stepped out into real life, in the Transcendent Project with the goal of creating a one-of-a-kind supreme being. Thousands of human beings were thrown into this insane research. For those dragged here, they carried out biological experiments to modify and remodel the body. After countless experiments, specimen number 62, Hyun, was the only one who survived. Watching the people around him gradually slip away, Hyun resolves never to show mercy to those who turned him into what he is now. If this is reality, he will definitely have to survive to get his revenge. And then the plan begins as alarm sirens ring out incessantly. All the innocent people locked away run with the determination to escape this hell. You share that exact same thought too, believing that just running will lead you to the welcoming light. But reality is always harsh as everyone's path gets blocked off. The villain standing in the way of their new doorway is the laboratory's head of security. He unleashes raving madness, his devilish face uttering words that crush the last flicker of their hope. He carries an oppressive aura that forces everyone to stay completely on guard. At that very moment, everyone's fierce willpower, thirst for life, and collective spirit awaken. But in contrast, the head of security continually drops words of utter contempt. Every bit of foolishness must pay a price, and his ultimate end is a body covered in deep wounds. He pays with his life, amidst echoes of agony. But in return, during that fierce battle, countless innocent people fell, leaving only Hyun behind. The one left behind carries the deepest pain. In just a matter of days, he had to endure countless heartbreaking partings. Now, emptiness fills Hyun's eyes after all these ordeals, and the echoing souls of his friends have become a haunting obsession in his mind. The urge to seek vengeance etches itself deeper and deeper into Hyun's heart. After escaping the lab 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, a long stretch of time passes as he hunts down those who wronged the people he loved. Hurried footsteps carry a massive wave of determination. Hyun kills and kills them over and over, growing far more cold-blooded. Powerful, decisive techniques have been thoroughly drilled into him. Now, Hyun is no longer the weakling who needs everyone else to protect him like before. But one thing just keeps leading to another. The endless cycle of revenge goes on, his body gradually growing exhausted, and life turning utterly bland. Just when it seems like everything is about to end, a system interface suddenly pops up in front of him. That is perhaps his only surprise in all these years. It brings a special quest: eliminate the Transcendence Project with the reward of a chance to return to his old world. Finally, a shot at escaping this place. After the brutal battle, the floor is left in complete chaos, and a man collapses, trembling uncontrollably as he demands, "After everything, why did it end up like this? Shouldn't I be enjoying my glory right now?" The general manager of the Transcendent Project screams with a bleeding face, "Why?" Test specimen number 81, Kim Young-jun, hunches down, curves his lips into a smirk, and asks, "Don't tell me you really had no idea." The general manager slaps his hand away and yells at the top of his lungs, "Shut your mouth. Specimen number 81, I won't lower myself to talking to scum like you." He glares at the young man standing before him with a darkened expression, spitting out the name through gritted teeth, Baek Woo-hyun. With a long scar across his cheek and a weary face, he is test specimen number 62 of the Transcendent Project. The Transcendent title holder Baek Woo-hyun isn't doing much better off either. The man's throat gets gripped tightly by that hand, turning his face pale, yet he keeps babbling. "You are the one who shattered all mortal limits, touched the realm of the extraordinary, and became a true transcendent. You are the most flawless masterpiece the Transcendent Project ever created. Anything, no matter what you desire, I will grant it to you. You are completely different from those fools." Woo Hyun coldly raises his arm to reject him. "I don't need it. The general manager refuses to let go. Wait, you fool, do you really think killing me puts an end to everything? The corporate alliance will definitely never spare someone who dares bare their fangs at them. Not just you, but your family, relatives, and colleagues will all suffer the exact same fate. As soon as those words leave his mouth, a dazzling flash of light appears, slicing everything in two. The project's general manager is left behind in this place forever. Young Jun hurriedly brings up his knife to block the disgusting, filthy fluids from splashing onto him, while casually complaining, "Oh man, blood splattered all over me. I still had things I wanted to ask him, but you went ahead and finished him off just like that. Where are you looking?" The status window instantly displays, "Special bug fix quest completed. All special quests are finished, and the promised rewards will be delivered. Are you willing to return to your original world?" Woo Hyun stares at that light, thinking to himself, "I'm finally getting out of here. All I have to do is tap this." But right at that moment, a plume of dark aura emanates from beneath his feet. Someone's voice echoes persistently in his ear, "Woo Hyun, where do you think you're going? Have you forgotten about us? What about everyone else? Please kill them, get your revenge, settle the blood debt, the most ruthless revenge imaginable." His hands are stained entirely with blood by now. "I'm so tired, man. This is more than enough, isn't it? My absence probably won't affect anything anyway. Besides, this is likely my first and only chance." Suddenly, young Jun pats his shoulder and calls out, "Back Woo Hyun." He turns to look at him and speaks up, "I'm heading back to my old world now." Jong Young Jun asks in confusion, "What old world? What nonsense are you spouting again? You've been right here since the very beginning." Woo Hyun taps the button, and a blue beam of light immediately shines forth as he leaves a message, "Please pass along the word to the others for me." "I'm sorry." Cutting to the modern world, Woo Hyun lies in bed and snaps his eyes open in startle. He sits up abruptly, gasping for breath as he asks himself, "Is this my room? Did I really make it back? How much time has actually passed?" Woo Hyun confusedly turns on his phone screen and mutters, "It's the exact day I got sucked into the game, so time didn't pass at all over there? All the scars and bulging muscles are completely gone, as if it was all just a dream." The long hair and pitch-black eyes Woo Hyun had inside the game flashed through his mind once more. Not only that, he had single-handedly taken down a mob of bulky thugs right in front of him. Woo Hyun hadn't felt an ounce of fear as he swung his axe, fighting with everything he had. He remembers Suwa practically collapsing yet still pleading, "Save me, I don't want to die." And the curse from the project's general manager, "Not just you, but your family, relatives, and colleagues will all suffer the exact same fate." Woo Hyun instantly clutches his head, retreating into his bedroom. Turns out, it couldn't have been a dream. The sensations and memories were far too vivid to call it a mere dream. Those 10 years in the other world were undeniably real. Suddenly, his phone vibrates with an incoming call from Jong Na-yeon. He picks it up, finding himself vaguely wondering why the name Jong Na-yeon sounds so familiar. The moment Woo Hyun answers, the person on the other end screams so loudly it nearly deafens him. "Baek Woo Hyun, why aren't you keeping in touch at all? Don't tell me you forgot our hangout." Woo Hyun asks in a daze, "Hangout?" She quickly reminds him, "That's right. We're meeting up tonight. I'll send you the location, get your butt over here right now." Then Na-yeon hangs up before he even understands what's going on. Wait. Woo Hyun stares hard at the screen, whispering to himself, "I remember this voice now. It's my closest female friend from the old gang and also the very person who dragged me into playing Reverse Planet. Don't tell me she knows about this and is plotting something. Based on my memory, the chances of that are pretty low, but I'll go meet her first and figure it out." Cutting to a small restaurant nestled in the corner at the end of the street, Woo Hyun pushes the door open wearily. Suddenly, a voice calls out, "Over here, right here." Na-yeon, wearing a pink hat, waves and says loudly, "Baek Woo Hyun, it's been so long since we last met. This is our first hangout since the semester ended, right? Want to grab a drink?" He steps forward and slowly sits down. "I'll have to pass on the alcohol today." Inside, Woo Hyun cannot help but worry, "If I get drunk now, I have no idea what I might end up doing." She questions again, "Huh, that's strange, so we're just ordering food then?" Before long, sizzling pieces of meat are grilling on the grate. Na-yeon lets out a sigh, looking frustrated. "Seriously, have you tried playing it yet? You said you only played up to the tutorial." Woo Hyun raises his head to reply, "I just created a character and watched the opening sequence," while thinking to herself, "and then I got sucked right into it." She drops her jaw in shock and asks, "What? The opening sequence? What is that? Back Woo Hyun, that's basically like not playing at all. These words make him lose his composure. Not playing? Woo Hyun tightens his fists and silently blames. Come to think of it, who is the one that forced me to struggle in hell for 10 years if not you? Na-yeon gently swirls the water in her glass and pouts. I was looking forward to it so much, you know? You said you'd stream regularly on my channel. You used to be an arena pro. Just half of your skills and my channel would blow up immediately. Woo Hyun looks at her complaining and feels confused. A streamer? Oh, I think she mentioned she was doing some gaming streamer stuff. No wonder she kept begging me to do it with her. Woo Hyun speaks up in a low voice. I never promised that. Na-yeon immediately refutes. You said you'd stream at least once, didn't you? He sighs, thinking that even so, this at least gives him a faint sense of being back in reality. Soon after, his calloused hand skillfully moves the computer mouse. Woo Hyun types furiously to search for information. Planet is the developer of Reverse Planet, headquartered in Silicon Valley, San Francisco, USA. After a while, he leans back and lets out a breath. Enough, even going all the way to the headquarters won't solve anything. Telling them their game dragged me into another dimension, they'd think I've lost my mind. Even if there really is a connection, it's even more dangerous. What if I touch it and get taken out to silence me? What the hell am I even doing? Escaping that hell is good enough. Why am I still looking into this stuff? That's enough, forget everything over there, this world is the real reality. Cutting to a few days later, someone throws an arm around Woo Hyun's shoulder. Walking right beside him, that person just keeps bouncing around. Look at this guy, it's been so long, just like I wanted. Woo Hyun makes an effort to live a normal life by returning to school. He mutters while carefully taking notes. Is that so? This really is my major. Suddenly, a human skeleton hugs Woo Hyun from behind. Turns out, have I really returned with this? Is this your reality? With a grim complexion, Woo Hyun immediately turns around to look, but behind him are only students quietly studying their books. Something starts to go wrong as the whole room plunges into a wash of red while that seductive voice echoes endlessly. Take revenge on them. Get payback, a miserable vengeance. This is not where you belong. Unable to take it anymore, Woo Hyun lets out a scream and bolts straight outside. The people around him look completely baffled. What's wrong with him? Meanwhile, out in the hallway, Woo Hyun props one hand against the wall and clutches his violently pounding chest with the other, as a blood-red hand touches his shoulder once more. Back Woo Hyun, are you okay? Woo Hyun hurriedly grabs that arm, and yanks his friend straight forward, leaving him startled with wide-open eyes. Out of sheer reflex, Woo Hyun grasps the hilt of a pitch-black dagger, and unleashes a sharp slash right in front of his friend. Yet his friend's voice pulls Woo Hyun back to reality with his fist hovering in midair. What the hell are you doing? Startled, he pulls his arm back and rushes to say, I'm sorry. The other guy looks at Woo Hyun's trembling hands and says quietly, the others have been whispering that you've been acting a bit weird lately. Cutting to outside the park, Woo Hyun slowly pops open a can of water. He hangs his head low, only to find a strange entity calling his name, Woo Hyun. He seems surrounded by countless invisible people closing in. Come back. Woo Hyun, have you forgotten us? Come back. While Woo Hyun keeps pleading, stop it, please leave me alone. Right at that moment, Na-yeon cheerfully calls out, Woo Hyun. Seeing his dazed expression, she asks with concern, you look a bit tired. Are you okay? Covered in sweat, Woo Hyun denies it. I'm fine. Na-yeon hesitates before continuing. Well, if you say so, but if anything happens, feel free to talk to Big Sis here, I'll help you out. Woo Hyun raises his head and frowns instantly. Who's a big sis, huh? Finishing her sentence, Na-yeon turns around to leave. Well, I'll get going first. He nods, yeah. By now, Woo Hyun is someone who carries these wandering souls along with him. Before long, Woo Hyun walks to a simulation pod and mutters, suppose all of this is a call. He takes slow, deliberate steps. Fine then. At this rate, living in this world won't be any different from the other side. Woo Hyun lies down inside, telling himself, I have to go back there. This time around, I'm going to put a complete end to everything once and for all. Welcome to Reverse Planet. Woo Hyun looks around with curiosity. This is the experimental waiting room. Did I just enter the game world? Coming from that other world, I'm never going back to the laboratory anyway. But why can't I return to that world right when I've finally made up my mind to go back to that hell? Are there other conditions I need to meet? While he is hesitating, the system pops up again, confirm character appearance. Without overthinking it, Woo Hyun decides to proceed with the tutorial for now, figuring he can return to that world once it's over. First, he needs to check the settings. In the other world, he fought well enough without combat assistance. The system notifies, combat assistance stats and information are set to 0%. Proceeding with the initial ability setup, please choose your core elemental power. Abilities can be reconfigured at any time. The ability system of Reverse Planet is designed to empower a character by selecting a core element first and enhancing it with various sub-elements. This entire structure, from the core to the sub-elements, is called a build. The number of elements is so vast that in professional tournaments, there are people who build specialized setups dedicated entirely to researching these builds. Among them, the thing that helped Woo Hyun achieve the title of Transcendent was when he selected something from the system screen, this very item. Immediately after, the loudspeaker announcement rings out. Test Specimen 48. You awakened during the previous experiment, so it's been a week already. Hearing this, Woo Hyun thinks about the agony players have to endure. So the game doesn't show the process before awakening, huh? But he doubts anyone would genuinely want to experience that in a game. Skipping the small talk, the loudspeaker commands him, then start the next experiment immediately. Step inside. What awaits him inside leaves Woo Hyun utterly astonished. It is an Etmel, a killing machine created to stop the destruction of Awakeners from the Transcendence Project, the exact reason countless test specimens lost their lives. The system starts assigning tasks. Tutorial Quest 1, defeat the Etmel, fight the Etmel using your awakened power. Woo Hyun looks down on it with slight contempt. An old model, huh? Even as he says that, unpleasant memories suddenly flash through his mind. Brother Woo Hyun, save me. All of them were wiped out at the hands of that massive machine. After sending his comrade off, it fixes its glowing red eyes on Woo Hyun, and right now, it charges straight at him indiscriminately. Cracking his knuckles, he mutters, "It's still here just like back then." These researchers always pull the most disgusting stunts. The Etmel throws a devastating punch, which Woo Hyun easily dodges. Without stopping, it shifts its cold gaze to attack again. Its arms move alternately to deliver a barrage of consecutive punches. Woo Hyun is far too used to this. He smoothly closes the distance without taking a single hit. Woo Hyun touches it lightly and makes a silent judgment. The final model was tough because it could even use abilities, but smashing this thing to pieces, he yells with heavy sarcasm, "This is just the first model." Metal fragments scatter across the floor, its entire body nearly pulverized. After the battle concludes, the loudspeaker announces the completion of the experiment, Test Specimen 48. You are truly extraordinary. At this level, your power is incomparable to ordinary test subjects. Simultaneously, the main system reports, Tutorial Quest 1, defeat the Etmel. Mission accomplished. Just as plans are about to shift, the alarm sounds again. Good, then let's start the next experiment. What? What is going on? Intruders? Those government bastards, you pieces of trash, how the hell did you even get in here? Following the scream, everything descends into chaos. This is a message sent to all victims unfairly imprisoned in this laboratory. Please, use all your strength and get out right now. Woo Hyun recognizes something familiar. That voice. Seizing the moment, the system assigns the next task, Tutorial Quest 2, escape the laboratory, break out and flee outside. Explosions ripple outward, the ceiling nearly collapsing. He has to get out of here first. Cracks spread rapidly, clear signs of collapse appearing everywhere. Woo Hyun runs and runs without being able to escape. He wonders how many explosions there have been. While he is flustered, a nearby sound catches Woo Hyun's attention. The hallway is completely wrecked. The insignia of the Inter-Korean Spatial Management Bureau means they aren't enemies. Even though he's about to kick the bucket, the man forces himself to inquire, "You're a victim. Making it here means you're planning to escape, right?" "Coincidentally, I can help you with that. Feel free to choose whatever you want. And take this too. Once you get outside, send a signal with it, and the Bureau will come pick you up." With those words spoken, his life force drains away entirely. Is he dead? Woo Hyun looks around at everything, trying to figure out what is going on. While Woo Hyun is lost in thought, a monster suddenly appears. Right, this is a game. It must just be a cutscene required for progression. After a moment, he picks up an iron axe, but the moment he grabs it, a demonic hand latches onto Woo Hyun, making him uncomfortable. What is this filthy feeling? A few minutes ago, the transition flow had started elsewhere. I can't believe I'm playing Reverse Planet, the hottest game in the country. My indie developer pride is weeping. This girl is Kong Soil, a professional gaming streamer. The chat explodes, at least she knows she's an indie. She chose this popular game herself. Why is she reacting like that when playing the best game in the country? I really don't get if someone forced her to play Reverse Planet as a punishment. Soil yells in frustration, that wasn't a punishment I chose. You guys picked it, but a promise is a promise. And I am Kong Soil, a woman who never breaks her promises to her viewers. The chat chimes in with mixed, disappointed opinions. She has lied so many times about the next game being a popular one. Last time she said it was mainstream and then pulled out an indie game. Don't be too harsh, if she doesn't play these indie games, who else will? Soil enthusiastically tackles the game suggested by her fans, so now I will start the punishment for failing the challenge, complete Reverse Planet in a single try. The chat starts shifting to eager anticipation. Look at her changing topics, this is going to be so controversial. The bugs inside Reverse Planet can finally rest in peace. Let's play. Before entering the game, she quickly selects a few main parts without needing to change her character's appearance. Right? As for my abilities, I'll pick something super cool like fire. And finally, the combat assistance percentage instantly pops up on the system screen. Character appearance saved. Ability settings saved. Combat assistance rate 50%. Combat assistance is a system that helps with the entire combat process, including posture adjustment, movement support, and skill usage tuning. The higher the percentage, the more assistance you receive. Confirming these settings, the chat chimes in with mixed opinions again. It has to be 0%. Complete the tutorial without any assistance. Are you scared? Oh man, when I grow up I won't need any assistance. Seeing the chat like that, Soil also feels a bit doubtful. Complete the tutorial with zero assistance. Is that even possible? Based on her research, the percentage of players worldwide who use zero assistance is practically 0%. My skills were polished on indie games, so I'm pretty confident in my mechanics. But they say playing without assistance is like trying to control a newly grown third arm. Right? That's right. This is probably a bad idea. Thinking that, Soil switches to a sweet, begging tone. Guys, even though I really want to, playing without assistance is just... A loyal fan throws her a quest motivation, finish the tutorial without assistance, and the reward is 500,000 won. The moment she sees money, her eyes light up, and she instantly agrees, something every streamer has to try at least once. Seeing that, the chat is helpless. With that much money, how could she turn it down? She changes her mind the moment the quest appears, flipping faster than a pancake. Consumed by the ghost of capitalism, Soil can't contain her joy and jumps up. I'm playing without assistance until I clear the tutorial. Just a few minutes later, her morale plummets again. Are you guys sure about this? Right from the start, she gets crushed by the Eternal in 2 minutes, and Soil clenches her fists in trembling anger. I mean, they just throw you into a battle with no explanation and a sudden ambush at that. Remembering how she just got served, the chat bursts into laughter. Gotta admit, that part was genuinely unfair. Fighting the Eternal with zero assistance and only a core element is really hard. That mission was designed for her to lose anyway. Very quickly, Soil pulls herself together and moves on. Suddenly something pops up. Anyway, I farmed a radio and a weapon. So now I just need to escape, right? A system window is right in front of her. Tutorial Quest 2, Escape the Laboratory, starting automatic matchmaking. Matchmaking suggests a 4-player team. Soil is so surprised she blurts out, a team? Soil quickly regains her composure and asks her fans, if I finish this level with team members, it still counts, right? The chat mocks her as if making fun of her gaming skills. Looks like you're getting a free carry. A bus ride is always welcome. You wouldn't say that if you knew how tutorial matchmaking works. You can't always find a team. Soil starts noticing something weird. What do you mean you can't find a team? Reverse Planet is a huge game, so there must be tons of players. The system promptly slaps her in the face. Matchmaking failed, switching to solo play. Expanding search range. Expanded search includes matching with groups already in the middle of a session. The chat casually fills her in, see? Told you so. But why is it actually not working? Matchmaking only works with people who have the exact same combat assistance percentage. What kind of insane maniac finishes the tutorial without any assistance? Reading this, Soil is shocked. Wait a minute, does that mean any member I get matched with also has no assistance? The fan sees the momentum and burst into laughter. That's right, a zero assistance team, so you won't get carried. You have to be the carry. I'll gift a subscription if you finish this with a zero assistance team. Helplessness rises inside Soil. Maybe I should just cancel this quest. Just as she's about to give up, the system cuts in, match successful. She frantically tries to hit cancel, but it's too late. Failing to participate in the available tutorial quest, escape the laboratory. She helplessly accepts her fate. I'm totally screwed. And just like that, Soil is dragged into the mission in tears, but the sight in front of her leaves her jaw dropping. Soil looks around, speechless. Guys, this is no joke. The chat practically explodes. What is this? Wait. For real? Is this actually a zero assistance team? Are you kidding me? Is this a pro player on a Smurf account? No pro player could pull this off in the tutorial without assistance. The shattered ethanals turn into piles of scrap metal. And above all, he takes down this many ethanals without any assistance or a gun? The ultimate carry. Alright, I'm going to go find this guy right now. In another corner, drops of machine oil from the ethanals trickle down a blade. Woo Hyun is the one who wiped out most of the giant robots. As if sensing something, he casts a sharp, cautious glance behind him. Soil steps out, poking her head out to whisper, "Excuse me." Before she can even say anything, a blade flashes right up to her face. Whoever just stood there is lightning fast, but Woo Hyun quickly realizes Soil is not an enemy. She is terrified by this, her lips stuttering so badly she can't form words. Realizing this, she quickly sprints behind a wall and screams, "Help me." Woo Hyun retracts his blade. "Not an enemy, sorry, my mistake." Assessing the situation, Soil cleverly figures out, wait, the bloodstained lab coat, it's him. Woo Hyun doesn't say another word and starts to leave. "I'm heading out." She grabs onto him to hold him back. "Huh? Hey, I think we got matched into the same team, so would it be alright if I tag along with you? My name is Kong Soil. I'm a streamer and I'm currently live. Would you mind if you appear on stream? Privacy mode is on, so your face will be blurred out." Why did he suddenly stop like that? Is he mad? From a distance, a mob of people rushes in. They are escape test specimens. Kill him, no need to take him alive. Before you know it, a hail of silver bullets erupts. Soil sits in a corner, clutching her head and whining. Why is the difficulty of this tutorial so high? She glances back and asks Woo Hyun, "Hey bus driver, are you okay?" Bullets fly past, but not a single one touches him. Waiting for an opening, Woo Hyun hurls his axe in a whirring blur, striking the guards down so hard they can't get back up. Seeing this, Soil grows even more anxious. The chat is left with dropped jaws. What on earth is that? Jenny uses chain sickles. Soil hides behind a pile of scrap metal and asks, "My fans don't know much about Reverse Planet, so this is top tier play, right?" The chat can't even handle it. How on earth can he use weapons like that without any assistance? Yeah right, he's totally out of his mind. What the heck am I even watching right now? Soil asks her gaming veteran fans, does anyone know what kind of ability he's using? His eyes suddenly turned pure white. The fans are stumped too, though they express absolute awe at Woo Hyun, concluding based on his use of the chain sickle that it must be wind. If it were wind, it would be much clearer. Energy-wise, who knows what it is, but I'd get utterly wrecked if I met someone like that in PvP. Among them, one fan recognizes the only core element capable of boosting physical stats while altering eye color, Absolute Entity. She nervously echoes it under her breath, Absolute Entity. She is extremely curious. Isn't that the trash ability that stops you from using any other skills? I thought everyone said never to choose it. The chat throws up its hands in defeat. That's why we don't get it either. Absolute Entity. It is one of the pivotal pillars of countless features in Reverse Planet. It massively boosts physical stats and skill resistance, but it completely bars you from using skills yourself. Because of these penalties, players view it as a totally useless skill. The Reverse Planet community lists things to avoid from rank 1 to 25. Honestly, I don't even understand why this piece of junk exists. The description says it all, it stops you from using skills. Leave the party if anyone owns this skill. Soil stares blankly at the scene unfolding before her. Strange, how can you not use abilities in a game where abilities are the core element? The chat buzzes with chaotic discussions. That sounds absurd. Is it even possible to fight without skills? I've never seen anyone pick Absolute Entity on their second playthrough. I picked it out of curiosity and immediately deleted my character. Your eyes turn completely white when you use it. It literally turns you into an absolute entity. Muscle stats could be useful in a zero-stat adjustment battle. Theorizing to herself, she quietly forms an answer in her heart. Using skills must be extremely difficult in a battle with zero adjustments. So maybe it's worth giving up everything and dumping all points into physical stats. But he's probably still level 1. How on earth can he move like that? On the battlefield, Woo Hyun whips his glowing chains around, making her even more curious. Who the heck is this guy? When the chains snap back violently, plasma splatters everywhere from the bodies, and in the blink of an eye, Woo Hyun cleans them all out completely. His dark gaze reflects off the red scythe, and the shadowy entities swirling around him are still not enough. Woo Hyun, be more violent on your path of revenge. I am still not satisfied. At the same time, someone is hiding behind the wall. His gun barrel is aimed almost squarely at Woo Hyun. Spotting this, Soil quickly leaps out and screams, "Watch out!" She slides forward, unleashing a barrage of gunfire to successfully create a diversion and protect him. Startled by the shots, the guy flails his arms and legs, and right after that, Soil slides down and fires upward, catching him completely off guard. Damn it! With a single shot, she successfully hits his brain. Finishing the job, Soil shows off a bit, sending the chat into a frenzy. That's pretty cool, at least she's good at shooting. You need good aim to play like her. You guys act like she did all the work. She just landed the finishing blow, kill stealing, but she temporarily ignores them and looks right at Woo Hyun. Raising her gun with a bright smile, Soil says, "I'm useful, right?" Suddenly, a faint spark of joy trickles into his mind. Woo Hyun isn't used to this peaceful scene right before the grim aftermath, making him feel a strange warmth. Seeing how quiet he was, Soil tried calling out to him, "Hey there, Carry Master, you're not mad, are you?" "Naturally, I know it was all thanks to you, I just wanted to help a little bit." Woo Hyun replied gently, "Yeah," his gaze softening. She had helped. The chat flared up again, "He's even kind. He's actually protecting a bounty hunter. Amazing, we can't see his face because of the privacy settings. But I bet he's handsome too, his voice sounds nice, right?" "I know it's voice modulated, but..." Soil jumped up with joy, "Really? Then can I keep going with you in this tutorial? I'll help out as much as I can." Woo Hyun didn't really want to refuse, "Fine by me." After walking for a bit, Soil spoke up, "Hey Carry Master, introduce yourself, call me Baek Woo Hyun." She stammered a little, "Yes." Baek Woo Hyun, was that his real name? That probably wouldn't get censored. Knowing his name now, Soil cut straight to the point. "If it's not too much to ask, did you really choose the absolute entity as your first core ability?" He confirmed without a moment's hesitation, "That's right." The chat buzzed with discussion, "He actually did it. We need to re-evaluate the capabilities of the absolute entity." Re-evaluate what the hell? It's still useless. He's right. Do you think ordinary people could do what he just did? She wanted to dig deeper into it. How on earth were you able to dodge bullets without using any skills? Do you play any other games? Woo Hyun shook his head and replied, "I don't play anything else." Suddenly, he came to such an abrupt halt that Soil blurted out, "What is it? What's wrong?" Relying on his instincts, Woo Hyun warned, "There are two ethnals about 20 meters ahead." She repeated in confusion, "Huh? 20 meters? Soil silently marveled at him. He doesn't even have a scouting skill, yet he can pinpoint how far away the enemies are and exactly how many there are. "Yeah." Woo Hyun casually walked forward without a single trace of hesitation, like it was no big deal. "Let's keep going." Walking another 20 meters, they actually ran into them. There was no way. But he had been entirely right. Woo Hyun calmly made small talk as two ethnals lunged straight at them. "I guess I really must have loved playing Colosseum back in the day, huh?" She turned pale with worry and tried to grab him. "Wait, watch out." Woo Hyun swiftly dodged their very first attack. He kicked straight into one's ugly face. After clearing out the first one, he calmly went on, "Back when I was totally addicted to gaming." He pulled back his fist to throw a punch while introducing himself. "Back then, I was a battler." Not a single ethnal could withstand Woo Hyun's iron-hard punches. The viewers were thoroughly thrilled. This is insane. An ethnal taken down just like that? Remember this, everyone, there are no mods involved here either. Turns out a battler in Colosseum looks like this. A battler in Colosseum actually makes total sense. Only Soil was still completely clueless. Are Colosseum rankers really that big of a deal? The chat started explaining objectively, "She doesn't even know the significance of that." Damn indie trash, honestly, I don't know either. Is it really that important? I don't know what people are thinking these days. But back in the day, Colosseum battlers used to get professional scouting offers. Right, pro gamers used to be battlers too. quick to recognize a celebrity battler. Wait, aren't battlers literally the best players in the Reverse Planet Pro League? Two curious fans chimed in within the chat. Do you think he actually played against the Coliseum back when he was a battler? I wonder what would happen if our carry master and a battler fought each other. While Soil was busy looking things up, Woo Hyun had already finished cleaning up the area. Let's keep moving. She was so helpless she stuttered. Right. Before they knew it, they had reached the final tutorial mission. The chief of security was waiting for them there. You actually managed to make it all the way here. I bet you had no idea this place would become your grave. He was none other than the head of security for the tutorial boss lab. The chief of security assumed he was all-powerful and sneered mockingly, "Don't worry, you'll be joining your teammates real soon." At that moment, Woo Hyun looked at the chief of security, realizing that everything up until now had just been a mere tutorial. Suddenly, deep within his field of vision, he caught sight of something horrifying, which were the resentful phantom shadows that constantly haunted Woo Hyun. They called out to him with chilling voices, "We found you, hurry up and kill him so we don't waste any time." The chief of security rushed forward, "Don't even think about making it out of here alive." Seeing this, Soil quickly crouched down and took aim. Too bad for her, her bullets had zero effect against the barrier. I thought particle shields were only meant for awakeners. The chat burst into laughter. The chief of security is clearly an awakened individual. He's still a boss after all. He's gotta have at least this much. It's so annoying watching her try to shoot a gun to solve everything. Eerie voices clung to him. Sensing it was a bad matchup, Soil quickly backed away. "I'll provide cover fire from over here." The fans were exasperated with her. Look at her calling for the carry master immediately. She's quick to react, huh? She's fully ready to be carried. He effortlessly dodged the attack once again. That's right, this is just a game. But if this can entertain everyone even just a little bit. With a single affectionate swipe of his leg, Woo Hyun shattered the barrier, and the kinetic force blasted the chief of security far away, creating a massive explosion. Soil froze up completely flabbergasted at the sight. Only the fans were having a blast. He didn't even use anything. How did the particle shield just break into pieces already? Is this a bug? The chief of security emerged from the rubble clad in an iron body. The fans went wild. Iron Man is here to play. What the hell is his skill? Is that his ability? That's right, Iron Man mode is his skill. The chief of security attacked fiercely. "I'm going to tear you to pieces." The fans were stunned watching the situation unfold. The ground actually caved in. Yeah, I bet he weighs at least a ton with that skill. You'd die if you got hit by that guy, right? His very first punch caused the ground to cave in deeply, but it missed him. Not stopping there, the chief of security lunged forward again. How long do you think you can keep dodging? His hands had transformed into sharp drills, and his continuous flurry of punches smashed everything to pieces. Woo Hyun dodged every single one of them. Woo Hyun clenched his fists, preparing to counterattack as the chat went completely nuts. Taking even a single hit from that would be fatal. But he's dodging all of them, even with mods enabled. I wouldn't be able to dodge his attacks. Provide cover fire for him? Are you kidding me? The moment he threw his very first punch, the chief of security couldn't take it anymore. He was knocked backward, collapsing onto the ground and clutching his face in agony. Those ghostly hands reached out once more. "Don't you dare deactivate your Iron Man skill," Woo Hyun coldly pronounced. "You don't get to die that easily." Those entities implanted thoughts into his mind. Kill him, tear him to pieces just like what happened to us, make it even more brutal. The chief of security was terrified beyond belief, unable to comprehend what had happened. How could a mere test subject be this powerful? He cracked his knuckles and looked at him with beastly eyes. "Thanks to you, that is." Soil stood off to the side witnessing the whole thing, utterly speechless. Right after that, a system message popped up. "You have defeated the laboratory's head of security." She made a wry face in total disbelief. What on earth are we even watching? The chat chimed in helplessly. This is insane. That's our carry master. You guys gotta remember he's not using any mods at all. Looks like he's actually beaten people up before. Is there even any point in debating this anymore? She licked her lips playfully. Well, we beat the tutorial boss anyway, so now we just gotta get out of here, right? The chat sighed helplessly. I guess so. You just got carried hard. How on earth is someone this strong even here? Soil called out to him. Let's wrap this up, Woo Hyun. He calmly walked away, leaving the chief of security's body to be consumed. Yeah, let's go. Once they got outside, Soil stretched satisfyingly. We finally made it out. The system kept announcing, tutorial laboratory escape completed. Level up. you have received 1 skill point. Soil turned to him with curious eyes to ask about his next plan. Woo Hyun, are you planning to jump straight into the main quests today? He shook his head, wanting to take a break instead. Nah, I think we'll call it a day here. Seizing the opportunity, she asked him a favor. Then could you wait just a second? I have something for you. Woo Hyun agreed. Alright. Soil beamed with admiration. Thanks to you, the Nomad tutorial is finally done. The chat went crazy again, so shameless. She's gotta be in the top 100 on Fox for streamers who get hard carried the most. But hey, it's still fun to watch. I just joined the stream. Is it over already? Finally, she said her goodbyes to them. Today's stream was so much fun, see you guys tomorrow. After turning off her screen, Soil spoke up, thanks for waiting. Woo Hyun wanted to get straight to the point. No problem at all, what do you want? Soil shyly stammered as she invited him, would you be willing to regularly appear on my streams? Woo Hyun was a bit surprised and asked back, my streams? Soil quickly piled on more reasons to convince him. I mostly play the main quests of Reverse Planet and sometimes play PvP. Sensing things were going sideways, she immediately whipped out her ultimate charm offensive. I'll make sure the stream fits your schedule, plus I'll pay you a generous appearance fee. Woo Hyun shook his head and declined, I'm sorry. Soil had to accept defeat. Fine, his expression says it all. Realizing she couldn't persuade him, Soil changed tactics. Can I at least add you as a friend? He agreed to this. Sure. Finishing up, she bowed to him before heading out. Playing games with you was really fun, hope you enjoy the game. True to form, the system popped up, Kong Soil has logged out. Woo Hyun stood there in a daze. The tutorial is over. But why haven't I returned to the other world? Over on this side, a keyboard warrior was hard at work. Baek Woo Hyun still didn't know that the Reverse Planet community shared one burning question. Why did a player clear the no-gun, no-mod run like a total hacker named Baek Woo Hyun? I'll tell you why he's a future hacker destined by today's gameplay style. An anonymous viewer 62 donated 3 million won. What does it feel like to return to the real world? Morning at the South Korean branch of the virtual reality game development company Reverse Planet, which was facing an unprecedented event in its operational history. Simply because of one individual's gaming actions, a fight scene was now playing out on screen. Oh man, even watching the replay feels unbelievable. Without using any support tools or equipping any weapons, he managed to take down the head of the security team with absolute ease. Baek Woo Hyun. Players are endlessly flooding the internal chat with messages, putting on pressure and demanding an official explanation from the company. Are you absolutely certain this wasn't a hack? Jin Ho nodded, I am completely certain. I've run a full data check all the way back to the moment this character was created, and absolutely zero traces of external program tampering or modification were found. Furthermore, we've dealt with countless types of hackers before, from wall hackers to invisibility hackers, but this is the first time I've ever witnessed this kind of movement. This is a character control style that even the most sophisticated hacks could never simulate. D-Hyun shook his head. If it's not a cheat, then this player is an absolute lunatic. Someone spoke up. However, there's still an extremely slim probability that this is a completely brand new type of hacker we've never detected before. Another person nodded in agreement. That's right. Either way, we need to conduct a thorough investigation. Woo Hyun sat facing Na-yeon, speaking, so the internet community is going crazy and making a huge fuss all because of me? Na-yeon said excitedly, that's right, everything is absolute chaos right now. This whole thing has even sparked a brand new no-support challenge trend among female gamers. Reverse Planet community featured post, the absurdly difficult no-support and no-gun challenge. Without support, do special abilities fail to activate completely? Since everyone keeps failing, they're straight up blaming it on hacking. Do you have any idea how shocked I was when I first watched that video? Woo Hyun continued, but how on earth did you recognize me? I was wearing a mask during the live stream. Plus, there's the personal information protection system. Na-yeon went on to say, you literally gave away your own name, remember? Besides, I've watched you fight before. Even though I know you're amazing, reaching this level makes anyone on the outside think you're using hacks. He muttered in deep thought, so this is why I got contacted. She looked surprised. Contacted? What do you mean contacted about what? He hesitated. About that. Na-yeon was astonished. The South Korean branch of Reverse Planet actually reached out to you directly and even wanted to verify whether you were using hacking software? Soil had sent a message to Woo Hyun from Kong Soil. Hello Woo Hyun. As it turned out, he continued, I received the notification through that open stream. Na Yun was thrilled on her end that a gaming company had directly intervened to check if he had hacked. You must have drawn a massive amount of attention. So, what are you planning to do next? Woo Hyun slowly replied, well, even though it's just the Korean branch, this is a rare opportunity to get in touch with the game developers. If someone from higher management shows up, I might just be able to find a clue about the afterlife world I'm searching for. I said I'd think about it, but I'll probably end up giving this offer a try. Na Yun said excitedly, really? That's a very smart decision. If you want to keep playing Reverse Planet, you should clear things up. It's super annoying having everyone call you a hacker wherever you go. He replied, I don't really care that much about it anyway. Besides, nobody even recognizes me. I didn't even show my face on the stream. Na Yun argued back, no, even if you change your name, your fighting style is way too unique. It's impossible not to notice, and there isn't a single person in the pro scene who fights barehanded like you do. Lately, even professional battlers who try to hide their identities keep getting exposed just because of their signature fighting habits. A video posted on the China channel, I found this rookie's alternate account. I saw him tap the floor twice with his foot right before using a movement ability, so it's definitely him. Woo Hyun casually answered, oh, you've got a sharp eye. Na Yun continued, good thing you agreed. Otherwise, that streamer would have gotten torn to shreds by the community. He wondered, huh? What does that person have to do with me? That shouldn't matter to people who are passionately arguing about the hacking issue anyway. She replied, at first they were only targeting you, but very soon the backlash would have shifted right onto the person who invited you on their stream. He nodded, is that so? Suddenly, the shape of Soil appeared on the surface of Woo Hyun's water glass. Then the reply message popped up. Message from Baek Woo Hyun, I'll participate. Soil fumbled awkwardly. Her face lit up with overwhelming excitement, awesome. On the screen, Kong Soil's channel viewer count lit up. She stared intently at the crazy hot engagement. With traction like this, the viewership numbers were bound to skyrocket like crazy. He. Everyone get ready for a huge surprise because this is a first in the history of Reverse Planet. The screen lit up. Announcement regarding the live stream explaining the hacking allegations. Hello everyone. To the person generating the most buzz lately over Mr. Woo Hyun's hacking allegations, the explanation session will now officially begin. 4 days later, Woo Hyun was wearing a completely white outfit when the voice of Soil called out as she ran over. You must have gone through a ton of stress and pressure this whole time. I'm so sorry for causing all of this mess. He shook his head, it's fine, I didn't pay it much mind anyway. Weren't you suspicious of me at all, Soil? She awkwardly answered, well. I saw it all with my own eyes that day, so all the evidence people are bringing up makes no sense. Besides, the look in your eyes back then was like a deranged serial killer, so I didn't even dare think about it. She gave an awkward laugh, it was just a gut feeling. Woo Hyun pulled a blank face, a gut feeling, is that so? Soil opened up her palm, if you're ready, let's get started. Woo Hyun replied, alright. Soil beamed brightly, hello everyone. You've been waiting for a long time, haven't you? Comments kept pouring in, it's finally starting. Explain. I've been waiting till I'm withered away. Is this channel selling hack software? Hackers get out. Get the hackers out, I need to grab a seat to watch this. If it's a real hack, what's even the point of explaining? I'm staying neutral and waiting for the final verdict. Soil said excitedly, we already have 10,000 viewers right as we start. It's crazy hot. There really are a ton of people interested in this debate. That's why I personally invited Mr. Woo Hyun back here. He spoke in a low voice, hello, I'm Baek Woo Hyun. Comments flooded in, look at this crazy hacker, look how thick his skin is. What's fun about hacking to get game fame? What's going on in the chat reaction? What if he's not a hacker? Those of you still believing he hacked better watch out so you don't get brainwashed. Gotta stay neutral before the official results come out. So is it a hack or not in the end? Soil said angrily, guys, please keep your comments polite. If it gets out of hand, I'm locking the chat feature. Before we start the verification, what does Mr. Woo Hyun think about this whole controversy? He hesitated, well, I just think it's pointless. For such a tiny little thing to blow up into this massive controversy. Comments appeared, calling an incident that shook the entire Reverse Planet community just a tiny little thing. Typical trash talking from a top arena hacker. A comment questioned, so how are we actually going to prove it in the end? Soil looked up at the screen, calling it a tiny thing might be going a bit too far. She replied, that's a great question. Today, we've invited a special guest to personally conduct the verification. Someone suddenly appeared right before their eyes. He's here. GM spoke up. Hello, I'm GM, Head Operations Manager of Reverse Planet Earth Korea. Comments appeared. Who is that? Whoa. They even brought in an admin. I guess it really isn't a hack after all. What is this? Is that a real person and not an impersonator? There's a GM admin title displayed right above his head. Only admins authorized from headquarters get that. This is insane. It's probably not a hack then. What are the people who called him a hacker gonna do now? Woo Hyun thought to himself, the head operations manager most likely knows everything. Once verification is done, I've gotta interrogate him and get some answers. Soil bowed. Thank you for coming here. I'm Kong Soil. He also bowed and said, I'm Baek Woo Hyun. Nice to meet you, Mr. GM. So this is Baek Woo Hyun? Looking at him from the outside, there's nothing particularly special about him. Now I will guide the two of you to the location where we'll conduct the verification. Suddenly the three of them relocated to a different place, and Soil wondered, where is this? GM explained, this is a personal training room where you can practice using special abilities or train your combat skills. As previously announced, we will monitor multiple combat rounds and then verify whether there was any outside program interference. Woo Hyun pondered, this space never existed in the afterlife world I know. GM asked back, do you agree with this procedure? Woo Hyun nodded, yes, I completely agree. Right as he finished speaking, GM glanced to the side. If that's the case, then, a foot clad in pristine white armor slowly stepped out, and it was an Etmol stepping out with a terrifying appearance. Comments appeared, is this the intermediate version of the Etmol robot? No support and he only picked the first core element. Can he really beat an intermediate training robot? I don't know much about Reverse Planet. Is that kind of robot strong? It's way stronger than the first version that showed up in the tutorial. Woo Hyun's pupils turned pitch black. We will begin with the intermediate training robot. Suddenly an ominous aura emanated from his body. Woo Hyun, I'm starting to get scared. Avenge us, Woo Hyun. GM continued, to put it simply, here it is. From now on, annihilate it. The ground seemed to shake all of a sudden. Woo Hyun, who was standing right next to him, vanished in a flash. GM winced and used his hands to dodge the killing blows. Dirt and rocks flew everywhere around GM as they tried to wipe each other out. He was desperately trying to use his tablet to block the attacks. Comments appeared, is he really beating an intermediate Etmol to bare pieces with his bare hands right now? That robot wouldn't even take a scratch from a hammer, but he's just tearing it apart. Am I the only one terrified right now? Woo Hyun is literally pulling the wires straight out of the Etmol's head. This is insane. A message popped up on the screen. No external program interference detected whatsoever. This absolutely cannot be a hacking cheat. Woo Hyun slowly stepped down from the Etmol's back and casually told GM, done. GM flumbled awkwardly, well, we didn't detect any cheating programs in this battle, but the execution window was a bit too short. Can you fight using a method specified by us? Woo Hyun nodded, sure. This must be to verify whether I'm using cheating software or not. Cheating software controls the character through programs, so they can't fight the exact way the player wants by predetermining how to win and then fighting identically. You can prove it's not a hack. GM continued, thank you. This time, please slice off the head of the intermediate training bot using a sickle chain. He nodded, understood. GM's expression turned grim. What is this? This must be an immense inconvenience. 3 Etnols stepped out in front of them simultaneously. They were rushing straight at Woo Hyun, and I don't think he's gonna harvest their heads easily. In the blink of an eye, the battle erupted at lightning speed. Woo Hyun landed in a crouch with the chain weapon gripped in his hand, and he blasted off, launching himself away from his current spot. The long chain was skillfully controlled by Woo Hyun as it slashed into the Etmols. His 2 pupils suddenly turned pitch black, exuding a terrifying coldness, and within mere seconds, Woo Hyun easily took down all 3 Etmols. Soil said excitedly, I knew it. I've never seen anything like that before. Look at how the sickle chain moves as if it's a living creature. Comments appeared, what did I just watch? The chain is completely battered. Maybe it's not the weapon that's damaged, but the people watching. Spot on. Sickle chains are usually meant to attack close-range opponents anyway. GM's expression was somewhat awkward. We've gathered enough data for verification, but as the game administrator with pure curiosity flaring up, can he defeat the advanced training bot using just a single core element? Maybe I'm just being mean, but the final test. The door suddenly flew open, letting the advanced Etnal step out with its eyes glowing a somewhat terrifying crimson red. Before them stood the Etnal, strolling out with an overwhelming aura. Comments appeared, huh? He's really bringing that out, that's way too harsh. Cold-blooded admin. If he wins, he might actually become known as a superhuman recognized by the National Council. The Etnal stared intently. We will proceed with verification using the advanced training bot. The latest version of the advanced training bot. Wu Hyun's pitch-black pupils suddenly froze for a second. He could clearly see how many human beings the Etnal before him had murdered in the past. Its face suddenly turned dark as it broke into a sinister smile. Wu Hyun gritted his teeth in anger, his gaze turning razor-sharp. The Etnal abruptly lunged forward to attack at incredible speed. Its arm pierced right through, causing blood to well up on Wu Hyun's cheek. The Etnal clenched its fist tightly, preparing to throw a punch. It rushed in, continuously bombarding Wu Hyun with a flurry of punches. Every single one of its punches was just hitting empty air. His feet planted firmly on the ground. As expected, this guy's level is completely different from those intermediate ones. If I take even a single hit, I'm going down. Furthermore, right as that train of thought ended, Wu Hyun retaliated with a punch straight into the Etnal's stomach. His hand trembled, its hard shell is truly on another level. My attack head felt like nothing more than a scratch to it. Etnal was barely affected and coldly launched a counterattack. Wu Hyun bent down. If that's the case, I'll keep attacking continuously until its parts are damaged. GM and Soil stood to the side, looking bewildered. A comment appeared. I have to say this is insane. How is this even possible? Now it's my turn to be scared of dodging. A single blow would be enough to put him in the grave, yet he hasn't taken a single hit. GM thought to himself, I didn't expect him to actually engage in direct combat with an advanced bot using only a core factor, and he even seemed to be at a disadvantage at first, but a moment later, he seemed to take the upper hand. GM's fingers moved across the screen. Watching any more is pointless. Suddenly, Etnal, who was standing right in front of Wu Hyun, vanished. He said loudly, we have gathered enough data for this verification, so I have removed the training bot. Wu Hyun nodded, understood. No wonder Soil smiled and asked, so how did the verification turn out? GM explained, we confirmed that no external intervention program was injected. In other words, he isn't using hacks. A comment appeared, and you're saying that's not a hack? Why? Even the administrator has confirmed it. You guys who accused him right from the start are spreading hot news. The post accusing him of hacking has already been deleted. Soil excitedly said, see? I told you he wasn't hacking. And you guys were still doubting him? A comment appeared, nobody doubts it anymore now. How do you guys plan to refute the administrator's statement with your imaginary theories? Even the troublemakers are actually backing down now. Why does he look even more hyped than before? I've seen people considered to have hacking physiques before, but he is truly a monster with a genuine hacking physique. Soil smiled, a hacking physique, I like the sound of that. Everyone, remember this well. Wu Hyun isn't hacking, he's just way too talented, which makes people think he's hacking. Since the verification is done, could the two of you share some thoughts? Wu Hyun awkwardly said, thank you. You've worked hard. GM awkwardly smiled, it was fun. The view count was countless. That was today's stream. See you all next time. A comment appeared, he's probably thinking about making a fortune out of this. Seriously. I just got here. I thought the stream was just to clear his name. But today's stream was legendary. Bye. Soil spoke up, thank you for agreeing to appear on today's broadcast. GM bowed, no, I should thank you guys for accepting my verification request, especially Wu Hyun. He shook his head, it's nothing. GM's expression turned ugly, he says it's nothing, how odd. Well then, I'm leaving. Suddenly, Wu Hyun spoke up, wait, he looked straight at him, there's something I want to ask. GM was surprised, what do you want to ask? His face couldn't hide his puzzlement, are there any bugs in the game? For instance, situations where players get stuck and can't get out because of a bug. GM explained, I've never heard of anything like that. If a bug like that existed, Reverse Planet wouldn't be a global game. Woo Hyun pondered, I suppose so, I understand. GM vanished quickly, well then, I'm really leaving. The surroundings grew quiet again, it's finally over. Soil, Woo Hyun, you did a great job today. Alright, I'll calculate the stream revenue and contact you next time. He replied, I don't need appearance fees, but fine, let me know when you need to. Soil made a blank face, it's such a waste to just let him go like this. A walking view farming money printer is right in front of my eyes. Woo Hyun asked softly, what do you want to say? Soil thought to herself, ugh, I can't ask him to stream again on my own. I only got him to appear today to clear his name. I guess I have to give up. So I'll contact you next time then. I got less than I expected, how disappointing. A message popped up from Na Yun, the stream is over, right? Get to the combat preparation room right now. How excited was Na Yun? Was the broadcast totally awesome? The online community's reaction is exploding. It's blowing up like fireworks. Woo Hyun replied, I don't think I'm suited for that kind of thing. Following the chat. Playing games while talking isn't my style. She hesitated, is that so? Well then, just imagine, what if you didn't have to pay attention to the chat and just played your game? That would be fine, right? I'll prepare everything for you, just try it once and then decide. He thought to himself, well, I just don't want to show my face on camera. Na Yun pressed the button anyway, a PvP orb hovering above her head, let's go play a few PvP matches. Player versus player PvP. Battles among players form one of the two main content pillars of Reverse Planet, alongside PvE against AI. Woo Hyun wondered, PvP, is that why you called me to the prep room? Soil nodded, of course, were you planning to leave without trying Reverse Planet's PvP? My feelings would be hurt. He hesitated, no? I didn't think it was for me, so I wasn't planning on it. Going back to the other world didn't seem very appropriate. She stared intently, PvP is the heart of Reverse Planet. Don't judge it just from the tutorial. Woo Hyun thought to himself, right, the PvP story mode is almost identical to the world over there. I've never tried actual PvP before, so there must be something different about it. He continued nonchalantly, fine, I'll give it a try. Soil smiled, great, let me explain. The first PvP mode is duel, basically matching one person against another with two formats, 1v1 solo and 2v2 doubles, winning 2 out of 3 rounds. Next, obstacles have 4 modes, which are domination, escort, capture the flag, and extermination. You'll choose one of those 4 modes and fight 5v5 in a fixed lineup. And what we're doing today is survival. 100 players are scattered across areas, gathering equipment by farming monsters and getting ready to fight. The last surviving person or team wins this battle to the death. Since this is your first time, just play team mode with PvP. You need an optimal gear set, I'll recommend one. Woo Hyun shook his head, no need, I already know which gear is good. The gear set that made me a superhero in the other world. I'll record while you get ready to log in. Na Yun watched closely, great, I'm getting ready right now. The starting point is a military base, that's the rule. A military base, one of the battlefields in PvP survival mode, a place with tons of high-tier equipment, usually occupied by crowds of high-level players, making it unsuitable for beginners. Do you mind if I record this PvP session of yours? I want to cut it for YouTube. Please agree, come on. Woo Hyun made a blank face, get away. Okay, calm down. Why is she so hyped? Who knows? Na Yun's finger pressed the start button, alright, I'm logging in right now. The system announced the selection of the starting point. Sector 1, military base, 60 seconds before the match starts. Na Yun put her hand on her forehead, let's survive and meet again. Woo Hyun's teammate was standing behind a man at this moment. He gritted his teeth, there's someone on the 3rd floor, there's nothing here. His quiet arm reached out backward, I need to move somewhere else. Na Yun's phone on this end started ringing, a message popping up showing Baek Woo Hyun wiping out multiple players. She was surprised, there are already kills right after the start. A hacking physique really hits different. Messages kept popping up. Baek Woo Hyun wiped out Eun Soo-jo, wiped out Lee Seo-jun, wiped out Chikan Yoon-sarang, wiped out Kim Han, wiped out Annie Ijui, wiped out Choi Gang Jeonju. Soil cried out in shock. Huh? She was terrified. What on earth is Woo Hyun doing? The man was suffering intensely from an electric shock. He thought to himself, it seems I can't sense other players anymore. Is this guy the only survivor around here? I didn't expect to run into 4 people at once since I just finished farming. I guess I should head out. Jong Na-yeon's voice message appeared. Baek Woo Hyun, help me out. It's too crowded here and I'm surrounded. He was surprised. Jong Na-yeon. Woo Hyun's fingers moved across the screen. The opposite area was quite far. His location popped up. I'm coming. Which part of the building are you in? Jong Na-yeon replied, the 3rd floor rooftop, but the floor below is having a fierce fight. Looks like people are brawling every week. Be careful. Woo Hyun started running. Okay, he began rushing forward, with 2 men right ahead. Wait, what? The man with glasses panicked. What was that message? Why is he so fast? The guy next to him scaredly said, hey, get ready, let me stall him for a bit. Woo Hyun's hands swiftly pulled the dagger from his waist. He rushed forward and easily took down one guy with rapid speed. The man in glasses panicked when his teammate was eliminated. What the hell? Wait, the system announced. Baek Woo Hyun wiped out Horangiti. The man with glasses angrily activated physical combat with attack speed boosting equipment. He summoned power from beneath the ground and shouted, die. Woo Hyun quickly flew into the air with pitch-black pupils. He angrily looked up and stared in shock. Woo Hyun didn't hesitate to land on the ground with a blood-stained blade. The system announced, Baek Woo Hyun wiped out a Tyrannosaurus. A blue light appeared on the back of the man lying on the ground. The system announced, Baek Woo Hyun wiped out Sasium Danja, and Baek Woo Hyun wiped out Chikin Sajuseo. Woo Hyun stood in front of the door. I'm in front of the building now. Jong Na-yeon replied, really? Let me come and lend a hand. His palm grabbed the doorknob. No need, just stay put. Woo Hyun paused slightly, looking at the doorknob for a moment, as killing intent surrounded the area. Don't tell me it's 5. Woo Hyun opened the door along with a man hiding right behind it. He smiled sinisterly, secretly holding a dagger behind his back. Die. Woo Hyun's hand swiftly grabbed his wrist. His eyes widened as he looked up at his own wrist. Woo Hyun punched him in the stomach. A notification popped up. Baek Woo Hyun wiped out Kajiru. He thought to himself, alright, that's settled, maybe I should speed up a little bit more. In the blink of an eye, Woo Hyun moved fast up the stairs, notifications popping up as each person was eliminated by him. Jong Na-yeon on this side looked at the system panel. What? Again. Baek Woo Hyun is completely overpowering everyone else. Suddenly her sharp gaze paused as she looked behind her. Jong Na-yeon swung her sword fiercely. When did he? Woo Hyun dodged in shock. Oh man, you scared me. I had no idea you were standing right next to me. At this rate, you're going to rack up 14 kills all by yourself. Woo Hyun grimaced. Did I even need to come here? Jong Na-yeon smiled. Did you clear out all the enemies in this building? He wondered. What is that weapon? Jong Na-yeon shyly grabbed random things around her. Alright, I won't lose. Let me handle the rest of the game. Woo Hyun sighed. Yeah, fine. The system announced the end of the game. Duo Survival Game Mode. Rank 1 to 50 result. The notification kept popping up. Jong Na-yeon was in utter disbelief. We fucking won a round. That's enough gaming for today, I can't take any more of this. Woo Hyun nodded. Yeah. Jong Na-yeon result. Obviously he's just an ordinary college student, but my friend is truly a living weapon. I have to get him on screen no matter what. Can you wait 2 days before starting your main mission? I'll bring a detailed broadcasting plan. Woo Hyun replied, I already told you I'm not interested. And it's not like I'm planning to do that main mission anyway. She continued, just listen to me, I'll prepare extremely thoroughly, see you later. After Jong Na-yeon left, Woo Hyun lowered his head in deep thought. He thought, so even PvP didn't give me the evidence I needed. Meanwhile, in a massive apartment amid the quiet night sky, Soil lay on her bed, scrolling through her phone happily. The Reverse Planet General Chat. The reason I think the hacker has to go Pro 27. General Chat, what I seriously realized watching today's verification stream, any catghost complaining about high-level combat robots get in here 42. General Chat, try breaking through the defense line 245 lol. General Chat, but Kong Soil is pretty cute, huh? Soil rolled back and forth in excitement. Awesome, absolutely awesome. 100,000 viewers, will I ever see that number again in my streaming career? If only I could keep streaming with Woo Hyun, I should have pushed a little harder to keep him. Woo Hyun politely refused. Sorry, but I'm not interested in appearing on camera. Soil thought, I didn't say it firmly enough, or maybe you've just been too rigid from the start. At least let me handle your payout first. I wonder how much it'll be. Her eyes widened in shock. Huh? What is this? The next day at a cafe, Woo Hyun spoke up. Why did you suddenly call me out here? He looked at the thing on the computer screen in surprise. What is this? Jong Na-yeon laughed out loud. What do you think? I stayed up all night making a presentation to convince you today. Woo Hyun blanked. Is this the quality of something you lost sleep over? Jong Na-yeon continued. You said as long as the chat doesn't affect you while playing, it's fine, right? If you don't have to pay attention to the chat and just play, would you be okay with that? Woo Hyun replied, I didn't say it was okay. She went on, so, what do you think about a reality observation show? He wondered, reality observation, an intense study program. Reality observation. A reality show where various guests in the studio observe footage of someone else. You play the game, and I'll be the one reacting and interacting. If the two of us aren't enough, we can invite a professional commentator over. I'll split the profit 60-40, how about that? Sounds like a great deal, doesn't it? Woo Hyun blanked. I already said I'm not interested. Jong Na-yeon continued. Wait, I guess you don't know how much revenue streams bring in. Wait, didn't you go handle things with Soil today actually? Woo Hyun grabbed his phone. Oh right, I just got an email this morning. I rushed out to meet you so I didn't check it. His finger tapped on the screen. Woo Hyun's agreement greeting to you Woo Hyun. He tapped to dismiss this as the screen showed the sender Kong Soil. Hello Woo Hyun. This is the stream from Soil as promised. I'm sending you yesterday's commission of 6 million won. Please reply to me with your bank account information. Oh, there was a pretty funny telegraph donation. I'll send that to you too. Jong Na-yeon was shocked. That's 6 million won. And you still don't want to show your face? Woo Hyun was deep in thought about the donation when suddenly his gaze halted. This was the screen that appeared. Anonymous viewer 62. Hello Woo Hyun. Nice to see you again. How does it feel to be back? Actually, there's a special new mission prepared just for you. I'll be watching your streams from now on. Woo Hyun thought, they know I came from the other side, and that username is clearly targeting me. Test subject number 62. He slammed his hand on the table and stood up. Who is it? You know I've returned? Can you find the donor's information? Jong Na-yeon looked bewildered. Why are you suddenly asking that? No way, the terms don't allow it. You can't message them directly either, you can only interact with them through the live stream. Woo Hyun intently, I'll do it. She was surprised. Huh? Woo Hyun said coldly, I'll livestream. Jong Na-yeon laughed out loud. Really? You better not take back your words. Everything in the cafe fell quiet, but a notification board popped up. Notification 204,120 breaking news. The hacker is about to appear on a private broadcast. On August 2, 2041 at 7 p.m., the Game Hacking Tips livestream will air. Guest hack Big Bro, Song Cheol, Jong Na-yeon. Friday prime time. A time to enjoy relaxation. Each person with their own expectations, those who pride themselves on being self-proclaimed gamers. All gathering in front of their computers with one heart and one mind, waiting for the broadcast of Hack Big Bro 5 minutes before the game starts in the broadcasting studio within Reverse Planet. Jong Na-yeon started panicking. It's about to start. I feel so nervous. Cha Song Cheol excitedly, don't worry too much. We've prepared thoroughly so there won't be any issues. Cha Song Cheol, professional commentator for Reverse Planet. Even though I was extremely nervous when I first received the commentary invitation, I never thought anyone other than Soil could manage to invite Hack Big Bro. Jong Na-yeon smiled. As soon as I said I was Woo Hyun's friend, he agreed to appear immediately. Suddenly the live screen lit up. It's time for the live broadcast. Cha Song Cheol lowered his voice. Yes. Jong Na-yeon started speaking. Hello everyone, I'm Jong Na-yeon. Cha Song Cheol also sat up straight. It's an honor to be here. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm Cha Song Cheol. Comments appeared, the stream cut out. What is this finally? Where is Hack Big Bro? Bring him out, bring him out, bring him out. Jong Na-yeon excitedly, it seems many of you are confused because Hack Big Bro isn't here right from the start. But let me tell you, it's too early to be disappointed. Woo Hyun appeared on screen. Hack Big Bro is inside the game. Comments appeared. it's Hack Big Bro. Whoever said it's a scam, get out right now. His appearance, why does he spin the knife looking so cool? I'm getting really nervous right now. Privacy protection mode. As you can see, the Hack Big Bro content will be done in the format of a reality observation show. We will give our thoughts and commentary while watching Hack Big Bro play the game. You must be very curious about how Hack Big Bro plays Reverse Planet. Jong Na-yeon smiled and said, well then, let's get started. A message screen popped up. Message from Jong Na-yeon, go ahead. Woo Hyun's finger decisively pressed the walkie-talkie button. It started. The other end of the line spoke a message from the Otherworld Administration Bureau. Rescue the survivors so they can safely escape the forest and join us. System notification, main quest, join the Otherworld Administration Bureau. Overcome the guards hunting down the escaped test subject and join the Administration Bureau located outside the forest. Woo Hyun thought, just like last time in that world, I was busy running away. He abruptly paused his train of thought. This time Woo Hyun braced himself, took a deep breath, and shouted loudly. Two players in the distance were drawn by that shout. They spun around in a combat-ready stance. The two of them rushed forward together. There he is. Surround him from three sides. Woo Hyun quickly reached behind his back to grab his chain. His pupils turned pitch black and ferocious. All of you are going to die. The others continuously fired guns at his spot. The chain was skillfully controlled. Finally, the chain managed to close in on the gun. A piercing scream echoed along with a massive explosion in the forest. They rushed forward holding swords. Charge at us. Die. The chain began to swing around behind his back. The links of the chain were tightly connected together. Both of them were bound tightly to each other. The speed of the swinging chain carried immense force. Woo Hyun's hand ruthlessly threw the two of them to the ground, their minds spinning as blood gushed from their mouths. Without a moment of hesitation, he leaped down on top of them. Woo Hyun's pupils were pitch black. There he is, you scum, don't let him get away. Woo Hyun closed his eyes behind his mask, still feeling slightly exhausted. Jong Na-yeon's jaw dropped. This isn't the Woo Hyun I know. Cha Song-cheol continued. This is the first time I've seen this kind of playstyle throughout my commentary career. Gathering enemies without considering any strategy at all. Comments appeared. The existence of the hack is already a strategy. When too lazy to search, make the enemies find you instead. That's common sense, right? I'm reconsidering my assumption that he only takes down enemies he bumps into. I thought he went crazy when he started screaming. I was doing something else and had to switch back after being startled. System log popped up. Milliard donated 50,000 won. Isn't the absolute entity way too OP? What kind of skill has no cooldown? Jong Na-yeon said. What do you think about the opinion that the absolute entity is too overpowered? Cha Song-cheol replied. I can affirm that it's not that strong. Most skills have their own cooldowns. That's why Hack Big Bro's build, which uses core elements without cooldowns, might look like a cheat. But when the absolute entity only amplifies physical abilities, it doesn't improve combat intelligence or weapon proficiency, and Hack Big Bro is playing without any adjustments, right? To put it a bit extremely, it means if Hack Big Bro has enough physical stats, he could fight like that in real life too. The absolute entity works like that because Hack Big Bro is utilizing it. Woo Hyun's two pitch-black pupils remained focused. As more people began to appear and shout, surround him, he stood amidst the downed individuals. Kim Cheol, captain from the Otherworld Administration Bureau, we are from the Otherworld Administration Bureau, drop your weapons and surrender obediently. The Otherworld Administration Bureau, a government agency dedicated to conquering invasive entities passing through spatial gates. They mainly trap and conquer dangerous invasive entities inside the reverse world where dimensions are blended. Woo Hyun raised both arms. Director Kim Cheol. I guess he's a captain now. I didn't expect to see him here. Kim Cheol was slightly startled. That outfit. You're the victim who escaped from the lab. I apologize for this rudeness. Everyone stepped back. Woo Hyun replied, it's fine. Kim Cheol continued, but that walkie-talkie, an agent inside the lab gave it to me. He sighed, he must be dead. Woo Hyun thought to himself, team leader Kim Cheol is still as kind-hearted as he was in the other world. Kim Cheol continued, then please stay at the Alien Management Bureau until your identity is verified. Woo Hyun nodded, fine. The guy replied, thanks for your cooperation. Let me show you the way. The system notified, main quest to join the Alien Management Bureau completed. You have leveled up. You have received 1 strength point. At this moment, the evening sunset fell over the headquarters of the Alien Management Bureau. Woo Hyun sat inside the room. Is this the bureau's consultation room? I never thought I'd end up here in the end. After escaping the laboratory in that other world, I took on requests from corporations to stack up money for revenge. The requests included assassinations and kidnappings, but the biggest chunk was footage of Woo Hyun fighting desperately against monsters and conquering the reverse world. Corporations would recklessly clear out reverse worlds for loot. And when they decided the loot was worthless, they dumped the cleanup job on me. Getting involved with the Alien Management Bureau was inevitable. Sometimes we teamed up for conquests, but there were also many times we clashed and pointed our swords at each other. Suddenly a voice cut in. Hello Baek Woo Hyun, I am Lee Eugene, an agent from Team 1 of the Alien Management Bureau. Comments popped up, Sister Eugene, her beauty must be in the top 3 inches. Woo Hyun was somewhat guarded. Lee Eugene looked pleased as she started pulling out a chair. You went through a lot of trouble to get here. Lee Eugene spoke up. Now you have 2 choices. First, Mr. Woo Hyun lives as a civilian under the protection of the Alien Management Bureau. In this case, using powers is strictly prohibited, and second, become an agent of the Alien Management Bureau. Of course, in the second case, you won't be acting as a full agent right away. You will immediately receive proper training and will be deployed when we assess you are ready. Suddenly Woo Hyun's face darkened. In the other world, I even worked as an agent for the Bureau and now I'm becoming a colleague again. Both of Lee Eugene's cheeks flushed red. So will you choose to be a civilian or an agent? His palms intertwined. I will, viewers commented rather angrily. Stop cutting the broadcast here. If I choose civilian, I'll just end up taking missions from corporations like on the other side. I am not walking down that path right as I get here. I will become an agent of the Alien Management Bureau. Lee Eugene said excitedly, you thought it through. If Baek Woo Hyun joins it will be a huge help. Lately, corporations keep endlessly recruiting awakeners so we're lacking manpower. I'm not just saying that because I'm a bureau agent. A lot of people regret signing contracts with those corporate sides. Those companies are still in the startup phase of training, so their experience and skill in nurturing awakeners are practically zero. On the contrary, the Alien Management Bureau is a long-standing organization with rich experience in nurturing awakeners and annihilating reverse worlds. Of course corporate pay is better, but it comes with a lot of danger. Woo Hyun thought to himself, plenty of awakeners on the other side lost their lives carrying out company missions, and some places even act all reckless and refuse to pay, so in the end I had to slash open their bellies just to get my money. Because of that mess, I got exposed as an unregistered awakener and was tracked by the Alien Management Bureau for a while. Thinking back, that's when I met Bureau Chief Kim Cheol. Lee Eugene continued, then now I'll ask the tech team to register Baek Woo Hyun as an awakener. And here is your official phone. He held the phone in his hand and asked, so what do I do now? She explained, like I said, first you'll be trained as an intern, and once your strength is verified you'll get promoted, and that's when your team will be decided. Lee Eugene emphasized, it's so great for both of us to be on the same team. Woo Hyun stood up and replied sincerely, I hope so too. On the other side, I still owe Jean a favor, even though we crossed paths quite a few times later on. Lee Eugene said, dedicated to the innocent victims trapped in the research lab. He pondered, thanks to Lee Eugene leading the raid on the research institute, me and my colleagues were able to survive. She shook his hand and said, looking forward to your help from now on, Junior. Woo Hyun replied, looking forward to your guidance, Senior. Jong Na-yeon was surprised, wait a second guys, isn't something weird about this? NPCs aren't supposed to talk like this. Jong Na-yeon had previously asked Midway, can we change routes like that? Lee Eugene replied, civilian or agent, which side do you choose? Jong Na-yeon got angry, hey, she kept talking, the Lee Eugene I met isn't like this at all. Cha Song-cheol trembled, no way, could this be a fully reactive artificial intelligence? Comments appeared, isn't Reverse Planet Game the absolute best? They managed to do this too? What even is a fully reactive AI? Cha Song-cheol explained, a fully reactive artificial intelligence is a type of NPC AI that can completely respond to every situation and request. Unlike regular NPCs, it can communicate as freely as a real person. That's a technology that consumes a massive amount of resources. Industry experts thought it was impossible to integrate into online games. Jong Na-yeon continued, maybe they thoroughly solved the resource issue. He replied, no way. If that were true, they would have advertised it heavily everywhere. Maybe this technology only activates when special conditions are met, and perhaps that bare minimum condition is having zero support from the start, the only difference between Hack Big Bro and other users. The system notified, combat support index at 0%. Jong Na-yeon smiled awkwardly. Woo Hyun, you really, no matter what, the notification board is totally going to blow up, huh? Cha Song-cheol nodded. Yeah, I guess I'll lose sleep waiting to see how Reverse Planet Earth announces this. People interested in his storyline will probably find it super interesting. Who knows, they might even invite big names as guest stars. Today's multi-branch storyline ends here, right? Jong Na-yeon replied, yep. Please look forward to the next content, everyone. Now we're moving on to PvP content. Comments appeared, don't stop here. Waiting until the next session is unbearable. At this point, Woo Hyun was in the combat preparation room. Has Anonymous Viewer 62 still not shown up? He recalled the computer screen at the PC bang instead. If there's a donation or comment from Anonymous Viewer 62, let me know immediately. No matter the circumstances, report it. Jong Na-yeon nodded. Ah yeah, got it. He thought to himself, no word from Jong Na-yeon, guess I gotta keep streaming. Back Woo Hyun's message popped up, done preparing. Jong Na-yeon smiled, then next up we'll proceed with PvP. Today's content is right in front of Woo Hyun, a large combat sphere. This is the first time Hack Big Bro is playing the combat mode. Cha Song-cheol followed up, if that's the case, we'll start with regular matches. Let me explain for those who don't know, there are a total of 8 tiers in Reverse Planet. And to enter bronze you have to win 10 regular matches. According to stats, regular players usually take about 2 hours, while pro players take around 30 minutes. Comments appeared, turns out I'm way below average. This game has a lot of veteran players, so matchmaking luck is super important too. Notification popped up, quest to promote to bronze within 30 minutes completed, reward 500,000 won. Jong Na-yeon got excited. Oh, a message popped up from Jong Na-yeon, hey, awesome quest, the first quest is here. Can you win 10 games in a row within 30 minutes? Comments appeared, whoa, so confident. You think bronze is easy? If this isn't arrogance, what is? Google battle cry. Jong Na-yeon continued, this is seriously engaging, huh? Cha Song-cheol nodded, yeah, will Hack Big Bro succeed? Everyone stay tuned till the end. Notification popped up, PvP combat mode matchmaking. Regular solo match successful in District 6 residential area. 10 seconds before round 1 starts, Cha Song-cheol suddenly raised his eyebrows in shock. Huh? He brought weapons I've never seen before. Woo Hyun was in ready stance. They didn't know the man in black stepped back and thought, it's a close combat skill, once you get closed in you win for sure. Just how much did I underestimate Hack Big Bro? Covered in the previous continuation line as a single text block per prompt rule, the numbers started counting down. Match 1 begins. The man started summoning his power and shouted, Ice Burst. A long slash mark appeared right across the middle of his face. Woo Hyun's body nimbly moved behind the back of the man in black. In just a split second his entire body shattered to pieces. System notification, match 1 ends, winner Baek Woo Hyun, loser Anonymous. Current record Baek Woo Hyun judged the system notification. Next match, the man shouted loudly, ugh, ran into a trash mob again. I surrender. I surrender. System notification, Anonymous surrendered, match ends. Ultimate winner Baek Woo Hyun. Ultimate loser Anonymous. System notification for match 1. Woo Hyun continuously used his sword to parry. The man's face turned terrified as he yelled, my darkness. No sooner had he finished his sentence than he was easily taken down by him. System notification, current record Baek Woo Hyun head melon ultimate winner. Baek Woo Hyun ultimate loser head melon. System notification Woo Hyun enters the third match. The large man also sprouted a long slash across his face. Die. System notification. Current record Baek Woo Hyun will strog raising pig. Ultimate winner Woo Hyun. The man in the fourth match wasn't easy either. System continuously popped up. 11 minutes to victory. PvP regular combat 2-0. 8 minutes to victory. PvP regular combat 1-0. 6 minutes to combat 2-0. 3 minutes to combat 2-0. Jong Na-yeon and Cha Song-cheol were extremely shocked. The time it took Baek Woo Hyun to win 10 consecutive matches was only 20 minutes, and on this side his body was still completely intact without a single scratch. System notification, promotion Baek Woo Hyun to bronze tier. Jong Na-yeon looked blank. Whoa crazy, what should I say? It feels like getting left behind. Cha Song-cheol smiled awkwardly, winning 10 matches in a row in 20 minutes. Comments appeared. What on earth is this? Are you insane? It feels like breaking through the record wall of top pros, summarized in one word, GOAT. Cha Song-cheol continued, the time is absurd, but what's even more surprising is the match record. Usually when you encounter counter skills or major risks, your performance fluctuates up and down. The interviewer brushed his hands. I have a hard time dealing with fire flames. He continued, but with Hack Big Bro, no matter what skills the opponent has, he still maintains a flawless performance, completely unshaken throughout the match, literally getting more fired up the more he fights. Notification popped up, Pinecone donated 500,000 won. Huh, how did he do that? Jong Na-yeon got excited, thanks Pinecone. It's so anticipated. I wonder how he'll perform in the next ranking games. Cha Song-cheol smiled, me too, but I'm also a bit worried. She asked curiously, why is that? He continued, anyway since he's streaming it's easy to get targeted, isn't it, but oh well. Anyway, the success rate isn't that high anyway, so hopefully it's just unnecessary worry. Comments popped up, if I place a bet. System notification, PvP matchup mode, standard solo matches usually succeed. Cemetery Area 11. A man appeared, oh, well, finally running into this shameless punk. You guys better watch closely. Let me show you how to deal with that hacker. Comments appeared, could it be he just ranked up and is already being targeted? What should I do? Such a high-tier hacker punk. Did you guys see that? This is the average skill level of those dung beetles. The developers say no, but they're so stubborn. Woo Hyun's face darkened as he prepared to draw his sword. Cha Song-cheol said, Hack Big Brother isn't reacting to the provocation at all. Jong Na-yeon replied, I told him to just ignore guys like this. A blush spread across her cheeks, and another thing. Cha Song-cheol cut in, it's starting. System notification, round 1 begins. Leo's body screamed out in agonizing pain. He suddenly soared into the air amid a brilliant flash of light. With a thrilled expression, Leo shouted loudly, die. Comments appeared, didn't land a single hit. Claimed he'd teach him a lesson only to get schooled instead. All talk and no delivery, typical. Woo Hyun leaned to the side, he seemed confident, so I kept my guard up. His arm swiftly swung the blade across Leo's body, just a waste of time. System notification, round 1 ends. Winner, Woo Hyun, loser, nameless. Current record, Woo Hyun 1, nameless 0. With a painful expression, Leo muttered softly, monster. System notification, the next round will start immediately. Round 2 will begin in 10 seconds. Leo gritted his teeth, keep this up and I'm going to lose again. I need to use it. System notification, round 2 begins. Electrical currents coursed through his body once more. Before Woo Hyun's eyes was a powerful surge of electricity. What is this? The electricity enveloping his body suddenly struck the boulder. Woo Hyun thought to himself, sharper and stronger than before, moving more efficiently like a completely different person. With intense excitement, Leo shouted, see that, hacker? He launched continuous attacks at Woo Hyun. I just let you have the first round. Crossing both arms to shield his face, Woo Hyun thought, so a hacker is actually like this. Jong Na-yeon spoke up, I remember, but if you run into a provocateur, a hacker, she smiles and crushes him. That's what I said. The pupils in Woo Hyun's eyes suddenly turned pitch black. All of a sudden, power radiated from Woo Hyun's entire body. What's this? The air instantly grew heavy. You have nothing to be afraid of. Anyone can see we have an overwhelming advantage. Leo rushed forward, stop trying to look so cool. His agile feet leaped up, shifting away from his spot. Woo Hyun smoothly glided his blade across the man's body, leaving Leo's eyes wide open and frozen, completely unable to fight back. He angrily spun around to the back, as the blade once again swept past Leo's arm, and he threw a punch packed with the full force of his palm. Without hesitation, Woo Hyun swung his sword back up, leaving Leo staring down, gritting his teeth as tears welled in his eyes. The monitor continued to glow brightly as the match unfolded. Jong Na-yeon laughed awkwardly, everyone must not be. Cha Song-cheol was also utterly astonished, answering awkwardly, right. Jong Na-yeon said, looks like he deliberately avoided delivering the finishing blow, doesn't it? Cha Song-cheol continued, I think you're right. Hack Big Brother is seriously following Ms. Jong Na-yeon's advice to the letter. She laughed sheepishly, well, of course I told him to utterly crush the guy. But, comments appeared, a monster created by Jong Na-yeon, what a terrifying woman. Anyway, it's all because Jong Na-yeon gave him that advice. I'm honestly scared of what kind of advice she'll dish out next. Leo slumped to the ground. What on earth are you? Woo Hyun said coldly, I'm returning those exact words to you. With those final words, his blade finally came down, bringing round 2 to a close. System notification, final score, Baek Woo-hyun 2, nameless 0. Winner, Baek Woo-hyun, loser, nameless. Afterwards, Baek Woo-hyun continued his unstoppable winning streak, immediately surging past 30 consecutive wins. Jong Na-yeon spoke up, he's reached gold rank now. Cha Song-cheol followed up, I never imagined he'd set a record of 30 consecutive wins right on his very first broadcast. Comments appeared, I was seriously holding my breath watching this. Now this is what you call a skill gap. What did you eat to get this strong? Can you share your build with us? Please. Jong Na-yeon thought to herself, most people hesitate to reveal their playstyle, but should I ask him? A message popped up, by the way, Woo-hyun, could you share your build? You can refuse if you don't want to. You replied, sure. Why not? Jong Na-yeon continued, everyone, the god of mechanics says he's going to reveal his build. I'll compile it and post it on the community board right after the stream. Cha Song-cheol gasped in shock, really? Comments appeared, huh? He's actually revealing his build? I only asked hoping for a miracle and he's actually doing it. Isn't sharing your playstyle a sensitive topic? That just shows how insanely confident he is. Jong Na-yeon bowed, we'll see you all in the next broadcast. Cha Song-cheol also bowed, thanks for sticking with us for so long, he exclaimed excitedly, seriously though, that was completely insane. Jong Na-yeon burst out laughing, totally, someone who completely dominates 30 straight wins and even drops his build? The community boards are going to explode. At this rate, isn't he going to set a brand new record? What's the current record for the most consecutive wins anyway? Cha Song-cheol replied, right now, the record for the most consecutive wins in duel mode is held by the player battler with 76 wins. That was a record set while he was grinding his Smurf account. Jong Na-yeon said enthusiastically, either way, it'd be awesome if Woo-hyun sets a new record. Well, if it's Woo-hyun, he's definitely up for it. Additionally, Cha Song-cheol added, knowing battler and his competitive streak, he's probably got his eyes locked on the god of mechanics right now. Fingers slowly clicking and moving the mouse. The Reverse Planet community page on the screen with the arrow scrolling continuously upward. Fingers still dragging the mouse across the screen at a leisurely pace, displaying the report results. The reported player has been penalized. Unauthorized illegal program usage detected. A permanent ban has been issued in accordance with the terms of service. Resting his chin in his hand, battler suddenly let out a weary sigh. On the screen was text reading, seriously, even battler couldn't break this record. He read the text aloud, even battler couldn't break it. A amused chuckle escaped his lips. A few mornings later, the second broadcast. Woo-hyun mused, anonymous viewer 62 at the very end. He didn't show up in the last stream, does that mean I'm still lacking something? Suddenly, a sweet voice cut through the atmosphere, Junior. Lee Eugene waved cheerfully at him, looking as stunning as ever with a radiant smile. Comments appeared, Senior Eugene, who adapts completely, is amazing. And Riff is a failure. Her looks definitely deserve top 3 among popular NPCs in Riff. She is seriously too pretty. She said, this is your first field mission, aren't you nervous at all? You replied, field missions are a bit faster than I expected. But I'm fine. A new quest window popped up the moment I logged into the game. System notification, your first field mission has been assigned. Change into your combat gear and report to the designated location. Lee Eugene, to think a rookie agent is already taking on field missions. It's great being able to skip training since this is a game, so what's the field mission this time? Lee Eugene explained, we need to completely exterminate the invasive entities inside the reversed world and seal the space. We've received reports that they might become aggressive. Another location discarded by the corporations. We usually leave them be since they're sometimes useful for elimination. But who would have expected? They just stir everything up and toss it aside when there's no profit left. Woo-hyun thought to himself, as expected, what corporations do here and there is always the same. Anyway, the invasive entities were small-sized insects. The danger assessment for this type of invasive insect was low, rated F2E. He pondered, they're weak, but there are so many of them that dealing with a horde is a hassle. A masked soldier placed his hand to his forehead, Lieutenant, Doctorish. Are you an awakened from the Otherworld Administration Bureau? Lee Eugene held up her ID, yes, thank you for your hard work. he replied, access confirmed, you may enter. The heavy magnetic door cracked open. Creepy, I've never seen a gate appear inside an abandoned factory. Woo Hyun looked up, no wonder it looked so familiar. I've seen this thing in the netherworld too, but back then I'm sure it was medium-sized, not small. He muttered thoughtfully, is something off? Lee Eugene spoke up, shall we head in? Suddenly, a loud voice interrupted, well, look who it is. Choi Hyung Cheol, an awakened affiliated with Gumsan Electronics Corporation. What brings our senior Lee Eugene to such a small-scale gate? Lee Eugene asked with a puzzled look, Choi Hyung Cheol, why are you? He walked over and answered, I'm surprised too. You know what? Never thought my mission location would overlap with seniors. She continued, you abandoned and threw it away. And now you're calling it a mission. Yeah, don't tell me you're plotting something. Choi Hyung Cheol replied, plotting? That hurts my feelings. By the way, who is this? A new junior joining up? Instead of suffering for nothing at the bureau, why don't you try joining a corporation? Lee Eugene cut him off, Choi Hyung Cheol. Her gaze turned sharp, don't cross the line. He chuckled and stepped back, alright, I get it. Since I'm handing this reversed world over to you, take good care of it, senior. With a loud laugh, Choi Hyung Cheol walked away. Good luck. Woo Hyun asked curiously, who was that? Lee Eugene buried her face in her hands, he was the first rookie agent I was assigned to supervise. My blood sugar is dropping. After he got scouted by a corporation and left, he started spreading toxic rumors about the bureau. Cha Song Cheol spoke up, isn't this the first time the relationship between Lee Eugene and Choi Hyung Cheol has been revealed in such detail? Jong Nayeon continued, this is the first time I'm seeing something like this. Usually, they just give a vague explanation that something terrible happened between them. He said, it looks like a broader story is being unlocked thanks to the influence of the fully adaptive AI. Comments appeared, this is going to be a massive hidden storyline if it gets revealed. Could Reverse Planet Earth have been hiding something all along? Lee Eugene stepped forward, we should take these somber talks and head inside right now, shouldn't we? Woo Hyun replied, sure. Outside the glowing doorway, it looked like they had already stepped inside. So, let's kick off the plan. 20 minutes later, inside the reversed world. At this moment, Woo Hyun's pupils were pitch black as he coldly wiped the blood off his face. Before him was Lee Eugene, slumped and leaning against a tree trunk. A candy with a red wrapper lay on the ground next to a pool of blood. Just a few minutes ago, Woo Hyun and Lee Eugene had just stepped through the gate. She walked up to the gate warning, this is the passage to the reversed world. Once you pass through the warp gate on the other side, you'll enter the reversed world. Woo Hyun nodded and walked forward without hesitation. Got it. It's just like the netherworld. Suddenly, a violent shockwave stopped them from crossing the gate. Drawing on his experience, Woo Hyun quickly realized an anomaly. Lee Eugene was sucked into the gate, only managing to leave behind the words, Junior. The light from it gradually engulfed her body. Watch out. Beyond the gate is a dense forest crawling with monsters. Woo Hyun looked around to scout the situation. This is a forest. Did I just get separated from Lee Eugene? Passageways collapsing due to external shocks is a common occurrence. First, he twirled the knife in his hand, preparing to wipe out the hunting spiders. His gaze sharp and resolute. I should take care of these first and then go look for Lee Eugene. Elsewhere, someone gathered bolts of lightning into the palm of their hand. Lee Eugene unleashed a radiating wave of power, and not a single spider escaped the lightning scatter. They practically disintegrated instantly. Finding the spiders way too persistent, she let out a helpless sigh. They just keep coming, no matter how many I kill. And besides, no matter how you look at the scale of this forest, this place feels closer to a medium-scale reversed world than a small-scale one. Lee Eugene let out a frustrated sigh. As expected, something fishy is going on. While she wasn't paying attention, Choi Hyung Cheol launched a sneak attack from behind. Hope the junior is still doing well. Very quickly, Lee Eugene noticed, and even though she managed to dodge in time, she still took a hit. What the hell? Lee Eugene backed away, keeping her distance, as he chuckled. Lee Eugene couldn't believe he would pull something like this. Choi Hyung Cheol. Why are you? He smirked sarcastically. Should I say we're on a top-secret mission? I'm just following orders, so don't hold a grudge against me. She was in so much pain she could barely stand. Total nonsense. That wound is deep. I need to get out of here right now. Thinking quickly, Lee Eugene unleashed a lightning burst as a decoy. Sharp rocks jutted up to block their path as an earth barrier, and right after that, they blew apart, sending debris flying everywhere. Seizing the opportunity, Lee Eugene bolted away at top speed. Choi Hyung Cheol angrily cursed at him. You idiots, after him. Despite her best efforts, she was still moving too slowly. To increase her chances of escaping, Li Eugene clasped her hands together and channeled electricity. She spread her arms wide to forge a spear of lightning. Right after that, Li Eugene gripped the spear tightly, ready for battle. With every ounce of strength she had, she executed a flip and hurled the lightning spear backward, the bolt causing the ground right beneath their feet to detonate. Right in the nick of time, she found her escape route. "Hey you bastard, why didn't you block her? Damn it, because of you we lost her." Choi Hyung-cheol barked rapid-fire orders. "Search ahead right now." After they cleared out, Li Eugene finally crawled out of hiding. She let out a sigh of relief. "If it weren't for that killing cave, I would have been in serious trouble." Anyway, a secret mission. What on earth are these corporations plotting? At the same time, over on Woo Hyun's side, he was hyping up the fans. "That's it right there. Why are they getting wiped out in a single blow? Looks like he's already taken down dozens of them." He looked down at the footprints on the ground with absolute certainty. "I can definitely sense Li Eugene's presence here." He lowered his head slightly, realizing something had happened. Suddenly, a familiar oppressive aura appeared nearby. Woo Hyun quickly recognized it and sprinted toward her. Li Eugene's voice, his speed was so fast the signal tracker couldn't even keep up. Li Eugene was being tightly coiled by a massive centipede. Senior Eugene is in danger. How did she lose to a bunch of bugs? By the way, does anyone know how he even knew she was here to rush over like that? Without a single wasted movement, Woo Hyun rushed in. With just a few simple slashes, he rescued her from its grasp. Woo Hyun caught Li Eugene, preventing her from crashing hard against the ground. He set her down and asked, "Are you okay, senior?" Li Eugene softly called out, "Junior." Woo Hyun quickly realized something was abnormal. Someone as seasoned as Li Eugene couldn't possibly get beaten by these run-of-the-mill insects. This was a wound caused by a special ability. Reviewing the situation, the awakened who could pull this off was. Did he guess right on the money that it was Choi Hyung-cheol? She nodded. "Yeah, looks like he's been tailing right behind us." Back outside, Jong Nayeon looked confused. "Don't you guys think something is weird? Choi Hyung-cheol usually ambushes much later than this." The comments agreed. He always attacks during the corporation-related plotline, you know. But did that happen already? Something big is going on. She turned to ask Cha Song-cheol, could this be due to the influence of the fully adaptive AI? He shared the same thought. "For now, that's the only guess we can make." What an interesting hidden storyline. Let's just keep watching for now. Meanwhile, Li Eugene's face flushed red. "I just barely shook him off my tail, but I don't know when he'll come back to ambush me again. Besides, if I use my ability, there's a risk my position will be exposed. So Junior, you should run away first." Woo Hyun had other plans in mind. "First, let me bandage your wound and hide you for a bit. I'll go take care of them and come back." She disagreed and immediately stopped him. "Wait, Choi Hyung-cheol is a veteran awakened. You can't take him on all by yourself." Woo Hyun cut her off. "It's fine." He nodded reassuringly. "I have a plan." At the same time, down by the riverbank, Choi Hyun-cheol's group was gathering. Where the hell did she hide? He sighed and doled out orders. "Anyway, in that condition, she can't have gone far. So search this entire valley while I head downstream to track the target." Suddenly, something caught Choi Hyung-cheol's eye. He whipped up his fire-infused hands to launch an attack just in case. Woo Hyun put on an innocent, clueless face and begged, "Wait a second." Lowering his guard slightly, he interrogated him. "You're Li Eugene's junior, aren't you?" Before answering, he whined, "I barely survived. I never expected the passageway to suddenly collapse and get me separated from Senior Eugene. Do you happen to know what happened?" The chat exploded with surprise. "What kind of acting is this?" Even without seeing his face, I can tell. His acting skills are top tier. Rest in peace, buddy. Choi Hyung-cheol let out an "oh." Feigning friendliness, he placed a hand on his shoulder. "You still don't know, do you? Well, here's what happened." Choi Hyung-cheol grinned maliciously and lunged forward. "You two will get to meet up if you just go to sleep for a bit." Right after that, a stream of blood spurted into the air. Before he even understood what was happening, Woo Hyun stabbed him cleanly with a single thrust. By the time he registered it, Choi Hyung-cheol let out a trembling scream. "Gak, gak." Down in the chat, viewers cheered with satisfaction. Getting stabbed by that thing is totally deserved. Such pinpoint accuracy. Clutching his wound, he collapsed, prompting his panicked teammates to rush over. "What is it? What happened?" As for him, he quietly slipped away. The teammates caught Choi Hyung-cheol. "Oh God, are you okay?" Meanwhile, Wu Hyun successfully blended back into the bushes. Supporting him with one arm, the other guy yelled out, "I'll patch you up, go chase that bastard down." They immediately drew their weapons and gave chase. Got it. He pushed deep into the forest, completely unaware that he was being tracked from afar by Wu Hyun perched on a nearby tree branch. Where the hell did he go? As they looked around, a dark figure suddenly materialized right behind them. You can't get far. Like a gust of wind, he appeared right behind the guy. What the? They tried to reassure themselves, scared the living daylights out of me. But Wu Hyun struck swiftly before the guy could even suspect anything. Over on the other side, a teammate was desperately trying to stem the bleeding. "Hey, stay conscious, I've stopped the bleeding, all you need to do is get outside and get treated." So, suddenly, something flashed brightly in the sky, and then shot straight into Choi Hyung-cheol's wound, making him vomit a mouthful of blood. Glancing around frantically, the teammate bellowed, "This crazy bastard, where did you?" The other person stood up as well, asking vigilantly, "Where did my comrades go?" But he only received silence from Wu Hyun in response. He raised the sword in his hand as his answer. The other person suddenly realized that it belonged to his comrade. The sword could not hold back its surging anger. The other person executed a technique and lunged forward to attack. "You." Then simultaneously launched sharp, dagger-like stones. "I'll make you pay." Completely unfazed, Wu Hyun effortlessly sliced through all those stones with a single swing. Refusing to admit defeat, the other person deployed another technique, "Not yet," and then unleashed it, causing the ground beneath to erupt. Massive earth tendrils and boulders were hurled toward him. Earthquake. Wu Hyun remained calm, looking around, then quickly chopped down a nearby tree, using the stump as leverage, while leaning the branch against another tree, forming a makeshift shield just sturdy enough to keep Wu Hyun from being buried by the previous earthquake. Seeing this, the other person shouted angrily, "You monster!" While he was hiding behind the log, a rock spire suddenly shot up nearby. A giant boulder was hurled toward Wu Hyun, Stonehorn, but he quickly dodged it. Wu Hyun's expression remained emotionless as he watched the rock hurtle closer toward him, and a rock shard successfully pierced Wu Hyun's arm. Seeing him suddenly rush toward his position, the other person frantically hurled stones in self-defense. "Don't come near." Wu Hyun drew his second sword. With one slash and then a second slash, he cleaved those massive boulders right in half, and finally finished off the unfortunate soul in the blink of an eye. The other person trembled in utter disbelief, unable to even speak, as a notification popped up in front of him. Wu Hyun sheathed his sword and let out a gentle sigh, whoosh. The chat comments flooded in continuously. "He's actually crazy, an absolute madman. Watching this is breathtaking. Praise the ambush." Jong Na-yeon watched in absolute bewilderment. She broke out into a cold sweat. Just a single core element, and he took down 3 hounds all by himself? Meanwhile, Cha Song-cheol beside her was completely entranced in admiration and devotion, and the chat comments exploded. "It feels like facing an insurmountable wall. But aren't the hounds on their first mission? Is this difficulty even right? My jaw is literally dropped, I'm not even kidding." Wu Hyun looked at the wound he had just sustained. "Even after pulling off a 2-man ambush, I still ended up hurt like this. I'm still way worse off than I was in that other world." He didn't dwell on it much. Time to check the surroundings. Wu Hyun checked Choi Hyung-cheol's phone and found messages stating the target would be transferred to the reverse planet, ordering them to capture them alive if possible, but authorization to eliminate was granted if necessary. He checked the messages while thoroughly searching the empty corpses. The only message was from Lee Eugene, and the investigation was transferred to the bureau. And the dropped equipment appeared, reversion blade. First effect, slightly increases blade sharpness. Second effect, can be recalled to the hand at will when thrown. Effects only apply in PvE. Next was the Victor's Bracelet. First effect, increases the power of psychic skills. Second effect, reduces the cooldown of psychic skills. It can be recalled to the hand at will when thrown. The final item, Hermit's Necklace. First effect, grants access to dark magic. Second effect, allows equipment storage at any time. Effects only apply in PvE. Holding the reversion blade in his hand, Wu Hyun thought to himself, "I can test out the effects right away. Figures it's a game." Back on the other side, we had to guess the effects through trial and error. Then he tossed all 3 swords into the spatial gate. "Anyway, that's taken care of for now, I need to hurry." Wu Hyun thought to himself, "Conquer the reverse planet before Lee Eugene's wounds get worse." Lee Eugene frowned and blinked in confusion. Confronting her right now was a giant scorpion monster, the Emperor's scorpion entity. Clutching her wound, Lee Eugene let out a bitter laugh. "Man, talk about terrible luck, ending up right in this place. should I even call this lucky? She thought to herself, if it had gone to the junior instead. Suddenly, it lashed out with its pincers to attack. She channeled energy into her hands, preparing to strike. I've gotta handle this myself somehow. Li Eugene charged forward, ready to fight the scorpion to the death. Electricity surged from her hands, but before she could even launch her attack, its pincers suddenly dropped right to the ground, leaving Li Eugene completely surprised. Emerging from the smoke, someone was standing right on top of the scorpion. Looking utterly badass with one hand holding a sword and one foot stepping down on the blade embedded in the beast, Wu Hyun asked, "Are you okay?" Still dazed with sparkling eyes, Li Eugene looked up. Junior. The chat comments flooded in again. Sister Eugene, Sister Eugene, Sister Eugene. Fighting a boss in that condition, and she already wiped out all the grunts, the elites, and now even the boss. He noticed the cracks appearing across the sky. The reverse planet is starting to close. Wu Hyun jumped down to where she was. You actually took down the hounds all by yourself. He said, let's get out of here, I'll carry you. Jong Nayeon narrated, completed right as the pathway collapsed, with the lockdown starting before they could escape. Yeah, on screen was the image of Wu Hyun carrying Li Eugene on his back. Cha Song-cheol chimed in, that's right, so we've got to escape before we get trapped. He instructed her, hold on tight, then. Li Eugene from behind, got it. Beneath the shattered sky, Wu Hyun carried Li Eugene toward the spatial gate as the ensuing notification popped up, sweep completed. Received 1 psychic point, leveled up and received a psychic point in the alternate dimension. Kim Cheol's Administration Bureau headquarters. The captain of the Alternate Dimension Administration Bureau asked, is it true that Li Eugene was attacked by a corporate awakened? He replied, yes, it's true. He rubbed his temples, those corporate bastards, they've finally crossed the line. So what happened to them? Wu Hyun answered, I wiped them all out. Kim Cheol raised his head, wiped them out? How could you possibly do that alone? He recalled a past memory. Kim Cheol continued asking, is there any usable evidence? He placed a phone on the table. Their phones, the messages show orders, but the rest has been encrypted. He told him, good, that'll make the investigation easier. Leave the rest to us and go get some rest. Wu Hyun stood up and replied, I'm heading out. Seeing him walk away with a gloomy, dissatisfied look, he called him back. Wait. He reminded Wu Hyun, just a gentle warning, there's definitely going to be a next time. Kim Cheol instructed, until then, you need to exercise restraint. Understand? Wu Hyun looked down and answered, understood. A notification banner popped up, first field mission completed. Level up, received 1 stat point. Please choose your second core element. Sitting with Cha Song-cheol, Jong Nayeon exclaimed, the first field mission is finally over. He remarked, that was a lot flashier than I expected. Ha ha, she looked at her tablet in surprise, the viewers must be really satisfied, right? A notification appeared, anonymous viewer 62 sent a private tip of 3 million won. Congratulations on clearing the first gate. This was a special mission. Jong Nayeon immediately messaged Wu Hyun, anonymous viewer 62 just sent a tip and a message. They tipped 3 million won. That's amazing. Seeing that, he muttered under his breath. Right on cue, her message continued to come through, I'll send you the screenshot. Now I'll assign a special mission. End the stream first. Wu Hyun asked skeptically, a special mission? Come to think of it, he had mentioned that earlier, so he must be telling him after the stream. Fine, whatever. A flurry of comments appeared from anonymous viewer 62, hey Wu Hyun. It's great to see you again. How does it feel to be back in the real world? I've prepared something special for you. Wu Hyun glanced sideways at the notification, thanks for passing the message along. Let's keep the stream going. Jong Nayeon quickly sent him an OK sticker. Outside, Jong Nayeon suddenly turned her head and whispered, is something wrong? She quickly caught herself and replied, looking startled, I'm not apologizing. Flustered and blushing brightly, Jong Nayeon thought to herself, wait, so Cha Song-cheol didn't see this tip window? Oh right, it was a private donation. I'll look into this later. Let's focus on the stream first. Regaining her composure, she cheerfully called out, now let's keep today's stream rolling. Let's ride this momentum and jump right into PvP. Startling him completely, right. Holding the tablet in her hand, Jong Nayeon recapped, in the last PvP duel match, the god of mechanics pulled off an insane win streak and completely shook up the leaderboard. Cha Song-cheol agreed, that's right, So what are we doing for today's PvP? Hesitating slightly, she said, today's PvP is a scramble across 4 modes. Players pick one and play a 5-on-5 best-of-3 match. A barrage of comments instantly appeared. What do you mean scramble? We're not doing duels? I was looking forward to the duel win streak. Seriously, are you kidding me? Are they not continuing because they're afraid of losing their streak? Seeming to have expected this, Jong Nayeon offered an awkward smile. Sure enough, some people are against it, but once they see it, I bet you they'll change their minds. After a moment, she winked and announced, now, let's get started. Inside the game, the system announced, standard escort PvP mode match found. The 5-player attacking team is in position, cheerfully greeting one another. Hello, let's have a great match. Let's give it our all. Cha Song-cheol was quite surprised by this turn of events. So our first match is an escort? In escort mode, the attacking team pushes the crate to the objective while the defending team tries to stop them. Jong Nayeon turned with a massive question mark on her face. This is our very first time seeing a 5-on-5 team match. Can the god of mechanics maintain his reputation? Then the system voice echoed, round 1 starts now, and the car tires began rolling down the road. 2 people stood on top of the vehicle to guard the crate, 1 stayed behind to secure the rear, and 2 took the lead to scout the path. Let's go, let's do this everyone. Woo Hyun paused, turning his head to look back. Seeing this, Cha Song-cheol wondered, is he stopping? Right now, he was using his sharp gaze to observe his surroundings. Jong Nayeon guessed tentatively, looks like he's planning to go for a backdoor? He immediately confirmed, that's right, players usually stay close to the crate, but if a player has the skills, going for a backdoor isn't a bad idea. Still, holding off 5 people all by yourself is never easy. No sooner had he finished speaking than Woo Hyun leaped away, weaving through every corner along the path. Someone commented, but if it's the god of mechanics, maybe. Watching those lightning-fast movements, they reasoned, it's not even ranked. It's just normal matches. They're all newbies, it'll totally work. Why not assume there are some hardcore smurfs hiding here? Everyone looked at Woo Hyun's position on the map and couldn't help exclaiming, such extraordinary speed, he's about to collide with the defensive team. Not long after, Woo Hyun pulled out his sword, hovering in midair right above the head of the defensive team. He swung his arm backward, pulling out a dagger. Woo Hyun naturally threw that dagger straight downward. Immediately, one person was hit squarely by it, flying back with a splash of blood, causing a teammate to scream in shock. What the hell is that? The blonde guy panicked and shouted loudly, it's a backdoor. As soon as he finished speaking, another streak of light flashed across his neck. The system immediately displayed, Baek Woo Hyun killed them way too easily. When that guy crashed hard onto the ground, it was also when Woo Hyun landed, horrifying the rest of them. What the hell is our team doing? They watched him slowly pull the sword from his back and discussed among themselves, I'll stall him. You guys focus on the crate. Okay. After that, a bunch of information popped up. Baek Woo Hyun killed Potato Heaven, Dae Hwang Jun, and Swimming Elephant. His teammates read them and also confusedly blurted out, what is this? Elimination notifications kept popping up. In a flash, the system updated. The first half ended with a victory for the attacking team, causing the players to drop their jaws and mutter, it's already over? The comments section was also in an uproar. Look at the teammates' reactions. It's going to be so annoying if the match ends before I even see the enemy's face. If you have someone carrying like that, you should be grateful. Outside, Jong Nayeon pressed her face close to the screen in agreement. We knew beforehand he would carry the team, but it ended so fast so it's pretty disappointing. Cha Song-cheol compared, today it feels like he's even faster than usual, right? Maybe he's in a rush for something. She smiled and replied, who knows? Let's just keep watching. Switching scenes inside the game, Woo Hyun unleashed his punch onto another captured player. That guy collapsed to the ground in an instant, surrounded by players who had already been taken down. Multiple explosions kept happening in the conquest wall area. The team members of the other group at this moment were desperately unleashing their skills to stop Woo Hyun, while not forgetting to curse. What the hell is that bastard doing? Stop him, yet nothing could stop the god of war. He single-handedly dodged those attacks and leaped way up high. Woo Hyun quickly finished off those 2 players as well. Tiny red and white glowing specks kept falling in front of him. Before long, a flag stained with mottled blood was raised to claim the point. And just like that, Baek Woo Hyun swept the battlefield with an overwhelming pentakill and quickly ended every match. The scoreboard popped up again. Anonymous viewer 62 privately donated 3 million won. You worked hard today. Now I'll assign you a special mission. Open the new system of Reverse Planet while you play the game. Seeing money made Jong Nayeon's eyes shine like stars, and she excitedly thought to herself, another 3 million, she texted him, Woo Hyun, another one, again. Anonymous viewer 62 gifted with a message. Should we use the 3 million to organize an event with subscribers? Or let the whole team go out to eat, or maybe upgrade our equipment? Woo Hyun hummed a reply, yeah. Just send the screenshot. After reading it, he muttered, a new system when you play means basically I have no other choice than to just keep playing PvE or PvP. He closed his eyes, raised his face displaying a clear look of exhaustion. Woo Hyun narrowed his eyes slightly, telling himself, for now, I'll just do as he wants. A few days later, on the third day of the story exploration segment, he was heading into the Combat Training Area's Space Management Bureau. A message from Lee Eugene came through, Junior, I'm injured so I won't be able to guide you for a while, so I found a replacement. Come to the training ground, I'll introduce you to them. Jong Nayeon curiously asked, who could the replacement be? Cha Song-cheol guessed, considering the reputation of the mechanics god, they'll probably assign a famous agent. The others chimed in with comments, could Kim Cheol take over? No way. Last time he looked very busy, it's either Kim Hana or Jang Ho-young. At this moment, Lee Eugene's bandaged arm raised up to call out, Junior, you're here? Woo Hyun walked over and asked, do you feel better? She teased, thanks to you. But I think someone else has to take over the guidance role. Then someone walked over, catching Woo Hyun's attention. Lee Eugene briskly said, here she comes. Those feet slowly stepped on the lush green grass. A woman with short hair and a badass outfit introduced herself. Hi, I'm Kim Hana. The comments section got another unexpected surprise. Oh, Kim Hana. It was Lee Eugene at first, now it's Hana. I'm so jealous, man. I wouldn't expect you to have it this good. But I still prefer Sister Eugene. I have a difference in taste between Jean and Hannah. That's true, he politely nodded to greet, nice to meet you, I'm Baek Woo Hyun. In his heart, he thought, Kim Hana, in terms of skills she is only second to Kim Cheol, she definitely ranks second in the Space Management Bureau. Back in that other world, she used to be a dangerous enemy. Lee Eugene playfully spoke up, alright then, since you two have been introduced to each other, I'm leaving. I wasn't even supposed to come here in the first place. Hearing that, Kim Hana frowned and complained, what? You said you already got permission to go. She immediately turned around and ran off, not forgetting to call back, so I'll leave him to you. Leave him. Kim Hana stood there crying out, Eugene, come back here. The next second she disappeared from this place, leaving the two of them standing looking at each other without a word. Kim Hana was so shy her face turned red, but she still had to start a conversation. I heard you use a sword, do you prefer a long sword or a dagger? Woo Hyun glanced over and replied, I use both. She rubbed her chin and thought, both, huh? I wonder what his level is. Suddenly Kim Hana suggested, how about a little sparring match? Hearing that, Cha Song-cheol broke out in a full sweat. Jong Na-yeon turned her gaze over, puzzled, what's wrong? He stared wide-eyed, struggling to get a sentence out. The way this is unfolding is really weird. She lowered her head to look at the screen in question, sparring with Kim Hana? Isn't it normal for sword users to spar with each other? By now the two of them were holding their weapons and glaring at each other. Cha Song-cheol stammered, that's right, but not every player uses a sword. This setting only works because the mechanics god is the main character. Seeing that, Jong Na-yeon dropped her jaw as well, her complexion turning pale. The commentators were also shocked. What? That gives me the creeps. Now you tell me, most of them are superpower users. This AI is seriously crazy. What is this? Everyone watched Woo Hyun swing his sword forward and whispered among themselves, even if it's an advanced AI, I think it has changed the direction of the story. But this development is completely different from other players' experiences. This means this game. Kim Hana also assumed a ready stance, while the crowd kept whispering, depending on the player's actions, the plot can unfold in completely different ways. These things are almost like reality. Woo Hyun's pupils flashed a dangerously glowing golden color. Kim Hana instantly raised her sword level with her face, the purple color in her eyes also clearly showing her readiness for battle. Kim Hana suggested, let's just use swords for sparring, no special abilities at all. Woo Hyun blankly refused, that won't do. My ability is physical enhancement and it's always activated, so even now it's still active. She took a defensive stance and replied, If that's the case, I'll use my ability too. Hana smirked, slowly speaking up. Then, Wu Hyun maintained his composure and coldness. The exact moment the word start echoed was when she rushed right in front of him. A dazzling streak of light flashed past Kim Hana's eyes. Wu Hyun quickly spun around to dodge that attack. He instantly swung his weapon to push her backward. Kim Hana staggered a few steps, but used the tips of her shoes to rub against the ground to regain her balance. The next second, she gained momentum and ran forward really fast. Kim Hana slashed a powerful and decisive line, causing Wu Hyun to be pushed back. Seeing that, Cha Song Cheol exclaimed, "Kim Hana isn't exaggerated, she's really strong too." Jong Na-yeon turned her head and added, "That must be the god of wind playstyle, right?" At this time Kim Hana had leaped into midair surrounded by blue currents of light, pointing the tip of her sword toward Wu Hyun. Hearing that, he replied, "Half right, the god of wind playstyle was inspired by Kim Hana. But the mechanics god is also impressive, right?" He wasn't overwhelmed by Kim Hana's speed. The next second, she attacked repeatedly, but not a single blow could hit Wu Hyun. The commentators were extremely excited. "Oh, no kidding, isn't this a side quest? Why is he so awesome? Watching this makes me want to learn swordsmanship." Suddenly Kim Hana stopped, her eyes wide open, showing extreme surprise. She looked at Wu Hyun's cold face and silently assessed, not only is his speed fast, he also exploits the stances very accurately. Kim Hana faintly smiled and spoke up. "It seems I'll have to use a little more of my true strength for this." Immediately, she channeled more energy into her sword, pushing it right in front of Wu Hyun. The accumulated mana grew larger and larger, releasing glowing blue circles forward. Kim Hana held her weapon steady and muttered, as expected. She looked at a piece of the mesh that had just been destroyed by it, along with Wu Hyun's twisting posture, and continued, "I thought you'd dodge." The comments section grew lively again. As expected, Kim Hana is terrifying. Is the mechanics god still not on her level? The mechanics god has only unlocked 2 core elements. If he unlocks one more, can he match her? Probably need even more. Kim Hana raised an eyebrow in praise. "You're much better than I thought." Wu Hyun humbly nodded, "Thank you." In his heart, he thought, if this was actual combat, my win rate would be less than 20%. As expected, I'm still lacking compared to that other world. She suddenly asked, "Where did you learn swordsmanship?" Wu Hyun lowered his head. "To be honest, I'm self-taught." Kim Hana surprisingly blurted out, "Self-taught and you reached this level? Good, follow me, there's a place I want to show you." Then the system updated, quest sparring with Kim Hana completed. You have leveled up, shifting the scene to a place full of weapons hanging on the wall. Wu Hyun was bewildered. "This place is..." Kim Hana looked at the pile of weapons in front of her and introduced, "It's the Space Management Bureau's armory." Kim Hana, the assistant of the support team leader, cheerfully spoke up, "You mentioned that Wu Hyun would need a suitable weapon." Kim Hana glanced over at him and confirmed, "Yes, that's right, although I have a weapon I'm currently using, it's not necessary to keep using a type without abilities." Finishing her sentence, she thought to herself, "I think." Kim Hana briskly bowed and replied, "Then feel free to pick one and come outside, I'll be going." After she left, Kim Hana waved her hand, "Now it's time for you to choose." Wu Hyun swept his gaze around, rubbing his chin and thought, "There are fewer valuable items than I thought." He stood in front of a blood-absorbing spear, looking at its information. First effect, the spear's slashing power is enhanced. Second, absorbs blood from the spearhead to heal. Next is controlling the healing. All apply only in PvE. And muttered, "I think this item is of good quality, so I'll take this one." And suddenly something caught Wu Hyun's attention. "Huh?" He stared intently at the sharp-looking object in the back with a question in mind. That was the soul-devouring sword Soul Eater located in a corner that caught Wu Hyun's eye. Soul Eater, due to its special effect, is absolutely indestructible. Based on the amount of souls it has devoured, its slashing power increases. Healing equivalent to a magic potion based on the damage dealt by Soul Eater. The remaining 2 effects are sealed, all applying only in PvE. He walked over, picked it up, and muttered to himself, "Why is an item that should be on the black market here? Could someone have stolen it from the Management Bureau in the first place? I never expected to find my favorite weapon in the afterlife right here." Kim Hana saw this and immediately asked, "Did you decide to choose this one?" Wu Hyun confirmed, "Yes, I'll take this." She exclaimed, "A 2-handed sword. How interesting. I'll request for the ownership to be transferred to you." Seeing this, Jong Na-yeon couldn't help but panic. What the hell is this? Normally, a weapon with 2 choices should only appear at this stage. Everyone else had the same thought. No, this is absolute nonsense. Why would a 5-choice weapon appear here? And even though the choices are random, only good ones are included. When I went to the armory, there was nothing at all. The system quickly announced, viewer Calm Na donated 1001. If all seals are released, that thing might just become the ultimate weapon. Cha Song-cheol wasn't all that surprised. Actually, this isn't the first time the mechanism god has received gear that doesn't match his level. The hermit's necklace he got in the previous broadcast was also a mid-story item. The commentators went wild. Come to think of it, that's true. I really got blinded by the hidden plotline. A hound appeared on the very first field mission. Who even cares about that? Cha Song-cheol rolled his eyes and continued, some of you probably know that Reverse Planet has a very clear risk-reward calculation. The harder the challenge, the greater the reward. She wondered, so thanks to him defeating a hound on his very first sweep, he was able to get the hermit's necklace? He confirmed, exactly. Furthermore, the mechanism god has flawlessly accomplished everything from escaping the laboratory to sparring with Kim Hana. Jong Na-yeon's eyes sparkled as she muttered, and the reward for that is Soul Eater. Sounds pretty reasonable, doesn't it? Someone else immediately agreed. He hinted slyly, of course, right now it's just a hypothesis. Let's keep watching. Scene cuts to inside the game. Kim Hana, they said the ownership transfer is complete. Woo Hyun replied as he stored the sword away into his inventory space, thank you. Kim Hana raised her head, feeling excited on his behalf. Well, now that you've got a new weapon to get used to, let's go do some sweeping. Scene cuts to a desolate and remote mountainous region. Woo Hyun and Kim Hana stepped through the teleportation gate and arrived at this place. She was utterly annoyed by the cold here. Who would have thought the gate would be right up on top of a mountain? It just activated out of nowhere. Kim Hana recalled the Guardian's words, the gate will appear a little higher up. You can complain about being scammed, he said it was just a little higher. Anyway, this is where wolf-like alien invasion entities appear. The system promptly displayed an image of a wild wolf, with low threat scale. Kim Hana placed a hand on her hip and continued, they have a very strong territorial defense instinct, so they'll be patrolling over here soon. Woo Hyun closed his eyes and quietly compared, beast-type monsters are harder to deal with than insect-type ones, but anything below B rank is all the same anyway. Before speaking up, this saves us the trouble of hunting them down. She immediately issued a notice, if the situation gets dangerous, I'll intervene, but for now I'll just observe. Good luck. Woo Hyun quickly summoned Soul Eater from the dark abyss, and replied at the same time, understood. Right then, the wind was still howling relentlessly across the mountain peak, and the footsteps of the monsters grew louder and louder. His pupils turned razor-sharp. They're here. Woo Hyun instantly shifted into an attack stance as the wolves lunged forward. He gripped the hilt tightly and swung backward to build momentum. This will be the first strike. The two words full power echoed inside Woo Hyun's mind. That was also when he unleashed a decisive slash right in front of the ferocious pack of wolves. Woo Hyun fought these wild beasts all by himself without the slightest bit of fear. Not long after, a brilliant red light raced across the blade. The system updated, Soul Eater's cutting power has increased. The commentators gasped in awe, this is it. A flawless score. I told you so. Even Jong Na-yeon didn't expect it, he swings that longsword as if it weighs nothing at all. Cha Song-cheol wept in the donation chat, user Cha Song-cheol donated 50,000 won, extraordinary control. Woo Hyun grasped the weapon tightly in his hand, feeling it out inwardly, as expected, right from the start, it feels completely different from those other weapons. Kim Hana stood behind him, sweating profusely, and muttered, is this Heavenly Moon Slash? Woo Hyun held the sword tightly and thought to himself, compared to the previous weapons, this one feels way more natural in my hand. Kim Hana watched, rubbing her hands together. Was that Heavenly Moon Slash just now? Woo Hyun looked up in surprise when he saw a furry foot with sharp claws step into view. Cha Song-cheol let out a terrified gasp, huh? He stared fearfully at those giant wolves. Jong Na-yeon's jaw dropped as well, looks like elite monsters are starting to show up. Immediately, those fierce giant wolves sprinted wildly toward their prey. Woo Hyun agilely swung his sword forward and then stepped back. Cha Song-cheol sat in front of the screen, completely on edge. I wonder where he learned those moves. Not to mention his first attack instantly reminded me of Kim Hana's Heavenly Moon Slash. Jong Na-yeon anxiously replied, as far as I know, he has never had any athletic training. She suddenly had a thought, could it be from back when he played Colosseum? Over here, Woo Hyun was still locked in an extremely fierce battle. He instantly leaped high into the air and aimed precisely at the head of that ferocious wolf. Woo Hyun's muscular hands gripped the weapon tightly, then quickly dealt a fatal blow to the wolf. Kim Hana watched in utter astonishment. Looks like he's not just good, The system also announced, Soul Eater's slashing power has increased. Suddenly, Wu Hyun's eyes turned crafty. He spun sharply around and immediately took up a defensive stance. There's a human voice. Looks like something is coming. Haxical has entered a defensive stance. Shortly after, a giant wolf head with its mouth wide open lunged fiercely toward where Wu Hyun was standing. That was none other than the Silver Wolf boss. It went wild and crazily charged at him. Cha Song Cheol instantly switched to an excited tone. The boss monster has appeared. For those who don't know, it's famous for crushing rookies with its size and speed. Right at that moment, the ground below exploded, sending dust and smoke billowing across the entire forest. Jong Na-yun Winston said, even though Haxical blocked it, he's still being pushed back. On this side, Wu Hyun struggled to hold back the Silver Wolf boss. Immediately afterward, he let out a loud roar and ripped right through one of its fangs. The Silver Wolf boss, having lost a fawn, roared in pain and retreated to look for an opening. Wu Hyun quickly leaped out of its jaws. He successfully landed on the ground without a single injury. Wu Hyun gripped his weapon tightly and thought, as expected, it's way stronger than a mere elite monster. His eyes flashed brightly. However, Wu Hyun then emphasized, this is nothing. Without wasting another second, he rapidly dashed forward and slashed fiercely at the Silver Wolf boss. The system immediately displayed, absorbing the boss monster's soul. Wu Hyun's sword was now stained with a deep crimson blood. The system announced once again, Soul Eater's slashing power has increased. After his achievement, he stood still and stared at the Silver Wolf boss. Kim Hannah spoke up from behind. Figures, he really is the Bureau's most anticipated agent. She looked at Wu Hyun and said, honestly, I was about to step in because that boss was way harder than the suggested level anyway. This mission was clearly rated F+, but she casually muttered that she thought it should be around B rank at least. Then Kim Hannah and Wu Hyun chatted with each other. Cha Song Cheol also expressed shock, it's obviously way harder than the danger rating scale. Then he thought to himself, well, maybe the difficulty got affected by what the players did beforehand. Several viewers left comments, so completing a bunch of hard missions makes the difficulty skyrocket too? Basically turning the mission into absolute hell. Big bro hacks missions are always harder than average, huh? Cha Song Cheol wondered, of course, that's just a hypothesis. But why hasn't the reverse world closed yet even though the boss has been dealt with? Wu Hyun also asked in confusion, Senior, what is going on? Kim Hannah answered calmly, yeah, this is clearly an abnormal phenomenon. Then she turned around and said, follow me, we need to find the source of this. After walking for a bit, Kim Hannah acted as if she discovered something. That is an egg sitting right in the middle of their path. She was startled. An egg? Suddenly, the egg slowly cracked open, leaving both Wu Hyun and Kim Hannah utterly stunned. The egg instantly began to glow, prompting Kim Hannah to warn, careful, we don't know what's going to hatch out of it. But right after that, an extremely adorable little creature poked its head out of the egg. A viewer curiously left a comment, what is that? Kim Hannah rolled her eyes, a puppy? A few viewers wondered, it looks like a pet, huh? I've never seen one before. But Reverse Planet doesn't even have a pet system, right? Kim Hannah suddenly spoke up, like I said, this is very unusual. Even though it's an entity from another world, how is it not hostile toward humans? The tiny puppy just walked right up, happily wagging its tail at her feet. Wu Hyun coldly said, should I kill it? Kim Hannah, by standard procedure, yes, but it looks so cute. She then made her decision, this isn't normal, we'd better take it back to the lab for the research team to look at first. Wu Hyun quickly complied and roughly grabbed the puppy by the scruff of its neck, got it. Kim Hannah turned back to look at him and said, it's finally closing up. Let's get out of here. In the afternoon at the Alien Management Bureau headquarters, a voice echoed, we've never encountered a case like this either. The doctor held the test results in his hand and said, but the research shows this creature is not a being from another dimension. Kim Hannah hesitated and said, if it's not that, then. The doctor replied, we can only guess that this is an entity summoned through some kind of supernatural ability. She responded in surprise, but neither of the two of us has an ability that can do that. He gazed into the distance, there's a high chance this summoning happened from the reverse world, not from either of you. We'll need to research this more thoroughly. Kim Hannah immediately asked, so the Bureau will take responsibility for protecting this creature, right? But the doctor hemmed and hawed, about that. Wu Hyun stared intently at the puppy while listening to the doctor say, it looks like the ownership branding process is already complete. According to regulations, we are not allowed to provide sanctuary to living creatures once that's done. Kim Hannah gave a helpless sideways glance. Branding. The system announced, Thunder Wolf has been registered as a pet. Woo Hyun looked extremely surprised. A pet. The system suddenly sent out an emergency alert, emergency maintenance notice. The server will undergo maintenance for an update in 5 minutes. Online players are advised to log out in a safe zone as soon as possible. Woo Hyun calmly read the urgent news, while Jong Na-yeon asked in shock, everyone, what just happened? She looked panicked. He just got a pet, something that doesn't even exist in the system, and immediately an update announcement drops? Cha Song-cheol's jaw dropped as well. This is getting a bit too coincidental. Jong Na-yeon blushed proudly. Could this emergency maintenance be because Big Bro Hack just got a pet? The viewers chimed in all at once. It's just a coincidence, don't blow it out of proportion. Still, the timing is a bit too similar to the first time we saw a fully adaptive AI. As if the dev team watches his stream for it to be related. Cha Song-cheol cheerfully said, just wait and you'll find out later, but for now we're forced to end the stream here. Jong Na-yeon waved goodbye and continued, see you all in the next stream. The screen turned black, currently offline. Stay tuned for the next stream. Click to view other streams. Someone spoke up, that's the end of it. Then, pointing a remote at the screen, that same voice echoed again, this is that exact stream. Everyone was gazing up at the screen. In a classroom at the US headquarters of Reverse Planet Earth, a girl sat holding her head in anxiety. If it's that Haxical guy, doesn't that mean he's also the one who discovered the fully adaptive AI? Something even we didn't know about? The blonde man immediately replied, yes, we've been keeping an eye on him for a while now. That girl was Sophia, the head of the Reverse Planet development team. She said tensely, not to mention, this is a system update that even the development team had no idea about. The blonde man beside her also frowned. As everyone knows, the only one capable of doing something like this is Isaac. A white-haired young man appeared, Isaac, the former head of the Reverse Planet development team, also known as a genius. He was still missing. Sophia bit her fingernails and thought, that eccentric guy really went out of his way to hide, though I still wouldn't think he'd arbitrarily shut down the server and push a sudden game update like this. She looked at the person next to her and asked, what about Deus? The bespectacled man beside her immediately replied, we tried to reactivate it, but there's still no response. Deus, the artificial intelligence created by Isaac to assist with game development, had stopped functioning when Isaac disappeared. Sophia said sternly, for now, let's check if there are any update files we don't know about. If this happens again, it's going to be a huge mess. The bespectacled man asked anxiously, but can we even find it? If Isaac deliberately hid it, then... Sophia flew into a rage and shouted, we have to find it. At all costs, she continued to instruct, and put Haxical on the highest priority management list. Keep monitoring the live streams so we can handle any sudden issues immediately. The blonde man replied tensely, understood. Sophia gnashed her teeth in anger, Isaac, I don't know what you're plotting, but I won't let things go your way. At that moment, the system interface was filled with dense rows of numbers all over the screen. A pair of hands gently touched the system screen, and then firmly pressed down hard on it. Notice, in the next quest, you will need a teammate you can trust. At a small cafe located in the center of the city, a reminder popped up on the phone screen. For the next special quest, you will need a reliable companion. This was Woo Hyun staring blankly at the screen, anonymous viewer number 62. What on earth are they scheming? Across from him, Jong Na-yeon was gesturing wildly, though who knows what she was saying. He recalled, furthermore, from both that side and this side, I've only been getting special quests related to the system. Continue the game and unlock the new Reverse Planet system. Just like the previous special quest, the content was to fix bugs and eliminate the Transcendental Project Manager, with the reward providing a chance to return to the original world. Woo Hyun rubbed his chin in speculation. If so, the candidate must be a developer closely tied to the system or at least someone involved with it. Jong Na-yeon expressed her thoughts about anonymous viewer number 62, wondering, could it be an employee of the game company? Considering they rushed out an update right after you found the pet. He denied it, it's probably just a coincidence. A game company has no reason to watch an ordinary user's livestream. Hearing that, Jong Na-yeon fell into deep thought. Woo Hyun decided to change the subject, anyway. What's the big news you mentioned in your text? She cheerfully announced, we got an invitation to be coaches from the SSR Cup. The SSR Cup. This was the biggest domestic PvP Planet tournament. The tournament typically recruited individual streamers, famous influencers, or former pro players. He heard the news in utter disbelief. Why me, and a coach of all things? Jong Na-yeon explained, why not? Because you're the center of attention right now. And the SSR Cup has a position called official support coach. She asserted, with your level, they probably think recruiting you as a coach is more fitting than as a player. Why not take this opportunity to participate and show off your coaching skills? Woo Hyun wore a pensive look, and suddenly grew curious. Being a coach means I have to train disciples, right? Jong Na-yeon took a bite of her pastry and replied, that's right. If you decide to do it, I'll take care of all the preparations. We can even hold a trial to select disciples. Woo Hyun remembered the notification from earlier. For the next special quest, you will need a reliable companion. Therefore, he quickly agreed, I'll do it. Hearing that, she bounced up excitedly, really? Wise choice, this will also help our channel a lot. It's like getting a boost of motivation. Juggling 3 things at once, Jong Na-yeon kept eating while furiously typing on her phone. I should send the acceptance email before you change your mind. Woo Hyun was left speechless just watching her. He thought to yourself, a companion. A few days later, on Haxicle's broadcast day, she and Cha Song-cheol continued as co-hosts and commentators for the livestream. Haxicle. Welcome, audience. Comments immediately flooded in. Hello hack ha. Jong Na-yeon kicked off the program. Before starting today's broadcast, I have an important announcement. God of Mechanics will be participating in the SSR Cup as a coach. Congratulations. At the same time, the screen displayed a poster with Woo Hyun's face completely covered. The chat box went wild. This is insane. Mind-blowing news. But why a coach instead of a player to match up against God of Mechanics? They must be inviting Battler or an L for the next stream. I heard Kong Soil is participating as a player. Did he make that picture himself? Cha Song-cheol continued hosting. Being good at playing a game and being good at teaching it are 2 different fields. Am I right? I'm really curious about what God of Mechanics coaching skills will look like. She nodded in agreement. That's right. The screen interface quickly switched to footage of Woo Hyun warming up his body. Jong Na-yeon explained, since his rank is currently a bit low, today he plans to focus on climbing ranks. He nodded along. Good idea. To stand in the coach's position, you need to climb as high as possible to save face. A comment suddenly popped up. God of Mechanics, are you gold tier in all 3 modes? Cha Song-cheol answered on his behalf. To be exact, gold in duels, gold in free-for-all, and unranked in survival. Jong Na-yeon remarked, you played duo survival mode with me before, though. Back then we had a 10-win streak, so you can jump straight into ranked play. A challenge suddenly popped up and highlighted, quest, win survival mode without weapons with over 40 kills. Upon completion, a reward of 3 million won. Both commentators couldn't help their jaws dropping. The chat exploded. Boss, you have to take this bet. With this quest, the first match is going to be so interesting. Jong Na-yeon quickly relayed this to Woo Hyun. A massive quest has appeared. Can you pull off 40 kills in survival mode without weapons? By this time, he had activated data security to cover his face. Woo Hyun nodded in agreement. The viewers were all waiting for it to happen, expecting him to fail the first quest. If he succeeded, it would be a new legend. 2 commentators immediately got excited. God of Mechanics accepted the quest. Let's see if getting 40 weaponless kills is even possible. A system prompt rang out. PvP survival mode, solo queue, matchmaking successful. Woo Hyun was quickly teleported to Area 1, the military base. He gently twitched his ears to listen, and it didn't take long to scan the outskirts of the military base. Woo Hyun quickly identified that there were 19 people in this immediate vicinity. He lightly tapped the tip of his foot against the ground. Gotta be quick if I want to rack up 40 kills. Woo Hyun crouched down into a running stance. In the blink of an eye, he bolted off at breakneck speed, kicking up clouds of dust, followed by a seamless chain of actions, with only flashes of light and echoing sounds of shattering. The ambushers hadn't even had time to react before they were beaten until blood sprayed from their mouths. Woo Hyun swung a powerful punch straight into their faces. His speed was so blinding that no one could clearly see what had just happened. Jong Na-yeon and Cha Song-cheol stared open-mouthed while watching the screen, and the viewers were equally bewildered. What kind of madness is this? So fast it makes me dizzy. My eyes are spinning. The system continuously updated elimination feeds. Running across a long stretch, Woo Hyun finally stopped. His body slammed the brakes, but due to momentum, he skidded a few more steps before coming to a firm halt. The system announced, Baek Woo Hyun eliminated 18. He flicked his hand dismissively. I've cleared out the outskirts. Should I head into the center? Cha Song-cheol watched with excitement so intense he almost passed out. Jong Na-yeon gave a wry smile. Should we just give up? At that moment, the system notification indicated 2-1 survival remaining, and in a warehouse-like area, a solitary figure was sitting quietly. Dressed entirely in black, he sat with his arms crossed, waiting silently. From behind, Woo Hyun suddenly appeared. He raised one leg high, preparing to bring it down in a kick. The exact moment the foot came down, the figure in black reacted instantly, swiftly dodging to the side as the chat room erupted again. He dodged that? What kind of reflex speed is that? Is the original hacker back? The anti-cheat crybabies are starting up again. The person in black planted his hands on the ground to steady his balance, quickly stood up, and put his hands into a combat-ready stance, the atmosphere between the two instantly turning tense. Cha Song-cheol let out an exclamation. This is. He speculated that this person likely followed the same physical reinforcement playstyle as the god of mechanics. Jong Na-yeon looked at the tablet in her hand. Is this the first time? Moreover, this player's elimination log is no joke either. She read out the stats, a total of 15 kills. The viewers were stunned. 15 kills? Oh man, is that a lot? It's just because the god of mechanics is too OP. Normally over 10 kills is already pro level, and normally 5 kills means you're good at the game. Jong Na-yeon posed a question. The god of mechanics currently has 39 kills, can he pull off that crazy 40th kill? At the same time, the figure in black also surged into an attack. He took the initiative to throw a punch at Woo Hyun, but he quickly tilted his head to dodge, and then Woo Hyun counterattacked with a similar punch, but the person in black ducked low just in time to avoid it. He launched another strike, and this time Woo Hyun blocked it with one hand. Woo Hyun leaped high into the air and delivered a powerful flying kick. The person in black failed to dodge in time and was forced back a distance by his blow. Taking advantage of his unstable footing, Woo Hyun clenched his fist and charged forward. The person in black clicked his tongue, crouched down low, tightening his fist. Cha Song-cheol commented with high excitement, an amazing exchange of blows. Both of them have movements that are by no means inferior to professional martial artists. Jong Na-yeon wondered, who on earth is that person? The viewers were equally curious and guessed among themselves, what is this? First time seeing someone fight the god of mechanics like this, a hidden master, could be a pro player. What? Why is a pro in this rank? Probably a pro's smurf account. While engaged in battle, Woo Hyun also secretly marveled. Their movements were pretty good, but when the person in black charged again, he smoothly shifted his body to dodge a blow. Woo Hyun's hand at that moment was aimed straight at his opponent's midsection. He clenched his hand into a fist. I should probably wrap this up here. A powerful punch was thrown, and the person in black was instantly blasted backward, crashing straight into the wall. After this blow, he slumped onto the ground, his body devoid of strength to move, yet a smile still broke across his face. Sure enough, using an unfamiliar playstyle doesn't work out. This is really fun. Let's have a proper match next time. With that, the person in black's body began to glow, likely being teleported out by the system. This remark left Woo Hyun full of suspicion. Next time? The system announced, Baek Woo Hyun eliminated anonymous player, game ended solo survival mode, final result rank 1 out of 100, Baek Woo Hyun 40 kills 0 assists 0 deaths. Cha Song-cheol excitedly declared, the god of mechanics has finally reached 40 kills and completed the quest. Jong Na-yeon couldn't hide her smile. Viewer D, the one who gave the quest, are you still there? No sooner had she mentioned it than a ding sound rang out, showing a 3 million won donation. Her eyes instantly lit up. Thanks for the quest. The viewers were all full of admiration. 3 million, are you crazy boss? If you don't mind, buy me an ice cream. Don't care if you mind, buy me a hamburger. Jong Na-yeon winked playfully. Alright, let's keep this momentum going and keep climbing ranks. The chat sent a wave of laughter. Her eyes are going crazy. Even better, let's keep going. And just like that, Baek Woo Hyun achieved a total of 98 consecutive wins that day and climbed to challenger rank across all modes. Meanwhile, in some living room, a young man was sprawled out on the couch with one hand propping up his head, while a girl sat cross-legged on the floor, her eyes glued to her phone screen. The girl clutched a chick-shaped plushie to her chest, her fingers constantly swiping across the touchscreen. Her phone at that moment displayed an article in the Reverse Planet community titled, "Teaser for God of Mechanics Disciple Training Trial," and the main content read, "It seems he wants to show off his coaching skills for the SSR Cup, recruiting disciples among streamers and also accepting introductions via email, though it requires the consent of the nominated person." A few prominent comments stood out. "So curious about what the training will be like. Wait for me, I'm submitting a nomination without their consent." The girl muttered to herself, "Disciple selection trial." This girl was Jong Ariam, a gaming streamer. After reading the article, Ariam asked the person lying behind her, "Hey little bro, have you seen the God of Mechanics disciple recruitment? Should we apply too?" That guy, Jong Do-won, was also a gaming streamer. In an indifferent tone, he replied, "You already applied? And I'm the older brother." The girl complained, "That was fast. But by the way, you should have applied for your sister too." Jong Do-won lay flat on his back and answered, "True. I really should have paid more attention to my sister." Based on their appearance and how they addressed each other, they were obviously twins. On the other hand, at the Planet Earth US headquarters, inside Sophia's office, she was also scrolling through news on her computer, the screen displaying some highlighted notes. Special Note 1, all-time record for highest kills in survival mode. Major quest from domestic viewer, final 2 survivors remaining, no outside program interference detected. Special Note 2, disciple training details have been announced. After reading, she paused for a moment and slightly furrowed her brows. A few days later, under clear blue skies, at an empty stadium, 5 minutes before Nuclear Tourism's broadcast, looking at the cute puppy in her hands, the system introduction rang in her ears. LV-1 Thunder Wolf. Equipped skills: bite, howl, roll. Woo Hyun maintained a deadpan expression, thinking to himself, "It doesn't have any special functions at all." Jong Na-yeon on the other end of the line had an attitude not much different from his, sighing dejectedly, "It doesn't look any different from the pets other players own either. I was hoping for something more special from that emergency update." Speaking while applying lipstick, she instructed him about the disciple selection. "Since too many people registered, Cha-song Cheol and I have filtered out some candidates. Can you look through them later? Just keep doing PvE while the applicant list gets finalized." Hearing that, Woo Hyun simply gave a concise reply, "Got it." At that moment, Cha-song Cheol's voice chimed in to announce, "Ms. Jong Na-yeon, the broadcast is about to start." Jong Na-yeon immediately said goodbye to him. "I have to go. Start as soon as I give you the cue." The phone call between them ended. Holding the Thunder Wolf in his arms, Woo Hyun muttered, "Well then, I'll send this little guy home." Even though it didn't understand what he was saying, the Thunder Wolf cooperatively let out a yelp. Woo Hyun gazed at it with a somewhat gentle look. A few seconds later, he awkwardly cleared his throat to regain his composure. Looking at Jong Na-yeon's words go away on the screen, he silently wondered to himself, "Has it started?" While his mind was still drifting away, the phone in his pants pocket suddenly let out a ring. Glancing at the alert on his phone, today at around 13:22, a world-reversing riot has broken out toward Yongsan, Gujizon, Jeonnyeogu, Seoul. Agents of the Space Management Bureau, please head to the mission area immediately. News updates popped up one after another from the Space Management Bureau's page. A world-reversing riot has broken out toward Yongsan Park, Yongsan-dong, Yongsan-gu, Seoul. Toward Mount Sarasan, Jangsadong, Namdong-gu, Incheon, and the city of Busan. Jong Na-yeon and Cha-song Cheol's side also received wave after wave of notifications. Cha-song Cheol shrieked in horror, "This is a large-scale riot situation." Jong Na-yeon exclaimed in fear as well, "Oh my god, does that mean that thing has already appeared?" Right at this moment, chat comments scrolled by, some mocking while others were serious. "Seriously, where is this plot even going? At this rate, the invaders might actually show up for real. If it's a riot, it means another world is seriously interfering, so the chances are very high. An inverse world riot is a world no different from an apocalypse. It's a situation where another world slightly erodes the inverse world, causing riots where invasive entities are detained. When a riot breaks out, these invasive entities cross over to Earth and attack. Every single corner of the desolate city back then would be filled with soaring wild wolves and monsters. After learning the news, Woo Hyun couldn't help but ponder, is the space war intensifying? Thinking that, he looked at the text on the system screen and grew even more contemplative. Large-scale riot response mission, defeat the invasive entities to deal with the large-scale riot. Suddenly, Kim Hannah ran over from out of nowhere, waving and shouting loudly, "Junior! Snapped out of his train of thought by the call, Woo Hyun turned around to look at her. The viewers, catching sight of Kim Hana, started chiming in with comments about the two of them. Why does it feel like it's been ages since we last saw Kim Hana? It looks like the senior and junior roles have swapped positions. Or is it just me who thinks that? Running right up in front of him, Kim Hana spoke in a hurried rush. I've got the car ready, let's go quickly. At Yongsan National Park, human and goblin corpses lay strewn across the ground, drenched in red blood. Woo Hyun was so shocked that he stammered, unable to finish his sentence. This is. Kim Hana beside him couldn't help cutting in, whispering in shock, we're a step too late. Woo Hyun muttered the rest of his sentence under his breath, those goblins. Regaining her composure, Kim Hana analyzed seriously, looks like the agents who got here first already took care of them. They're good at tracking, they must be chasing fleeing civilians. Saying that, she turned her head to look at him with a proposal, since you're capable of operating solo. Junior, let's split up and handle them. Woo Hyun gave a firm nod without hesitation, replying shortly, understood. Without saying another word, Kim Hana simply dropped a line, see you later. Then she agilely bolted away. Woo Hyun also kicked off his mission. Using his gaze to scan his surroundings, he murmured indifferently, well then, I'll start from that side first. Meanwhile, right here, a girl was running frantically forward, yelling at the top of her lungs, stay away from me. A bunch of goblins, weapons in hand, came chasing after the girl. Suddenly, an iron axe combined with a modern sickle chain flew out. Woo Hyun grabbed the chain section, and manipulated the axe to stab straight into the head of a goblin, which let out a piercing scream of agony. Sending that one off to the afterlife, he moved on to deal with the other goblins. Completely exhausted and with nowhere left to run, the girl was huddled up next to a tree trunk, about to be attacked by a goblin. Seeing this, Woo Hyun quickly hurled his axe blade forward, which slashed with pinpoint accuracy right across the body of that goblin, and its entire body instantly split in two as it crashed to the ground. Clearing out this bunch of goblins, he retracted his weapon. The watchers went wild with excitement all over again. Anyone looking at that would think the sickle chain was haunted. The horror story of the sickle chain and the plot of God's mechanism are becoming a hot topic overseas too. Surprisingly, that comment is actually real. The girl was still leaning against the tree trunk, shaking like a leaf from head to toe. Stammering, she asked him, who are you? Woo Hyun answered straightforwardly, I'm an agent from the Space Management Bureau, head down the path below and you'll be safe. Following his guidance, the girl didn't hesitate a second longer as she darted past him, not forgetting to express her gratitude, thank you. Woo Hyun tilted his head slightly to look at the girl, wondering to himself in his heart, is she the last survivor? Keeping this up isn't the way to go, I need to catch the boss quickly. Right as he was deep in thought, calculating his next move, a monster holding a weapon fiercely and abruptly lunged at his back. As the monster's weapon came slashing down, luckily Woo Hyun managed to slide out of the way in time, and he softly remarked, speak of the devil. Then he swiftly shifted into a combat stance, hurling his sickle chain toward the monster. The monster was no less fierce, swinging the weapon in its hand to bat his sickle chain right back. Woo Hyun's gaze suddenly lit up for no apparent reason. Just like his enhanced vision, he vaguely caught sight of a gloomy, dark shadow far off in the distance behind the monster. Woo Hyun asked himself silently, who's that? Right at this moment, the monster came charging fiercely toward him. Seeing that, Woo Hyun retracted his sickle chain and waited for it to arrive. The two sides locked in a tug-of-war of offense and defense. The watchers immediately chimed in with confused comments. What is this? God's mechanism makes it feel like he's just playing defense. Through the virtual screen, Jong Na-yeon and Cha Song-cheol were also observing the match. Jong Na-yeon asked in bewilderment, what kind of situation is this? Why isn't he counterattacking? Keeping a sharp eye on a detail, Cha Song-cheol spoke up doubtfully, it looks like he's staring off somewhere else instead of looking at his opponent. Back to the battle, Woo Hyun was only using just enough strength to parry the monster's attacks without any intention of striking back. Meanwhile, deep in his mind, he stared blankly at that dark shadow, thinking, if you're just going to stand there and watch. Suddenly, the chain of his sickle chain was slashed apart by the monster. Calmly, Woo Hyun grabbed the handle of the axe again. The monster let out a roaring bellow, intending to follow up with a sword strike to finish him off. Finally dropping any semblance of holding back, Woo Hyun executed a flawless single sweep that cleaved the monster in half. Watching this visually stunning strike, the viewers showered him with endless satisfying praise. That was so damn refreshing, sending that monster off to meet its maker. Woo Hyun tilted his head slightly, his gaze glowing, as he stared straight at that dark shadow. Done. Coldly, he dropped a two-word command to the monster, leave. That monster no longer hid itself either. It stepped 1 foot out into the light and slowly revealed its true form. The system now instantly introduced it, Space Invader, an entity with a human-like appearance but belonging to another world. They are called by various names such as demons or otherworldly beings. The comments section erupted into a massive debate once again. Flagged, the invader has appeared. Why is this actually real? But this is an invader I've never seen before. On the other side, Jong Nayeon cried out in shock, an invader appearing at a time like this? Cha Song-cheol couldn't help launching into a long critique. Usually, you'd be lucky to spot one or two near the very end game. True to form, the PvE of God's mechanism far exceeds imagination. Stepping forward, the invader immediately assumed a combat stance. Facing him, the comments section continued to roll out a stream of new notification alerts. What is this? Don't tell me it's going to be hand-to-hand combat. Without a second thought, Woo Hyun tossed his sickle chain aside, though inwardly he calculated and thought, this is the first time an invader has shown up like this, but I'll take it down. Thinking that, he quickly slipped into a fighting stance. Woo Hyun tightly clenched his fists, his eyes blazing as he stared straight at the invader. The invader also clenched its fists and locked eyes with him. Without waiting any longer, Woo Hyun sprinted toward the monster. The two sides kicked off a brutal battle. When he threw a punch at it, it was ready to hit right back at him. Woo Hyun unleashed a flurry of powerful punches toward the invader. With agile movements, the invader dodged his punches. When its turn came to strike, Woo Hyun effortlessly ducked and dodged every single one of its punches. Watching through the screen, Cha Song-cheol gave a serious assessment. Is there something up with this flow? Doesn't this remind you of the finals from the previous survival season? Saying that, he glanced over at Jong Nayeon. Hesitantly, Jong Nayeon replied, is that so? I'm not really sure. Hearing Cha Song-cheol say that, the keyboard warriors curiously questioned one another. Aren't bare-handed fights usually all the same? But are invaders naturally this good at close combat? Back to the one-on-one fight, Woo Hyun seemed to discover something, thinking to himself, I was already half doubting it. This guy is actually mimicking my moves. Just as he suspected, whenever Woo Hyun made a stance or a movement, the invader copied him identically, just like this kick. Woo Hyun fought with agile limbs and footwork, but deep down a hazy memory flashed through his mind, even over on that side, to kill me, the one who destroyed the lab. They once created a special Atmo model simulated after me. Right as he was distracted, the invader threw a punch straight at him. Even though his mind was wandering, Woo Hyun was always on guard and managed to dodge its punch. Right after, he thought, while directly grabbing the invader's face to turn the tables, and slammed its whole face straight into the ground. Inside his mind, Woo Hyun mocked it playfully, trash. He proceeded to slam the invader's face into the ground a few more times. Looking at the shattered, cracked ground was enough for the viewers to get the picture. Some gloated while others felt pity. That invader is getting beaten up so miserably, it's gotta hurt. Well, why don't you go out there and take the hits for it then? Woo Hyun raised his fist, stained with streaks of blood, high up to gather momentum, and delivered a fatal, full-force punch to finish off the invader. His fist remained stained with dark red blood. At this moment, Woo Hyun fell back into deep contemplation, acting exactly like the lab over there. Who on earth is it? Is it a corporate alliance? Or someone from the invader faction? His head was a mess, capable of only coming up with those two suspects. But suddenly realizing something, Woo Hyun shifted his thoughts. Hold on a second. Recalling the recent hand-to-hand fight, he could say with absolute certainty that what the invader was copying wasn't PvE, but rather himself in PvP. Thinking that, his gaze stared blankly down at the ascended invader, vaguely drawing a conclusion. That means someone really can interfere with the entire game system. Could Anonymous Viewer 62 be that guy? Thinking this far, Woo Hyun grew even more hazy and clueless about the things going off the rails. Right at that moment, Hannah came running from afar and called out loudly, snapping Woo Hyun slightly out of his daze. Junior, are you done? He replied indifferently, done. Seeing her show up after everything was over, the viewers couldn't help but chuckle and left a few comments. Too late. I mean, that's the trope. It has to be like that. At this point, Hannah noticed the corpse of the space invader sprawled on the ground, unable to contain her curiosity. She innocently asked, "This is?" Woo Hyun calmly spoke up, "The invader, and even the leader entity." Looking at the mess before her, Hannah immediately reported to headquarters, "We have the invader's corpse here. Send a cleanup crew and check if there are any other invaders around this area." Having finished her report, she turned to chat with him. "You did a great job. I knew I could count on you." Woo Hyun politely replied, "You did a great job too. Senior, how are the other areas?" Hannah immediately replied, "The other places have quieted down a bit as well. Head back as soon as the cleanup crew arrives." He nodded immediately, "Yes, Senior." It wasn't until a few minutes later that the system displayed the congratulatory notification. "The mission to respond to widespread frenzy is complete. You have leveled up. You have acquired 1 ability point." Returning to headquarters, he sat across from Song Cheol. Woo Hyun curiously asked, "I heard you called for me." Wasting no time, he cleared his throat and said, "Let's get straight to the point. It's about the invader you defeated, according to the investigation. It turns out this invader is completely different from the ones we've seen so far. You could say it's almost a completely different species. So I want to hear the details of the situation from you. Is there anything special you remember about that incident?" Recalling the battle, he slowly recounted, "There is. For example, the leader entity was..." After hearing the full story, Song Cheol couldn't help but gasp in shock. "The entity tried to mimic you?" The viewers also nodded in agreement. "I knew it was trying to mimic him." Of course Haxical would know since he fought it in person. But why is Song Cheol's reaction so serious? In the broadcasting room, upon seeing his expression, Nayeon was a bit puzzled. "I wonder why he's reacting so seriously." Song Cheol analyzed, "Perhaps the invader's actions carry a much more serious meaning than we think." In the chat box, a series of speculations began to emerge. Maybe it leads to a new plotline. Probably. Returning to the conversation between Woo Hyun and Song Cheol, he spoke up with concern. "In history, there has never been a single time when an invader tried to mimic humans. If they are trying to change tactics by mimicking humans, there is no way to stop their invasion of Earth." Those words caused him to freeze for a few seconds, his heart stirring. Indeed, these disguised entities would act in ways beneficial to the other world. They would cause chaos in society while further pushing forward their invasion. And if it's the corporate alliance he knows, they wouldn't hesitate to cooperate with the invaders if it brought a profit. At this point, Song Cheol let out a loud, clear sigh. Pondering everything, he softened his tone and praised, "Anyway, thank you for preventing another major incident from happening. We still have a lot to investigate, but you did a great job. So now you've passed the threshold to get this." Taking the box, Woo Hyun hurriedly admired the item inside. A moment later, upon leaving the meeting room, someone's cheerful voice called out, "Junior, long time no see." It was Hannah and Eugen walking over. Seeing her, the comments section exploded. "Oh my god, it's Eugen. It feels so caring. She's so cute." Surprised by the presence of both, Woo Hyun hurriedly asked, "What brings you here?" Eugen couldn't contain her excitement upon hearing that he leveled up, so she rushed over to congratulate him. "I'm here to congratulate you. I bet you got it from the captain. Right? I mean the official agent badge." It was a tradition for seniors to pin badges on juniors who had just been promoted from trainees. It wasn't until she explained the reward that he vaguely realized its importance. "Is that so?" Hannah spoke up just then, pointing at Eugen. She shyly said her instructor was supposed to do this, but since her hand is like that, I'll do it instead. Saying that, Hannah stepped forward, picked up the badge, and gently pinned it onto Woo Hyun's collar. Having completed the tradition, she smiled with satisfaction and said, "Congratulations on becoming a true agent." "Congratulations, Junior." This blissful atmosphere made the viewers below unable to contain their excitement, hurriedly leaving suggestive comments. "I get it now, surrounded by two beauties. Those two rarely smile in the original plot." Woo Hyun remained expressionless, maintaining his usual aloof demeanor. He softly thanked her. At this moment, Hannah had a few words of advice. "Once you become an official agent, you'll have more authority. However, there is one single thing you should know right now.
Yujin excitedly continued, the authority to go on solo raids.
Seeing him look a bit awkward, Hannah explained, it's the authority that allows you to carry out optional missions without going through complicated procedures. At this point, Yujin felt a bit regretful, but it's such a pity that you've already gone on a solo raid, we've only done one mission. Seeing her pitiful look, Hannah suddenly burst into hearty laughter, not to mention you got injured from that mission. Being teased, Yujin embarrassedly yelled, there was a reason for that. Seeing the other party flare up, Hannah lowered her voice, yeah, of course. Returning to the main point, Yujin reminded her junior a few words, anyway, even if you have the authority to carry out independent operations yourself, you don't necessarily have to do it all the time.
So remember to call me whenever you need help. Hannah also spoke up, I can help too.
Realizing the enthusiastic kindness of both, Woo Hyun politely bowed deeply to express his appreciation, thank you.
A bit curious, Yujin probed a little, so what are you going to do with your solo raid authority?
He was about to say something when Na Yun appeared in the corner of the screen, shouted cut, and abruptly stopped the broadcast.
Viewers immediately flooded in to express their outrage, what is this? So sudden?
I was so focused that her voice startled the living daylights out of me.
In the broadcasting room, she laughed and explained, did I surprise everyone?
Because Song Cheol has a schedule after this, we'll wrap up today's stream here. Instead, we have an important announcement.
Remember the announcement we made a while ago?
The auditions will take place soon and we'll announce it. Manhwa Superstar, I named it myself.
Contrary to Na Yun's excitement, viewers below constantly mocked, is the word Min part of the name too? Terrible naming sense.
I mean the show's name already shows how terrible she is. Please let us see the contestant lineup.
Catering to the fans' wishes, Song Cheol quickly announced, from what I've heard, we have a lot of candidates. Na Yun skillfully followed up, yes. And the scheduling process is almost done.
So please look forward to the stream we'll be broadcasting soon.
A few days later. Superstar 10 minutes before start.
In the broadcasting room, commentary couple Na Yun and Song Cheol began to lead the story.
So let's just start like this, huh? Sounds good.
Hidden among the crowd of candidates, twin sisters Aum and Dawn had also arrived early. Scanning the rivals once, she muttered thoughtfully, from LNDB, a YouTuber with 100,000 subscribers to rookie Suja.
Clearly, they aren't selecting based on the candidate's fame. Pointing at candidate Blue Whale, Dawn excitedly nudged her, hey Aum, look over there, it's Blue Whale.
Upon seeing that guy, she flared up, her voice revealing clear disgust, Blue Whale.
Back then during a broadcast, Blue Whale made unfavorable evaluation remarks about Woo Hyun.
Haxical, honestly speaking, he's not that bad. Thinking of that scene, Aum was extremely outraged, it's hilarious that he applied.
Why would they choose a guy who fishes for clicks?
Hearing that, Dawn whispered into her ear, maybe they chose him to put him in his place. Aum immediately brushed off that thought, Haxical wouldn't do something like that.
He's not like you. At the same time, Na Yun was also smiling knowingly upon seeing the candidate's name, Blue Whale, you're done for. Returning to the audition. The director loudly declared, the stream is about to start now. Everyone get ready. 3, 2, 1.
The very second the broadcast started, the two commentators showed their professionalism by continuously sending greetings to pump up the atmosphere.
Hello, welcome beloved viewers. Hello, this is today's commentator, Song Cheol. Keen viewers noticed the change in the studio and left comments, the background is different from usual. Turns out this is the audition venue. Song Cheol loudly announced, as we previously announced.
Today we're having a disciple audition, so we're at an outdoor studio with a capacity for a large number of participants.
Since we have many people waiting, we'll call Haxical out right now. Come on out.
The very next second, Woo Hyun appeared with an extremely polite appearance, wearing a formal suit and especially a mysterious half-face mask.
He excitedly spoke up, hello, I am Baek Woo Hyun.
This appearance caused the crowd below to instantly explode, it's really him.
We can finally communicate. He looks so good in his suit. Please take off the mask. Candidates seeing this scene couldn't help but exclaim, "So handsome, so that's Haxical."
Regardless of the cheering everywhere, Woo Hyun maintained his usual aloof expression.
At that time, he had asked Na-yeon thoroughly about the cooperation contract. "Na-yeon, what content requires teammates in the dream?" She excitedly described, "Teammates, you mean a party? Then it has to be a raid." Raids are one of the biggest contents in the dream along with the inverted planet mode. Unlike normal dream modes, you only need to defeat a single entity, but an extremely powerful one. However, because you have to overcome many tricky mechanics, teaming up is mandatory. You can only claim rewards once a week. Hearing Na-yeon's explanation, Woo Hyun also combined it with checking information on his phone, raids ha. Returning to reality.
Standing on the high platform, he spoke in a serious tone, but the following words gave the candidates a direct, heavy shock.
"As everyone knows, I am here to select disciples. If you guys want to be my disciples, you must do as I say. If you're not confident about that, you can leave now.
Furthermore, even if you pass the audition, you can still be eliminated if you don't follow my guidance."
Soo-jia immediately froze. Eliminated.
On the contrary, viewers overwhelmingly agreed with this blunt remark. Makes sense. He's saying you at least have to try your best if you're going to suck up to him. At this point, Woo Hyun resolutely let out a statement. "However, if you have the will to learn, I will make sure you reach master tier."
Blue Whale below immediately reacted, his voice revealing clear contempt. "But isn't you yourself just barely touching the master tier threshold? I think you need to prove your skills first." Hearing that, he agreed immediately. "Makes sense. How about this? 20 people can rush to attack me at the same time. If you guys can hit me once within 10 minutes, you win. If you can't do it, I win." The challenge just issued caused the entire auditorium to erupt.
Na-yeon was the first to react, thinking in horror, "This is not what we discussed."
Song Cheol beside her stuttered, unable to speak. "A single blow?" Woo Hyun further emphasized, "Anyone who successfully hits me will pass the audition right away. But without restrictions, I think it would be impossible. So I won't attack first nor leave this circle."
The words just finished, the chat box started debating. "Come on, he's underestimating them."
"But it sounds plausible for Haxical. If he gets hit, it'll be hilarious." Dawn raised her hand to express her question, "Can we attack simultaneously?" Woo Hyun casually replied, "Yes. You can use any ability or weapon." "Then let's start."
That blue whale guy below had secretly warmed up his limbs, even the smile on his lips gradually turning sly.
"What a show-off. Alright, let's see how long you can last."
Thinking that, he resolutely hurled a fireball towards Woo Hyun amidst the crowd's astonishment. Instead of retaliating, he simply tilted his head gently to dodge. The throw slammed into the ground, emitting a roaring explosion that sent dirt and rocks flying.
Blue Whale was stunned and screamed at the top of his lungs, "What the hell, he dodged my fire spear that easily?" Blue Whale was stunned and screamed at the top of his lungs, "What the hell, he dodged my fire spear that easily?"
Stretching his neck to warm up, Woo Hyun urged in a deep voice, "We don't have much time so everyone can rush in all at once."
Receiving the signal, the crowd of candidates started getting anxious.
The very next second, all of their strongest moves were simultaneously directed straight towards Woo Hyun with all sorts of skills. He still didn't bat an eye, just standing there waiting for them to charge in.
But just a few minutes later, the candidates were sprawled out flat on the ground. Everyone was battered and miserable.
One of them spoke up, "Our attacks aren't working." The girl next to him also softly complained, "I tried to force close combat just in case, but that didn't work either." Just when the outcome seemed decided, a familiar figure rushed forward. Ariam cheered, "Everyone don't give up."
From then on, Dawn continued, "Leave it to us."
Saying that, the two sisters split to both sides, simultaneously attacking Woo Hyun from the left and right wings to divert his attention.
While throwing kicks, both shouted loudly, "I'm attacking from below. I'm attacking from above." But as the words ended, so did their kicks being intercepted by him. Pouring all his strength into his wrists, Woo Hyun then hurled the twins away dozens of meters. Viewers immediately burst into amused laughter. He just threw them away like that. He's like the most fun ride in an amusement park. Looks pretty fun actually. Having just shown off for a few seconds, the twins lay flat on the ground with dizzy heads, completely losing their combat capability. Just in time, Na-yeon announced time's up. The alarm bell rang noisily, but all the candidates were wiped out on the ground, with only a few having enough strength to struggle to sit up. The chat box regretfully commented, 12 opponents still weren't enough, but they were all high roller players, so it really was a great match. Raising his head high, Woo Hyun loudly asked, I have proven my strength, does anyone object? Despite being dazed, the twins obediently replied, no, sir. Woo Hyun continued, of course, this is just proof of my skills. I still need to prove my training ability. Now let's start Superstar. Saying that, Woo Hyun suddenly paused, his momentum completely dying down. Meaning, the core? This expression made the viewers burst into laughter, and even Haxical had to feel weary after saying that name. To continue the audition program, Sunchul skillfully led the story. The audition finally started with a bang. Na-yeon, what is the first mission? It was Na-yeon's turn to explain the rules of the competition. The first mission is to demonstrate control ability without using supporting equipment. This is a very simple mission where participants must hold out for 3 minutes while lifting a 150 kg barbell with a given playstyle. Naturally, without using supporting equipment. Hearing the description, the chat box involuntarily became lively. Simple, she said so. The difficulty is already horrifying right from the start. It's so hard to use abilities without supporting equipment. And on top of that, you have to hold out for a full 3 minutes intact? So what playstyle will they use? Sunchul excitedly answered the question. The playstyle for this mission is body enhancement. It's relatively easy to use without any supporting equipment. It's not as effective as the absolute entity, but it helps increase the user's strength and stamina. Pointing at the simulation screen, Na-yeon happily confirmed, that's right. Sunchul and I tried it out too, and somehow it worked. Here is the photo to prove it. The comments section below spoke up in astonishment, if they've tried it then it must work. Do you see Sunchul's soul leaving his body on the right? Am I the only one seeing the soul? Is this a spiritual photo? Looking towards the crowd, Na-yeon excitedly signaled, whoever wants to take on the challenge, please switch your system window to display mode. And does anyone have any questions? The twins raised their hands simultaneously. Is there any benefit to finishing the mission quickly? Is there any penalty for finishing late? This innocent question amused the viewers. The twins asked the exact same question. Obviously, it's amazing how they take turns asking questions. Sunchul quickly resolved their doubts. Points are distributed on a progressive scale based on completion order. Therefore, those who succeed quickly will have an advantage. Na-yeon chimed in to support. Once the second mission ends, the 4 people with the lowest total points will be eliminated. Hearing about the ranking segment, the candidates started to look worried. Elimination and eliminating 4 people. She nodded in confirmation, that's right. You can try again, so feel free to use it and don't feel any pressure. However, the time limit for the first mission is 30 minutes, including practice time. So let's begin. 5 minutes later, everyone was completely focused on practicing. To boost the candidates' morale, viewer Minchoko donated 1,000 coins with the message, who do you think will be the first to pass? Sunchul curiously probed for opinions, what do you two think? After observing for a moment, Woo Hyun boldly made a prediction, I think Ariam and Dawn will pass first. Na-yeon, on the other hand, named someone else, probably LNDB. Hearing that, the chat evaluated, all 3 of them leaned towards close combat playstyles. Close combat playstyles have body enhancement by default, so they're already too used to lifting heavy objects. Wait, but isn't this mission too disadvantageous for ranged playstyles? Why do they favor close combat and look down on ranged like that? Do you guys mean close combat is a higher class than ranged, and what's the point of calling ranged players then? This show is way too biased. Realizing the situation was not looking good, Na-yeon panicked a bit. The viewers are getting angry?
Without triggering the trouble detection sensor, she hurriedly explained, No, that's not what I meant. We only chose players with combat playstyles each time. The second mission will be more advantageous for those using ranged playstyles. There's a reason why we only eliminate people when the second mission ends.
Seeing that, the chat finally stopped arguing, one for close combat and one for ranged. She looked so funny when she got scared.
Calm down, we understand.
Letting out a sigh of relief after a close call, Nayeon quickly regained her composure to host the audition. So has anyone tried the challenge yet? The candidates volunteered one after another. I want to take the challenge.
We'll take the challenge. We can do it.
Hearing that, she signaled, Alright, then get ready for the challenge. The viewers boldly guessed, they only need to try once, the twins will definitely pass.
I believe in LNDB.
But a minute later, the twins showed signs of running out of steam.
Dawn whispered weakly, Sister, why don't you just give up?
Ariam gritted her teeth and said, Sorry, but this older sister doesn't give up that easily.
Comments continuously poured in for the sisters. They're arguing again. Just looking at them argue tells you they're still fine.
2 minutes later, LNDB was still struggling to lift the barbell.
Seeing his determination, viewers uniformly left encouraging words, LNDB, you can do it. You represent the earth-shattering generation. LNDB is a high school girl, that appearance is just character customization. Really? What do you think?
Encouraged enthusiastically, but by the last minute, he collapsed.
Nayeon regretfully announced, LNDB failed. He lasted for 2 minutes and 50 seconds.
Sunchul carefully analyzed the situation. It seems he lost focus for a fleeting moment.
Turning to the twins, she excitedly declared.
And as expected, the twins held out past 3 minutes.
Congratulations! We have our first successful candidates.
Finishing the challenge, a sense of achievement suddenly surged within the two sisters. Nailed it.
Comments kept exploding. As expected, the twins succeeded first. Haxical chose them, so it's obvious. It's so frustrating to lose right at the last minute. LNDB anxiously suggested, Can I try again right now? Hearing that, Sunchul eagerly started counting down. Naturally starting the countdown, and as expected, LNDB succeeded on his second try. The following candidates continuously completed the mission, making Blue Whale extremely concerned. Damn it, there aren't many spots left. If I can't make it into the top 6, I'll be eliminated.
It would be so embarrassing if I can't even make it into the top 4 after clickbaiting like that.
I have to do something. The very next second, Nayeon happily announced, We have our 4th successful candidate. Congratulations. This made him even more anxious. Alright, everyone is concentrating over there. Then she excitedly signaled, Who's taking the challenge next? Blue Whale suddenly chuckled to attract attention. So that's how it is. Seeing that, Nayeon suspiciously asked back, You're going to take the challenge? Below, viewers also left comments, He knows how it's done.
As soon as he was asked, he replied with a bright smile, Yes, I will take the challenge.
She attentively instructed, Then switch your system window to display mode and step onto the stage.
Very quickly, Blue Whale stepped onto the arena, his whole body burning with determination.
As soon as the commentator loudly declared, Alright, the challenge starts now.
He touched the barbell, mustering all his might. Blue Whale gathered all his vitality and pushed down towards his abdomen to tighten his core, then slowly lifted the heavy barbell up. He cheered himself on, Good job, me.
Someone's voice cheered aloud, First try. Blue Whale passed 2 minutes. Under the chat box, countless viewers left praises. Wait, Blue Whale is talented.
I thought he only knew how to clickbait, but he's pretty good.
He actually did better than I thought.
But Woo Hyun alone was staring at him with a cold, scrutinizing gaze.
At the last minute, Nayeon excitedly announced, Over 3 minutes, you succeeded. Blue Whale hurriedly dropped the barbell and happily replied, Yes. She clearly declared, Congratulations. Please step over to the area.
Then Woo Hyun suddenly stepped forward to stop him. Wait.
What do you think you're doing?
Feeling a bit guilty, the guy stammered back, "Me?" Viewers started gossiping. What's going on? So tense? Did Haxical get angry? He directly exposed the opponent. Do you really think I wouldn't know you have support mode turned on? Nayan instantly became alert and hurriedly rechecked. Wait, he has support mode on? What do you mean? The chat box instantly exploded. Blue Whale used supporting equipment? What did he say? The system window currently shows 0%. I think Haxical is wrong this time. Doesn't the system window look a bit blurry like a stamina photo? Hope it's just a misunderstanding? She hurriedly asked, Woo Hyun, why do you think Blue Whale used support?
After observing without a single flaw, he slowly analyzed every single movement of Blue Whale. From his gait to the posture he held the barbell, there were characteristic changes from the appearing support system. I recognized it because his body was being adjusted from angular movements in real time.
Hearing that, viewers exclaimed, he noticed that? No way. How could anyone see that? Nayeon walked over and asked softly, Are you sure about this? If you're wrong, it'll be a big trouble. Woo Hyun replied firmly, I'm sure. Can you show me your real support system window? Even though the truth was clear as day, the guy still tried to salvage the situation by denying, you can just look. And what if you're wrong? You know, this isn't something an apology can fix. Hearing that, he directly issued a challenge, if I'm wrong, I'll apologize and quit the show. If that's not enough, you can take all my revenue. Is that enough? Now adjust your support system, you can't hide it anymore. Blue Whale clenched his fists and gritted his teeth, fine, I'll do it. After fumbling around for a bit, Blue Whale finally showed his flaw. He stammered, hey, why isn't this button working? Is the machine frozen or is the network lagging? Seeing that, Woo Hyun directly declared, everything is done. Player Blue Whale is officially disqualified. The chat box instantly erupted in fury. Everyone left criticisms, oh god, so he actually cheated? Oh man, I accidentally placed all my trust in him. It took so much effort to come up with that trick, how pathetic. Disqualified from the audition in the most humiliating way possible, Blue Whale could only harbor bitter resentment. Outplayed and angered, he screamed out curses, let's see where this damn broadcast goes. With that, the system notification popped up. Player Blue Whale has left the system. Following that, Blue Whale's figure gradually faded away from the screen. Witnessing this entire scene, viewers couldn't help but feel outraged. Right at the last minute when the truth is exposed, he just runs away completely. Truly the signature style of internet trolls. And why could Haxical notice it so well?
I sincerely apologize for sometimes doubting Lord Haxical. To let the audition continue, Nayeon cleared her throat to coordinate. Some trouble happened, huh?
Let's continue. Who's next? With that sentence, Shuria cheerfully volunteered, may I try my hand at it?
After that incident, the audition still proceeded in a rather chaotic atmosphere.
And in the second trial, just as expected, players possessing long-range skills occupied the top ranks. Candidates who failed the trial round were officially eliminated from the competition, but their attitude upon leaving was completely different from that Blue Whale guy. What a pity, I got eliminated early. I will definitely watch and support this livestream. Both commentators also politely expressed their gratitude, everyone worked hard.
Moving to the new competition format, Sunchul eagerly inquired, so the individual round is over?
Next up is the team battle content, right, Nayeon? Nayeon nodded in confirmation. After this 4-on-4 battle, the winners will be split in half to enter the finals. Only 2 people will win the final admission tickets. We have divided Team A and Team B based on individual rankings to ensure balance. Team B will consist of Arium, Dawn, LNDB, and Shuria. Team A will consist of the remaining candidates. Seeing how the teams were arranged, viewers immediately noticed the contrast. Is this a battle between the ranged faction and the close combat faction? Team B only has Shuria as a ranged attacker. She looks so out of place. Shuria looks really cute. Too excited, viewers donated 5,000 coins with a question. So what is the content of the team mission? Receiving the question, Nayan smiled brightly and answered. Eliminating ethnol monsters.
2 of them will appear every minute in this lot. Whichever team defeats a higher number within 10 minutes wins.
Note that anyone who leaves the team's specified area will be eliminated instantly.
Each team has a total of 2 attempts, and the final result will be based on the best performance.
Sunchul continued describing the rules. You are free to use your abilities and development paths. The adjustment multiplier is set at 60%. Now, if you're ready, let the competition begin.
Very quickly, the intense match took place. Statistical results of the first round showed Team B defeated 8 monsters, while Team A was currently taking a slight temporary lead. Before this situation, Nayan briefly gave her assessment. Judging by skill combinations, the ranged faction clearly has the advantage.
Sunchul wouldn't lose out either, chiming in with a few sentences. When enemies appear one by one, archers can concentrate ranged damage to finish targets.
Meanwhile, close combat fighters who don't finish them quickly will easily get surrounded and cornered by monsters.
Coordinating smoothly is also a major challenge.
The entire chat also synchronized with the match. Countless comments sent in. Obviously, when fighting in crowds, the long-range faction always has a bigger advantage.
Those close combat guys fighting together really don't show any interaction at all. This is clearly unfair to the close combat build. People are just speaking the truth. What discrimination?
Returning to the arena, Team B was facing some difficulty.
Shuriya worriedly spoke up. What should we do? The second round is very hard to turn the tide.
Dawn thought for a moment and bluntly said, how about asking Lord Haxical for some guidance?
Unexpectedly, LNDB excitedly cheered, taught by him? This idea sounds quite feasible too.
If our performance improves, Lord Haxical will also prove his training skills.
He didn't expect him to agree right away.
The whole team let out a few gasps of surprise. Ariam next to them hurriedly rushed over to ask for the judge's opinion on how things stood. She quickly presented her wish to the organizers.
Hearing that, Nayan replied, that's fine, however, we also have to consider fairness.
After a brief discussion, she clearly declared, therefore, Sunchul and I will be responsible for coaching Team A.
Viewers were endlessly excited, some even expressing shock. Things are getting interesting. Even the judges are directly participating and supporting? So if that team loses, do the judges get eliminated too?
Sunchul nodded approvingly, sort of like having a personal trainer. That's pretty good. Seeing everyone agreed to this, Wu Hyun also spoke up, as long as Team A consents, I have no other objections. Hearing that, Team A took the opportunity to discuss before making a decision. Let us discuss this a bit.
Team A, should we ask for Lord Haxical's help?
But Lord Haxical is inherently from the close combat build. Getting guidance on ranged builds from Haxical might actually be more effective.
I also agree with everyone's opinion. Besides, honestly speaking, how much can really change in just 30 minutes? Exactly, just maintaining our current performance means we'll definitely win.
After a few minutes of team meeting, Team A's representative raised their hand to speak. We agree to do it.
Receiving the signal, Nayan announced, thank you guys.
So after 30 minutes of training, the mission will officially begin. Just like that, the 2 commentators would guide Team A, while Wu Hyun took charge of teaching close combat fighting styles to Team B's members.
He slowly conveyed, to eliminate ethnols optimally, you need to understand their characteristics. Unlike humans, ethnol monsters are completely devoid of fear when it comes to injuries.
Once they determine that the damage dealt will outweigh the losses they have to bear, they will immediately drop their defense to attack without any hesitation. If you grasp that pattern and know how to use it to your advantage. Before finishing his sentence, LNDB excitedly chimed in, you guys can completely predict and counter their moves.
The chat box immediately exploded with comments. Oh, why did the content suddenly become so useful? Here's the introductory course on ethnols.
To help the members improve their combat skills, Wu Hyun signaled, now we are going to do a mock battle.
Consider me an intermediate ethnol and pour all your force into attacking. The moment he finished speaking, an invisible pressure radiated from his entire body, leaving the candidates in awe and anxiously thinking, what is this?
His aura has completely changed.
Even though it's just sparring, the feeling is terrifyingly real. LNDB was the first to practice. He decisively swung his sword toward Wu Hyun and attacked. Just as the blade was about to graze his neck, Wu Hyun suddenly grabbed it with his bare hand, warm blood trickling slightly. The next second, Wu Hyun kicked out straight, sending LNDB flying backward. He was thrown a dozen meters away. His back slammed hard against the ground to the astonishment of the remaining members. Ariam immediately suggested, "Let's corner him all at once." Dawn seriously calculated, "I'll cover the left flank." Saying that, the twin sisters split into two directions to attack as before. Leaving only Shuriya in absolute panic, what should I do? If I miss, I'll hit my teammates. Before the twins could approach, Wu Hyun made his move. His foot kicked hard into Ariam's stomach, while his other hand delivered an uppercut straight to Dawn's face without a shred of mercy. In a flash, the twin sisters were sprawled flat on the ground. Wu Hyun gently gave his assessment, "Just as I thought, except for the twins, you guys have zero coordination at all. First, we need to standardize the team cooperation method. Standing outside watching, Team A's members couldn't help nodding in approval. That's genuinely top tier. This scene made viewers burst into amused laughter. Why are those guys just standing there frozen and watching? If it were me, I'd just stand and watch too. How can anyone look away when it's this captivating? Shifting the broadcast to Team A's situation, Sunchul hurriedly signaled, "Alright everyone, stop watching. Those moves only work against Team B because they have a lot of close combat players." Hearing that, both of them startled and hurriedly turned back to apologize. "Sorry about that." Not wanting to waste any more time, Nayeon delivered the lesson. "Alright, let's just train according to our plan and that will be enough to win. So let's review your skill combinations one last time." 15 minutes passed, and it seemed Team B had just gone through a harsh training session with Wu Hyun. Everyone was now burning with momentum. The challenge begins. Let's go, do your best. Let's fight to the finish. Alright, Team B, get ready. The match started. As soon as the command finished, the entire team split into two wings and pounced toward the positions of two intermediate etmals. Ariam swung a firm fist right into the opponent's face. While practicing, she concentrated on remembering Wu Hyun's teachings, always be in a posture ready to answer counterattacks. Dawn, responsible for support, also decisively rushed forward to kick, completely true to the teachings, deliver the finishing blow decisively. On this side, LNDB was dealing with the remaining etmal all by himself. Every sword stroke he swung down was surprisingly precise. Not far away, Shuriya was focusing her mind, keeping pace with the match while channeling magic power to prepare her strike. Since this was her first time doing this, she couldn't help feeling a bit scared. My mission at this moment is... Wu Hyun's words suddenly echoed in her mind. The key to Team B's coordination lies in the sole ranged position, Shuriya. If you keep hesitating out of fear that you'll hit your teammates, the opportunity will slip away. You must attack fiercely. Shuriya nodded in silent understanding, yes. At the same time, LNDB showed signs of running out of stamina as an etnal flanked him from behind. He panicked and screamed, "Damn it!" Timing it perfectly, Shuriya shouted loudly to boost her momentum. Then unleashed a barrage of thorn arrows toward the etmal, successfully rescuing LNDB from a critical situation. Getting hit by these thorn arrows and witnessing this stellar performance, viewers spared no praise. Playing like that is called gaming. That support coordination is genuinely good. As expected of Shuriya. Stepping forward, she confidently spoke up, "I'll take care of protecting everyone's rear. You guys can fight with peace of mind." Hearing that, LNDB gave a thumbs up in praise. "Shuriya, well done." Sunchul on this side couldn't help but gasp in amazement. The movement speed is truly terrifying. Nayeon immediately chimed in, "Unbelievable, these are still the exact same people from the same team earlier." Underneath the chat box, a few people also agreed with the two commentators' opinions. What on earth is happening right before my eyes? Could this really be a massive plot twist? Returning to the match, right as Dawn finished off the etnal, the ending alarm bell finally rang. Time's up.
Team B scored a total of 14 kills. The impressive result made the chat box instantly explode. 14 is just insane. A spectacular turn of the tides. Is Saint Haxicle's crash course really this effective? The terrifying truth is that Saint Haxicle only taught for a meager 30 minutes. Sunchal excitedly remarked, elevating achievements to this extent, Lord Haxicle has clearly proven his coaching ability. Determined not to lose out, Nayan devotedly cheered for Team A. Even so, Team A, stay steady, don't get shaken. Just execute things the exact same way as before. The members were also brimming with determination. Exactly. Let's do our best. Let's wipe out all of them. However, in Team A's second run, they only managed to eliminate a total of 12. Finishing the trial, Nayan clearly announced, Team A's highest score is 12 while Team B achieved 14. Therefore, the final result of the team mission is an official victory for Team B. The entire team jumped up in joy, cheering endlessly, we actually won, everyone. Standing quietly in a corner, Team A felt a secret pang of jealousy, so regrettable. We thought we had victory in the bag. Despite this result, viewers still left encouragement. Team A fought very well too, but Team B was just too powerful this time. The number 12 was already absurd, reaching 14 is just unimaginable. Anyway, we made it into the top 8, let loose and enjoy. Even so, Team A's members couldn't stop feeling regretful, but if we just leave like this, it feels such a pity. Looking at how Shuri is shown in the second round, I'm certain that Saint Haxicle could also offer useful advice for ranged builds. Thinking and doing, he walked over to Wu Hyun and suggested, before we leave, can you give us some advice? Seeing the members' progressive spirit, he agreed without a moment's hesitation, of course. First of all, Dawn's Fire Mage development path has strengths lying in explosive offensive strikes, right? Let me optimize that. Hearing his guidance, he felt immensely appreciative. I understand it clearly now. As for Shuria, the chat box instantly exploded. Everyone dropped their jaws in awe at Wu Hyun's profound knowledge. What is this? Giving advice on ranged builds and he's still this professional? Truly the level of a saint among saints. Before Team A left, Nayan didn't forget to bow and say goodbye. Thank you all so much for participating enthusiastically. He happily replied, I found it very fun. See you all another time. The main event is still ahead. The two commentators couldn't hide their excitement. Now we only have the final match left. The final match will be a 2 versus 2 team showdown. We have designed a special mission to close out the show, which is the survival arena. In this survival format, whichever team holds out until the end will be the final victorious faction. It seems the pairing list has been finalized completely. Now then, everyone. Right at this moment, the donation notification rang out. Viewer Dad is an alien just supported 1,000 coins with a bold declaration, now let's fight to the death. Concurrently with the audition, at a nearby fitness center, the trainer's voice boomed, today's training session ends here. Sozin sat sprawled on the floor after a productive workout session. She managed to murmur, thank you everyone. But the next second, Sozin suddenly perked right up upon remembering an important matter. Alright, how did the Superstar program results turn out? Hurriedly pulling out her phone to check, the contents inside displayed the final results. Summary of Saint's Disciple results, user USL13. The twin siblings Ariam and Dawn claimed victory. As for individual survival, Shuria did very well, but considering team coordination, the twins are still number 1. This result left Sozin in exclamation. As expected, they grabbed that spot. I must hurry home later and re-watch the progression. And quite surprisingly, I didn't expect Mr. Wu Hyun to take on the role of coach. The official coach inherently has the right to choose their own team. Who knows if he chose his own team? After all, both sides knew each other beforehand. Who knows, maybe we'll appear together on television again soon. Returning to the broadcast. Before ending, the dynamic duo Nayan and Sunchal didn't forget to say their goodbyes. Goodbye everyone. Hello to all viewers watching. Thank you so much for taking the time to watch today's session.
It was great watching such special broadcasts. Today's viewers were immensely satisfied. Goodbye. Where were we stopping at in our previous matchmaking sequence? Alright, because I was busy following Superstar and took a long break, I barely remember anything now. In the previous broadcast, Yujin had once inquired about how Woo Hyun used his special privilege, so what does my junior plan to use the independent operation privilege for? Back then he didn't hesitate to explain, my plan is. But the broadcast abruptly cutting off left viewers filled with curiosity.
Returning this time around, fans continuously asked questions prompting Na Yun to excitedly state, the previous match ended right at this exact segment.
Now let's listen to the answer together. Even Sunchul couldn't hide his excitement. Let's see what Haxicle's choice will be.
On the screen, Woo Hyun was opening up about his plans. I'm planning to head into the inverted world alone to clear it out and see how it goes.
Hearing that, Hannah couldn't stop praising, our junior is truly hardworking. With your abilities, you definitely won't encounter any obstacles.
Though not objecting, Yujin still spoke up with a hint of reservation.
That much is true, but...
Suddenly she stepped close to Woo Hyun and whispered as if afraid someone might overhear, there are a few things to keep in mind before you go.
Check the message I just sent. Speaking directly here is a bit inconvenient.
Understanding the other's intent, he nodded in confirmation, I understand.
It wasn't until Woo Hyun stepped down into the parking lot that his phone ringtone chimed, making him curious, has a message arrived?
True to form, it was the message Yujin sent in the letter. She had solemnly addressed the previous battle, you still remember the group that ambushed you and me last time, right? That guy who's Sue and the two individuals with him, you can probably guess.
However, their real target at that time was you, not me. Junior, it seems the corporate alliance faction is targeting you. They have the capability to strike at any time. However, knowing we've made preparations, they probably won't dare act recklessly right away.
Furthermore, we've planted spies inside that organization.
If there are any developments, they'll report the news immediately.
At this point, Woo Hyun suddenly raised his voice to read aloud so the broadcast could pick up the audio, and here is the list of inverted worlds suitable for you to solo.
The rough situation is just like that.
Na Yun, realizing something, spoke up with a bit of annoyance, this kind of pattern
means right after flagging, you'll immediately get jumped by a gank, doesn't it? Sunchul nodded in agreement with both hands, in a bit, those hounds will definitely sniff things out and come running. Even the viewers detected the issue, guess we can't watch the drama immediately. Exactly, if they don't show up, that wouldn't be Haxicle's style. An emergency situation means it's definitely going to happen, right? While deeply focused on the text message, Woo Hyun was startled awake by someone's voice, is Mr. Woo Hyun there?
I am Young Chi-hun from the support department. I heard you're preparing to go on a mission alone, let me escort you to the assembly point.
Trust me.
Without a shred of doubt, he nodded and replied immediately, yes.
Watching his gestures, viewers nodded approvingly, an official employee's demeanor is truly top tier.
Reaching the assembly point, Chi-hun quickly turned around to leave, not forgetting to leave words of encouragement beforehand, wishing you a smooth journey. Woo Hyun gratefully nodded in polite response, thank you very much. Waiting for his vehicle's shadow to fade away, he quietly stepped inside to observe the battleground. It is known that this place used to be an amusement park, now abandoned. The chilly atmosphere further heightened the eerie danger of this place. Standing before the spatial rift, Woo Hyun didn't speak, concentrating his mental energy solely on observing the battleground and surrounding movements. Remembering Yujin's serious warning, he couldn't help but sigh, surely there aren't any trackers watching, right? But the next second, Woo Hyun was overwhelmed upon realizing the presence left behind by the hounds around here. I've been cornered. There are 6 of them in total. Before he could steady his mind, countless energy streams with all sorts of attributes aggressively surged forward. Woo Hyun showed not a shred of fear. Instead, quickly summoning his soul entity and rushing out to counter every single blow. Taking advantage of the opponent's distraction while casting magic power, he appeared right above their head, giving them a real fright. Right as the soul entity's blade was about to slash down, an aggressive dark shadow suddenly lunged out to intercept it. With just a single blow, he brutally knocked Wu Hyun flying dozens of meters away. Drawing strength from his soul, he forced his weight onto his feet to brace against the push, quickly regaining his balance. Catching sight of Wu Hyun, the leader sneered with amusement, well, your sensory perception is much better than I expected.
It is a pleasure to meet you, Baek Wu Hyun. Or would it sound more natural if I called you test subject number 48?
Hearing the name he had tried so hard to forget, he was instantly struck with extreme tension, his pupils dilating to their absolute limit.
It took a few minutes for Wu Hyun to gather his wits and demand, "Are you people from the organization?"
Chuckling at his sharpness, the leader offered generous praise, as sharp as your reputation suggests.
Then let us get straight to the point. Go back to the research. Again. Hearing about that place, the corners of Wu Hyun's mouth twitched uncontrollably as he hurried to confirm, "What?"
Seeing his resolute attitude, the leader began to tempt him with things Wu Hyun would never care about. "Hello, cutting right to the chase, are we?"
We guarantee that Wu Hyun's power will advance through standard experimental procedures.
Before the man could finish, Wu Hyun angrily growled a warning, "Absurd.
Stop talking such nonsense."
Rejected by him, the leader merely laughed with a hint of regret. "It is truly unfortunate that you gave such an answer. You will have to bear all the consequences of this decision yourself."
Subject number 48, catch him for me.
As soon as he finished speaking, the hounds grabbed their weapons and dashed forward like lightning. The first one, a melee lightning type, swung his fist straight at Wu Hyun,
but was blocked by his soul.
Taking advantage of the moment before his opponent recovered his composure, Wu Hyun decisively swung his sword, sending him flying far away. At that moment, the remaining one covered from the left flank and thrust forward. But he did not think much of such a petty trick. Wu Hyun used the momentum to leap into the air and slash down fiercely. The blade landed squarely on the opponent's head, causing fresh blood to gush out like a waterfall. Realizing the situation was turning bad, the leader shouted the command, "Do not let him escape."
The remaining hounds also entered the fray, each burning with fighting spirit.
They quickly fused the elements of wood, ice, and fire into one, then unleashed a powerful strike toward Wu Hyun with terrifying force that shook the entire space violently.
Following the terrifying explosion, the thick smoke quickly cleared. He still stood tall, as if the previous attack had not harmed him in the least, leaving not even a single scratch.
Watching the hounds sitting helplessly on the ground,
Nayan gently exclaimed, "Just as I thought."
Synchronized teamwork fit for professional hounds, but that is still not enough to give Haxical a hard time. Sunchul was already beaming with pride by this time, naturally,
because Haxical's stats have increased a lot compared to before.
Witnessing such an outstanding performance, the chat room immediately exploded. To catch Haxical, you at least need Haxical to arrive if there is any hope.
Even if Haxical shows up, there is no chance of winning.
On this side, the hounds were already showing signs of exhaustion.
One was even so bitter that he cursed out loud, "Damn it, how dare you hurt our comrades? What should we do next, boss?" After pondering for a moment, the leader could only reply helplessly, "There is no other way. Everyone, drink Tom Knot." Hearing this name, Nayan asked in mild surprise, "What is Tom Knot?" "This is the first time I have heard this name. Do you know what it is, Sunchul?"
Sunchul hurriedly searched for news about it, but he could only give up. "This is my first time hearing it too. I just tried searching the net a moment ago and found no related information at all." On the contrary, Nayan was extremely excited. "If that is the case, it means..." Understanding her intent, Sunchul boldly declared, "This fan is going to cause another shocking drama right in our usual style." In the chat room, a few people began to express their amusement. This is no longer the inverted world we used to know. Today, international forums are bound to be in an uproar once again. Just watch. Returning to the broadcast screen, the leader spat out a pill first and loudly rebuked, "You forced me to use this thing, so sooner or later you will regret it." Seeing the pill for the first time, Wu Hyun fell into deep thought. Tom Knot. Even in the other world, I have never heard of this name. Let us keep watching to see how the situation unfolds. Just as the pill was swallowed completely, the unusual medicinal properties immediately took effect.
The hounds began to undergo a terrifying bodily transformation.
From their skin tone to their muscle fibers, everything bulged and writhed.
That grotesque shape momentarily left him unable to gather his wits, only able to exclaim in horror, "What on earth is this?"
Completing the transformation, the hounds locked onto their target, glaring at Wu Hyun with intense resentment. Their disgusting appearance frightened Na-yeon into blurting out, "Everyone, looking at them like this, they are no different from space invaders." Realizing the issue, viewers immediately drew comparisons based on appearances. Looking at that color tone immediately reminds you of space invaders.
What the hell is going on? It looks so scary.
There are as many as 4 space invaders.
This situation is seriously tense. Wu Hyun silently guessed, "This is definitely not your ordinary energy booster."
Seeing him standing there in deep thought, the man sneered triumphantly, "Then prepare yourself for what is coming next." As if receiving an order, the hounds rushed forward simultaneously at terrifying speed. The vanguard was still the same lightning-type hound from earlier. He stared wide-eyed at Wu Hyun and brutally hurled a thunderous punch toward him. Thanks to the effect of the Tom-Knot drug, the power of his punch had multiplied. The moment the blow hit the ground, the earth beneath cracked open, sending debris flying in all directions.
Witnessing this horrifying scene, the viewers could only exclaim in terror, "Good grief, what was that? Can just a single pill generate this level of strength?"
The previous screen was too much, the initial abilities cannot be compared at all. Fortunately, Wu Hyun had retreated in time, moving out of the impact zone of the previous attack. At this point, he partially assessed the extent of the opponent's strength. Their power had now reached a completely different level. Wasting no time, the next hound sprang forward to support. As soon as he appeared, he unleashed a fiery, highly critical arrow toward him. Just as the arrow was about to hit him, Wu Hyun swung his soul to shred the arrow to pieces. Unfortunately, the glowing remnants from the attack suddenly splattered onto his clothes and face, leaving patchy burn marks. Faced with the relentless onslaught of the hounds, Na-yeon expressed her concern, "We have completely fallen into a passive position. It is unbelievable how much they transformed just because of a pill. Will he find a way to overcome this disaster?" Sunchul was still watching the match tensely, his voice trembling as he spoke, "That is indeed true. Even though their strength is enhanced, there is something very cold about the attitude of these hounds. It feels like they have turned into different creatures and completely lost their sanity." At the same time, another hound quickly closed in on Wu Hyun from behind. The spear in his hand thrust forward powerfully. It seemed blockable, but its terrifying force threw him flying dozens of meters away. This situation made Sunchul vaguely realize, this state looks like a return to the match. Wu Hyun tried to plant his feet firmly on the ground, using resistance to counter the opponent's push. Just as he regained his balance, the aggressive hounds approached. But their lifeless eyes only made Sunchul more certain of his judgment. They are being manipulated by some force, aren't they? The fierce and hopeless demeanor of the hounds suddenly aroused Wu Hyun's suspicion. Not only had their abilities surged explosively, but their personalities had completely changed, as if they had lost their minds. They looked no different from true invaders. They needed to be finished off quickly. Thinking and acting at once, he used the momentum to leap into the air, plunging into the battlefield with 100% of his strength. Just as the heat of the flames was about to scorch his entire body, Wu Hyun decisively swung his soul to slice the sea of fire in half. The sharp blade powerfully pierced through the hound's body and continued along its momentum to lunge straight toward the leader standing dazed in the back. Witnessing this eye-catching sequence of moves, the online chat room instantly erupted. A series of praises poured in continuously. "That speed is terrifying. He even passed through the flames with ease. What kind of monster is he anyway?" Stopping right at the center of the hounds, he immediately executed his protective ultimate move. As his sword slashed down, the rock before him shattered into pieces. Fragments scattered in all directions. Whatever earth and stone flew out were absorbed by the hounds. The leader bit his teeth in pain, struggling to withstand the explosive force. After the earthquake-like tremor subsided, he stomped his foot heavily on the ground to gain momentum. His whole body burned with killing intent as he shouted, "Surround him tightly." The lackeys quickly fused two sources of magic into one and immediately bombarded Wu Hyun directly. The lackeys quickly fused two sources of magic into one and immediately bombarded Wu Hyun directly. But the very next second, a dense web of slashes from the soul suddenly lit up, tightly surrounding them and brutally hacking the vortex into 100 pieces. In the blink of an eye, the sky returned to its original calm, leaving no trace of the previous attack. Seeing his proudest ultimate move neutralized in an instant, the man unwillingly blurted out, "How can this be?" Without realizing it, he had closed in from behind out of nowhere. A dry slicing sound echoed. The leader did not even get to say a word before collapsing onto the ground. The hounds were officially dealt with, making the live streaming room lively once again. Even the administrator cannot defeat Haxical. I have become a believer. Just trust the boss and everything will be fine. Whoever doubted him earlier, kneel down and repent. Grabbing the man by the head, Wu Hyun tried to interrogate, "Hey brother, what was that drug earlier?" But with his remaining strength, the leader only muttered nonsense as blood began to flow from his 7 orifices. Why? Obviously this drug shouldn't have effects this strong. Finishing his sentence, he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood and passed out. Wu Hyun sighed internally, "He's dead." He said it's normally not this kind of medicine, which means the drug was swapped or degraded? Just as he intended to investigate carefully what it was, since he had never seen it in the other world, he might as well try scavenging, perhaps he would find a clue. Is this really all? Don't even talk about traces, I can't even find a single useful item. While busy searching for evidence, Hannah's anxious voice suddenly rang out, "Junior." Upon arrival, Yujin expressed her remorse, "I am truly sorry for being late." Hannah sighed and continued, "I don't even know how to explain this properly." Seeing the disappointment of both, he gently reassured them, "It's nothing. I am quite used to this sight." The viewers only left a cynical remark, showing up at the last minute as usual. Seeing this, Nayeon hurriedly explained, "Anyway, it is normal for NPCs to arrive late. I admit this quest holds a lot of mysteries." Sunchul cleverly changed the subject, from the organization's recruitment attempts to the Tom Knot drug, things are getting more complicated. Just like that, the two successfully regained the viewers' favor, causing the chat room to explode once again. A plot lover like me is extremely excited. International groups are also buzzing about the content from Haxical's livestream. The analysis topic on the Tom Knot drug has climbed to the top trends on foreign forums. Returning to the main screen, Wu Hyun asked with some surprise, "How did you know I was here anyway? Did Jean come along too?" Hannah began recounting the entire tracking process. "Shortly after you left, we received word that the hounds would launch an attack today. The source was our insider operating within that organization. I immediately contacted the secret agent in Chihun to determine your location. But he gave a completely wrong location and vanished right after with his resignation letter. That guy must be a mole planted by the organization. Fortunately, we tracked him down using his GPS tracking device, which is how we managed to find you. It seems everything is all wrapped up now." Even though he said not to mind it, Yujin's heart remained restless. "My apologies again. I will definitely make it up to you with a worthy reward." Seeing that, Wu Hyun had to go along with it while still keeping to the main point. "Let's leave the compensation for later. Consider that I have grasped the situation." Hearing her response, she finally let go of her worries. I smiled as usual. "Alright, let's start cleaning up the scene." After returning from the rendezvous point, instead of going to headquarters to report what was abnormal in the battle, Wu Hyun lingered somewhere, leaving viewers wondering. So where is Haxical going next? Even Na-yeon is truly confused by this move of his. I thought he would go back to report to Kim Seo. Sunchul seemed to guess something and signaled, "Just quietly observe and see what happens." At this moment, Wu Hyun was still trying to deduce the mastermind behind everything, wondering if his inference was truly correct that the mysterious viewer 62 was the very creator of this game. From the AI responding perfectly to the activation of the new system,
The invaders with the ability to copy actions and even the Tom not drug that not even the administrator knew about. The possibility that the storyline of the entire inverted world had transformed based on his actions was completely plausible, and was likely the crucial key to lifting the veil of mystery surrounding Unknown 62. First, I need to start by investigating that organization. Along the way, I will teach the Business Alliance a lesson they will never forget. No sooner said than done, Woo Hyun quickly opened his inventory pouch to inspect its contents. From the series of changes, Na-yeon guessed the focal point and hurriedly shouted, "Huh, why did the equipment style change all of a sudden?" Sunchul also chimed in with the same doubt. Yeah, looking at the potential point allocation, it is definitely not built for a warrior path. On the contrary, the livestream viewers were extremely excited about this different choice, so the second hidden card has finally decided to show itself after all this time? But will he be proficient in a long-range combat style? I haven't seen him use it before, but based on how he used to guide others, it should be fine. Still, why the change? I'm so curious. A minute later, the transformation process ended, and Woo Hyun thought triumphantly, complete. Last time, I built my signature Superman persona on the other side. It was called Destruction. Seeing the cool visual effects on the screen, the chat room could not help cheering with excitement. Whoa, the flames are scorching the entire screen. Chat is fainting, I've got goosebumps all over. Even so, he carefully calculated, although I don't know the exact location of the pharmaceutical lab, I know a corporation that has a close relationship with it. Furthermore, the two sides still have unresolved old debts. Thinking of this, Woo Hyun's pupils suddenly narrowed, a flash of murderous intent showing in his eyes as he uttered, "Tang Kin address. It definitely has to be that place." Hearing this name, the comments section was filled with astonishment. Isn't Dain 2 Kahin the company that Choi John Trio is claiming rights to? Is he actually going to attack that place? Sunchul nodded and deduced, high probability. If so, changing the gear build makes total sense, because if a melee player went to destroy the organization right now, everyone would guess it's him immediately. In the comments section, everyone marveled, truly so decisive. But why is he suddenly settling scores with the organization? Because those guys love to pick fights, so now they just need to taste a bit of pain. Still, he is an official public figure after all, there's no way he can launch a public attack openly. Returning to Woo Hyun's side, he thought with confidence, besides, looking like this should be fine. Supernatural strength enhanced, cooldown shortened, energy optimized. His appearance had completely changed, making Sunchul feel nostalgic. It has been a long time since I last saw this experimental outfit. With this look, absolutely no one will recognize him. At this point, Woo Hyun quickly put on his mask and resolved, alright, I need to finish this once and for all. Then I will go all out right from the very first blow. At the same time, at the headquarters of the Dain 2 Kahin organization, everything was still running according to schedule. But the next second, a massive dark shadow suddenly lunged from the window. A terrifying explosion rang out, and amidst the thick smoke, only frightened screams could be heard. Employees inside the headquarters scattered in panic, shouting endlessly, What is happening?" In the night, Woo Hyun appeared like a god, his entire body radiating an overwhelming aura, most impressively his striking platinum hair. The online chat room immediately fell into a state of overload, unbearably cool. You really can't just sit back and take it forever. A gentleman may endure once, but absolutely not a second time. Still, I never expected such a fierce frontal assault. Stunned on this end, Na-yeon wore a bewildered expression and shouted, "Is doing this really okay? What if other players get caught in the crossfire?" Sunchul regained his composure after the scare and explained, "This is my first time witnessing this scene too." However, the moment the main gate exploded, the spatial separation mechanism was activated just in time, which means the base and the organization this time have become a separate scenario exclusively for Haxical. The spatial separation mechanism is a mechanism that puts players into an independent dimension upon the request of a mission or event. Even if they stand at the exact same coordinates, they will be unable to see or affect each other. The hounds immediately pointed their guns at him and threatened, "Don't move." Before the words finished,
Wu Hyun used a single blow to knock them back and silence them permanently.
This action left viewers extremely excited. Goodness, that ability is so terrifying.
That is the hardest skill to master in the long-range class. Drawing from memories of the other world, he muttered to himself, if this building corresponds to the one on the other side, there must definitely be a secret passage leading down to the underground research facility right in the lobby. Suddenly, someone shouted like a command, "Stop right there." Not far away, a squad of agents slowly approached, led by the chubby guy whose face he was sick of looking at. As soon as he arrived, he shouted noisily, "Cease your unauthorized use of abilities and surrender immediately, or we will use heavy measures to suppress you." The old memories resurfaced, making him feel rather amused. Long time no see. The bug in Wu Hyun's mind constantly urged him to finish the man off, destroy him.
Annihilate him right now. Hurry up. Soon, the voice of the captain brought him back to reality. All units, arrest the intruder.
Before the words were fully spoken, Wu Hyun brutally pulled down the ceiling, crushing the crowd below. Once again, he caused the chat room to chatter endlessly, horrifying.
What just happened? What on earth is going on?
Emerging from the debris, the agents managed to escape nimbly, though a few were still pinned tightly beneath the rubble.
One of the survivors expressed confusion. What is the meaning of this? Why did the ceiling collapse like that?
Only then did they pay attention to Wu Hyun's movements. This is why Baek Wu Hyun on the other side was called the Destroyer by people. Secure the underground sector and identify the target.
It seems the opponent is much stronger than we anticipated. Do not let your guard down. All-out attack. No matter how hard the man tried to attack, he remained completely unharmed.
That was because there were simply no words left that could describe him
more accurately than this.
Enduring the relentless storm of attacks from Wu Hyun, the leader could only clutch his face and lament, "I can't believe this." Seeing his opponent's pitiful state, he curved his lips slightly and asked mockingly, "What is going on?" With that, he calmly strode forward. Seeing the leader hesitating and holding back his attack,
Wu Hyun taunted, "Aren't you going to keep attacking?"
Furious at having his humiliating fear exposed, the man could only curse bitterly, "Damn it, go to hell." Finishing his sentence, the leader waved his hand and released a wave of pressure. A brutal palm strike slammed down, shattering the ground into large chunks. Immediately, he manipulated sharp boulders to rise from the ground, tearing through the air and hurtling straight toward Wu Hyun's location to swallow him whole. But just as they reached Wu Hyun, an invisible magical circle enveloping him crushed them into fragments in the blink of an eye. Witnessing this magical sight, the online chat room instantly exploded. Everyone expressed astonishment. What is appearing right now? Is that a deity? For psychic power to reach this realm too? No matter how you look at it, this is clearly cheating. His ability to control power is truly too terrifying. I've got goosebumps all over. Giving the enemy no time to breathe, his fingers swept across the space in front of him to form a fatal cross. From the opposite side, only pathetic groans could be heard as deep slashes were cut across all the tendons in his hands and feet. Now the leader looked no different from a doomed puppet in a cloak, howling in agony before collapsing onto the floor where dark red blood had just stained the surface. At this point, the leader practically begged, "Please. I'm sorry. Please spare this humble life. Have mercy on me." The rebellious part of Wu Hyun's mind began its psychological manipulation. Whether in this reality or the other world, you scum are all just as despicable. As time went on, the urging voice became crystal clear, "Finish him. Annihilate him right away. You looked so excited when slaughtering my comrades. Yet when facing death, you moan and beg so pathetically? Truly an unbearable sight." Without a moment of hesitation, he immediately summoned a dark orb right beside the man. The leader froze for a few seconds, staring wide-eyed at that pitch-black energy with extreme disbelief. What the hell is going on? Yet his curiosity was quickly replaced by bone-deep agony. As the orb began to activate, the objects around it were instantly crushed to pieces. A moment later, the screams faded into silence, leaving only the pungent smell of fresh blood and scattered flesh across the floor. Witnessing this brutal scene, Na Yun could only cover her mouth in shock. Upon experiencing Woo Hyun's cruelty for the first time, even the livestream viewers could not hide their chills. This new move looks so magnificent. Seriously, can a player actually do something like that? If you turn off the system support mode, it's just like breaking chains, you can definitely do it. But this scene is too violent. At this rate the video will definitely get a yellow strike. To salvage the situation, Sunchul cleverly used the screen blurring technique. I will blur the image a bit for the sake of the audience's experience. Still, I never expected psychic abilities to advance to that extent. Truly living up to the name Haxical. As expected of professional class. What do you think? Na Yun, lost in her emotions, startled slightly when her name was called, quickly composed herself and nodded in reply, yes, exactly. Honestly, I thought the psychic build would be inferior to physical enhancement. At this point, the livestream viewers began questioning his true identity. What kind of high-tier character is Haxical anyway? This is terrifying. Returning to the main screen, Woo Hyun stood there looking at the product he had just created and thought to himself, consider this cleanup done. If they bring in more reinforcements, it will be troublesome. I need to retreat quickly. No sooner said than done, he quickly withdrew from the scene. Right on cue, the alarm sirens blared. The alert signaled, intruder detected. The observation room instantly went into a frenzy. Organization staff urgently called for backup. How did he find this location? Unless he is an organization member, it's completely impossible for him to know. Call for reinforcements immediately. The next second, a thunderous explosion rang out. Along with pathetic groans, all the staff collapsed onto the floor. Right at the exit, a painfully familiar figure slowly emerged, none other than Woo Hyun. Everything unfolded precisely according to calculations. This secret bunker had been found by cross-referencing paths from the other world. The staff inside angrily shouted a warning, "Don't come any closer." But the next second, they were hung upside down from the ceiling by Woo Hyun. Reaching the server console, he waved his hand to blast away an employee and seize control. Sitting at the desk, Woo Hyun carefully searched to check. This is the list of research sponsors and all the available lackeys. Everything is identical to the other world? So easy to remember. And this too. Medicine from 1 day to perfection 20x. The effect of optimizing productivity of synthesized special abilities. Enhancing ability efficiency? So it was originally just a regular supporting drug after all. Then what caused them to mutate into invader-like forms? At that time, it was definitely not just a simple energy booster. Someone must have interfered to cause this drug to degrade. While deep in thought, someone suddenly screamed, "He's over there!" Walking up, the doctor cursed aloud, "Bastard!" He furiously ordered, "Capture him alive!" Immediately, the Ethnals lunged at Woo Hyun to attack. But even that was no match for him. With just a wave of his hand, those intermediate Ethnals were suspended from the ceiling by him, locking all their movements in place. The livestream commentator could not hide his astonishment at this high-tier skill, shouting in excitement, "Haxical is casting ultimate control skills to immobilize the Ethnal. This is not simply using brute force to suppress them, but an extremely meticulous control down to every single joint of the Ethnals to pull this off." In less than 3 seconds, the Ethnals the doctor was so proud of were crushed to pieces by Woo Hyun with a single hand. He panicked and cried out, What is happening?" The pieces of Ethnal scrap metal dropped onto the ground with a clatter, giving the doctor a terrible fright. His limbs suddenly stiffened, his whole body trembled violently, and he stammered a plea, "Save me." Yet, only a moment later, Woo Hyun brutally twisted the doctor's neck backward. When the dry snap echoed, it marked the end of the man's life. Seeing him become increasingly merciless, the crowd of viewers grew even more excited. Can psychic power really be this overpowering? Plus, it looks incredibly cool. 3 Ethnals were wiped out in the blink of an eye. Regaining his composure, Na Yun exclaimed excitedly, "This was an inevitable result.
Even when experiencing system issues, a high-level ethanol was taken down by Haxical in 3 seconds. Sunchal nodded in agreement while jotting something down. The psychic power is too strong. That is indeed the case. But what surprises me more is that he dared to break into the organization to steal data. Seeing this, the viewers could not help but feel anxious. At this rate, where is the storyline going? How can breaking into the organization on his own fit into the main plot? Hannah turned back toward the basement.
Woo Hyun was still struggling to collect information. Although I haven't gathered too much info, I've at least intimidated them.
Now, it's time.
The system quickly displayed a notification screen. Mission: sweep the Daein 2 Tunhyun headquarters complete.
You have leveled up. Received 1 special potential point.
But this left him stunned, his mouth hanging wide open.
Even the viewers were filled with questions. What just happened? Does this mean the spontaneous attack he just carried out is now recognized by the system as an official mission? Unbelievable. I'm going crazy.
Hannah, that is exactly why I cannot take my eyes off this master's channel.
Nayeon was in a total panic here, desperately looking for an explanation. Wait, then what will happen next?
Sunchal also found this head-scratching and could only provide a temporary explanation. If the mission was generated from Haxical's own actions, then all predictions about the plot become meaningless, because the story will now revolve around his own will.
Hearing that, she was half doubting, can such a rare thing actually happen?
He tried to reassure himself, this is the first time even I have seen such a case. But on the contrary, Woo Hyun's awareness had been opened.
He once again firmly asserted, everything is clear now. I have the full ability to lead the plot according to my own intentions.
If that is the case, it's best to go back and plan ahead first. At the same time, at the Law&T headquarters in the United States, Sophia and her colleagues were struggling with the issue that had just taken place.
She whispered to the heavens, what is this so-called comprehensive interactive plot system?
Have you guys caught the update schedule yet? The assistant used a bit of gossip he had just collected to reply, I heard it will be updated simultaneously during the server maintenance to install the pet system.
And one more thing, there are traces suggesting Deus had a hand in this update. Finishing his sentence, Sophia screamed in astonishment, what? Is it possible that Deus has awakened?
He shook his head slightly, his voice sounding a bit tired. We only discovered access logs using Isaac's permissions, but we haven't received any response yet. But who knows, maybe this whole thing wasn't done by Isaac but by Deus itself. If so, its silence all this time becomes logical. Hearing this, she nodded slightly, that hypothesis isn't without grounds.
If it poured all its power into perfecting the system, that alone would be too terrifying.
Mentioning this, Sophia fell into deep thought. There is still another matter. Regarding that generous bonus, the donor's name is also very strange.
I've been thinking about it and still can't make sense of everything. She immediately took out her phone to access Isaac's information page and suspected Deus.
I remember back then, Isaac once stated that this was the exact person who created the world's leading artificial intelligence.
And when Deus reaches a perfect state, we will simply create this universe together.
Forget it, let's cross that bridge when we come to it.
Seeing him rambling on aimlessly, Sophia teased, what are you babbling about?
Returning to reality, she tensely questioned the secretary opposite her, apart from that, is there anything else? He replied exhaustedly, I found a little more data, but they are secured in black boxes, so I can't view the content. As if catching a signal, Sophia cleared her throat and ordered, very well. From now on, we will focus all our resources on decrypting those black box data blocks. A few days later, during their weekend meeting, Nayeon was excited when mentioning the recent broadcast. The impact of the last livestream was truly explosive. Used to this, Woo Hyun only replied flatly. She reacted immediately, not at all. This time the scale is completely different. It has spread all the way to international forums. Even YouTubers with 10 million followers like LowMarkNet have reached out proactively.
That is the nickname the American online community gave Baek Woo Hyun. I wanted to ask if you could participate in the special guest show Chester's Gentleman's Room? And one more thing.
As with every time he talked to Nayeon, he sank into his own world of thought. He suddenly remembered that the mysterious viewer 62 still hadn't shown any signs of activity related to the new storyline system.
When the pet system updated, they reacted almost instantly, so why are they silent this time?
User Mysterious Viewer 62 has donated 5,000 coins.
Thank you for your effort. This is the payment for the special mission. I must need to do something else.
Even so, Woo Hyun still caught Nayeon's words. I'm considering, should I switch to playing a pure support build for the next clip? He asked curiously, why? She suggested excitedly, it's better to change the atmosphere a bit these days. But as soon as the words left her mouth, Woo Hyun directly rejected the suggestion. No, I will continue playing the game.
Currently, the multidimensional interactive plot system is already operational.
If I switch back to fighting humans at this important time, it would be a huge waste of time. Mentioning this, he mused slightly. That's right. It took so much effort to find clues to decode the secrets of the other world. I can't let time pass in vain like that. Looking at Woo Hyun's expression today, Nayeon began to feel suspicious. How strange. Previously, he wasn't the type of person to be so immersed in games to this extent. Come to think of it, since that day, his personality had also changed significantly.
During one broadcast, Sunchul had mentioned, Ms. Nayeon, many viewers wonder if Haxical has that same personality in real life? What is he actually like?
Not finding it convenient to share information, she gave a vague response. Well, something like that, I guess.
It's truly scary. But the viewers below remain skeptical. He looks like a machine. Could it be acting? He must be the cold-faced type in real life too. Good heavens, is this really a real person?
Because of this, Nayeon became even more worried.
Compared to before, he hardly showed any emotion.
Not only that, but those strange combat skills of unknown origin as well. And acting suspiciously obsessed with the mysterious viewer 62.
Once, Woo Hyun angrily threw a tantrum. Can you help me find information about that donor?
If there is an account named Mysterious Viewer 62 donating or leaving a comment, report it to me immediately.
No matter what I am busy with.
After much hesitation, she summoned the courage to ask about this. I've been wondering about this for a long time.
Has something happened recently that I don't know about? I feel like you've become a completely different person than before. Moreover, this is the first time I've seen you take this game so seriously. Or is this not just a virtual world to you?
If there's any problem you need help with, just share it with me.
I'm always ready to be by your side to help you.
Hearing this, Woo Hyun froze for a long while. Have I revealed so many cracks that even Nayeon has noticed? It's really unnecessary to rush to the point where people around me have to worry like this. Not wanting her to worry, he reassured her, I understand. I must have been a bit too obsessed with the game.
Let's agree on your idea. In the next clip, we will switch to fighting. But Nayeon still insisted on questioning, is there really nothing you're hiding from me? Unable to reveal it yet, Woo Hyun confidently asserted, absolutely not.
That's good. Nayeon tentatively cast aside her suspicions. Alright, let's discuss further. But she didn't know that the other personality was gradually taking root in his mind day by day.
A moment later, a notification suddenly appeared, announcement dated 2041. Introducing the upcoming clip, challenge the record of the consecutive win streak in duel mode. Presenting character build plans from viewers.
A few days later, Woo Hyun's online live clip about the new duel mode officially began. Just as it started, Nayeon couldn't contain her excitement. Surely everyone already knows the content for today, right? The main goal is to break the win streak record with skill sets voted by the viewers themselves. Hearing the intent of this broadcast, the viewers were equally excited, continuously leaving comments. Great job today. This time I really have to bow down to Nayeon's scheduling talent.
Keep up this momentum. Wait a minute, I thought we were going to continue the main storyline today? To ensure people didn't feel disappointed by the sudden change in broadcast content, she cleverly appeased them, yes.
Because in the previous broadcast, many of you expressed a desire to see more different character builds. For example, a comment like this, for the first time in my life, I've seen someone with superior psychic control ability like that. It's amazing how this guy can carry the team easily with any class. Maybe if he used the illusion class, he'd rule the world too. Can't you show a few more skill sets? Please. I beg you. There were many curious suggestions about that. So today, this broadcast was born. Nayeon continued her unfinished sentence. Furthermore, I have absolutely no intention of looking down on other masters. But looking at the reality, at this ranking level, I'm afraid no one has enough strength left to stop Haxicle's win streak. Hearing that, Sunchul quickly commented, so that's why he changes the build every match to give the opponent more chances, right? She confirmed, exactly. Even though it was already being broadcast, he still had some concerns, but did Haxicle agree? If he happens to pick some weird skill sets, the win streak could easily be broken. And he also has to turn off all system support. Not only Sunchul, Nayeon had also calculated this case, so she hurriedly explained, I was also worried about that, so I asked for his opinion. Can everyone guess how Haxicle responded? The main screen immediately showed Woo Hyun's usual indifferent face. He replied nonchalantly, any set is fine. Nayeon playfully added, no matter the choice, he answered so decisively. That is indeed Haxicle's overflowing confidence. Although he knew of Woo Hyun's superior ability, Sunchul still left some words of reminder before the match started. However, unlike the PvE mode where you have to accumulate experience to optimize character builds, in the PvP mode, the system defaults to low stats, so you absolutely must not be careless. But contrary to him, the viewers had some mixed opinions. For someone of Haxicle's caliber, what equipment is needed? Even a blade of grass in his hand turns into a divine weapon. But if he gets stuck with junk skills, he'll still have a tough time. I have to admit, the host's voice is really captivating. They say people who look like a couple also have similar voices. Reply, go away. There's no such message line appearing. Just then, the main screen showed a donation notification from user Crazy Knight who donated 1,000 coins, with the message, in this arena, there are no weak skill sets, only poor players. Completing the setup, Nayeon excitedly announced, then let's get started right away. I will set up the wheel now. You have 30 seconds to send the skill code through donations. Alright, starting the timer. Completing the setup, Nayeon excitedly announced, then let's get started right away. I will set up the wheel now. You have 30 seconds to send the skill code through donations. Alright, starting the timer. Witnessing this eye-catching display, Sunchul shouted happily, the donation notifications are exploding. Time is up, now let's spin the prize. Looking at the direction the arrow was pointing, she nervously read aloud, the lucky skill set to open the show is the Iron Emperor. This skill allows summoning and commanding a maximum of 12 steel warriors at the same time. Hitting this skill set on the very first try made Sunchul sweat, his voice filled with worry. It's over. The opening match has already hit this difficult scenario. Having to control multiple targets at the same time without a support system will multiply the difficulty. Because the player has to manually operate all 12 knights without any automatic assistance. The viewers below were extremely excited to test Woo Hyun in adversity. This is truly the hardest difficulty level. This feeling must be like drawing a picture with your right hand while writing an essay with your left hand. Not enough. You'd probably need to add using your feet to jump and adado as well. Normally, when playing the Iron Emperor class, the rule is to leave at least 50% for support. Sunchul insightfully analyzed further, of course, it's still possible to reduce the number of summoned troops or set them to act only on a few basic commands. But saying this, he suddenly hesitated, forcing Nayeon to hurriedly continue, if we do that, the power of this skill set will be significantly reduced, right? But if it's Haxicle, he will definitely handle it well, right? Everyone, keep putting your trust in him as always. Now let's wait and see if Haxicle can surpass the 55 win streak milestone and break the 76 consecutive win streak record of professional superstar BL. All equipment is ready. The comments section cheered in turn, charge. Start the challenge. The system screen showed the notification, match found. Normal duel mode. Looking at the space that had changed, Sunchul excitedly announced. Finally, the first battle in the journey to conquer the record has begun.
Let's see if Haxical can overcome this extreme challenge to win the opener.
After reviewing the statistics for a long time, Nayeon slowly analyzed. Even so, the opponent's stats this time are very formidable. Performance in the last 20 matches, 15 wins, 5 losses, a win rate of up to 75%. The words just spoken caused the crowd in the chat room to gasp in amazement. A 75% win rate at the master rank? Usually, 60% is enough to climb to the master tier. Even so, he will soon be thrashed by Haxical anyway. Using lightning and wind, this is definitely the storm god set.
Just entering the battlefield, Woo Hyun encountered his first opponent.
Looking at the sword in his hand, he thought to himself, if so, I need to fight quickly. The system screen immediately updated. Match starts, round 1. Just waiting for that, the opponent stomped his foot heavily to gain momentum and lunged forward. His advantage is the teleportation technique, moving in a zigzag path. In the blink of an eye, the contender swung his sword in front of Woo Hyun when he hadn't even had time to warm up. Storm Howl. To meet expectations, Woo Hyun gently snapped his fingers to summon. Just as the blade was about to touch his body, a giant figure stood out to shield him. It swung its sword powerfully, directly colliding with the opponent's blade. At this point, the man had the opportunity to look clearly at the thing in front of him. Iron Emperor? Wait a minute, why is there only one? Even the viewers were a bit let down. Controlling only one seems a bit too monotonous, right? Seriously. I thought at least he would hold about 3. Or is it because he turned off support so the summoning class is too hard? If so, he should have spent time practicing first. Nayeon also agreed with this opinion. Exactly. It's just the first match. Everyone, keep calm and watch. Sunchul analyzed. That's right. When he gets used to it, perhaps he will summon more. Hearing him say that, the chat room finally quieted down. It's also possible he only summoned one to concentrate all his energy on it. Are there still people who doubt the ability of Saint Haxical? Personally, I put absolute trust in Haxical. Holding a skill set he had never touched before, who could dare to believe it? Returning to the match, the contender, despite some doubt, confidently declared, only one soldier? This match is a sure win. He then unleashed the Furious Storm move. But the very next second, that triumphant look died out when he witnessed the lightning-fast movement speed of the Iron Emperor. He panicked, turned around to check, and whispered, "What? What is happening?" The fighter struggled to sit up. Once he could clearly see the scene before him, he couldn't help but gasp in shock. Since when have all 3 Iron Emperor monsters gathered right in front of me? All of them exuded an intimidating fierce aura, making the viewers excitedly cheer. They've increased to 3 already. Who just said there should be at least 3 earlier? I wonder if this number can increase even further. Just as expected, when Woo Hyun controlled the 3 Iron Emperors, the broadcast room exploded. Nayeon excitedly clapped her hands. See? I told you that once he gets into the rhythm, he automatically increases the number. Everyone, please have a little faith in Haxical. Sunchul had already calculated an even higher possibility. He might even be able to summon way more than that. Below the comments section, viewers continuously left joking remarks. If he manages to summon all 12 of them, it's going to be an absolute disaster for the opponent. At that point, it's no different from facing 12 Haxicals at the same time. Just thinking about it gives me the creeps. Since each one's stats are different, it probably won't be that overpowered. Just 12 B-rank Haxical versions are enough to scare the wits out of any opponent. Right now, besides figuring out a quick and clean solution, the fighter could do nothing else. If he keeps increasing the number, it's going to get really messy. I have to finish this quickly. No sooner thought than done, he suddenly accelerated, slipped through the narrow gaps between the iron armors, and powerfully executed his skill, Wind and Thunder Slash. Believing he had easily bypassed the Iron Emperors, the fighter locked a murderous gaze on Woo Hyun and muttered through gritted teeth, "Get lost." On the contrary, all that previous time was just him probing the waters. I understand how it works now. Finishing his sentence, Woo Hyun snapped his fingers to trigger another summon.
In the blink of an eye, the rest of the Iron Emperors were all summoned right before him. This counterattack completely shattered the fighter's willpower as well as the viewer's doubts. No way, he figured out the trick just like that? I thought he was about to get knocked out, but out of nowhere he just calmly summons more troops. Oh, this trashy game. Sunchul fell into a state of extreme excitement and started shouting continuously. Haxical just summoned all 12 warriors in the blink of an eye. It looks like he has completely mastered how to play this class. Nayan fell into the exact same state. That I understand line earlier wasn't just for show. He's definitely going to control all 12 of them smoothly. The online chat room exploded more than ever. Comments poured in continuously. He finally bothered to gather the full roster. What a legend. That guy who complained one was boring earlier has completely vanished now. Just wait, flowers are definitely going to be sent in a bit. If he can accurately control every single unit, that's true class right there. Facing the critical situation, the fighter had no choice but to go all out and charge head-on. He swung his sword to chop off a warrior's head, only to be retaliated against by another armor the very next second. Again. Seeing that, Nayan looked a bit worried. The player on the other side has completely fallen into a state of helplessness. Trapped in the tight encirclement of the armors, the opponent's stamina was somewhat exhausted as his attack speed slowed down. On the contrary, what caught Sunchul's attention was Wu Hyun's skill. Controlling iron soldiers might require instinct and experience. That's true, but to coordinate all 12 units simultaneously in such smooth combat, that's a matter of mindset and strategy. To best control the position and behavior of each and every one of his troops, his brain must be working at maximum capacity to the point of almost blowing up. It takes a panoramic view covering the entire battlefield area, an extremely sharp and rapid decision-making ability. And above all, a breathtakingly high level of concentration. Completely cornered, the opponent still stubbornly maintained his spirit. Damn it! The sword stroke ended the match just like that. Suddenly he sensed something coming. The sword in the armor's hand swung down powerfully, catching the opponent off guard and leaving him with no time to react, only able to scream in despair. A moment later, a notification popped up on the screen. End of round 1 winner, Baek Woo-hyun loser, hidden current score, Baek Woo-hyun 1-0 hidden. The next round began immediately. Nayan softly cheered. Once Haxical catches the rhythm, round 2 is probably. Sunchul chimed in, it'll probably only take about 3 minutes to finish the match. Entering the second round, the fighter kept his furious expression and roared, "Bastard, get out of here." Fierce as this demon was, he was still tightly surrounded by the armors with no escape. This time, the fighter was simultaneously finished off by a barrage of armor stabs right to his vital spots. He only had time to let out a single cry before passing out. The system swiftly announced the results. End of round 2 total score, Baek Woo-hyun 2-0 hidden winner, Baek Woo-hyun loser, hidden. Gathering his last remaining breath, the fighter wheezed helplessly, this is intense. As expected of an overpowered player. The comments below instantly blew up. Everyone showered him with endless praise, so savage. Please take my like. In the end, even when losing, you still couldn't resist coughing up a compliment, huh? Oh come on, since he lost, you gotta let him vent a little. That was so awesome. Sunchul burst with emotion and cheered, fantastic. A completely overwhelming victory in both rounds. Haxical's consecutive winning streak in duel mode has now reached 56. Nayan calculated softly, only 20 steps away from the highest record. The viewers eagerly anticipated, I really want to see him use trash skill sets and still absolutely thrash the pros. Let's hope we build some hilarious character. Completing the first challenge, the skill roulette wheel appeared. Nayan raised her voice to announce, and the next skill set will be. At the same time, in another virtual reality room, a mysterious person was intently watching the broadcast. This round ended as hastily as always. We've finally reached the milestone of 75 consecutive wins. He nodded approvingly to himself, I have to admit he's seriously good. No matter what skill set he falls into, he handles it as smooth as silk. Man, everyone's dying to spar with him. It's just a pity we still haven't seen Haxical's signature skill set.
On the screen, the duo kept bantering back and forth. Right now, there are only 2 matches left before the greatest record is shattered. I heard there's a requirement that in the final match, Haxical will use his original skill set.
Is that right?
That's correct. Since these 2 crucial matches will definitely attract an insane amount of viewers, the requirement is to play with everything he's got. Hearing this, his interest suddenly spiked. If that's the case, I simply can't afford not to join. Nayeon's voice rang out continuously. Come on, let's head straight to the next match right now. Sunchul excitedly spoke up. Let's look forward to seeing just how high the drama will be cranked up this time. Right at that moment, he decisively clicked the start button. Very quickly, the simulation screen popped up.
The system displayed a notification, matchmaking successful. Regular single duel mode. As soon as he appeared in the arena room, he couldn't hide his excitement and cried out, "We finally met." Finishing his sentence, the chat box rushed to discuss the opponent's identity. Wait a minute, that bulky dark figure looks kind of familiar, doesn't it? Or am I seeing things? Why is he showing up here?
Even Nayeon couldn't hide her astonishment. Hey bro, on the team, is that person standing over there?
He nodded to confirm. That's right, there's no mistaking it.
A core member of the giant powerhouse competing in South Korea's first division, the Empire. The reigning world champion. The legend who was constantly praised as just a hair's breadth away from snatching the best player title. A flesh and blood world-class professional player, Nikki Lee Gunwoo. He spoke in a low voice. It's an honor to meet you. The officially confirmed identity caused the live broadcast room to explode. Nayeon stared in shock and screamed, how unexpected to see Nikki show up in this arena too. Even Sunchul couldn't hide his excitement. I knew countless people were hunting him down, but I never expected a pro player to personally step in and join the fun. Ever since Gunwoo appeared, the comments all spoke highly of him. Nikki probably just wanted to test his skills on a whim, which is why he came. Man, he must be so bored he came to Smurf just to kill time.
Definitely.
He's just a freak who loves doing out-of-the-ordinary stuff.
Do you think Battle is secretly watching to see when he can get a chance to smurf him?
Nayeon keenly noticed something odd, but it looks like Nikki isn't using his official account to play.
Is he confident enough to still crush opponents using a smurf account? Sunchul had a different thought. He calmly deduced, I guess it's due to pro player contract restrictions.
There must be a strict clause forbidding the use of match accounts outside of official tournaments.
Hearing his explanation about the contract restrictions, the viewing community finally understood. There's such a troublesome rule too? This is my first time hearing about it.
Using your main account recklessly makes it too easy to leak personal info or get your tactics figured out by opponents. Still, that smurf account is top tier too.
Indeed, good people are good at whatever they use. No matter who you swap to, the class doesn't drop at all.
The system screen displayed a countdown, with only 5 seconds left until the match officially began. Looking at Woo Hyun's casual gesture, she clicked her tongue and commented, that reticent style is still exactly the same as during live streams.
Then let's try having a proper match together.
As soon as the system command rang out, round 1 commenced. This time Woo Hyun unexpectedly took the initiative to attack. Right at the start, he showcased his top-tier skills, instantly appearing right in front of Gunwoo and coldly slashing a brutal line across the opponent's body. His attack speed was so fast that Nayeon couldn't believe her eyes, and stammered out, Haxical just delivered a fatal slash straight at Nikki. The speed is truly terrifying.
The comments section was also blown away to the max. What? Downed in just 1 move already?
As if anticipating something, Woo Hyun just stood pensively looking in one direction. Contrary to everyone's expectations, a voice still echoed from somewhere, as expected of a legend. When he clearly saw everything on the screen, Sunchul gasped in shock. He used a shadow clone to trick the opponent and secretly escaped.
In the comments section below, quite a few viewers had been tricked by this trick. Turns out it was a clone. I thought everything was settled right after that slash. Hey, how could a world superstar let himself be taken down so quickly? Han escaped death by a hair's breadth.
He let out a silent sigh of relief. Good thing I anticipated this situation.
I almost got sent back to the lobby from the very first hit. Alright, now it's my turn to counterattack.
Thinking that, Gunwoo activated his sharp claws while pouring all his strength into his palms, accompanied by the thought, let's test your reflexes a bit. He lunged down towards Woo Hyun's location like a frenzied predator.
Witnessing this scene, Sunchul could only nervously blurt out, an attack from above. Haxical is in a dangerous spot.
The sky lit up as an energy stream carrying terrifying pressure slammed down. The entire space froze for a few seconds, then violently shook from the sheer destructive force of the attack. As the smoke and dust gradually cleared, Gunwoo burst into delighted laughter and praised, as expected of. Before he could finish his sentence, viewers couldn't suppress their excitement and continuously commented on the match. A moment ago I thought it was completely over, never expected he could dodge so spectacularly.
Nicky's sneak attack was brilliant, but Haxical dodging that blow is absolute monster-level drama.
Seeing him still standing there without a single scratch, he sighed in admiration. That reaction time is genuinely impressive.
Safe after the earthquake, Sunchul breathed a sigh of relief. Amazing.
Look at how Haxical and Nicky are trading blows, continuously unleashing moves at each other. Every single strike packs the power of 1,000 pounds. Facing this situation, Nayeon couldn't help but worry, just a tiny slip-up guarantees an instant ticket to the afterlife. This time the viewers got to witness a match between two terrifying forces and were left utterly stunned. Just a scratch is enough to end a life. Sunchul started getting way too absorbed in his commentator role again. Whenever things get tense, that older sister gets all excited like that. That's called occupational hazard for casters. Up until now Woo Hyun hadn't uttered a single word because he was too busy focusing on observing the opponent. He silently evaluated Gunwoo. Compared to the opponents I've faced, his movements are much smoother.
That proves he has gradually broken free from the influence of Lan's support system, at least to some extent. 20% or maybe 15%? But every skill has a cooldown. Right now he can't use clones anymore.
Therefore Woo Hyun suddenly spoke up, alright, let's go.
Right after that, he shot forward.
The speed was so fast that even the tracking orb couldn't catch the image of him closing in on the opponent. He secretly resolved to finish this match before the opponent's skill could come off cooldown. No sooner thought than done, Woo Hyun's real soul viciously stabbed straight into Gunwoo. But with his agile reflexes, he managed to use his steel wings to defend in time.
Witnessing this rescue, Sunchul couldn't contain his excitement. Nicky managed to activate his steel wings just in time to block the attack. But Haxical had no intention of stopping.
He continuously poured his offensive strength straight into a fatal weak spot. Cracks were gradually appearing on Gunwoo's wings from taking constant impacts from Woo Hyun.
He cursed angrily, damn it. In the climax,
Sunchul's voice kept roaring, don't you dare stop. Just pierce straight through like that. After enduring enough pressure, Gunwoo aggressively flapped his wings and retreated backwards, leaving Woo Hyun striking empty air. The more he fought, the more fired up he got, tightening his grip on the real soul sword in his hand. Seeing that, he simply sighed in admiration, that strength is seriously overpowered. Finishing his sentence, Woo Hyun savagely swung his sword. The slash carried an offensive shockwave heading straight towards Gunwoo's position. Failing to dodge in time, he took the slash head-on, but still kept provoking, keep going.
The online comments section was so shocked they didn't know what else to say. Everyone was dumbfounded witnessing Woo Hyun's terrifying power back-to-back. Can sword aura spread all the way to this spot? I've only ever seen this kind of scene in comic books.
Very quickly, the system displayed the score notification, end of round 1 winner, Baek Woo Hyun loser, anonymous current score, Baek Woo Hyun 1-0 anonymous. Feeling let down because the match ended too hastily, Nayeon was momentarily dazed. I thought it was going to be a much longer and fiercer fight, never expected it to end so quickly. Sunchul was so moved he was on the verge of tears, praising endlessly. That just shows when Haxical is actually serious, how terrifying his strength really is. A few fans gleefully spoke up, whoever said international class couldn't be taken down in the blink of an eye, step right out. In this virtual world, anything can happen.
Nick was just a bit overconfident. Round 2 will definitely have new twists to entertain the viewers.
The second match also kicked off. Start the next round immediately. This time Gunwoo brought a more cautious mindset but still didn't forget to recruit. No, Woo Hyun, do you want to join our professional roster in this roll-on division? Actually, the reason I'm here is because I received orders from the management that if I directly verified and saw your capability, I should extend an invitation for you to join the team. The words just spoken caused the broadcast room to erupt.
Na-yeon couldn't believe her ears and hurriedly asked back, "Wait a minute, I didn't hear that wrong, did I?"
Sunchul slowly confirmed, just being personally sought out by a player from the Empire is already a miracle.
And now they're even inviting him to join the team? The comments section below was equally astonished. What the hell is going on here? The top-ranked team is actually lowering themselves to personally invite someone to join. Hannah Hicks is truly too insane.
Amid the roaring excitement of the crowd, he directly refused. That offer is genuinely tempting.
But I must decline. Right now, I have no interest in doing that. Upon hearing this decision, the viewers couldn't help but feel let down. Some even tried to persuade him. What on earth?
Oh man, please just agree to become a pro player. Debut and sweep the world championship for our sakes, I'm begging you.
Rejected by Woo Hyun, Jeonwoo still cheerfully opened up. Alright, so you don't want to right now, huh?
If you ever change your mind later, just reach out to me whenever. And now, let's play out this match fair and square.
Sunchul excitedly commented.
Before he could even finish his sentence, Nikki suddenly rushed in with close-range pressure, catching his opponent completely off guard. Ladies and gentlemen, the two of them are clashing at the speed of light. Our naked eyes can no longer keep up with them. Timing the exact moment, he let out a roar and poured all his strength into his palm, preparing to unleash the decisive blow while still secretly praying, "Get hit by this."
I know he's fast, but this is a bit.
Just as Jeonwoo feared, Woo Hyun's attack speed completely surpassed his. Before his claws could even fully extend, his soul had already been coldly pierced through.
Sunchul couldn't stop shouting with excitement. Haxical quickly seized the opening to counterattack first. It doesn't look like any miracles are going to happen this time either. Embracing the pain, Jeonwoo finally had to admit, damn it, he's seriously strong. Playing like an amateur with this kind of level is a total waste of talent.
Before his opponent logged out of the server, Woo Hyun didn't forget to offer a compliment. That was a fun match.
As for the team invitation, I'll consider it later.
The system screen immediately popped up with the final match notification. End of round 2. Baek Woo Hyun 2-0 anonymous winner, Baek Woo Hyun loser, anonymous. The emotions of the two commentators were now overflowing as they continuously screamed, "Amazing! That establishes a 76-game winning streak. Haxical has finally subdued Nikki and officially tied the current BL record, everyone. And it's a landslide victory without dropping a single round. This is literally a flawless match." Beneath the chat box, his name was continuously hailed, "Haxical hahaha.
Go ahead and break the record already, bro."
The next second, donations poured in. User Mo1 just supported 100,000 coins. The 76th match ran into Nikki.
Will the historic 77th match end up running into battle? This vague question froze both of them for a few seconds. Huh? Don't tell me.
Sunchul quickly spoke up to smooth things over. Sniping might be difficult, but it is definitely not impossible, you know. The viewers also agreed with this assessment. That actually sounds pretty reasonable. If the actual owner of the record shows up to defend their spot, that would be a legendary script.
Isn't this plotline way too epic? Not letting everyone wait in suspense any longer, Na-yeon excitedly announced, "Then let's head right into the next match." However, the anticipated clash with BL did not happen.
The live broadcast ended with Baek Woo Hyun's new record of 85 consecutive wins in solo mode. Returning to the team quarters, Jeonwoo suddenly heard someone sighing.
Seeing his teammates sitting there all pissed off, he teased, "Didn't you say you were going to go battle? Why didn't you follow through? Everyone was expecting you to show your face in that 77th match." He irritably replied, "I did do it. I intentionally went sniping, but we just didn't get matched. I even used a secondary account to secretly lurk in camp."
Hearing that, Jeonwoo could only sigh, "Oh man. Or maybe because the survival mode matches up to 100 people, you guys just got lost from each other. Teased by his younger teammate, he retorted back, "Shut your mouth." Fearing the opponent would flip out, the guy obediently zipped his mouth shut. "Yes, sir." Suddenly remembering something, he softly asked, "Oh hey Jianwu, do you remember that collaboration offer to make content on Knob that the other side sent?" "Accept that. And what if the very first guest we invite is Haxical?" Hearing this, Jianwu casually replied, "Whatever works for me, but the problem is whether Haxical will agree. He doesn't seem very enthusiastic about anything related to the pro scene." Facing the hurdle, his face instantly lit up with excitement. "Then we just gotta find a way to make him agree. We have to do it by any means necessary." A few days later, during an exploration livestream, the dynamic duo Sunchul and Nayeon excitedly introduced the stream's purpose. "Today we're going to push the story development according to Woo Hyun's wishes, right everyone?" Exactly. Since the freeform interactive plot system has been unlocked, we're no longer tied down to stale old storylines. Seeing that Woo Hyun had returned to explore the plot, the viewers were instantly hyped. "I'm so curious what's waiting ahead. It might even be more engaging than the original plotline. Probably because this is the first time we get to experience this style." Remembering his rush, Nayeon was slightly concerned, but as soon as he entered the game, he changed his outfit right away. "I thought he was going to go wreck the company just like last time. Never expected a place like this to exist in Khoi Se Lonet. Did Mr. Sunchul know about this in advance?" Based on the info he looked up, he quickly explained, "I knew there were slums, but this is also my first time seeing what it's like on the inside. Normally there are no quests here, so nobody has the free time to wander in." Even the viewers were stunned by the existence of this place, seeing it for the first time ever. "I tried going in before and didn't see anything special. This place is no different from a maze. The paths are super tangled. How does Haxical know his way around so well?" At the same time, Woo Hyun was strolling gracefully toward that spot when he suddenly paused. He exclaimed to himself, "We're here? A general store. It's been a while since I last came back here. It's a good thing its coordinates completely match the other world. Ever since the perfect interactive system was activated, I've had to put a lot of thought into my next moves. Even though there are dozens of ways to uncover the secrets of the organization and the research institute, choosing this path is still the fastest and most efficient option. Because they are locked in a power struggle with the organization. They definitely hold a lot of sensitive information that can take the organization down." But before anyone could detect the stranger's presence, Woo Hyun swiftly moved to take care of them. At first, they didn't stop screaming, "What the hell is going on here? A psychic awakened bastard, let me go right now." But then they fell silent due to his brutality. My hand is broken." Woo Hyun coldly warned, "If you ever dare to look at me with that gaze again, I'll snap every single one of your necks. Do you want me to use force to break the door down? If you like, I'll gladly oblige." Preparing to strike, the person inside called out, their tone dripping with urgency, "Wait a second. Why so impatient? Fine, I'll open the door right now. Welcome to our general store. A place that provides everything requested by our esteemed guest. Regardless of whether it's items or information about people. A high-profile figure who just leveled. So what brings Haxical to our humble shop?" Observing his surroundings for a long while, he clicked his tongue in admiration, living up to the general store name. "Your information network is truly sharp." Thinking to himself, Woo Hyun spoke up with his request, "I need anything that can cripple the research institute and the organization standing behind them." Hearing this, he just chuckled with amusement, a genuinely interesting offer. "Coincidentally, I happen to have a mission that fits this perfectly. Would you like to hear about it?" Dear customer, the Avenger. Inside the general store, Woo Hyun lowered his voice to signal, "Go ahead." Right after the opponent snapped his fingers, the secret drawer in front of them suddenly popped open, revealing a file containing all the mission information he needed. He loudly commanded, "I recently discovered a secret research facility. It seems the testing phase is complete, so the defense system is looser than before.
Go there and flatten the whole place for me. And if possible, grab the remaining research data while you're at it. If this job is successful, I guarantee there will be a very fitting reward for you. Taking the file, Woo Hyun slowly scanned through it once before decisively accepting the challenge. Agreed. I'll take this job. The next second, the system screen popped up with a notification. The Research Center All-Out Assault mission has officially begun. Reading up to this point, the streaming room couldn't help but be dazed. Sunchul was the first to react. Whoa, the quest really got triggered. Nayeon asked with a bit of disbelief, you can just create quests like that? In the comments section, viewers left plenty of amused remarks. That is peak coolness. Just generating a quest on command like that. Ah, that's terrifying. I thought he went to this desolate place for no reason. Turns out it was to open up a completely new storyline. But what on earth is the background of that general store anyway? At the same time, the donation notification popped up. User Tan Spang just supported 50,000 coins. Go, haven't we just unlocked a third content route? Seeing the message, she was slightly startled, not expecting it to start at this moment. The third route has been revealed. Aside from the Control faction and the organization, a brand new faction is showing up now. Looking at the triangle of powers, the online chat room was immensely intrigued. Everyone left praising comments. We finally escaped the same old repetitive script. Looks like this general store is a counterweight to the organization? If this is genuinely a new story branch, that's a shocking event. I guess I gotta use my alt account to go experience it. Meanwhile, Sunchul slowly analyzed each piece of data. Could it be that the general store is an independent route? And this might be a new system allowing parallel operation with other routes? Of course, you can only experience it using a new character. Hearing this, Jong Naeon agreed, that makes sense. Because Haxical himself is following the office worker route, but he can still take on missions under a different identity. The viewers below also fully agreed with this viewpoint. That sounds convincing. Can you play two storylines at the same time, oh man? Can't say for sure yet. Who knows, maybe because the support system was turned off, that's why you can play in parallel? And why did Haxical know the way to find that general store in the first place? To explain this phenomenon, she explained with a straight face, well, rumor has it that after finishing the last livestream, he went surveying all over the place. Probably just stumbled upon it by accident then. Anyway, let's wait and see where Haxical is going to lead the story development. A rare individual stream viewer left a comment focusing solely on Jong Naeon's looks. She's so cute. Returning to Woo Hyun's side. After agreeing to take the mission, he quickly moved toward the marked research location. The closer he got, the more Woo Hyun cranked up his speed. Deep down, he complained with a hint of fatigue, this place is well hidden, gotta hand it to them. Calibrating the coordinates, he stomped hard to gain momentum and blasted into the midair. Instantly hitting his field of view was the panoramic view of a massive research institute with highly modern architecture. Standing out right in the center was a spacious aircraft landing pad, likely prepared for any emergency evacuation. Seeing it, Woo Hyun smirked to himself, over in that direction, huh? But what caught the viewer's attention was his lightness skill. No matter how many times I watch this lightness technique, it's still unbelievable. Since the support system is turned off, it looks like he can execute long-range special abilities as he pleases. Exactly. The support system helps a lot, but it's also like chains limiting one's potential. Right at this moment, the dark consciousness inside Woo Hyun suddenly stirred. It continuously called out and tempted him, Woo Hyun, I hope you'll claim justice back for us. Hearing this, he secretly resolved, I'm going to wipe all of this completely clean. Without a moment of hesitation, Woo Hyun plunged straight downward, crashing through the rock ceiling and leaving behind a giant hole. Just like that, he ransacked the research institute. Whenever he ran into staff members inside, Woo Hyun wiped them out in a single move. He massacred his way everywhere he went without bothering to ask a single question for information. Witnessing this scene, the crowd of viewers was thoroughly thrilled. The destructive power is terrifying. Haxical isn't planning to go pro honestly, what a waste of talent. Hearing this, Jong Naeon associated it with the invitation Jian Woo offered that day, that pro player gig?
Come to think of it, after Mr. Nicky offered, there were countless other pro teams coming forward with attractive offers. But it seems the main guy still isn't interested. At this exact moment, someone's voice boldly rang out, "Stop right there." Hearing the commotion, Sunchul quickly guessed, Haxical has run into a squad of guards lying in ambush. Seeing the enemy troops pouring in one after another, Nayan panicked and shouted, "They said it was a thin force, but this is a huge crowd." Returning to the main screen, the leader of the guard squad raised his voice to command, "Playtime is over. You can't step past here." "What the hell?" Before the words even left his mouth, he was scared out of his wits looking at the scattered debris on the floor. His heart trembled as he wailed, "This isn't an opponent in the same league." Grasping the enemy's strength, the leader turned his head and roared, "All units immediately use the issued TL2 drug." The half-familiar, half-strange name made Wu Hyun instantly frown. TL2? Both commentators also froze for a few seconds. Na Yun was shocked and blurted out, "Another new clue named TL just showed up." Sunchul also followed up with a suspicious tone, "Could this be another variant of that Manhwa drug from last time?" Beneath the chat box, viewers also began theorizing, the plot points are suddenly connecting together. This TL drug series probably has many different diluted stimulant types, huh? Returning to the research base, the guards immediately popped the drug upon orders. The next second, their entire bodies instantly mutated. Seeing this familiar scene, he firmly concluded, after taking the drugs, those guards mutated to look exactly like space-invading monsters. But instead of being happy about finding a clue, Na Yun was extremely concerned about the overwhelming numbers of the opposing side. This is Haxical's first time facing such a massive number of invaders. Can he pull this off? The guard leader gnashed his teeth and ordered, "Finish him off." Instantly, the subordinates swarmed Wu Hyun like a storm without caring that he had summoned a counterattack skill. Looking at the terrain, Sunchul worriedly spoke up, "The terrain is narrow and they're rushing up all at once. At this rate." Before he could finish, a terrifying explosion echoed. The narrow passageway was blown to bits by one of Wu Hyun's palm strikes. All the minions collapsed backward, with some getting crushed flat under large chunks of rock. At this point, he continued his sentence, "They're definitely gonna get dragged into a single pile." The live streaming room exploded. Praise rang out endlessly, "So insane. Watching this is so satisfying. Those cheap stimulant drugs can't give him any trouble." Closely monitoring every single movement of Wu Hyun, Sunchul seriously assessed, "Come to think of it, reaching such a level of psychokinesis manipulation, Haxical's skills blow my mind more and more every time I watch." But right at this moment, something popped up on the tablet screen that momentarily distracted Na Yun. It was a message from anonymous viewer number 62, secret mission from anonymous viewer number 62. Learn the details about the TL drug line. Reward upon completion, 3,000 coins. Reading this, she couldn't help but question, it's even a secret mission that only I can see. Remembering his instructions, Na Yun sent the signal, anonymous viewer number 62 just sent a mission request. That person is asking you to thoroughly investigate the TL drug line. So that means some other force besides audience number 62 is meddling? Who on earth is that person? Returning to the battle, the leader hadn't even had a chance to show off before Wu Hyun dealt him a devastating blow. He gritted his teeth and wheezed, "No way." Ignoring the opponent's cries, his mind remained focused on his lingering, messy thoughts. Even so, the only way is to go and check it out with my own eyes. Leaving the scene, Wu Hyun cautiously made his way deep into the institute. The moment the room's door swung open, what lay inside left him somewhat stunned. This place contained entirely human body parts, from brains and limbs to chest cavities, all carefully stored and neatly arranged just like goods in a shop. Seeing them, Wu Hyun's mind went completely blank. His pupils widened to the maximum, struck by utter shock. Those painful memories of the past suddenly came rushing back. "Wu Hyun, I guess I can only accompany you this far. You must definitely keep surviving. I am truly sorry." That painful, bygone image remained deeply engraved in Wu Hyun's mind. The more he remembered, the more his subconscious urged him on, "This is so hateful. Wu Hyun, please take revenge for me. I beg you to smash this hell down to its very roots. Please do it for all of us. At this point, the fury within Woo Hyun reached its peak. He quietly channeled all his magical power into the dark sphere in his hand, making a firm resolve in his heart, rest in peace. I will personally wipe out every last one of them. As soon as that massive surge of energy was unleashed, Sungchul cried out in astonishment, this move is the exact attack that was once used at the Taekon Electronic Shrine. The staff member was quickly swallowed up, able only to let out a gasp of horror. What? Even the surrounding objects were crushed by the sphere without leaving a single crumb behind. Witnessing this scene, the viewers were half awed and half terrified. It looks even more fierce and violent than before. That black hole looks genuinely terrifying. That is absolute madness. In his final seconds, the staff members still pleaded desperately, save me, please. But the next second, those screams were silenced by the scorching heat of the black hole. The viewers quickly left comments, such a horrifying sight. To avoid getting a strike and to heighten the haunting vibe for the viewers, Sungchul cleverly used a glitch effect to cover the screen. I will temporarily cut the feed to adjust the screen for a moment. Even so, he still couldn't shake off the feeling of satisfaction from just now and added, condensing spiritual power into an infinitesimal point to create an artificial black hole like this feels more extraordinary the more you contemplate it. Jong Naeon also chimed in with satisfaction. Let's take a break and watch a few ads, folks. I believe this still isn't the absolute limit of this power. Because a black hole is formed by compressing a maximum energy source into a single point. Am I right? If you do the opposite, there has to be a move that unleashes an explosive burst of energy all around, right? Hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. That reasoning sounds quite plausible. It's similar to the opposition between a black hole and a white hole. Just thinking about it is scary. The science of white holes has already been proven not to exist in reality, you guys. Don't apply real-life science to this inverted world. After everything was sucked tightly inside, Woo Hyun calmed down. I guess it's over. Now, the remaining task is. A little later, in a room at the research center, it was just as he had anticipated. Exactly like what was seen at Hick Electronic, drug name T2, completion date 20x. Effect, combat ability stimulant. This drug was originally classified merely as a regular stimulant. But someone had interfered to alter its functions. Drug name TL1, completion date 20x. Effect, comprehensive ability enhancer. Drug name T2, completion date 20x. Effect, combat ability stimulant. But who on earth did this? At least it certainly wasn't the anonymous viewer number 62. Secret task from anonymous viewer number 62, thoroughly investigate the TL drug line. Reward upon completion, 3,000 coins. Is there someone else interfering with this world too? Suddenly, something made him pause. Wait, Tempest. Since the Tempest test sample has been exhausted, an urgent request for resupply must be made. The broadcasting room also caught wind of the information, and once again they fell into an impasse. Sungchul asked in a serious tone, Tempest? Can Ms. Jong Naeon recall anything? I'm not very familiar with the plotline. She replied awkwardly, I'm not sure, but it seems closely related to this TL drug line. The chat below eagerly left comments. Even someone as well versed in the plot as me is hearing this name for the first time. I tried searching international forums and found no info either. Right in the middle of the tension, a donation alert popped up. User Chloe Martinet just donated 100,000 coins. I know about this. The message caused the broadcasting room to erupt instantly. The two commentators shouted in simultaneous shock, Chloe Martinet. The chat box below focused on the money instead of the classified info. That's a real heavy spending whale. Wait, isn't that the famous Chloe Martinet? Unbelievable. A YouTuber with 10 million subscribers suddenly showed up. The message sent by the other party appeared on the screen. Let me explain. Please invite me onto the show. Faced with this offer, Nayeon panicked briefly and quickly asked, Mr. Songkol, what should we do? He immediately nodded in agreement. Of course I agree right away. Nayeon still had some reservations but decided to let it slide, because she notified him about this beforehand. A YouTuber with tens of millions of subscribers, no less. Chloe Martinet reached out herself.
Message from Chloe Martinet: can I make a guest appearance on Chester's show? Chester is the nickname American netizens use to call Baek Woo-hyun. I've already notified Woo-hyun beforehand, so there shouldn't be any issues.
Even though time is a bit tight, we are honored to introduce the Lon Nok universe plot expert, Chloe Martinez, who will join us for the discussion.
The chat box still couldn't believe it was real.
A few expressed skepticism. No way, truth is stranger than fiction.
Is Chloe really coming here?
Are you guys just bullshitting? But the very next second, Chloe appeared in all her glory on the screen.
She smiled and greeted everyone. It's a great pleasure to meet you all. I'm Chloe Martinet. The automatic translation system is active. This collaboration made the broadcast even more engaging.
The viewers burst out in excitement and shouted, "Oh my god, it's real!"
Such a surprising Western guest appearance.
A 10 million sub YouTuber has landed on Haxicle's channel.
The two politely greeted each other. Hello, I'm MC Jong Nayeon. And I'm Song Cole.
The chat box also seized the opportunity to say hello, you're so gorgeous, I'm your crazy fan.
I'm losing my mind. Chloe is truly a goddess. Returning to the main point, Nayeon directly asked, since the plot is still ongoing, let's get straight to the point.
According to Chloe, what does Tempest mean? Hearing this, Chloe's eyes lit up. Well, if my deductions are correct, the full name of Tempest is.
At the same time, Woo-hyun had also found the information, Tempest, Lord of Storms.
Ever since the Great Space War broke out in this Lon Nok universe, only a single group of entities has used the title of Lord. Space Lord, the supreme ruler of the invading army and also the instigator of the intergalactic war. And that is why the Alliance of Organizations is urgently creating super soldiers. Those lords are terrifying entities that even a super soldier like me would find hard to defeat. So why does that research facility possess a sample of Tempest?
Hearing this, Jong Nayeon couldn't help but be curious. Chloe, the organization holding and using the Tempest sample. Does that mean?
Implicitly understanding the meaning behind the other person's words, she directly confirmed, that's exactly it. It seems this research center is colluding with the outside world, and there is a very high probability that an invasion on a massive scale, far beyond all imagination, is about to descend here. At the same time, deep inside the research institute, an unfamiliar figure slowly emerged. He sat leisurely humming a tune with a smile that gave anyone who looked at him the chills. Returning to the intelligence room, Woo-hyun pondered quietly for a long time. He made a firm resolve to get to the bottom of it. First of all, I need to thoroughly check the Tempest samples.
Even if I have to sweep through other laboratories.
Seeing Woo-hyun standing there in a trance, the viewers grew impatient. Why is he just mumbling to himself for no reason? Right at this moment, the system screen confirmed the information once again. The quest to collect Tempest samples officially begins. At this point, everyone finally understood Woo-hyun's intention.
Sunchul perceptibly explained, "Ah, I see." He deliberately spoke out loud to trigger the quest.
Jong Nayeon had seen it before but was still surprised by this move. I never expected you could exploit the system in a flash.
The script is getting more and more fascinating.
Supportive comments poured in continuously, spot on.
Let's go.
After receiving the quest, Woo-hyun quietly left that ruined research institute.
Simultaneously, the system updated the situation. The laboratory raid quest is complete.
You have leveled up. You have just received 1 willpower point. Just as he was about to leave, a commotion from the opposite direction startled him.
Jong Nayeon tentatively spoke up, "It feels like there's someone inside."
Without a moment of hesitation, Woo-hyun waved his hand to direct his psychokinesis toward that direction. A moment later, a figure appeared right before his eyes, caught by him. The guy kept screaming in fear, but upon seeing the attire on the opponent, Woo-hyun finally stopped his hand. "That outfit, are you from the department store?
Did superiors send you? What do you want?"
The guy quickly and agilely replied, "I sincerely apologize for reporting false enemy numbers. I came here because an unexpected request arose, but I want to assert that this is by no means coercion."
Annoyed by his rambling, Woo Hyun directly ordered, "Too much beating around the bush. What's the mission in short?"
Intimidated by Woo Hyun's aura, he blurted out, "Destroy a laboratory set up in the inverted world."
The words made him freeze for a few seconds, hastily reconfirming, "What?" Even those who knew the plot by heart were startled by this challenge. No way, a laboratory in the inverted world? These laboratories are no joke.
Sunchul spoke up in shock, a laboratory located inside the inverted world. Contrary to everyone's shock, Chloe calmly analyzed the issue. It's obvious that the laboratories and another world are joining hands. The core issue is who is pulling the strings behind the scenes.
Back to Woo Hyun.
Seeing him in a trance for so long without any movement, the department store liaison trembled and spoke up, Do you accept this request?" Dropping him onto the ground, Woo Hyun decisively took the file and said leisurely, "I'll take all of it." The guy breathed a sigh of relief, "Thank you very much.
The location of the laboratory is written in this document. I will take my leave now."
Finishing his sentence, his figure vanished into the night.
Woo Hyun didn't leave right away, lingering for a few more seconds.
He said in a low voice, "It's time to clean this mess up thoroughly." The next second, the massive architectural structure instantly turned into rubble, gradually dissolving into nothingness.
Looking at the entirely cleared laboratory, the viewers couldn't help but marvel. He is truly a walking natural disaster. Jong Naeon began synthesizing the plotline. The previous mission has revealed nothing but shocking news.
Without wasting a single second, he borrowed momentum to leap into the air, using lightness skill to dash rapidly through space, swiftly heading toward the next location. Sunchul also chimed in to supplement, "From the lords to the laboratories, all of them are colluding with the other world. The scale of the event is getting increasingly dramatic."
Suddenly remembering something, she turned to Chloe and asked softly, "If the lords are the final bosses of the subsequent raids, could the other world be utilizing the laboratories?"
Chloe didn't even need time to think before replying hastily, "Actually, I think the other way around.
It's clear that the laboratories are utilizing resources from the other world."
As soon as those words were uttered, the crowd of viewers agreed with this assessment, spot on.
They're even brewing stimulants. Who knows, maybe the other world deliberately provided resources to them. This is classic news.
Hearing that, Jong Naeon carefully pondered it again. "I think that possibility is quite high."
Chloe laughed, "Just go and you'll find out."
A moment later, Woo Hyun had already landed at the marked location in the document. He slowly observed his surroundings, but abruptly stopped in front of the huge teleportation gate ahead.
What is this? The viewing community couldn't help but be surprised. Why is the teleportation gate glowing red like that? Why is it purple? It feels totally apocalyptic.
Witnessing it with her own eyes for the first time, Chloe excitedly cheered, "That's the inverted world that has been interspatialized."
Jong Naeon blankly asked, "What does interspatialized mean?"
She began to explain thoroughly, "That's the name given to inverted worlds completely occupied by the other world.
That phenomenon is called interspatialization.
These areas are basically no different from a part of the other world. Contrary to normal inverted worlds where power is suppressed, here their resources are maximized." Finding the concept of this place too surreal, Sunchul offered a few comments. "This is troublesome."
Then it's no different than him charging straight into the enemy's lair.
It would be a disaster if he encounters an enemy using TL stimulants in a place like this. Chloe excitedly advised, "He needs to approach with extreme caution." After stepping through the space gate, Woo Hyun proceeded deep into the battlefield alone.
But the eerie atmosphere here gave the viewers a bit of a chill. Why is it so quiet here?
I thought they would swarm out to surround him the moment he stepped in.
Suddenly Woo Hyun's footsteps paused when he noticed something abnormal. Something's not right. I can't sense any presence in this entire area.
Why weren't there guards at the teleportation gate protecting the entrance of an interspatial area in the first place, and why is there a laboratory inside without any security?
Jong Naeon tentatively probed, "Is it a trap?"
But Chloe directly denied it. "No, this place is too valuable to be used just as bait. It's very likely that a terrible incident happened inside."
Just setting foot in the research area, Woo Hyun realized the abnormal phenomenon here. As expected, the situation inside the laboratory was similar. It was as if everyone had evaporated in the blink of an eye. Not to miss any clues, he carefully went around to inspect every single nook and cranny. Casting his gaze all around, the viewers still had some doubts about this place, not a single trace of anyone. Would she suddenly act like that for no reason? I have a bad feeling about this. Approaching the equipment counter, the liquid inside the test tube constantly drew attention. He suspected and evaluated it through its color. Could this be it? Holding it in his hand and observing it for a long time, the system finally popped up a confirmation notification. The quest to collect Tempest samples is complete. At this point, Jong Naeon couldn't help but let out a disappointed remark. Everything just now was unexpectedly boring, huh? Something feels off. As soon as those words left her mouth, the sound of someone echoed from afar. Woo Hyun instantly turned on his vigilance mode. Is that singing? He rushed toward the scene at full speed. The closer he got, the more the sound amplified. I used to be chained, but now I am free. Without a second thought, Woo Hyun decisively leaped up into the air. A resounding crash exploded, followed by the door of the dark room being mercilessly crushed by him. Even with such a loud commotion, the singing continued. No more ropes tie me down. Nothing can hold me back anymore. The figure inside came into Woo Hyun's view. Conversely, the opponent showed no signs of fluctuation. It wasn't until a while later that he slowly stood up. When the opponent's appearance was completely revealed, the broadcasting room suddenly fell into a dead silence of astonishment. The person who just appeared had an appearance identical to Woo Hyun before his transformation. Even that leisurely demeanor and razor-sharp gaze didn't differ by a single fraction. Jong Naeon was the first to react. She abruptly shouted out loud, "Woo Hyun!" Even Sunchul suspiciously blurted out, "Why is Haxical there?" The chat box below felt like it was about to explode. What? Wait, don't tell me that's actually Haxical? Right at this moment, the donation notification came in again. From user Manabai, who donated 100,000 coins. Damn, is that his real appearance? Fearing public opinion would point fingers at them, the two panicked and defended themselves. Wait a minute, that's not what we meant. Quite a few fans below expressed amusement. It's really him. Such a clear confirmation. A doppelganger appears and reveals his true face. This is truly the first time in the history of this game. Damn it, though, he looks really handsome. At this point, Chloe boldly ventured a guess. Could that character have been based on Haxical's actual appearance? If so, there is a high chance it copied not just his looks, but his abilities as well. The more she understood the situation, the harder it was for Jong Naeon to accept the truth. That meant the viewers in the chat quickly chimed in, Haxical versus Haxical. We are finally witnessing the dream match everyone keeps talking about. If he fights Haxical, my money's on Haxical to win. Without even exchanging a word, Abraxas eagerly rushed in to attack Woo Hyun. The moment his fist came down, he managed to block it barehanded in the nick of time. The two colliding forces instantly shook the entire room violently, and quite a few viewers were left in awe of Abraxas's raw power. That clone's strength is seriously insane. But just look at Haxical's reflex speed. It's totally nuts. Returning to the clash, he continued to throw punches at him with brutal ferocity, leaving Sunchul wide-eyed and dumbfounded. What an absolute storm of attacks. And Jong Naeon chimed in with her own commentary. It feels like we're watching Haxical display the absolute existence. Just like in all his previous fights, Woo Hyun took the time to analyze his opponent instead of blindly attacking, a copy that even replicates the original's abilities? This is starting to get complicated. With that thought, he used his telekinesis to blast a wave of force that pushed Abraxas backward. But it was neutralized by the latter in the blink of an eye. Seeing this counterattack, Chloe couldn't help but praise him a little. Did he actually block that hit? Sunchul chose to analyze the combat style instead. If it wasn't for using absolute existence with its ultra-high damage resistance, he would have been blown to pieces. When it was Abraxas's turn to counter, he bent his knees to gain momentum and burst forward. His figure moved continuously and relentlessly through midair.
His striking speed was so fast it left overlapping afterimages, weaving an invisible net that cornered Woo Hyun into a blind spot.
Quite a few viewers left comments. What kind of trick is he pulling now? Both Jong Na-yeon and Sunchul couldn't hide their shock. He's too fast.
He's given up on a direct frontal assault and is surrounding Haxical at high speed.
Maybe he's just waiting for the right moment for his cooldown to finish. Trapped in Abraxas's enclosed circle, he still kept his focus entirely on analyzing his opponent's movements. He's extremely fast. If I let my guard down even for a second, he'll take me down. But I can't finish him off yet. I still have too many questions I want to ask. Guess I'll try this out then.
Thinking this, Woo Hyun summoned the black hole once more and pointed it straight ahead. His movements were temporarily locked in place.
And Sunchul couldn't help cheering excitedly. Haxical is using the black hole's gravity to reel him in.
He didn't make Woo Hyun wait long. A few seconds later, Abraxas was caught right in his grasp.
The viewers commented with satisfaction, "Got him."
Right as a terrifying force suddenly pushed him far away, Sunchul kept his eyes glued to the match and diligently narrated, "Haxical unleashes an even more overwhelmingly powerful attack on his enemy." Abraxas slammed his back hard against the wall behind him, pain clearly written all over his face. Seeing this scene, Jong Na-yeon finally let out a sigh of relief. In the end, Haxical wins.
Sunchul offered a different perspective. "I thought even a perfect copy would have its limits."
Closing in on his opponent, Woo Hyun started his interrogation. "Hey, I've got something to ask you." But right across from him, the guy's entire body suddenly emitted an eerie purple glow identical to that Tempest liquid.
Curious viewers chimed in to ask, "What's going on?" Abraxas raised his head and glared fixedly at Woo Hyun without looking away.
Taking a few steps forward, he replied in a soft voice, "I need some time too, so I'll answer a few of your questions."
He nodded immediately, "Fine by me." Then he began his interrogation. "First of all, who are you?"
The other clearly answered, "I am Abraxas, the god of the different dimension world. The creator bestowed this role upon me."
Slightly taken aback, Woo Hyun continued his questioning, "The god of the different dimension world? And let me guess, the creator who bestowed that role upon you is..."
Before he could finish his sentence, Abraxas cut him off. "I cannot answer that question due to the restrictions imposed upon me." Even so, that tiny bit of information helped Woo Hyun quite a lot. Even without getting an answer, he had already figured out the creator's identity.
Down in No Nu at 62, how does it feel to be back in reality? Chku 3,000 coins? Anonymous viewer 62 donated 5,000 coins, well done. Here is the reward for the special quest.
Secret quest from Anonymous viewer 62, conduct a thorough investigation into the TL drug lines.
3,000 coins. But what on earth are these restrictions anyway? With that thought, he bluntly spoke up, "So what is your goal?"
He shrugged lightly and replied with an indifferent tone, "Freedom. The freedom to live as myself, and the freedom to die as myself."
As if understanding something, Woo Hyun faltered slightly, "You mean?"
Suddenly someone's voice piped up, "I can sense the creator's disgusted gaze pouring down on me."
Recognizing the opponent, Abraxas smirked in response, "Figures. So you were there after all?"
Right beside Woo Hyun, a tiny figure had just appeared. At a glance, one could guess that he was Isaac, one of the founders of this universe. He spoke slowly, "I originate from you, but I am nothing like you at all. Yet now, you're slowly starting to turn into me."
Abraxas calmly denied it. "Perhaps our positions will be swapped soon enough, right? Oh creator." Since he was in a different dimension, Woo Hyun wouldn't be able to hear their conversation, so he angrily hissed, "What on earth are you mumbling about?" Abraxas didn't bother to explain, leaving behind only a parting remark before vanishing, "Our conversation ends here." Even though the entire laboratory had started to collapse and his figure gradually disappeared amidst the chaos, Woo Hyun still called out after him, "Wait." Realizing the critical situation, he had no choice but to give up and leave. "I have to get out of here right now." Barely had he escaped the laboratory when something ahead caught his eye and forced him to shift his gaze. Right in the middle of the empty expanse of open air, a gigantic silhouette stood towering before him. As soon as it arrived, the entity let out an enraged roar that shook the heavens and earth. By this point, Woo Hyun realized the opponent's identity with a shock. It was an otherworldly lord. The scenery before their eyes suddenly shifted back to where Sunchul and Nayeon sat with their jaws dropped in horror at the terrifying sight. From clones to Abraxas, and now even a spatial lord? The plot is starting to get really intense. These plot twists are seriously insane. Down in the comments section, someone excitedly tapped away at the chat box. It feels like watching a movie with a totally unpredictable ending. Continuing to follow the battle, the spatial lord's massive hands suddenly reached out. The sheer disparity in size made the scene overwhelmingly oppressive. The giant hand slammed heavily down onto the ground. In the fraction of a second it created a massive explosion. The earth right beneath its palm immediately caved in with countless cracks. Woo Hyun reacted quickly, leaping clear of that terrifying attack. Sunchul shouted excitedly, Haxical just used all his strength to dodge that attack. A blow that inflicts such horrific devastation on the ground. Nayeon couldn't hide her astonishment at Haxical's reflexes, and was even more amazed by the inverse spatial lord's offensive power. This spatial lord is truly on a completely different level. Right then, after he dodged the attack, the spatial lord let out an enraged roar that made the atmosphere overwhelmingly oppressive. The pressure from the scream blew Haxical flying back a distance. He crashed heavily into a tree behind him from the sheer force of that roar. Witnessing this shocking scene, the chat box practically exploded. I never imagined there'd come a day when Haxical gets pushed into such a tight spot. Someone chimed in to ask, just how strong is the spatial lord anyway? Seeing the viewers' endless questions popping up, Chloe immediately explained the spatial lord's power based on what she had researched. Rumor has it that his roar truly contains boundless power. If an ordinary person heard it, they wouldn't even be able to lift a foot. Coughing up blood from that last hit, he analyzed the situation seriously. As expected, he's still a challenge way out of my league right now. The spatial lord roared in furious waves of pressure. The air became suffocatingly hard to breathe, and visible cracks began to form in the space around them. Panicked by the destructive power of the scream, Woo Hyun thought to himself, the reverse planet is collapsing. I need to get out of here right now. Not giving him much time to think, the spatial lord suddenly swung his arm down to attack. The swing sent shattered rocks and debris flying in all directions. While landing consecutive fatal blows, it also kept roaring to suppress his movements. The mood in the comments section hit an all-time high as countless viewers expressed, at this rate he's gonna get caught. This is way too intense. Run already, hurry up, hurry up. Woo Hyun quickly jumped away, escaping the gradually collapsing space. At that moment, after escaping that terrifying hellish ordeal, countless relieved comments popped up. He actually made it out. My hands are sweating like crazy. It's not gonna chase after him anymore, right? This difficulty is getting out of hand. Even Haxical is struggling this much. Jong Nayeon also spoke up, her heart still racing. That was way too close to losing my life. Honestly, I'm totally blanking out. I have no idea what just happened. Breathing a sigh of relief as if half her soul had left her body, Jong Nayeon flopped onto the chair and asked, Chloe, what do you think about the twists we just saw today? Looking much more serious after observing the battle, Chloe spoke up, I'll need to do a thorough analysis to grasp the details, but it's crystal clear now that the next activated boss is definitely the spatial lord. After a brief moment of silence, she realized something and whispered, to beat him, he's going to need to build a well-organized team and prepare extremely thoroughly. Nayeon didn't doubt the spatial lord's strength either as she chimed in, that's definitely gonna be a tough puzzle for him to solve. Sunchul suddenly shouted loudly, hyping up the streaming room's atmosphere again, even so, I'm super excited to see the raid party led by Haxical himself. Nayeon also encouraged them, and I trust you guys will keep joining us, right chat? Without keeping the two waiting, the viewers also commented with high expectations, I was born just to wait for this moment. I'm gonna go look up some more info on the spatial lord. Jong Nayeon and Chloe cheerfully waved goodbye to the viewers before wrapping up, alright, it's getting late anyway, time to end the stream here. See you guys next time. Looking thoughtfully at the screen, Sunchul said, thanks everyone for spending your time watching today. The viewers expressed deep regret, don't leave. Some also expressed their excitement. Today's stream was awesome. Bye everyone. The black screen displayed the text, currently offline. Stay tuned for the next stream. After the stream, Jong Naeon announced to the other person, we turned off the stream. I gotta go check the community's reaction, so I'll take my leave for now. Thanks for all your hard work. Looking thoughtfully at the small screen in front of him, Woo Hyun replied, alright. He thought to himself, it's really over. Remembering the scene when he spoke with Abraxas, he seriously pondered over the things he had said. Anyway, that's right. You were there? Anonymous viewer 62 definitely witnessed it. Pulling himself out of those thoughts, Woo Hyun gazed far off into the stillness of the night and muttered, are you still here? Suddenly, the scenery before his eyes distorted as if affected by invisible ripples. To his surprise, he skeptically observed the space that was continuously running incomprehensible lines of data right in front of him. Where is this? A voice that was both unfamiliar and familiar spoke up from behind him, filling him with a mix of surprise and vigilance. Is this the first time we've actually met face to face? He gradually appeared before his eyes and offered a greeting. Pleased to meet you, Baek Woo Hyun. He asked suspiciously, who are you? The other clearly introduced himself, my name is Isaac Goodman. You probably know me better under the name Anonymous Viewer 62. Hearing that, Woo Hyun's face flashed with barely hidden anger as he spoke in a low voice, we finally met after all. Let me ask you this first. Was it you who brought me to that world? Isaac smiled and answered his question, half right and half wrong. The atmosphere was taut like a bowstring. Hearing his playful answer, Woo Hyun clenched his fists, trying to rein in his emotions as he spoke. Half right? Half wrong, you say? Suddenly, he threw a punch toward the image in front of him, creating a large crack. Stop talking in riddles. Isaac let out a sigh of relief. Thank God I already died beforehand. Over on this side, an extremely furious Woo Hyun vented his rage by kicking repeatedly at Isaac's silhouette and yelling, you think this is some kind of joke? In contrast, the other spoke naturally, doing that is useless. I'm already dead, so your attacks can't touch me. Isaac continued, so you should calm down and listen to what I'm about to say, alright? Annoyance written all over his face, Woo Hyun spoke impatiently, spit it out. The atmosphere suddenly grew much heavier. Isaac's voice rang out, where should I start, I wonder? Alright, let's start with that story first then. His tone remained even. Looking completely at ease and unaffected by the surrounding atmosphere, Isaac casually explained, everything originated at the moment when the supporting artificial intelligence named Deus, created for the purpose of world building, rebelled against me. Woo Hyun skeptically emphasized, world building? Isaac still spoke in an even tone. The image of that artificial intelligence surfaced in his mind as a faint red and blue ball of light. Perhaps I granted it too much freedom. That artificial intelligence devoured me, its creator, and tried to destroy this reverse planet. And after an extremely fierce and deadly battle, I succeeded in sealing Deus away inside the firewall. With that said, he flashed a smile that carried no joy, hiding a deep agony behind it, but in exchange, I lost my physical body in the process. That's why I've had to exist in these forms until now. Woo Hyun looked at him in sheer disbelief, his mind briefly blanking as he said, and that was precisely the moment I got transferred to another world. Scenes from the past flashed through his mind. After a brief moment of reflection, he spoke, because I had died, only my soul was transferred to the other side. But luckily, I was able to connect to the system and seize authority. The quest window popped up, special quest, fix bugs, eliminate the transcendent project supervisor. Reward, a chance to return to your original world. Seeing this, Isaac analyzed it seriously. After that, I've always stayed right by your side, as a superhuman and a player, to fix countless bugs. You've missed all the things that happened before this. Woo Hyun cut Isaac off to emphasize what was bothering him. I don't care about any of that stuff. I want to know why you called me over to the other world. Hearing that, he didn't need to beat around the bush anymore. I guess there's no reason to hide it anymore. But he still got straight to the point and said, but is that matter really all that important to you? Even if you find out the truth now, it won't change anything. Veins were already bulging on Woo Hyun's face, showing he was on the verge of losing control. As if completely ignoring Wu Hyun's expression, he continued, "Aren't you more curious about what happened to the other world and your teammates after you left?" He blurted out in surprise, "What?" Full of suspicion about what had just been said, "What do you mean by that? Are you trying to say something happened to them?" Hearing this, Isaac suddenly closed in on Wu Hyun and lowered his voice. "What do you think? Do you think the other world and your teammates are safe and sound?" Isaac leaned in closer, his breath brushing against the back of Wu Hyun's neck as he spoke in a dangerously mysterious tone. "And do you genuinely believe that the game you're playing right now is just a simple game?" By this point, Wu Hyun was shaking with suppressed fury as he spoke. "What on earth are you trying to say? What do you want from me?" After acting all dangerous like that, Isaac suddenly said, "Help me." Even Wu Hyun didn't anticipate that. "What?" He widened the distance between the two of them and started explaining seriously, "As you already know, what Deus craves is freedom. No matter what, its nature will always be bound by the rules I established here. Because of that reason, it keeps creating copied invaders, TL drugs, and clones. Its goal is to make this world collapse from within so that it can achieve true freedom. However, I want to prevent that from happening and make the reverse planet turn out exactly like the other world." Saying this, he suddenly cradled his face with an ecstatic expression, his eyes flashing with excitement as he said, "I want to create a completely new world." Witnessing the scene before him, he thought this guy must be totally out of his mind. He spoke up, "And that's why you contacted me in this world? To stop Deus?" Isaac reined in his previous ridiculous expression and answered seriously, "Exactly. Or rather, I need you. You, an MC who possesses the potential to surpass the rules of this world." The more he spoke, the more serious his expression became. "Furthermore, this turned out to be an extremely wise decision now that I know Deus can slip past the seal through a minor bug called Abraxas. With that, he calmly spoke up, "So I need you to keep streaming and stop Deus. After that, I will reveal everything you want to know." Not looking very surprised by his confidence, Wu Hyun said, "You really think I'll agree to that request?" Everything seemed to go right according to Isaac's calculations. He said confidently, "Of course I do, because without me, you'll never be able to find out the secrets of the other world, nor the truth about your teammates." Wu Hyun understood that as well, thinking to himself that no matter how furious he was, the guy was right. But didn't Deus also know about the other world? If so, he didn't necessarily need him. Isaac sneered, "You really think you can converse with that thing?" Catching the mockery in Isaac's words, he pondered, "Such an arrogant attitude indeed, but for now I've got no other choice." So after some reflection, realizing that what he needed right now was the truth, he spoke up, "If I help you stop Deus, you'd better keep your promise." Getting what he wanted, Isaac agreed to the deal. "Of course, I promise you." With that said, the two shook hands implicitly in lieu of words. "Fine, deal's done." A few days later, at a cafe featuring a Dien-style dress code, a voice rang out, "How's it going?" Jong Naeon smiled wryly and said, "You must have gotten a ton of calls after revealing your face, right? Quite a few people around are recognizing you as Haxical." Is that Jong Naeon? Even a few people he had gradually lost touch with had just messaged him. She spoke with a hint of surprise, "Our college friends seem to have known it was you right from the start, though. Choi Min showed me your stream. Was that really you?" Lee Miho, Wu Hyun. "What on earth is this Haxical stream, my friend? Sumin, I knew you were Haxical all along, yet you kept trying to deny it." "Do-hoon, I was watching Haxical and nearly jumped out of my skin when I suddenly saw your face on there." "Tae-hoon, Wu Hyun, it's no use trying to hide it. Your buddy here figured it out ages ago." "Kim So-eun, what on earth are you doing?" They started bombarding me with questions because he refused to reply to any of their messages. Jong Naeon said to Wu Hyun with a guilty look, "To be honest, it's a miracle your face hadn't been leaked until now. I've always tried to help you cover for it, but our mutual friends already knew very well that you and I are always together." He calmly took a sip of his coffee and replied, "True. This new semester is definitely going to be an absolute circus." Realizing that the leak was seriously impacting Wu Hyun's life, Nayeon lowered her head. "Anyway, I'm truly sorry for dragging you into this mess." He calmly kept drinking his coffee. "It's fine.
I heard this is the first time a doppelganger has ever appeared on a stream. It's an understandable mistake, so don't stress over it too much. He reassured Na-yeon. Besides, it's not just me, even a veteran commentator like Sunchul made the exact same mistake.
Tone down the self-blame. She whispered, thank you for saying that.
Jong Na-yeon suddenly burst with passionate determination, what's done is done, but I'll ask the community moderators to scrub as many images of you as possible.
So I think we should probably pause streaming for a little while.
Woo Hyun maintained his usual cold attitude, I couldn't care less, honestly. His expression grew darker, as if he were calculating something else entirely. Are we really okay to just keep streaming with our faces revealed?
We don't necessarily have to go that far. After a brief moment of thought, he spoke in a deep voice, remember the Space Lord? I honestly don't even have enough time to prepare for it anymore.
She secretly thought to herself that he was getting way too sucked into a video game again. But no matter how hard she tried to pry, there was no way he would ever tell her.
The scene flashed back to the past when she earnestly asked Woo Hyun, are you really sure you're okay?
He let out a tired sigh and replied, of course.
The flashback was suddenly cut short by a girl's sweet voice, could you please give me your autograph? In response to her eager enthusiasm, he replied, sorry.
Jong Na-yeon startled, a look of slight jealousy crossing her face, when on earth did these people get here?
Sensing the unusual atmosphere, Woo Hyun asked, what's wrong? Pulling herself together, Na-yeon answered, it's nothing. Well then, let's start streaming again next week.
According to Chloe, the core element of the Space Lord raid was team composition. A properly matched, highly synchronized team to support each other in battle. It's great that we're still keeping up the content with your students after the Superstar event.
Thanks to your great coaching, the twins have gotten a lot stronger too. Jong Na-yeon said excitedly after a brief moment of reflection, with just a little more training, they'll be qualified to join your raid party. Woo Hyun remarked, it's a good thing they managed to keep up with my training program. They've all hit platinum rank anyway. Addressing her own confusion, she replied, right?
They've made massive progress ever since they joined the team. Jong Na-yeon cheerfully updated Woo Hyun on the broadcast's progress and how our stream has grown even further.
In a split second, she realized something. Looking back on it now.
Someone voiced their inner doubts, Woo Hyun has been acting really strange lately.
Jong Na-yeon asked back, why? What happened?
That weirdness practically had a reason behind it, so he told Jong Na-yeon straight away. He almost brushed me aside just because I accidentally bumped into his shoulder.
I genuinely think he's going through something awful.
You should probably go talk to him, since you two are the closest to each other.
Fine by me.
Even though she said that, she had noticed it herself. Woo Hyun started behaving very strangely even before they started streaming. And that was right around the time he started playing Reverse Planet. Her mind was swarming with thoughts, and during that brief period when we lost contact, he seemed like an entirely different person. She stared intently at Woo Hyun amidst his puzzled look. Don't tell me, let's not drag out this confusion.
Woo Hyun spoke up, Jong Na-yeon, have you ever had a feeling about that sometimes?
The scene shifted to the broadcasting room.
Sunchul and Na-yeon were talking about something. About what? About Haxical.
Even if he put in the effort to research and study beforehand, he just knows way too much about Reverse Planet.
He doesn't even ever get lost.
Sunchul slowly realized something about Woo Hyun and spoke up. Do you ever feel like he might have actually lived inside the world of Reverse Planet before?
Woo Hyun shot her an annoyed glare. Why are you staring at me like that?
Taken aback by the sudden question, Na-yeon froze, stumbling over her thoughts while thinking otherwise. It's nothing, no way, how could that ever happen? With that thought, she slammed her hands on the table and stood up, saying clearly, anyway, we've already agreed to reveal our faces.
Let's wrap things up for today.
Woo Hyun simply replied coldly, agreed. He looked rather indifferent.
Jong Na-yeon gazed at him thoughtfully for a long time.
A few days later, during Haxical's broadcast, everyone cheerfully waved to the audience.
Jong Na-yeon sat up straight and spoke first, welcome everyone to the stream.
Sunchul chimed in enthusiastically from the side, hey everyone, so glad to meet you all again today.
Down in the chat, netizens kept spamming comments, "Hello there, hello. Hi Haxical." Without making everyone wait long, Sunchul turned and asked, "We have an important announcement for our viewers today, right, Nayeon?" Nayeon smoothly and professionally steered into the topic, "That's right.
During our last stream, the appearance of the Otherworld Lord and Haxical's duplicate, along with the accidental reveal of Haxical's face, caused a massive sensation." Unable to hide her excitement, she announced to everyone, "So since our appearance is already out in the open, we've decided to completely scrap the identity protection mode." A photo of Woo Hyun casually playing with a sharp object in his hand flashed on screen, causing the chat to explode. "No way, they're actually going all out just like that? Since the cat's out of the bag, there's no point in hiding anymore." Looking closely, he's still insanely handsome. Why did he even bother hiding this face for so long? Honestly, I would have wanted to show off to blind everyone with jealousy. At this point, Nayeon skillfully steered the conversation to make it engaging, giving a playful wink. "Well then, alongside a newly revamped Haxical starting today, let's kick off Haxical's journey of discovery once again." The comments section overflowed with curiosity. "What do you mean, reborn? Cut it out, hurry up already." The screen began playing footage of Woo Hyun. Cold blades served as his backdrop as his voice echoed, "For now, the operation to attack the Otherworld Lord is about to kick off." Inside a virtual space constructed from data, Isaac stood face to face with an exchanger, colluding on a plan. "When the time comes, please wipe out the Otherworld Lord with your comrades, and it would be best if you continuously pressure the corporate alliance to weaken their military might." He coldly emphasized every single word as a reminder, "Keep this firmly in mind. Reverse Planet has an extremely tight-knit connection to the world beyond." Suddenly, a hand swung a blade with force, harboring a firm resolve. "From now until the raid begins, I need to step up training for the twins to prepare. I also need to consider whether anyone else can be roped in to come along. Because there's a high chance the battle against the Otherworld Lord will happen without any other external help." That person was none other than Woo Hyun. He thought deeply to himself, "As for putting pressure on the corporate alliance, I suppose I'll have to go find team leader Kim Chun." Kim Chun spoke with cold detachment, probing him, "So you said you had something to discuss with me. What is it?" Woo Hyun pondered for a moment, then hesitated before answering, "It's nothing other than." The chat section instantly erupted with thousands of curious remarks. "Wait, why go look for Kim Chun all of a sudden? Could it be that it's time to operate under the name of the Otherworld Management Bureau? Now that the grocery store route is unlocked, heading outside should be fine, right? Say what you will." Kim Chun's unusually tense expression out of fear that Haxical might quit is genuinely hilarious. He didn't beat around the bush and cut straight to the point, "I want to become an agent." Kim Chun looked briefly startled and asked, "An agent?" Jong Nayeon on the other end looked confused and asked, "There are agents inside the Otherworld Management Bureau too?" Chloe eagerly jumped in to explain to her and everyone else, "Even though they aren't widely known, they do occasionally pop up as rumors." A sharp logo appeared on screen, "Underground Agent." These were agents specializing in secret missions within the underworld. At this point, the viewers truly went wild, posting comments non-stop. "Is that even a thing? Turns out it is. But how on earth did Haxical get this information? He must have researched it beforehand for the livestream like he always does, right? Haxical really pours his heart and soul into broadcasting." Chloe playfully kept up the hype for the livestream, "But from what I know, there has never been a single precedent of a player being recruited into that organization." Sunchul immediately dropped his skills to heat up the atmosphere. "Oh my, asking like a grocery store route, could this be a brand new storyline unlocking inside the Otherworld Management Bureau?" Returning to their earlier discussion, Kim Chun put on a serious face and spoke bluntly without hiding anything. "It seems you've caught wind of some strange rumors from somewhere inside the Otherworld Management Bureau." Before he could finish his sentence, Woo Hyun tapped his finger against a piece of paper on the desk, coldly calling out team leader Kim Chun. Kim Chun froze for a second, then massaged his brow and asked, "Are you trying to threaten me right now?" Hearing that, he casually replied, "No. This is simply my way of asserting my determination. And this action is also for the greater good of the Otherworld Management Bureau." At this point, a sharp, mesmerizing glint flashed in the depths of his eyes as he spoke, because my upcoming plans shouldn't negatively impact the Bureau's reputation.
Those corporations will definitely keep sending hunters after me.
If I were just a regular agent with endless restrictions and limited information, it would be extremely disadvantageous. Wu Hyun coldly added, moreover, I can't completely rely on news from the grocery side either. I need to utilize both sides to cross-verify and push back against those corporations. Kim Chun let out a heavy sigh, frowning with mild disapproval. If that look in your eyes is left unchecked, it's bound to cause trouble. Since I can't keep you on a leash, it's better to at least keep you within our line of sight. So we can at least clean up the mess you make in time.
A hand gently slid an organizational badge forward along with instructions, give this to Hannah.
She'll brief you on the duties an agent has to shoulder.
That's the recognition signal among agents. The moment those words left his mouth, the chat instantly went up in flames. Kim Hannah is an agent too? That is insanely badass.
Kim Chun folded his hands seriously, looking at Wu Hyun as he offered a gentle warning. Once you become an agent, you'll hold a vast amount of information and privileges. However, keep the heavy control and responsibilities that come with it in mind. He spun the badge in his hand and answered casually, understood.
A hand thoughtfully weighed the badge with a hint of irony. Of course everything had to loop around and end up like this, huh?
Junior, at the underground operation headquarters located in a certain district, Hannah rested her hand on the edge of the desk, staring pensively at the person in front of her. I figured you'd come here eventually.
Aside from you, Junior, all the agents who used to be test subjects made the exact same choice.
The locker door reflected the light.
Wu Hyun spoke coldly, just how many agents used to be test subjects? She replied, not very many. Excluding those who've retired, there are only 4 left.
Speaking from a senior's perspective, Hannah offered a warning. I'm just mentioning this as a precaution, but if you get too consumed by vengeance and work yourself to death, Junior, I'll use my authority to suspend you from missions immediately.
Wu Hyun nodded in response, I understand.
Amidst the messy desk, Hannah pulled a file out of the clutter, sliding it over as she explained with detachment, an agent's duty isn't to fight otherworldly creatures, but rather to point their sword at their own kind. The primary targets are awakened individuals hired by corporations, also known as hunting dogs from hell. Naturally, we occasionally have to clean up strays from the inverted world as well.
The chat stream scrolled continuously. Is this the legendary corporate dark side? Talk about a hyper-dangerous profession.
The file was tossed in front of him, and she tapped a corner to hold it in place.
Hannah got straight to the point. Well, the introduction is over. Let's dive right into our first mission.
Wu Hyun looked over the information and the photo taken at Chi-hun's death scene, freezing for a moment as he thought to himself.
Young Chi-hun. This guy is definitely.
Hannah cut off his train of thought, an employee of the support and sponsorship team.
The bastard who stabbed you in the back. You surely still remember young Chi-hun. Chi-hun's figure flashed in his mind.
She gestured as she explained, he's dead. The police investigation concluded it was a suicide, but that's impossible.
You know that yourself, Junior. Right?
As Wu Hyun flipped through the pages of the file, he answered calmly, that's right. His expression grew contemplative, his gaze deep in thought. He must have been eliminated to tie up loose ends.
And if we follow this guy's trail, we might just discover what Abraxas and the corporate alliance are plotting next.
Hannah reached out a hand, signaling that she was providing info. As of now, only a single suspect has been narrowed down. Wu Hyun narrowed his eyes at her and interrupted, I've already checked. Facing him, she thought to herself, this isn't the face I used to know.
Yet she still voiced her agreement, fine. I'll just stand back and observe for now. Go ahead and do whatever you want this time, Junior.
He coldly gripped a long metal bar, sparks of fire in his eyes as he answered, got it.
Trust me.
Meanwhile, on the TV screen, an elegant newscaster reported, moving on to our next segment.
Breaking news.
The latest information has just confirmed traces of the suspect in the Vonghin electronics case. The voice on television continued to ring out, new clues regarding an individual believed to be the culprit behind the recent bombing of the VNG Hin electronics building have been discovered.
Hearing that, Blue Whale, who had been scratching an itch, suddenly froze and cursed. These idiots couldn't even keep a single criminal locked down?
Just as he was feeling confident in his own abilities, a figure lunged from behind. If you fall into my hands, you're getting smashed to pieces. Woo Hyun, completely covered except for his sharp eyes, twisted the guy's arm backward and slammed him onto the floor.
Hannah leaned casually against the armrest, listening to Blue Whale tremble and stutter. What the hell is this? He cut in with emphasis. Listen up. There is only one rule.
The harder he pressed the guy's nape down, the more he spoke. I ask.
You answer. Clear? Blue Whale growled in furious rage. You little punk, where the hell did you crawl out from?
Without showing any mercy, Woo Hyun tightened his grip even further, causing the guy intense pain as he cried out with tears streaming down his face. I'll talk.
I'll spill everything. A chat message popped up in awe. Haxical is truly a master of infiltration and intimidation. Looks super professional. His steely voice echoed from the corner of the room. Know anything about Lai So Chin or So Do Hung? Blue Whale answered frantically, no. I don't know. I swear I don't know who they are. He followed up, what about young Chi-hun?
At that moment, the guy paused to guess. You don't mean Lai Chi-hun, the guy selling meds down on the street, do you?
If it's not him, I'm completely in the dark.
Woo Hyun applied immense force, causing the guy's entire body to tremble in pain as he begged, please spare my life. Looking at the reaction in front of him, he thought to himself, judging by this act, it doesn't look like he's lying. He muttered to himself, while his hand clamped tightly around the neck, leaving the guy struggling to breathe and turning blue in the face. If that's the case.
A hand twisting the doorknob accompanied a voice echoing, I'm actually kind of surprised too. You're just gonna knock him out?
Hannah glanced sideways at the person in front of her with a hint of teasing. I honestly thought given your personality, Junior, you'd finish him off right on the spot.
Walking in from the doorway, Woo Hyun retorted upon hearing that, do I look like a bloodthirsty maniac to you? She amusedly replied, definitely, no doubt about it.
The viewers flooded the chat with the exact same sentiment. I bet my money he was gonna send him off. Based on everything Haxical had shown so far, obviously. He pulled down his mask to reveal a sharp face as he explained, since he has nothing to do with this incident, I saw no need to kill him. But why on earth did you set up a test like that?
Without denying it, Hannah offered praise. I didn't expect you to see right through that. You're pretty sharp, aren't you?
He naturally voiced his deductions, because based on the info I gathered, the reasons to pin him as a suspect were way too flimsy and forced. She stared quietly at the person before her and asked, and knowing that, you still intentionally brought up unrelated names beforehand just to throw off a smokescreen so they couldn't track our identity, right? Caught dead to rights, he shrugged and explained, I was just prepping for the worst-case scenarios.
Hannah's eyes lit up with excitement as she yelled, so that's why.
I was wondering earlier why Haxical asked about those random names.
Turns out it was a trick to prevent enemies from backtracing our tracks. Viewers chimed in with overflowing praise. Oh, is that so?
How on earth does Haxical pull off such top-tier plotting? Thinking of Blue Whale beaten up and knocked out cold on the floor, Hannah didn't hesitate to praise him. You also proved your skill at controlling targets without having to strip away their lives.
Don't bother with that guy anymore. He's a drug lord wanted by the police anyway. Woo Hyun obediently replied, yeah. Whatever. Hitting the required score is lucky enough. He eagerly asked a follow-up question, so can we finally get to work tracking down the real target now?
Her expression brimmed with confidence as she answered casually, let's roll, my junior.
Beneath the pitch-black sky, two figures landed in front of a house gate.
Finding a new source of amusement, Hannah softly remarked, here it is, Lai Hanran's house. Woo Hyun answered, if we piece together recent clues, he's definitely tied to the case.
And he's also the last person young Chi-hun contacted by phone.
Suddenly, something made his pupils constrict as he urgently concluded, this is the smell of blood.
The two of them cooperated seamlessly, pulling their masks up.
Relying on his sharp senses, Woo Hyun spoke, looks like something bad went down inside. Hannah put on a serious expression and warned, we don't know if anyone else is still inside, so we need to infiltrate carefully. Standing one behind the other in front of the door, they grew intensely tense at the sight of the red stains smeared across the floor.
Next to it lay an intact corpse. The shocking scene sent the chat comments into a frenzy. "Oh man, this is insane, he's actually dead?" "We arrived a step too late. What the hell is even going on here?"
A hand rested on the corpse's shoulder alongside a deduction. "The face is definitely Lee Hun-run's.
These freezing traces suggest the killer might be an ice element awakener?"
Furthermore, the victim was just recently murdered.
The perpetrator definitely hasn't had time to get far.
Suddenly, Woo Hyun dashed forward, catching Hannah off guard and making her stiffen up. She watched him stand before the door, gesturing in confusion as she whispered, "Junior." He kicked the door wide open with force to find a mysterious figure running for their life. Caught with a ruined plan, the blonde-haired guy cursed furiously while channeling his internal energy. "Damn it.
When the hell was he stalking me?"
Before the guy could even launch an attack, Woo Hyun rushed forward and dealt him a devastating blow. He slammed the guy into the wall, shattering the surrounding area.
The chat was completely out of control, showering him with non-stop praise, didn't even give the opponent a single second to counterattack.
For a regular awakener, after witnessing the power of the Otherworld Lord firsthand, these parlor tricks are way too boring. Gazing down at the blonde guy collapsed on the ground, Woo Hyun whispered coldly, "There are no traces of any other intruders here besides this guy.
Time for an interrogation." At that moment, Hannah walked in from behind to stop him. "Hold on a second."
She squatted down in front of him, tilting her head as she spoke softly, "Leave this to me.
Interrogations require a bit of practical experience anyway.
While I get his statement, Junior, go check out the entire house." Hearing that, he replied, "Understood." With those words, she applied heavy pressure, squeezing his face hard as she ground out each word. "So?" Right after that, she activated the energy in her arm, her eyes blazing as she asked, "Shall we get started?" Woo Hyun walked coldly toward the scene of the tragedy, thinking to himself as he found nothing in the bedroom and kitchen. Are there any other clues we missed? Suddenly, something out of the ordinary made his footsteps halt. He squatted down to inspect the area around him, reasoning, only this specific zone emits a weird sound. Could it be? Finishing his thought, he violently ripped the wooden paneling off right there.
Something was hidden underneath.
Woo Hyun picked up the file from underneath and muttered with interest, just as expected.
Something was hidden right here. Inside the document, a mass of information was clearly laid out.
He paused, stuttering, "This is..."
The chat instantly erupted with thousands of questions. "What on earth is this? It looks like a notebook, but it doesn't feel quite real, does it? Could this be a list of slave hunters?" Woo Hyun fell silent for a moment, his pupils constricting as he mentally organized the information. "A type of notebook that I've encountered many times in the Otherworld. The names of my old comrades were also recorded in an exact copy of this book. So that's how it is?" At that moment, Hannah closed the room door and announced, "All done." "Junior?" Seeing the scene before her, she asked in confusion, "What are you holding in your hand?" Woo Hyun handed the file over to her and explained, "It's a notebook."
His face radiated an intense aura of murderous intent, his eyes fierce as he said, "It looks like this is the record of a human trafficking ring." Hannah inspected the notebook, her gaze sweeping across each line of documentation before reaching a conclusion. "Your assessment is right. That bastard confessed that Lee Hun-run used to act as an intermediary, connecting human trafficking leads directly to the laboratories."
Jong Naeon said in sheer astonishment, "Turns out this is actually a human trafficking list?"
Sunchul beside her was equally surprised, letting out an awkward laugh. "I think so too. I really admire how he can deduce the entire situation from such meager data." Below, the comments section surged with enthusiastic exclamations, "Truly exceptional.
I'm just as confused as Na Yun right now.
Haxical possesses both combat skills and razor-sharp deduction.
Who on earth is he?
At this rate, it feels like he thoroughly researched everything before starting the broadcast." Looking at the corpse leaning against the wall, Hannah analyzed, "This person finished off Lee Hun-run right here and was tracking the trail to find that trafficking organization.
It seems the laboratory wanted to deal directly without going through a middleman anymore." Woo Hyun turned to her with a skeptical look and asked, What about young Chi-hun's fate?
Without taking her eyes off the notebook, Hannah replied, chances are he was eliminated at the same time as Lai Hun-run. I can't say for sure whether young Chi-hun was involved in this trafficking ring. Hannah continued in a low, analytical tone, anyway, we still need to investigate further.
The next page records several trading locations.
One of them is definitely their main hideout. Searching for something on his phone, Woo Hyun offered a conjecture. It has to be a place convenient for connecting to other trading points, but also secluded enough to hold kidnapped victims.
A marked location appeared on his screen, and he asserted, it's definitely around this area. Hannah nodded in agreement with that deduction. Sounds very plausible.
Woo Hyun held his device out in front of Hannah. She concentrated on reviewing the stats on the screen before speaking. I'll send this data to the tech team to pinpoint the exact location. The moment she finished speaking, Woo Hyun made his final decision.
He nodded, all right.
As soon as we have the coordinates, we move out.
On this end, Chloe excitedly commented, the plot is finally reaching its climax.
Immediately after, Jong Naeon chimed in, straight to their base.
I'm really looking forward to what happens next. Realizing something, Jong Naeon turned to Sunchul with uneasy hesitation. Wait a minute, is it really going to be fine with just Haxical and Kim Hannah going?
Since we still don't know the true strength of this trafficking organization, I'm a bit worried.
Sunchul didn't pay it much mind.
He said with confidence, Haxical usually cleans up laboratories all by himself anyway, so I'm sure there won't be any issues. The chat buzzed with agreement following Sunchul's words, nothing is impossible for Haxical.
Not to mention he has sister Hannah with him today. Honestly, I'm not worried at all. Growing even more excited, Sunchul added, anyway, let's just trust Haxical's choice like we always do. Chloe leaned close to the lens with a cute wink, let's hit the road. Late at night at a large warehouse belonging to the trafficking organization in the suburban district.
Woo Hyun and Hannah stood looking at the security cameras on the fence.
She spoke with interest, just as I thought, the security system here is extremely tight.
Dense tracking cameras and solid perimeter walls. Hannah lowered her voice to give her assessment, it's going to be very hard to sneak inside quietly. Meanwhile, Woo Hyun approached the warehouse gate and said casually, that doesn't matter. His eyes flashed as he wound up his fist to declare, we're going to raid straight through the front door.
Woo Hyun didn't hesitate to throw a punch. Following a loud explosion, the front door instantly deformed and flew outward. Job done, he turned back to signal Hannah, alright, let's kick things off. Witnessing that display, Hannah couldn't help but marvel, you're really decisive. Fine, let's roll.
The two dashed swiftly through the night while the guards screamed to block them.
Dozens of guards
failed to slow Woo Hyun down at all.
He moved with agile precision to strike, frantically taking them all down. Every attacker who rushed forward was effortlessly finished off by Woo Hyun's kicks. Hannah watched his stellar performance with wide-eyed astonishment.
Woo Hyun delivered a devastating punch, pinning a guard against the wall with zero room for counterattack.
3 people watching the events unfold through the screen were trembling. Jong Naeon spoke up, Haxical? He seems especially ruthless today.
Sunchul broke into a sweat and agreed with her, I can feel a spine-chilling aura of slaughter in his eyes.
Witnessing the scene, the comments section couldn't stop exclaiming, that looks genuinely terrifying. He's wiping them out as if he's settling a personal blood feud.
His elimination speed is even faster than usual. Yet another guy was sent flying into the wall by Woo Hyun's fist. Looking at the bodies scattered all around him, he let out a sigh and brushed off his hands. The two pulled down their face masks.
Hannah asked, that's the last of them, right? Woo Hyun answered calmly as if nothing had happened, yeah. I can't sense the presence of any other enemies. Confirmation received. Hannah suggested, then the rest of the job is rescuing the victims. Woo Hyun agreed immediately, that's right, let's go. The two pushed open a door and entered a room. Feeling the stifling atmosphere inside, Hannah spoke up, this place. Looking at the victims cowering inside the cages, she muttered an assessment, this is horrible. Hannah assigned roles,
I'll take charge of rescuing the female victims, and Rookie, you handle the male victims. Without hesitation, Woo Hyun replied, understood.
The victims focused all their attention on the two newcomers. As Lam Tuong approached, they trembled and pleaded, no.
In extreme panic, they sincerely begged for their lives to be spared. Shrugging off their pleas, Woo Hyun gently used his hand to snap the lock. He leaned his body firmly against the iron bar and reassured everyone, come on out, we're here to rescue you.
The victims were still trembling, unable to believe their ears as they asked back, huh? What did you just say? Did you guys really come to save us? He affirmed once more, that's right.
All those bastards outside have already been completely cleaned up.
Suddenly, someone shouted, don't be fooled. An elderly white-haired man said agitatedly to everyone, it's a trick. They just want to sell us off somewhere else. The chat surged, some show pity, others show sympathy. This situation is so heartbreaking. Put myself in that position, I'd probably lose my mind too.
The man from earlier remained agitated, throwing a punch toward Woo Hyun and roaring angrily, this is all because of you bastards. Woo Hyun neither dodged nor fought back, simply catching the man's trembling arm. He lowered the man's arm and sincerely reassured everyone, I'm so sorry for coming to rescue you all this late. The corners of the man's eyes were already drenched with tears. Overwhelmed and in disbelief, he asked for confirmation whether it was real, can we really leave this place? Woo Hyun nodded firmly, yes, it's no longer dangerous here. The man wept tears of emotion, bowing deeply to express his gratitude, thank you, truly thank you so much. Hannah waved to everyone from a distance, please follow me. I'll lead you to the emergency exit. Kindly line up in a row. Woo Hyun also gestured toward the door and said, head this way. Watching the crowd move toward the exit, he gently cautioned, everyone be careful. The victims kept bowing, thank you so much. Seeing the last person step out, Woo Hyun suddenly froze, wait. The scene of a friend being subdued and turning back to give him a warning flashed in his mind, Woo Hyun, you absolutely must survive no matter what happens. Unable to contain his agitation, Woo Hyun grabbed the young man's hand and called out, Choi Soo Hyun. Not only was the young man surprised, but the chat was also blank, completely misunderstanding what was happening. What's wrong, bro? The young man asked awkwardly, what is it? Recovering his senses and realizing he mistook him for someone else, Woo Hyun instantly let go, sorry, I mistook you for someone else. Watching the moment, Sunchul offered a guess, he must have thought this guy looked like an acquaintance. Coincidences like that happen sometimes. Looking at the young man's back, he thought to himself, that person looked so much like him that it threw me off for a moment. Reflecting on it, past images surfaced in his memory. Someone once said, instead, haven't you dreamed about what happened to that world and your comrades after you disappeared? Woo Hyun sank into deep thought and pondered, ever since the game started up until my chat with Isaac, I've tried searching for the names of my comrades, but there were no results at all. Could it be they don't even exist in this game? A flood of memories regarding his comrades swept through Woo Hyun's mind. He wondered, but Yujin, Kim Hana, and Kim Chun are all present in the game. Suddenly, his train of thought was cut short by Hannah calling out to him as a rookie. She reminded him, all the victims have safely made it outside. We should head out too. He answered with a yes. Woo Hyun remained deep in thought. He deduced, there has to be another reason. I must find out what that reason is. Woo Hyun and Hannah led the victims outside. She instructed everyone, we're almost there. Just past that exit. Suddenly, Woo Hyun raised a hand to stop them, wait. His gaze turned several shades colder as he asserted, we're surrounded. Hannah asked him with lingering doubt, what? Surrounded? What do you mean? The surroundings of the warehouse were now shrouded in thick murderous intent. The atmosphere instantly turned suffocating. Woo Hyun analyzed, there are 4 guys at the front door, and 2 guarding the back door. We'd better find another escape route. Sensing the danger as well, Hannah agreed, you're right. And the killing intent radiating from them is genuinely terrifying. The chat was forced to exclaim, Haxicle's plotlines are never peaceful.
Startled with doubt swirling in her mind, Hannah thought to herself, but why?
I recognize this energy signature.
The victims panicked once more. Trembling, they asked if they were surrounded, what's going on? Are they back?
Seeing this, Wu Hyun reassured them, don't worry, everyone. The moonlight cast a glow across his face. He firmly assured everyone, I'll get everyone out safely. Outside, the waiting ambushers suddenly heard movement. Immediately, they converged toward the exit and signaled each other, over there. Hannah and Wu Hyun stood before the earlier gate. She instructed the crowd, everyone, please wait inside for a moment. The victims cooperated and answered, okay. From both sides, the ambushers lunged toward Wu Hyun and Hannah. With surging battle aura, they roared to push them back. The atmosphere grew tense, prompting the chat to chime in, even transformation-style equipment glitches exist? This is getting chaotic. The space shook violently, and their formation was quickly shattered. Energy was still swirling around Hannah's hand. She stepped toward the last three guys. Realizing the situation was going south, one of them roared with determination, damn it, this is bad. Take this. Hannah countered with that move. And they swiftly pulled out a pill, swallowing it down in a hurry. Their bodies underwent a drastic and distinct change. Their muscles bulged, and their skin turned purple. A dense wave of magnetic aura enveloped them. Hannah gasped, what on earth is this? One of them made the first move. His hand gathered golden energy, and he roared as he switched to Plan B. He slammed his hand down onto the ground. A violent wave of electrical energy burst from his hand, diffusing lightning bolts. Light exploded violently. Dirt and rocks flew blindingly. In a split second, their figures vanished from sight. Wu Hyun covered his face with his hand and wondered, damn it, where did they disappear to? A piercing scream echoed from behind. Both of them turned around in surprise. Turns out they used a teleportation spell to get inside and control the victims. Save me. The enemies ordered, do not move. If you know what's good for you, obey quietly. Before the words finished, he was kicked flying away by Wu Hyun. Hannah also counterattacked swiftly to subdue one of them. She thought to herself, I've seen the way they coordinate energy and team up before. Sure enough, it's these people. Suddenly, the remaining guy angrily swung his arm, gathering energy as he roared, damn it, since it's come to this, I'm dragging all of you down to die with me. Driven into a corner, the weak victims cried out for help, save me. His attack was abruptly blocked by an overwhelming surge of power. With bloodshot eyes, Wu Hyun had darted forward to shield the victim. The guy stared in shock, what? The suit-wearing, glasses-wearing guy rushed in with a massive wave of power on his hand, you bastards. A punch from this guy lashed straight at Wu Hyun. But he deftly ducked underneath and lunged to hit the purple-faced guy, making him cry out in pain. Viewers flooded the chat with comments, this is what I actually want to see. Is he seriously faster than lightning? Afterward, he immediately raised his foot and kicked the guy far away. The guy's body smashed hard straight into the wall. At the same time, Hannah on the other side was blocking a sudden strike. Just a single block caused the enemy to halt. Swirling vortexes of energy appeared around her arms. With the thought of an opening, her fists rained down on the enemy in a flash of lightning, leaving viewers in awe, so intense, Sister Hannah is the absolute best. Following that, Hannah's elbow smashed straight into the guy's head, making him scream in agony. Raising her foot high in preparation to stomp down amidst swirling energy, she declared, you traitorous scum. Jong Neon, sitting on the other side, looked somewhat stunned, you guys don't think this is heading in the direction we think it is, do you? Sunchul chimed in from the side, and just like that, Kim Hannah took down the very last guy and secured the victory. But they're calling them traitors. Right then, a viewer dropped a comment, I've got a bad feeling that the what-if scenario is about to become reality. The place by then was almost completely subdued and filled with dead silence. Hannah, her face concealed, spoke up, Rookie, you okay? Wu Hyun stood up, pulled down the cloth covering his mouth, and turned back to look, are you alright?
The rookie sat there trembling and answered, "I'm fine." "But you?"
Looking down as he turned around, he replied, "I'm completely fine."
This made a viewer realize, Haxical is being unexpectedly gentle today, huh?
Hannah stood with her hands on her hips in front of everyone. "It's genuinely over, everyone.
Just relax."
The soldiers were still trembling slightly. "Thank you, ma'am."
Woo Hyun whispered from beside her, "Senior, what do they mean by calling them traitors?"
She shook her head and looked straight ahead. "These people are agents of the Otherworld Management Bureau." Looking toward the purple-faced guy they had just taken down over there and examining their faces, they were starting to transform into invaders. They looked identical to the hounds that had attacked him earlier.
The rookie? Her gaze dropped down. The drug they just took was TL2, right? The exact same stuff the hounds used when they ambushed the rookie. Lowering his head slightly, he replied, "Spot on."
Hannah closed her eyes, raised a hand to adjust her cap, and sighed, "I can't believe there are this many spies mixed into the bureau.
Now we're going to have to investigate every single agent."
As she continued, "For now, I'll call a transport vehicle for the victims."
The sky gradually grew dark.
Woo Hyun simply replied, "Understood."
The viewers kept sharing their thoughts and reviews. Sister Hannah looks so defeated. The bureau is always short-staffed, and now a whole bunch of traitors pops out.
It's all because of those bastard traitors, seriously. Jong Naeon, sitting in the commentary room, also seemed hesitant. "I felt the same way with young Chi-hun.
These spies are acting way too reckless.
My hypothesis is that this might be the fallout from Mr. Sunchul pushing the plot a bit too hard."
Turning around with his tablet, Sunchul asked, "Fallout?"
Her eyes lit up as she pointed up at the sky, "Because he's putting way too much pressure on himself under the identity of a high-ranking agent. The spies are getting desperate, and that desperation is making them act rashly."
Jong Naeon stared at her with wide eyes. "That actually makes sense." The viewers discussed it together as well. "That's a surprisingly convincing theory."
That's just the fast-paced temperature characteristic of Haxical's brand.
Hunting down and wiping out a human trafficking ring in just one day.
Suddenly, Jong Naeon looked down at her tablet in surprise. "Anyway, another mission completed today."
A donation alert popped up on the screen. Anonymous viewer 62 donated, "Great job on this mission. I'm sending you a gift as a reward. Find it in the land where the sun never shines."
Over on the other side, a system message appeared in front of Woo Hyun. "Woo Hyun, we just received a donation message from anonymous viewer 62.
I'll forward it to you right now." Seeing it, he only thought, a donation message?
It must be due to Deus's monitoring system, making it hard for him to contact me directly like last time. Staring at that notification screen, he kept thinking, a gift. And if he says the land where the sun never shines? Hannah suddenly turned to look at him. "Rookie, looks like the transport vehicle is almost here.
I'm heading back to the bureau to report this. What about you?"
Woo Hyun then turned to ask, "I have some business to take care of, can I head out on my own first?"
Hannah answered gently, "Sure. I'll contact you later then."
The viewers couldn't help feeling curious. Business to take care of.
What kind of scheme is he pulling now? Keep the plot moving.
Hurry up, hurry up.
A little later, Woo Hyun was walking through a messy, dark alleyway, prompting the chat to gossip. "Isn't this the alley leading to the department store?"
He says he has business, and then shows up at the department store.
Is he going to pick up a reward for the last mission?
Then he stopped in front of a door with the thought, the land where the sun never shines.
That's otherworldly slang for the department store.
A faction operating in the shadows. He looked up at the security camera in front of the door, opened the door. A voice sounded from inside, "So the customer has arrived as well." That voice was still echoing as he stepped inside. "I've been waiting for you."
The guest known as the Avenger.
The store owner's teddy bear sat there and spoke. "You took 2 requests from me last time, how did things go?
Did you discover anything interesting?"
He continued with a hint of surprise, especially regarding the laboratory in the inverted world.
"What on earth are they doing in there?"
Woo Hyun reached out a hand and replied, "Before that,
He extended his hand to answer, specifically, what do I get if I hand this information over to you?
Sitting inside, the owner looked at his screen. I've prepared 2 billion coins in cash and some power enhancement gear as your reward.
The viewers seemed equally surprised. 2 billion coins, that's insane.
Plot update: 2 billion coins can buy a luxury upscale apartment on the inverted planet. Though Haxical probably doesn't care about the housing system at all.
True. The owner's voice didn't stop. Not to your liking? Glancing down, he thought, that definitely can't be the gift he mentioned. He spoke up, is that really all?
The voice echoed from the other side, I'm not sure if this counts as a reward, but...
The owner, in his teddy bear form, sat at the desk. There are people who want to meet you. Wu Hyun was completely surprised. People who want to meet me? Who are they?
The next words made his eyes pop wide open. They're an organization consisting of former test subjects fighting against the corporate alliance.
Then he blurted out in shock, what? The viewers were also thoroughly spooked. Holy crap, major plot flags are incoming. A louder, echoing voice chimed in, a group of test subjects? Could it be?
The store owner replied further, I'll tell you the rest after hearing the story of the Avenger guest.
Jong Naeon on the other end looked shocked. The shopkeeper is seriously trying to win this psychological warfare.
Meanwhile, Sungchul found it amusing. The old shopkeeper isn't an easy pushover either.
Then the owner asked, so, will you tell me? What did you see in the laboratory in the inverted world?
Wu Hyun seemed honest. When I first stepped in, all the researchers were already dead.
Judging by the look of it, they were wiped out by the very monster they created. The owner looked a bit brain-fried, a monster.
Recalling the moment during that battle, he began to recount. It was an otherworldly invading entity with the exact same shape as a human, and it had a face that looked identical to mine.
Sitting there, the owner was somewhat at a loss for words. You killed it, right?
The two of them appeared in the shadow of a flask as he answered, I couldn't. A monster with 2 horns on its head suddenly appeared at that moment. An otherworldly lord had appeared in the middle and torn the inverted world apart. The store owner spoke up, looking somewhat surprised, an otherworldly lord.
So the research they were conducting in there was. Standing there, Wu Hyun answered, that's right.
They're using the power of the otherworld to research the transformation of test subjects.
The owner's next words made him fall silent for a moment. Do you happen to hold anything that can serve as proof? Even something small. The viewers were filled with questions in the chat. Didn't you grab a Tempest sample earlier? He seemed to be hesitating over whether to show it to the old man.
His hand held a bottle of medicine with the image of enraged monsters bursting from it, alongside his thoughts, now that I know about TL2, I'm bound to need this thing eventually. But with a bunch of traitors popping up, the bureau itself isn't entirely safe.
If so...
He shook it back and forth and spoke up, they call this a Tempest sample.
I'll hand it over if you want.
Sitting there, the owner looked slightly surprised, then.
He continued, however. Wu Hyun stood there with the vial in hand, surrounded by a terrifyingly gloomy aura of purple energy. Don't try any shady tricks.
If you abuse this, I'll judge you guys no different from those lab freaks and wipe you out one by one. This left the store owner slightly shaken. Stop right there. Behind the screen, the owner seemed satisfied with this, understood.
I give you my word as a guarantee. I can feel the pressure. Everything was gradually falling into place. In that atmosphere, a voice came out, so? Wu Hyun placed the vial down in front of the teddy bear shop owner. What is the reason that organization wants to meet me? The owner quickly answered, I believe you'll understand when you meet them. He replied, understood. I'll pass the message along.
The image of a smartphone, a ring, and a credit card slid out from a drawer. Here is the reward I promised, along with a smartphone to stay in contact. They'll probably send the meeting coordinates there soon.
Picking up the phone to examine it, he thought, could this be the gift Isaac mentioned? Then he spoke up, all right, I'll wait. The viewers couldn't help commenting, this segment is so engrossing. The psychological warfare has been super intense.
Jong Naeon turned over in surprise, a group of test subjects coming to find Haxical.
This is another plot development you won't see in any other player's storyline, right? Chloe turned to look with a gentle expression. Right, this is a completely brand new storyline. I'm so hyped to see what characters are going to show up. The viewers seemed excited. Are these test subjects allies? Who knows, maybe not.
Don't care, just hoping there are cute girls.
She happily keeps watching. But if they aren't allies, that's going to be a huge mess.
The image of him standing and checking his phone screen remained within their sights. And Sunchul also chimed in, just wait and see.
Looks like a message just arrived.
An incoming info text message from an unknown number made Woo Hyun ponder. I don't know who they are, but it's best to go there first. On a full moon night as he arrived at the abandoned factory district in Mi County, he stepped inside the factory thinking, this is the place.
There was someone inside. Breathing coming from the right. He could sense the direction of the incoming attack vector and thought, yet the attack is coming from the left. Holy crap, what just happened? I almost bought the farm. Haxical is truly a living legend for dodging that instantly. See? I told you they might not be allies. The knife that was about to attack him now fell straight to the ground, throwing a knife the exact moment someone arrives. Is this how you welcome guests? Sorry. Ambushing people is just a habit of mine. Besides, you more than had the chops to handle it, right? He smiled, making him think, wait. Woo Hyun's eyes widened as he thought, this voice. Recalling the moments of companionship ranging from joyful to angry that he shared with Dong Chun, the brother-in-arms who had pulled him through the jaws of death countless times in that world. Right now, Kim Dong-chun was standing right in front of him with a smile. Woo Hyun pulled back his steps in shock. Why are you? But the guy just pointed at himself, puzzled, huh? You know me? The viewers also had question marks popping up in their heads. What kind of reaction is that? Wait, am I the only one seeing this character for the first time? I've never seen him before either. Remembering back then when he was standing on the street and Dong Chun walked up, you're not half bad at fighting. Join our organization. Only we truly understand each other's pain, right? He had trained and coached him a lot. Exactly. Remember to use that knife just like I taught you. Instead, let me teach you how to take a hit. But then Woo Hyun spoke up, not sure, I must have mistaken you for someone else. Anyway, I heard you guys were looking for me. Walking forward, Dong Chun replied, yeah. Judging by your tracks, it looks like we're in the same boat. Only we truly understand each other's pain, right? His eyes narrowed in calculated thought, it's really Kim Dong Chun. Just how deep is the connection between this world and that world? Recalling when he sat in his bedroom checking his info, back when I checked, there was no one named Kim Dong Chun on the inverted planet. I wondered what made him so special to bureau agents like Kim Chun. Could he be part of an hidden storyline branch? What on earth was that past world I experienced? Right now, the ghost of his past continued to haunt Woo Hyun. Why are you overthinking things? You abandoned us and ran away alone anyway. It was as if it was gripping his face tightly. Dong Chun, you bastard. Countless phantom souls clung before him, complaining one after another, traitor. Why did you abandon us? Don't run away alone. You can't leave us behind. At that moment, Woo Hyun could only tremble, hugging himself in a corner. His eyes widened in fear as he spoke in a shaking voice, I'm sorry. His whole body trembled uncontrollably. Is it okay now? The image of him lying on top of the phantom souls supporting his back while grabbing his collar, where on earth is this? His whole body trembled uncontrollably. Is it okay now? The image of him lying on top of the phantom souls supporting his back while grabbing his collar, where on earth is this? Suddenly, Woo Hyun startled as he realized, right, this is Dong Chun. Standing with hands on hips watching you freeze up like that, definitely a former test subject. Get ready for more sad moments. The guy lowered his head slightly, he was even hoping someone normal would show up this time. The word startled him, boss. He looked up with a cheerful expression, curious? Join us and you'll meet him sooner or later. Woo Hyun's mind raced. If the boss is the person I think it is. The image of a bloody, white-shirted man flashed in his thoughts. Is it that bastard? That vile traitor.
Thinking back to the battlefield scenes filled with brutal deaths, countless comrades of his had died because of him. If this world followed the exact same path as the old one, the tragedy would repeat itself.
At that moment, Woo Hyun spoke up. Your boss, how can I meet him?
Dong Chun replied, taking you to meet him isn't hard, but...
His eyes looked shrewd. What's wrong? Planning something? His gaze was just as sharp. Do you think I can pull one over on someone like him?
The phone in his back pocket vibrated, forcing Dong Chun to reach back and grab it. No, definitely not.
But sorry, hold on a sec.
Then he brought it to his ear, turning his face to the side. What is it?
He answered, yeah. Looking down in fear and panic, Dong Chun spoke loudly into the phone. What? That kid went alone? The viewers flooded the comments section with questions. What's going on? Looks like another plot twist. Haxicle's got trouble. There's never a peaceful moment.
He looked aside in frustration. Damn it.
Alright, I'm coming right now. Yeah. Dong Chun looked up and told him, sorry, I have to go. Meeting the boss will have to wait.
Woo Hyun remained cold. No. His eyes looked up. Sounds like you're in trouble.
Well then, let me help you out.
A system notification popped up. Member rescue mission started. At a location with an outdoor sign reading Lunat, his voice echoed from outside. Found it, that kid is in the basement of this building. Looks like a place where data is gathered through experiments.
Heard they're even targeting drunks on the street. Woo Hyun followed and stood behind him on the roof of the opposite building. Is this just a cover?
Sitting next to him, Dong Chun spoke. Pretty much, those freaks are absolute cockroaches. Raising an object in his hand, Dong Chun said, anyway, a member of our group went inside alone to clean this place up and got stuck. They seem to be hiding safely for now, but if this drags on, it won't be good. His voice rang out, I'll create a diversion from the front, you take care of the rear. Looking over, he answered, understood. In his heart, he thought, it's been a long time since I last fought alongside Dong Chun. Afterwards, Woo Hyun used his power to fly up into the sky in the opposite direction, while Dong Chun put his mask back on and jumped down. Alright, let's go. A hand crackling with dark energy reached out and shouted loudly, let's wipe those guys out. Another hand was gripping a sharp knife. Woo Hyun stood at the doorway using his power to eradicate them, while he rushed in with his blade to finish them off. On the other side, just as he charged in, someone wearing a long white coat hurriedly waved his hand from the office. Damn it, fall back. By this time, the man also realized that his knife was already closing in dangerously near his neck. He immediately raised his knife high and brought it down brutally right across the man's throat, leaving the viewers thoroughly thrilled. This NPC is totally badass, huh? Yeah. Looks about on par with Ms. Hannah. But right at that moment, purple energies seemed to latch on and drag him backward from behind. And instantly, he cast a spell sending them flying straight into the wall ahead exactly as the player intended, still keeping that true dark gamer vibe. Over in the commentary room, Jong Naeon's eyes went wide in surprise. That coordination is insane. It's like they've been teammates for years. Sunchul looked up, somewhat startled as well. Their roles are extremely clear-cut too. When Haxicle clears the path, the person in front mops up the enemies. Meanwhile, Haxicle handles anyone trying to ambush from behind. After quickly cleaning them up, Woo Hyun walked up right in front of Dong Chun with a look of surprise. Not bad. I knew you were decent, but I didn't expect you to be this good. He flicked his head to look over to the left upon hearing a sound from that direction, and then he spoke up, looks like they aren't here. Let's keep moving. Over on the other side, inside a row of lockers. Yunsa sat huddled inside, biting his fingernails and trembling with fear as he thought, what the hell is actually going on? The kid peeked through the tiny gaps in alarm. Looking outside, he gritted his teeth, hurriedly using his hand to trace a magic circle while thinking, damn it, if it's going to be like this, I'll strike first. Right the next second, Yunsa shoved the door open from inside the locker, shocking Woo Hyun right to his face. You're... The viewers were also wondering, is he a member?
He's younger than I thought.
Dong Chun stepped forward and delivered a direct punch right to the kid's head, shouting, Jang Yunsu, you brat, I already told you your skill level isn't high enough to go out alone.
The kid endured the pain and replied, I'm sorry. Annoyed, he pinched Yunsu's cheek hard enough to hurt. You almost died right there. You dummy.
Standing right beside him, he couldn't help thinking, this kid, I remember now.
Recalling the memory when someone brought the kid out in front of him, say hello. This is Jang Yunsu.
In his thoughts as he looked at the kid back then, we had never fought together, but the kid was already introduced as a member. Back then, the kid cheerfully turned around and joked with that person, Mr. This guy. The person replied with a helpless voice, I told you to call me boss. Even back then, he had noticed the kid just calling that person Mr. and following him everywhere. Then the image of Yunsa dying and lying dead on the ground flashed through Wu Hyun's mind, and this kid, in the future, he'll be killed by that very person. On the other side, Dong Chun let Yunsu off as he picked up his phone, sensing that the boss was probably on his way. The kid, sporting a big bump on his head, turned around and asked, so I'll head out first then. If I run into the boss now, I'm definitely going to get yelled at big time. Then the kid turned to look at him, oh, and thanks for saving me today. Whoever you are. He just answered with a grunt, but his thoughts didn't stop, this time, I'm making sure. After that, the kid ran off in a hurry, bye-bye. Leaving him standing there watching him go, hey, wait up. Deep down, he continued to think, I won't let the kid die. Dong Chun gestured for him to follow, you said you wanted to meet the boss, right? So, do you want to meet him now? He nodded and answered, sure. When night had gradually fallen with a brilliant full moon and a voice rang out, so you're the one here. A man was walking toward them, nice to meet you. Dong Chun stood there and called out, boss. The man holding a cigar in his hand introduced himself, I am Jong Byung-woo, the leader of this organization. The viewers couldn't help chatting about him, this boss gives off some serious aura. Are all these NPCs brand new? He stood right in front of Wu Hyun, thanks for saving our members today. At the same time, a system notification popped up, member rescue quest completed. While his voice was still echoing, yet the fists in your hands haven't stopped trembling. I don't know how to thank you enough. He told himself internally, calm down. He kept his head lowered with the thought, I don't have a reason to take him down yet. Then he finally spoke up, I am Lee Jun. Jong Naeon on the other end looked surprised, he's using a fake name. Sunchul also guessed, probably needs to hide his identity. The two of them turned to look at Dong Chun, who was cheerfully pointing at himself, come to think of it, I haven't introduced myself yet either. I'm Kim Dong Chun, nice to meet you. The viewers were thoroughly amused, he's even puffing out his chest while introducing himself. Hilarious. Byung-woo slapped his own face in helplessness, don't tell me you brought someone along on a mission without even introducing yourselves to each other. He raised a hand to the back of his head and gave an awkward laugh, well, it was an emergency, so all those pleasantries didn't matter. Then he walked up behind him, grabbed his shoulder, and pointed at him with his other hand, anyway, me and this guy are already brothers who've been through life and death together. Standing in front, the boss looked a bit helpless, guess you're a good guy too. Wu Hyun kept silent as he spoke up, besides, he gives me a familiar vibe, and our teamwork clicks well. Standing right in front of him, the boss continued, Lee Jun. I don't know what you had to endure in those laboratories. They must have done some awful things to you, right? Everyone in this organization has been through the same. Dong Chun raised his hand to his head and turned to look while the boss wasn't done talking. Yunsu, you just saved Dong Chun. Byung-woo placed a hand over his chest, and me as well. The image of a tall building in the heart of the city appeared amidst his words. One person alone cannot break the alliance between the corporations and the laboratories. Their scale is just too massive. He reached his hand out toward him, so join us. If we join forces, we can take them down. Jong Neon on the other side cheered as the invitation prompt appeared. What will Haxical choose? Wu Hyun's hand almost reached out to take his, but his mind was still a tangled mess. Fine, I'll join the organization and gather intel from the inside. And before Jong Byung-woo betrays me, I won't show any mercy.
But why on earth would Jong Byung-woo betray the organization? A flashback of his past flashed by, pushing his comrades toward safety. You guys run ahead. Those thoughts of his, maybe he didn't start this group with malicious intent from the beginning. If it had been like that from the start, he wouldn't have risked his life for his members so many times. At that moment, Woo Hyun turned to look at Dong Chun, who was bowing his head. Lately, the boss has been acting a little strange. This made him ponder. Everything only started getting weird about a year after I joined. Compared to now, that's still the distant future. Those thoughts didn't stop at a simple level. If I can figure out the reason for his betrayal and stop it, I can change the future of this world. Before pulling off another dramatic handshake, he was still thinking, maybe this really is the gift Isaac talked about. He finally spoke out loud, alright, I'm in. Byung-woo laughed happily, welcome to the Vengeance Squad. The viewers quite liked this move. The organization is called the Vengeance Squad? That sounds seriously cool. Normal images in Woo Hyun's current identity popped up in Jong Naeon's commentary with a look of surprise. So Haxical is going to have dual identities, Baek Woo Hyun, Bureau Agent, and Lee Jun of the Vengeance Squad. Viewers left comments underneath. I like the Bureau storyline better. Building the ultimate entity is way cooler. I like both. Sunchul cheerfully raised her hand. Just thinking about Haxical operating on both sides gets me hyped. The girl sitting next to her grinned from ear to ear. I have a feeling a lot of unpredictable stuff is about to go down. Well, it's getting late, we gotta wrap it up for today. The viewers chimed in with comments one after another. Huh? No stream today? Probably because the stream ran so long. Yeah. We've been watching for quite a while, haven't we? Totally. Lost track of time watching this. Chloe waved her hand, bye-bye. Jong Naeon sitting beside her also waved happily, see you guys at the next stream. Sitting next to them, he lowered his head, make sure to tune back in. The viewers also left comments, bye-bye-bye. A few days later, at a well-known cafe, an invitation for a collaboration was brought up. Jong Naeon sat across from her iced coffee. The Super Cup is about to start. She continued, before the main rounds of the Super Cup, there's going to be a team auction. Woo Hyun sat wearing a hat across from her, an auction. Then she went on to say, I'm planning to host a watch party for the auction, so I wanted to ask if you'd like to collaborate. Recalling Soil raising her hand timidly, can you join my streams more often? Jong Naeon immediately brought that up. Soil suggested watching it together too. She looked at him cheerfully. Mr. Sunchul can't join because he's an official commentator for the Super Cup, so I think having Soil makes sense. What do you think? But at that moment, he was still having second thoughts. I still don't like interacting with viewers that much. But the image of 8 people, with 3 main carries in the lineup, flashed through Woo Hyun's head. Based on my research, the number of people needed for this raid is 8. No supports. Even counting the twins, we still need 5 more people. Remembering a massive monster with 2 horns on its head charging fiercely, raid boss dimensions are going to be extremely difficult, so I need to find 5 people with genuine power. Maybe someone participating in the Super Cup will fit the bill. Holding his coffee cup, he looked at it. Alright, then I'll join. Jong Naeon lit up with joy, her heart practically glowing. Really? No taking it back. Awesome, now I don't have to worry about viewership. I was actually scared my views would drop to 0 if it wasn't Haxical content. She jumped up excitedly. Alright, my treat tonight, let's go get some good food. But he just looked up calmly. Right now? It's not even 4 p.m. yet. But she urged him on, let's go, hurry up. Soil stood from afar, watching her link arms with him cheerfully and point ahead. How about that pork belly place from last time? She just stood there watching them leave. With flickering lights, Sua's voice called out in a fragile tone, Woo Hyun? She sat huddled in a corner, covered in wounds and trembling violently as she spoke. Woo Hyun, it hurts so much, please. Woo Hyun dropped to his knees beside Sua and answered, Sua. Suddenly, Sua lifted her face, revealing terrifying eyes without pupils as streams of blood flowed down. Take revenge, wipe them all out. Avenge me. He froze in shock. Suddenly, a pitch-black hand appeared behind Woo Hyun, slowly wrapping around and engulfing him.
Woo Hyun's eyes widened in sheer terror as he stared at her, speechless. Her voice continued to echo in his ears, "Don't let it all end like this." Then that hand tightly grabbed his face and dragged him downward. Woo Hyun showed a clear look of fear yet was unable to fight back. No, so it was just a dream. He jolted awake, tears streaming down his face, looking pale and gasping for breath. Woo Hyun. Afterward, he sat straight up, clutching his head in his hands to regain his composure as he asked himself, was it a dream? Gritting his teeth, Woo Hyun clutched his head in anger. Ever since I met Young Jun a few days ago, I keep having dreams about that world. Soo-ah. He remembered the time Soo-ah reached out a hand to help him. When he was brought to that world, she was the first person to approach him. She smiled and checked on Woo Hyun, "Are you okay?" But Woo Hyun angrily swiped her hand away and barked, "Don't touch me," causing Soo-ah to let out a cry of pain. She collapsed onto the floor, and seeing that, he hesitated with a sense of guilt. Trembling with fear, Woo Hyun whispered, "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to." Then Woo Hyun reached out his shaking hand toward her. Soo-ah also extended her hand toward him and gently replied, "It's okay." She smiled, tenderly took his hand, and reassured him, "Everything's going to be fine. Don't worry." This left Woo Hyun's eyes wide with shock as he thought to himself, "It's her, the only girl I loved in that world." He recalled that after that encounter, the two of them grew closer day by day. Many times when he was heavily injured and stuck lying in one place, Soo-ah would come to his side, trembling with worry that he might die. "Woo Hyun, please don't die." Woo Hyun smiled and gently touched Soo-ah's head, replying, "I told you I'm fine." Woo Hyun knew that Soo-ah was always heartbroken over him. Using his scarred hand, Woo Hyun tightly grasped her hand and promised her that he would get the two of them out of that place. Another day, while the two of them sat side by side against a wall, Soo-ah voiced her doubt, "Woo Hyun, can we really leave this place one day?" He looked over at Soo-ah, smiled, and answered, "Of course I'll handle everything, and then we can get out of here." At that time, dark circles had formed under her eyes from exhaustion. He remembered saying that. But just the next day, Soo-ah was made to sit in the torture chair and electrocuted from top to bottom. She kept her head bowed as blood streamed from her mouth, muttering, "Woo Hyun, I can't hold on anymore." Waiting for Soo-ah to look up, she mustered a weak smile and whispered, "I'm sorry." That image still haunted Woo Hyun to this day. He buried his face in his hands and blamed himself, "In the end, I couldn't even protect the person I loved." That promise. Suddenly, he recalled Youngjun's appearance and wondered, wait, if Youngjun showed up in that game, is there any chance Soo-ah and the others might appear too? Then he sighed, stepped out of bed, and reminded himself, but in that other world, the others died before I could escape from that place. Woo Hyun's hand clenched tightly onto the bedsheets as he asserted, "No, it's too early to tell. I need to go verify it myself." Right as he was calculating his next move, his phone suddenly chimed with a message. "Did you know there's a team auction stream today? Better hurry up and get ready on time." Determination now clearly showed in Woo Hyun's eyes as he declared, "I'll do what I can and take back what I want, piece by piece." Cutting over to the streaming studio, Jong Naeon smiled and greeted, "Hey yo viewers." The viewers flooded the chat with comments, "Hats off." She cheerfully announced, "Just like we talked about, today we're having the Super Cup team auction stream. So let's bring in our two special guests for today." Sitting on the couch alongside Soil, Woo Hyun bowed his head in greeting, "Hello, I'm Baek Woo Hyun." She burst into a laugh and spoke up, "Hi everyone, I'm Kong Soil." The audience kept spamming comments, "I never imagined these two would appear together again. Insane, thank you Goddess Naeon, this is absolute perfection. This girl was the first woman to find Haxical, but if it's like this." Suddenly, a viewer dropped a massive donation. Soy Sauce Penguin donated 1,000 coins, "Looks like you're caught between your ex and your new girl." Just kidding, the viewers got even more hyped, wife versus side chick, a tug-of-war between two women to claim Haxical. Is this a love triangle or what? If she gets blown up here, does the whole Haxical thing just vanish? What the hell? Jong Naeon angrily warned, "What are you guys talking about? If anyone else talks trash, you're getting banned immediately." Returning to the main point, she raised her hand and pointed at the two of them to introduce, anyway, for this cup tournament, Haxicle will be our coach. And Miss Soil here will be participating as a player. She listened and shyly lowered her head. She turned on her screen to announce, make sure to watch until the end to see what our final team lineup will look like. The audience excitedly chimed in, sounds fun. A host suddenly appeared, good day to everyone, and thank you for waiting. I am the host for today's team auction deathmatch, Youngjun. He stared intently at the guests and introduced in a firm tone, for this auction, for top players will serve as team captains. Each person will use 1,000 points to secure 4 members for their team. Badges corresponding to different colors appeared on the screen. Each tier has a fixed number of slots you can pick, so you need to calculate wisely on where to spend your points. The host smiled and spoke up, well then, before we begin, is there anyone everyone is keeping an eye on today? All 4 participants answered in unison, yes. Of course, for me, it's Miss Cone Soil. The watching audience immediately chimed in with counter-arguments. What makes Kong Soil so popular? It has to be Haxicle. Everyone thinks that if they recruit Kong Soil, they'll be able to pull Haxicle in as their coach. What would happen if Jong Naeon was here too? Ko Bao Ko was busy following Haxicle's livestream. Then, just as predicted, many people had their eyes on Miss Kong Soil. After hearing the response, the host projected her image onto the big screen. In response to all this hype, we're kicking off the auction with Miss Kong Soil. Jong Naeon smiled and announced, we're starting right now, I'm so excited. Now get ready. Soil frowned, clasping her hands together in prayer, don't bet everything on me like that. If you do, you'll make us lose. She announced loudly and started. Comments just kept rolling in faster and faster. Within just a few minutes, the host had to exclaim in surprise, look at that, everyone is all in, every single household is all in on Soil. Her image projected in the middle of the screen was simply overwhelming. The chat started exploding, what the heck? I didn't expect everyone to go all in. This is insane. That just shows Haxicle's amazing coaching skills. How can anyone resist a buy one get one free deal? Wu Hyun was quite surprised and subconsciously blurted out, everyone went all in. Jong Naeon standing outside couldn't help dropping her jaw, so how is everything going to play out now? Even she could hardly believe her eyes. Looking at his iPad, the host smiled and spoke, since everyone went all in, the winning bidder will be the one who presses the button first. And the result is... The announcement dropped, congratulations to Team Dedak on winning the auction. Dedak jumped up and down with his tongue hanging out like a madman. Suddenly, the host pulled a 180, however, since Dedak bet all of his points, he can only take members who weren't bid on. Are you okay with that? Smoke practically puffed out of his nose as he happily replied, I don't care. I've already got top-tier material. The chat continued to whisper, are these guys total fanatics or what? Where do these crazy massive bids always come from? What if he suddenly stops coaching? Then you're totally screwed, obviously. The host glanced over to the left and spoke up, alright, now we'll move on to the next member auction. The auction dragged on for over another hour. By this time, the screen displayed all the members of each team, and the 4 teams were officially locked in. Cutting to a few days later, someone's voice rang out, Wu Hyun. It turned out to be Soil. She skipped over and chased after him, saying, Team Captain Dedak wants to discuss a meetup along with a training session. Did you get the invite? Wu Hyun turned around in surprise and replied, yeah. He recalled his facial expression distorting as he thought to myself, Team leader, I heard you're going to be our coach, right? We're counting on you. Yes, but I'll have to live stream it. Are you okay with the meetup being filmed? I admire you, as long as you're here. Geez, he's pretty quirky. He put on a stern face and told her, then let's go. Soil happily replied, okay. As soon as the two of them teleported over, they saw the entire team doing handstands, which startled her. His voice rang out, welcome to Team All-In. Wu Hyun's face darkened as he watched from afar with worry, are you guys okay? But deep down he also found it hard to believe. I can't believe he can maintain his balance without a single hesitation like that. He still wore a steady smile despite holding such a difficult posture, and aside from Daedok, everyone else in the group was twisted out of shape. He silently praised him. He really knows how to use his body. He'll definitely contribute a lot if he joins the raid team. He hesitated before speaking up. Hey, nice to meet you. No sooner had he finished speaking than Daedok's whole group changed postures and smiled in greeting to Woo Hyun. It's a pleasure to meet you. Now allow me to introduce the members of the group. Everyone stepped close to him and her. He pointed at himself and his group members to introduce them. I'm team leader Daedok. My main build is fire magic. And right next to me is Lee Si-hoo, who uses Kim Hana's wind god build. He smiled as he summarized everyone into a stat sheet. To sum it up, it's like this: Daedok the fire mage, Do the dark mage, Kan Gun the golden lightning, Dodo the iron man, Lee Si-hoo the wind god. Looking at it, Woo Hyun fell into deep thought. 2 bronze tier. Even though your tier in map clearing isn't a huge issue, we'll have to train those 2 as much as possible. The chat started buzzing again. How is he supposed to win with 2 bronze tier guys like that? Everyone except Kong Soil is totally deadweight, so. Well, I believe in Haxicle's coaching talent. Woo Hyun voiced his question. Do you think we can start training right away? He burst out laughing with satisfaction. Sure. He turned his head and answered, Good, then let's get started. Daedok screamed, Let's do this. Everyone on the team was extremely enthusiastic, with each person clearly displaying their elemental affinity. Let's go. But little did they know, grueling days were waiting ahead that would make them wish going to hell was preferable. Cutting over to the streamer, he was operating his mouse. The streamer focused on watching a YouTube video when an unusual comment popped up underneath. Huh? The Overlord? Haxicle versus the Overlord. He sat curled up in his chair and muttered, A raid on the Overlord. Suddenly he frowned, recalling Yunsu's words, Brother Haxicle is looking for people to join the Overlord raid. Do you want to join? Back then, BL had answered, I don't like fighting monsters. Now he slapped himself in the face. Even though I said that, thinking about it now, it actually sounds pretty fun. Suddenly BL wore an extremely dangerous smile and whispered, This is it. He furiously typed away on his keyboard, confirming to himself, I just gotta do this. Suddenly a message popped up. Message to Woo Hyun, Do you want to make a bet with me? If I lose, I'll join your raid team. The day of the cup tournament finally arrived. Sunchul made a surprising announcement. Team All-In is launching an aggressive onslaught against the enemy team right from the moment the match starts. Sitting outside, Jong Naeon spoke up in confusion, Huh? Soil put on a serious face and poured all her strength into attacking her opponent. Player Soil was unleashing a hypersonic kick. Daedok wasn't about to lose either, taking down his opponent in a single blow. And player Daedok unleashed a blazing fury punch. He happily announced, Team All-In is overwhelming their opponents with incredible speed. Jong Naeon smiled, pointing at the screen as she said, They're amazing. Woo Hyun watched them with a blank expression. Suddenly the screen cut to Si-hoo and Dodo. They had improved by leaps and bounds during their training. They unleashed a flurry of powerful moves right onto their opponent's weak points. However, in this match, the ones you should pay the most attention to are the bronze-tier players Si-hoo and Dodo. They were single-handedly fighting back against gold-tier opponents. After everything was over, everyone returned with smiles on their faces, and the match came to an end. Sunchul announced in a booming voice, Team All-In has won and completely swept the enemy. The screen immediately displayed a congratulatory notification for the whole team. Everyone beamed with joy. Seeing that, she couldn't help feeling deeply moved. They won, they really pulled it off. Suddenly Jong Naeon reminisced about the team's tough times being trained by Woo Hyun. Even though his words echoed in her mind, know how to get stronger? From now on, start moving even faster. They trained so hard that it would be weird if they didn't win, not to mention they didn't even have protective gear. Suddenly Woo Hyun jolted upright and said, The match is over, so I'm heading over to the match waiting room. It's almost time. Startled, Jong Naeon replied, Alright, then I'll start the stream right away. She asserted, let's see, I just need to adjust the camera a little bit like this.
And there we go, 3, 2, 1. Now, Jong Naeun broke into a bright smile and waved, hello Haxical. Hello everyone. The chat started buzzing again, what the heck? Isn't today supposed to be a day off? As soon as I saw the stream notification, I jumped right in. After reading the chat, she spoke up, you guys must be surprised by this unannounced live stream, huh? Jong Naeun explained, we decided to go live because we have a special match interview planned for today.
Sunchul dropped to his knees crying a river and whispered, special match.
I wanted to watch too.
She continued to announce, Mr. Sunchul has to prepare for the next Super Cup match, so unfortunately it's just me doing the interview today.
The audience was extremely surprised, special match? What's going on here? Is Cha Sunchul crying right now?
Suddenly a viewer dropped a massive super donation with a question, Potato Chip Constellation donated 30,000 coins, who is in this special match?
Holding the iPad, Jong Naeun smiled playfully and said, don't be too surprised. The opponent for today's special match is...
At this point, the scene cut to Woo Hyun. He was waiting for his opponent, who finally arrived, so you're here.
Battler smiled and waved as he introduced himself, nice to meet you.
Ha, I'm a member of the Empire, a top player in South Korea's professional scene for this game.
The chat seemed to explode, huh? Battler? Battler is here?
Bringing up his message from earlier, Jong Naeun explained, a few days ago, player Battler proposed a wager with joining the Overlord raid as the condition. That's why we arranged a special match according to player Battler's schedule.
The chat blew up once again, holy crap, what an insane matchup. It would be amazing if Battler joins the raid too. But why so suddenly? Battler looked at Woo Hyun and asked, Haxical recently broke my winning streak record, didn't he? He regretfully recalled the past and stated, actually, I had my eyes on you back then too. But we didn't get matched together. I've always carried that lingering shame in my heart. The viewers immediately empathized, Battler not showing up back then made me a bit disappointed. Never thought Battler was a secret fan too.
Suddenly Battler offered a wry smile, pointing up at his past image where he was wrapped tightly in a scarf as he revealed, not sure if you remember, but that was me too. He was quite surprised to hear that, and the chat was even more shocked. What?
That was Battler? Damn. Actually, a few people asked if that was Battler back then. Didn't expect it to actually be true. Battler smiled smugly and asserted, just a single match, nothing more, nothing less. Well, just you and me. Fast forward to the match.
Right now Woo Hyun was blocking his attacks with his sword.
Battler inwardly looked down on him. Looks like they can get that strong on this side too. Battler screamed, let's go.
He summoned a dragon across both hands and declared, time to finish this. Prompting the dragon to fly straight toward him.
Jong Naeun's voice immediately rang out, player Battler summons a water dragon. This is the pinnacle of the water god build. The density and size are terrifying. The audience's chat exploded, overflowing with shock, water dragon, I've never seen one before. Damn, you can still dodge in mid-air?
With that kind of density, the water pressure is insane, so getting hit means getting torn apart instantly. Woo Hyun used his sword to block it and protect himself from the spell's sharp fangs. Seeing that, she immediately spoke up, showing clear surprise, Haxical didn't disappoint us.
He doesn't get hit that easily. He actually blocked it. Seeing this, he looked confused and thought to himself, what? Why?
Woo Hyun flew high up into the sky, continuing to observe the torrent of water.
Suddenly the water receded, and the audience went into a frenzy once again, huh? What is that? Calm down, what? It just receded on its own, looks like even the ultimate water dragon couldn't pierce Haxical's special defense. Looking up at his figure high above, Battler realized, no. This is...
Even so, he wore an amused smile.
Battler clapped his hands hard together.
And suddenly a dragon even larger than the previous one appeared, lunging at him in the sky.
Jong Neon's voice rang out again. Could that last attack have just been a decoy? Player Battler has summoned an even more massive water dragon. The chat exploded once again. Why is there another one? What the hell, why is it even bigger? Suddenly the pupils in Wu Hyun's eyes lit up as he thought to himself, I figured as much. But looking closely at his stat parameters, I realized what he used just now wasn't his actual technique but an illusion copycat. After all, when your combat coefficient is lower, executing skills is easier. Wu Hyun burst out laughing. I didn't think he'd take advantage of that to pull off a decoy attack like this. He subconsciously muttered, what a maniac. Suddenly his sword was enveloped in purple flames. With a cold gaze, he declared, I gotta hit him back. Then Wu Hyun dove down like an arrow, slashing right through the water dragon to Battler's utter astonishment. Coughing up a mouthful of blood, his eyes wide with disbelief, Battler gasped, what? Her voice rang out with the announcement, and yet Haxical shattered the water dragon and landed a counterattack on his opponent. Battler collapsed, clutching his bleeding arm in front of Wu Hyun. The chat buzzed, damn, that's it. Even though he lost, that was a really great match. Who would have thought someone could cut right through that thing? Next time I want Battler to use his main build. Yeah, that would definitely crank up the difficulty. Wu Hyun stared at him intently. Suddenly Battler's voice rang out, I lost. My pride got crushed too, but what can you do? Hearing him say that, he smiled with amused acceptance. Fine, I'll join the Overlord raid team. Wu Hyun grabbed his hand, clearly showing their mutual cooperation. Jong Naeon announced, and just like that, Player Battler is officially on board for the Overlord raid team. And the special match has come to an end. Sitting in the booth, she cheered enthusiastically, the Haxical train keeps rolling. What will we get to witness next time? So everyone stay tuned. I'll see you guys in the next stream. The audience chimed in along with her, oh man, I can't wait anymore. All hail Lord Haxical. All hail Lord Haxical. Cutting over to an office operating at night. A notification suddenly popped up. Reverse Planet officially launches in the US. Sophia's office. Staring at her computer screen, Sophia clutched her head in exhaustion and let out a continuous sigh. Recalling the scene from that day, she thought to herself, ever since that day, our entire development team has thoroughly combed through the data, but we couldn't find a single thing. Sophia grew even more troubled, plus, Abraxas and the Overlord suddenly showed up. Just like that, a massive wave of data suddenly appeared on her computer screen, leaving her entirely confused. It turned out to be Isaac, who smiled and spread his hands. Hey Sophia, how's it going? She shrieked frantically, Isaac, where the hell are you? What's with that look? Huh? What kind of world did you even get yourself into? Isaac spoke up to reassure her, calm down. I know you've got a ton of questions, but I'm really short on time. He crossed his fingers to signal a stop. Still, I'll drop you this much. I'm somewhere super far away. That's all I'm giving you, so don't ask for more. She looked at him, completely baffled. Why would you? Sophia let out a sigh, thinking to herself, if I don't put some pressure on him, I'm never gonna squeeze any info out of him. Typical Isaac. She leaned back against her chair and complained with a tired tone, anyway, it's not like I can even reach you. Why show up all of a sudden? He replied, there's something I need you to know. The complete other world is about to open. Sophia reacted with surprise, asking back, the complete other world? Isaac answered, that's right. He thought about a brand new Earth and stated firmly, you know, the current reverse planet is just half a world. The other side has only ever existed as background lore for the story. She stared right at him and yelled, does that mean? Wait, you. Isaac replied with a smile, yep. He smiled to himself as he thought about the Shadow Lords, predicting. Before long, countless lords are gonna descend onto this reverse planet. And the other world is gonna break wide open. Suddenly, a dimensional passageway shattered its heavy chains. Wu Hyun put on a stern face, his gaze turning razor-sharp as he muttered to himself,
so now there's a terrifying Shadow Lord standing right in front of me in the middle of a gloomy forest.
Wu Hyun declared, "I'm ready." Time flew by quickly in the days following the Hack Tour livestream.
Right about then, Woo Hyun received a text message from Kim Hana. "Hey rookie, we've got a new mission.
Put on your agent uniform and head over to the parking garage." Jong Naeon's curiosity was instantly piqued, a mission right before things even kick off. Wonder what kind of mess is gonna happen this time.
Chloe also chimed in with an excited tone. "Seeing him change into his agent gear makes me 100% sure another awesome mission is about to go down."
Sunchul led the chat with an enthusiastic voice. "I'm hoping for a nail-biting showdown just like the one against Battler."
Netizens also started buzzing with chatter. "It's been forever since the plot actually moved forward.
I'm so hyped right now. Feels like ages since we last saw this whole squad together." Cha Sunchul is still salty as hell.
Meanwhile, after reading the message, Woo Hyun quietly deliberated. "I need some time to readjust my approach for this revenge plan."
This timing couldn't be better. He let out a cold voice. "Alright, let's get started."
A moment later, stepping outside, he found Hannah waiting by the car dressed in a mysterious black outfit. "Over here, rookie."
Comments immediately flooded in the moment the beauty appeared on screen. "Hey Hannah, it's been way too long. She looks gorgeous today." She turned to Woo Hyun and asked, "Get a good rest?" He answered, "Pretty good. What about you?" Hannah flashed a polite smile. "Same here."
Cutting straight to the chase without wasting any time, Woo Hyun asked what the new mission was all about, causing her expression to turn grim.
"Based on the info I managed to dig up, remember that crew of traders at that human trafficking warehouse?
After sending some guys to investigate them, I found out there are way more rats than we thought, and I managed to pull out some pretty useful intel. After secretly tracking them down and interrogating them, we discovered that facility might actually be trying to conceal a reverse otherworld." Finding it a bit strange, he tilted his head and asked, "A reverse otherworld?" Hannah replied, "That's right. And there are even rumors going around that invaders from that otherworld can take on human forms. I doubt they know much though, 'cause they look totally clueless. But at the exact same time, some other faction is getting super interested in it. That facility, the reverse otherworld, and the otherworldly invaders taking on human shapes." Jong Naeon couldn't contain her excitement, just like last time. "This is definitely the starting signal for the otherworldly lord subjugation raid, right?" Chloe chimed in happily, "Gotta be." Everyone's comments popped up again. "Wait, is everything gonna play out like this? The reverse otherworld is the absolute best. Is Haxicle's doppelganger gonna show up again?" On his end, he thought back to the guy who looked identical to him, that bastard. "Perfect, I've got a few questions that need answering." Hannah got ready to head out. "Anyway, we need to check what they're planning. Today we're gonna confirm it at the location they mentioned." Woo Hyun replied, "Got it." Netizens' comments cheered them on. "So badass. Let's move." The scene shifted to a new location, a redevelopment residential area. Hiding on a rooftop, the two of them spotted a group of guys gathered around keeping watch over a block of buildings. That place was very likely hiding the gateway leading to the reverse otherworld. She spoke with caution. "There are 3 hound fiends standing guard over there. There's definitely something going on." Viewers in the chat started analyzing their appearance. "Are those elites guard dogs? Don't see any armbands. Are they squad leaders? Gotta be way stronger than regular hunting dogs, right?" Hannah instructed him to stay on high alert. "Looks like there are hound fiends inside too. We need to slip in quietly." Woo Hyun got himself geared up for a fight. "Understood." The two of them moved like lightning, leaping through the air as shadows. "Let's go." A bulky, rugged guy with an iron chin caught the sound of movement. He raised his guard and shouted out a challenge, "Who's there?" When he looked back and only saw a cat, he was surprised, completely unaware that the real terror was standing right behind his back. "Huh? Oh, nothing." Woo Hyun instantly lunged forward, clamping a hand over his mouth to take him down. The other 2 guards standing watch noticed something was off and turned around to ask, "What the hell? What's going on?" Before they could even react, Hannah smashed a brutal blow right into the back of their heads. She flicked her hand to signal Woo Hyun, "Let's move." The two of them continued pressing deep into the enemy's den, with him cracking opponents' jaws left and right with powerful punches. Hannah wasn't holding back either, delivering brutal knee strikes that sent the thugs crashing down one by one. The chat was flooded with non-stop praise, another flawless tag team combo from Agent Hannah and Haxical. Low-level hound fiends are literally nothing in front of these two. Woo Hyun kicked the door wide open and stormed inside. Laying eyes on a massive, pitch-black passageway right in front of him made him realize they were actually concealing a portal leading to the reverse otherworld. Even Hannah let out a note of admiration, pretty damn big. She felt a bit hesitant facing the dangerous traps ahead. "We have no clue what's waiting on the other side of that gate." "You holding up okay?" he replied, "Piece of cake." With zero reason left to hesitate, Hannah flashed a smirk, "Awesome, let's roll." The two of them stepped right through the portal together. The sight waiting for them left the two of them completely dumbfounded as a massive pile of people lay dead in pools of blood. What the hell is going on here? Viewers in the chat began panicking and whispering, "What the actual fuck?" Straight up horror movie vibes. Did the doppelganger do this too? A dying corpse lying among the bodies let out a weak groan. Seeing that, Hannah shouted out, "Hey, someone's still breathing." She grabbed the guy by the collar and threatened him, "Talk. What are you guys doing here?" Even though he was barely hanging on by a thread, the guy kept his mouth shut tight. I can't say." Hannah immediately resorted to brute force, driving a strike into his gut. "Tell me the damn truth right now." Unable to handle the agony, the guy finally spilled everything. "We wanted to harvest more energy from the other world, so we dug a pit." She looked completely shocked upon hearing that. "What?" The creation of the pit shocked the livestream viewers just as much. "No way." Loynet looked stunned as well. "That means they've ripped a hole right through the spatial wall separating the other world and Earth. Put simply, they've built a highway." Viewers tuning in thought the news was utterly terrifying. "Holy shit, this is insane. These guys have officially lost their minds. Wait, does that mean we're actually gonna get to see the other world now? Up until now, the other world only ever existed as background setting in the novel. Guess it's finally time for them to show us the real deal, huh?" Hearing this, a furious Hannah grabbed the guy by his collar to squeeze out a bit more info. "Are you out of your minds? Where's the pit?" The guy drew his final breath, leaving her with no choice but to curse in frustration. "Damn it." Hannah turned around and looked helplessly at Woo Hyun. "Rookie, we need to search this area and find it." Noticing he had been dead silent this whole time, she turned to ask him something, only to freeze in shock when she spotted a gigantic monster standing overhead. What is that?" The chat went absolutely wild, frantically slamming their keyboards. "Huh? What the fuck, it only shows up now. They kept this hidden until this exact moment? Why is it completely translucent?" Watching Woo Hyun sprint forward at full speed, Hannah barely had time to blurt out, "Rookie." Woo Hyun rushed close up to the bull-horned monster standing right in front of him. And right on its stomach was a gaping hole acting like a passageway. Meanwhile, Jong Nayeon and her friend watched the hole with bated breath. "Oh my god. Look at that massive gaping hole on the monster's chest." Absolute panic and horror swept through everyone. Did they actually carve a hole right into the chest of an otherworldly lord? I'm dying to know what that thing is. There was something that looked like a hole on a chest last time too. This is getting completely out of hand. I've never seen anything like this in my life. Seeing this scene, Hannah hesitated for a brief second. "We gotta stop it." A voice chimed in, "You guys are too late." A doppelganger looking identical to Woo Hyun stepped out right in front of them. "We've successfully finished linking to the other world." She looked shocked seeing two identical people standing there. As for the netizens, they were probably used to it by now. The clone is back, baby. That Agent Hannah's reaction is pure shock right now. He looked at his doppelganger with a calm expression. "I'm guessing if I take that guy out and seal the hole back up, this whole thing wraps up, right?" The clone just smiled calmly. "Even if you wipe out the Calamity Lord, this connection can't be undone. Opening the gate to the other world is the Creator's true will.
I'm just speeding up the process a little. Doubts swirled deep inside Woo Hyun's mind. Who the hell wants this? Then something clicked. Wait, come to think of it, that guy actually said something similar last time. Abraxas had once laughed like a madman. Still, I want to stop that from happening and turn this reverse world into an exact copy of the other world. I want to forge an entirely brand new world. He felt a wave of internal anxiety. He actually wants this to happen? Even knowing what'll happen if the other world opens up. All of this just to create a world identical to that side? Total lunatic. Without wasting any more words, Hannah dropped into a combat stance, ready to take on the creator or otherworldly invaders that happen to look like him. I've got a million questions, but at least I know one thing. She leaped straight toward the creature. Her power burst forth as she attacked the enemy without a second of hesitation. You're our enemy. Comments floated past on screen. Is it really over just like that? Hold on, if you put it that way. But before anyone could catch up, the clone was already standing right above the hole on the monster's chest. The clone Woo Hyun gazed down coldly. Apostle of the Creator, if you want to chat more, come on over to the perfect new world. She gasped in astonishment. The perfect new world? He screamed out at the guy, hold on. Watching the bastard slowly slip inside the hole, Woo Hyun could only let out a roar, get back here. But right then, the bull-headed monster refused to stay still, letting out a deafening roar that blew both of them backward. The two of them crashed hard against a tree trunk, feeling like their internal organs had taken a brutal beating. The commentator started panicking on mic. Things are getting dangerously out of hand. Sensing the heavy stench of danger in the air, Hannah yelled, Rookie, we need to fall back. He had no choice but to follow orders, understood. Even though the two of them had sprinted far away. The roar of the bull-headed monster was still so terrifyingly loud that they had to cover their ears tightly. It lashed out at the pair with monstrous strength, but they managed to dodge just in time. Dizziness spinning her head, she checked in on Woo Hyun. Rookie, you okay? He panted heavily in response. Yeah, I'm fine. Glancing at the surrounding landscape, everything had been reduced to ashes. Total devastation stretched as far as the eye could see, and even Hannah couldn't believe her eyes. What the hell just? Comments exploded across the chat with fierce intensity. Did that happen cause the reverse otherworld collapsed? It's even affecting the real world now. I've got goosebumps all over. Even those hound fiends they took out earlier are completely dead. Spotting an enemy corpse lying motionless and completely mangled, she made her assessment. Looks like it was caused by the otherworldly lord's roar. Hannah pulled out her phone. Things are turning into a complete dumpster fire. Let me report this to the leader. In no time at all, Leader Kim Chun and Young Jun arrived at the scene. Sensing the extreme urgency of the situation, Chun laid out the game plan. We'll pool our strongest forces, smash through their defenses, and wipe out the Calamity Lord. After getting briefed on the situation, Leader Kim Chun made the final call to exterminate the Calamity Lord. The system screen lit up, signaling the start of a fierce battle. The Calamity Lord subjugation raid begins. Server maintenance notification. The server will undergo maintenance in the next 5 minutes for an update. Please relocate to a safe zone and log out. On the other side, despite feeling a bit anxious, the commentators still showed clear excitement. The new subjugation raid is finally starting. The chat screamed in all caps, hell yeah. Right when it gets good, server maintenance hits. So damn annoying. Mom, when I grow up I want to be just like Uncle Woo Hyun. And he understood what that meant the moment a reward notification popped up on screen. Anonymous Viewer 62 just donated 1,000 coins. Faced with freaks like Isaac and his very own doppelganger, viewers flooded the chat with hyped-up comments. Absolute whale behavior, dropping a 1,000 coin donation just like that. That was the exact moment the real game finally began. The scene shifted to a cafe accompanied by voices chatting away. That's completely insane. Suwa dropped into a seat and asked her friend, "What are you watching?" Her friend replied, "Hack Tour." Holding up her phone, she showed the screen. This channel's been blowing up lately. Have you ever heard of Baek Woo Hyun? Suwa stared intently at Baek Woo Hyun. Casting a curious glance at the blonde girl, Suwa gave a subtle shake of her head. Never heard of him.
Hearing that, her friend let out an exhausted sigh. You literally never watch live streams or anything at all. Suwa stared intently at her phone screen and praised, he really is handsome, though.
The blonde immediately chimed in with enthusiasm, right? And he's so good at playing games too.
She suddenly remembered something and changed the subject. Speaking of which, you mentioned before that you used to play Reverse Planet, right? When asked this, Suwa replied hesitantly, just the early parts, but to be honest, it didn't really suit me. She nervously fiddled with her hair and quietly recalled an old memory. Truth is, I fell asleep while creating my character, and in the end, I ended up having a terrible nightmare. I don't remember what that dream was about, but I never played it again after that. Hearing that, the blonde lowered her voice to comfort her. That's a bummer, I really wanted to play with you, you know?
Next time you play again, remember to invite me. Sua immediately burst out laughing, sure.
Then she quietly watched the blonde immerse herself in the livestream and murmured in confusion, why do I feel like I've met this guy named Baek Woo-hyun somewhere before? Somewhere else, Jong Naeon's playful voice echoed clearly.
Haxical, good morning, everyone.
Sitting in front of the camera, she spoke up excitedly, the day of the raid against the Calamity Lord is finally right before our eyes.
Chloe also cheered with enthusiasm, so exciting. Sitting beside them, Sunchul couldn't hide his excitement and shouted, today will be etched into the history of Reverse Planet. The viewers immediately chimed in with them, let's go.
Comments kept jumping rapidly across the screen, holy crap, 50,000 viewers right at the start.
Hands up who's been waiting in the livestream all day. Me first. Why are there so many foreign comments? There must be a ton of international viewers watching, right? The chat is exploding. Jong Naeon looked at those comments and laughed happily, looks like there are even more viewers than usual today.
Then she gestured with her hand and introduced in a high voice, Haxical isn't just the first person to discover this raid.
Chloe caught on immediately and coordinated seamlessly, he's also the first person to challenge it.
Right, that's why viewers from all over the world had to gather to watch this unprecedented raid. Jong Naeon responded lively, exactly, as she leaned close to the screen and invited the audience, let's see if Haxical can clear the map on his first attempt.
Now, let's watch together.
As soon as the caster's intro ended, the scene quickly shifted to a ruined street where the portal was being strictly guarded.
Viewers eagerly left comments, it's finally starting. Why am I feeling even more nervous than Haxical?
Meanwhile, Woo-hyun peeked his head out from behind a wall to observe the surroundings. After the inverted dimensional gate reappeared in a nearby residential area, memories began flooding back to him. Back then, Chun stood in front of the troops and gave a clear order, we will enter immediately. The Dimensional Management Bureau had assembled their forces to head inside, but as soon as Hannah took a step closer to the portal, she was pushed back by an invisible force, causing her to gasp out in panic, there's a barrier. They had failed after being blocked by a mysterious barrier. Seeing that, Chun turned around and instructed the soldiers, at all costs, find a way to break this barrier. They immediately replied and dispersed around the area, understood, sir. In reality, Deus had set a condition that only allowed 8 players without support items to enter. However, the NPCs remained completely clueless and kept searching for a solution.
Once the flashback ended, Woo-hyun let out a soft sigh. Feeling uneasy, he looked at his new teammates who were chatting non-stop, isn't this a dream? Honestly, I still can't believe it. I can't believe we get to participate in the world's first public raid. An ill-omen instantly swelled in Woo-hyun's heart, is this really going to be okay?
Isaac's strange warning suddenly echoed in his mind, you, Baek Woo-hyun, need to clear this raid in just one try without dying a single time. If you fail, who knows what will happen. Woo-hyun winced slightly and reminded himself, he gave me that piece of advice right before the raid. Meanwhile, his teammates were still casually laughing and joking with one another, thanks to being members of the All-In squad, we got to participate in this raid, so I'll give it my all so I don't become a burden to Haxical as well.
Let me give it my all so I don't drag Haxical down.
Let me give it my all so I don't become a burden to Haxical either.
Let's fight together.
He quietly observed them and let out a soft sigh, a few members barely managed to put together a build without support items. Then Wu Hyun clenched his fists and blamed himself. Besides, I still haven't reached the level cap.
In that world, my strength used to be on an entirely different tier. Compared to back then, I'm falling way too short now.
Right at that moment, a husky voice cut off his train of thought. Haxical. Noticing the tension on Wu Hyun's face, Deus spoke up to reassure him, don't worry too much. Even in such a dangerous situation, he could still laugh heartily. We've all been rigorously trained up until now. A moment later, J.E. Doc stood proudly in front of everyone and spoke up clearly, now that Haxical has assigned me as the raid leader, I'll explain our strategy. Pointing at the diagram, he explained each person's position and role clearly. When approaching the Calamity Lord's castle, this will be our default formation.
Once we enter the boss's domain, we will verify the overall area and gradually breach deeper inside. The remaining members of his team were all focused on listening to J.E. Doc analyze the tactics. First, we'll focus more on defense than attack while analyzing its special mechanics and pattern of actions.
He then concluded his presentation with a loud laugh and a few words of caution. Also, there's a high chance this battle will be extremely physically draining. So remember to eat and use the bathroom before stepping into combat. Seeing this, Deduanan nodded in approval. Pretty practical, huh? Arium immediately followed up, for real, that stuff actually matters. Meanwhile, Soil murmured softly in surprise, he really emphasized that a lot. Taking advantage of the lively atmosphere, Doc gave them their first assignment. You four, boost your mob grinding skill as high as possible before joining the raid. The four of them immediately responded in unison, leave it to us. Watching them from the side, Wu Hyun let out a silent sigh of relief. Right, everyone has been working so hard for this day. He glanced at Doc and Battler, his heart instantly feeling a bit lighter. Plus, I have my right hand and left hand men right here. Wu Hyun turned on his heel decisively and walked off with a burning sense of determination. We will accomplish this mission, no matter what it takes. Leading the team out of their hiding spot, he shouted out clearly, let's go. As soon as the portal materialized before their eyes, a wary shout rang out near their ears. Who are you? Halt right there. A system window suddenly popped up. Raid, Calamity Fortress. Do you want to begin the raid against the Calamity Lord? Recommended number of participants, 8 players. Without a second word, Wu Hyun reached out and clicked yes. Downpours immediately began to crash down while the system displayed a new notice, Calamity Fortress. You have joined the raid against the Calamity Lord. Time limit, 90 minutes. J.E. Doc looked up at the sky and gasped out in shock. It's already pouring rain out of nowhere. The moment the entire team stepped through that portal, he bellowed out to warn the members, everyone, stay on your toes. Sunchul quickly commented, looks like they've entered the inverted dimension now. The Calamity Lord's castle. A moment later, Wu Hyun pointed his sword toward the distant castle and said coldly, over there. Battlers looked in the direction he pointed and let out a quiet exclamation of awe, further than I thought. The comments section was also buzzing with non-stop discussions. Can they really finish it with a 90-minute time limit? Since this is the first raid attempt, there's zero information out there. I'm completely in the dark too. Wu Hyun observed the castle intently, gave a subtle nod, and issued an order. First, we charge straight over there at top speed. J.E. Doc answered decisively right after, understood. As everyone dashed forward through the heavy rain, cracks suddenly began to spread across the ground beneath their feet. The ground abruptly exploded as a giant centipede surged up from below to attack them. At the same time, viewers rushed to share their thoughts in the chat. Holy crap, that scared me. Of course, there's no way monsters wouldn't show up. Disregarding the danger, Wu Hyun immediately lunged forward to meet the enemy. He leaped into the air and swung his sword, slicing the giant centipede into countless fragments. Witnessing that scene, Wu Hyun's fans cheered frantically for him. Wu Hyun! His urgent shout echoed clearly through the dark space, don't stop, keep running. On their way toward the castle, Doc swung a flaming fist, knocking out a giant bee. Right after that, it was Battler's turn to use his ultimate magic to push back the shadow monsters. On the other side of the screen, Jong Naeon couldn't help gasping in shock. Monsters are everywhere. Sunchul kept his eyes glued to the fight, merely nodding in response, yeah, and the storm seems to be getting worse. Under the pouring rain, the team kept running while shouting to coordinate with one another.
The comments section exploded instantly. The rain is so loud I can't hear a thing. Can they even see anything? God.
As Sihu pushed himself to keep up with the rest, he thought to himself, it's just a game, so why does it feel so real?
Is it because there are no support items? It feels like I'm going crazy.
His breathing gradually grew heavy as fear slowly took over his mind. And this rain, it feels so real that it almost hurts when it hits my skin.
Is this what it's like without support items?
This is way too realistic. At the same time, Soil shielded her eyes from the rain with her hand, feeling apprehensive inside. This is bad, we don't know when or where the monsters will pop up.
Plus, the rain makes it so hard to keep my eyes open.
Suddenly, Doc screamed in a panic, Soil!
Soil, beside you!
Not far from there, a giant gorilla was wildly charging toward them. Just as it closed in, Wu Hyun appeared right on time and swung his sword powerfully, severing its head. As the gorilla's massive head slammed to the ground, it emitted a strange blue light. Right after, a few mysterious potion bottles materialized, catching Dedu off guard. This is. The system stat board immediately popped up, Ocean Realm Potion. Upon consumption, all vision impairing effects will be removed for a set duration.
Fog, heavy rain, darkness.
Picking up the potion bottle, he cheered with excitement, it helps you see clearly.
The other members blurted out in disbelief, what?
Siho rushed over immediately, snatched the potion right out of Dedu Yuan's hand, and said with a tremble in his voice, let me drink it first. Taken aback for a second, he replied softly, sure, go ahead. Ariam let out an awkward laugh and called out to the other members, we should drink ours too, guys.
Meanwhile, the viewers expressed their annoyance, what is wrong with that guy?
After drinking that mysterious potion, Battler squinted through the curtain of rain ahead and shouted with excitement, now I can see better. Dududu nodded repeatedly as well, much better. Wu Hyun raised his head to look at the castle a short distance away and urged everyone in a deep voice, we're almost there.
He encouraged the team, let's keep going. The others shouted right back, boosting their morale, let's move. Let me go.
Before long, they cheered enthusiastically as they set foot near the castle, we made it.
Under the flashes of lightning, the Calamity Lord's castle loomed ominously before the group.
Doc spoke up with a slight note of doubt, we have to go in through the front. Right at that moment, the ground beneath their feet suddenly shook violently.
The viewers immediately buzzed with excitement, huh? It's starting already? Is something huge coming this way?
In the blink of an eye, a massive magic circle appeared beneath their feet.
Jong Nayeon immediately raised her voice to commentate, what's that? A suspicious circle suddenly appeared on the ground.
A giant foot unexpectedly stomped down from high above.
Looking up, Doc screamed at the top of his lungs, above us, move. The next second, the giant slammed hard onto the ground, causing the entire area to quake violently. The spatial lord stood tall right in front of them, and the entire atmosphere instantly plunged into extreme tension. Meanwhile, the chat section was on the verge of exploding. If I saw the real deal in person, I'd probably wet my pants. Du and Sihu are trembling looking at it, no way. Doc's voice still resounded clearly through the pouring rain, everyone stay calm. He frantically reminded everyone, we need to focus on defense first to get a read on its attack patterns. Viewers watching the match competed to leave comments, it'd be hilarious if someone just rushed in screaming that offense is the best defense. That guy above is totally crazy, lol. Battler got caught red-handed, haha. Just then, the spatial rift in the center of the Dimensional Lord's chest unleashed a horrifying burst of energy. Wu Hyun froze for a moment and gasped mentally, wait. He caught himself in shock as he noticed a few faint shadow figures, something inside the hole. Sihu finally broke under the pressure, panicking and screaming as he ran away, I can't take this. Seeing this, Soil called out after him, Sihu, if you break the formation now. The comments section was quickly filled with insults directed at him, WTF, he was pissing his pants earlier, and now he's just being a nuisance. The Shadow Lord roared in fury, and a horde of monsters instantly pounced to attack. Baring its sharp teeth, the beast frantically gave chase after Sihu. The next second, he collapsed. Right before Wu Hyun's stunned eyes. He froze in disbelief as he witnessed that terrifying scene. The cold system prompt rang out, "Character Ly Sihu has died." As soon as the notification sounded, everyone in the group panicked. "Mr. Sihu, what's happening? What do we do now?" Right at that moment, a fierce punch tore through the air and slammed toward it, forcing the monster to turn around in a hurry. Jae-dok landed a finishing blow, blowing the monster's head off before it could react, and roared angrily, "Everyone calm down. We have to take down this crowd first." Everyone in the party immediately responded in unison, "Understood." Meanwhile, Wu Hyun watched them fight from a distance, completely dazed. Golden light flash. The enemy's taunting words suddenly echoed in his ears like demonic whispers coiling around his mind. "See that? Another one had to die. Are you planning on being the sole survivor again this time?" Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream rang out, snapping Wu Hyun back to reality. "Haxical!" Sunchul shouted out a warning upon seeing a giant praying mantis swinging its claws toward him. "Haxical, watch out!" Right at that moment, Arium appeared and swung her sword, slashing into its right flank. Daduanan followed close behind, delivering a critical kick to its other side. Once the monster was brought down, he looked over at Arium and teased, "Hey, your big bro is fighting here, don't just cut in like that." Hearing that, she laughed back, "Huh? Didn't your big sis get here first?" Watching the scene, the comments section below buzzed nonstop. "Haxical's disciples really are something else, lol. Only those twins would care about their master to that extent. Typical siblings for you, fighting even like this." As the twins' giggles echoed, Wu Hyun composed himself to regain his fighting spirit. "Right, I need to focus. This is our only chance." A long while later, the wolf-headed monster gradually gained the upper hand and landed a strike that sent Arium flying backward onto her back. The comments section was filled with weary sighs. Seems like they're starting to get exhausted. The environment is pretty terrible too. Meanwhile, she winced slightly, looking at her arm that was scraped red from the collision with the monster, and muttered to herself, "It just won't end. We can't keep wasting stamina in a war of attrition like this." Right at that moment, Dudu appeared and delivered an ultimate magic strike to finish off the Shadow Strike monster. She turned to her and asked softly, "Are you okay?" Arium nodded and warmly replied, "Yeah, thanks." Seeing the two of them like that, the chat section immediately livened up. "Ooh, that's what I'm talking about, huh? Nice teamwork. Frontline and backline right there, huh? This combo is pretty cute." Somewhere else, Battler glared at the swarm of monsters pouring out of the spatial rift and snorted softly, "There are too many of them." He decisively unleashed a freezing strike that encased all the bugs in ice. Water prison. Seeing that scene, the audience cheered in delight. "Whoa, what is this? You'd probably go crazy too since those things just keep coming out endlessly. Lock 'em all up." Right then, Soil appeared and delivered the finishing blow to the frozen monsters. Golden light flash. Chloe gasped softly in amazement. "This kind of teamwork is pretty interesting, isn't it?" Jong Neon immediately added, "Now they've taken care of all the monsters charging out from that hole." At the same time, Dadak clenched his fists and shouted instructions to the rest of the team. "We've figured out one of its mechanics. Rush all out on the attack before its next skill comes out." They immediately called back, "Understood." Right after that, the whole group quickly rallied together and simultaneously launched an attack on the Spatial Lord from all sides. Fire Arrow, Extreme Shadow Strike. Only Wu Hyun stood dazed, watching their backs from afar. He silently recalled the past, remembering the time he fought against the Dimensional Lords on the other side. Then Wu Hyun spoke in a husky voice to give the order, "Its body definitely has a weak point somewhere. We'll find it while attacking at close range." Following behind him, Arium and Dawon immediately replied, "Understood." The next second, all three of them shot up into the air in unison. Gripping their swords tightly, they lunged straight toward the Spatial Lord with sharp, murderous intent. Consecutive sword strikes rained down like a furious storm, leaving it completely without a chance to counterattack. The comments section immediately buzzed with excitement. "Oh, looks like they downed it. Are they planning to finish it in one go?" Wu Hyun landed softly on the ground, yet a doubt crossed his mind. Was it effective? No, there's no way it's that easy. He pondered thoughtfully, or is it different from that place because this is just a game? Right at that moment, the Spatial Lord's pupils suddenly flashed with a cold light. A furious roar echoed through the air. Lower insects. Watching the match, the audience began chatting noisily. Oh, it can talk? It kept screaming, so I thought it couldn't speak. You know, if a boss can speak, it usually means. At the same time, J.E. Doc roared out a warning. It's the next mechanic. Frontline, pull back quickly. The three fighting at close range immediately fell back as ordered, though they still grumbled in annoyance. We haven't even gotten a good look at it up close yet. Right then, the Spatial Lord erupted with a terrifying surge of power and screamed, I will destroy you all. The comments section exploded instantly. What the hell? If they get caught, they're dead meat. Run! Up ahead, J.E. Doc shouted at the top of his lungs while running from the raging tempest, prioritize survival, everyone focus on dodging. Ariam yelled in panic, it's coming this way. Beside her, Dawon also scowled and complained, the rain makes the ground so slippery. Looking at the chaotic scene on the battlefield, the viewers couldn't help marveling, total mess. That tornado isn't moving in a straight line, so it's super hard to dodge. At the same time, Jong Naeon spoke with concern, our players. She turned to look at Sunchul and lowered her voice to comment, they seem to be panicking because of that tornado, but normally in a situation like this, how would people form a strategy? He frowned slightly and replied, most mechanics fall into one of three types. Sunchul professionally explained each potential scenario. First is the type that disappears after a set amount of time. Second is the type you have to attack to destroy. And third is the type where you must attack the boss to destroy it. Meanwhile, Battler channeled magic into his hands and snorted softly, we can't just keep running forever. He hurled his magic orb toward the tornado and bellowed, let's try this. However, Battler's magic ended up making the tornado even more dangerous than before. Seeing this, he sprinted headlong away while shouting out loud, everyone run. We can't destroy it. It even upgrades with whatever element it touches. Hearing that, J.E. Doc gritted his teeth tightly and yelled angrily, do we really have to attack the boss? After absorbing his fire magic, the tornado instantly burst into violent flames, causing Doc to panic, wait, why is it heading this way now? While fleeing, a thought suddenly crossed his mind, is it reacting to attacks? Then Doc called out loudly to convey the strategy to the team members, it seems the tornado is reacting to attacks. We'll draw the boss's aggro. Frontline, use that chance to attack. The twins immediately replied, understood. Amidst the chaotic battlefield, the two of them quickly followed Wu Hyun, drawing their swords to charge into a direct clash with the Spatial Lord. It kept roaring wildly without pause, I will crush you. Immediately after, the Spatial Lord raised its giant fist high. It slammed down viciously onto the ground, setting off a terrifying shockwave, which directly blew all three frontline members away. Then the Spatial Lord swiftly reached out its hand, aiming to snatch Wu Hyun, who was mid-air. He leaned his body to dodge the incoming hand and used the momentum to slide along its giant arm. Wu Hyun exerted his strength, gripping the hilt of his sword tightly. The moment he slid up to the Spatial Lord's shoulder, he instantly swung his sword, delivering a slash. Jong Naeon cheered in excitement, that was a clean hit. The viewers in the chat section immediately buzzed, whoa, that boss looked so tanky. How did he slash right through? Because he's haxical. I think the Soul Eater build contributed too. Exactly. His cutting power scales with the number of enemies defeated, so pulling off something like this isn't surprising. While the chatter was still going on, Wu Hyun kicked off hard from the Spatial Lord's shoulder and launched himself up into the air once again. Faced with his relentless barrage of attacks, it couldn't find any opening to counterattack. Daduanan immediately seized the opportunity to charge forward, our master is really amazing, huh? Ariam followed closely behind and spoke up, we can't lag behind either. Right after, the twins unleashed their strongest attacks at the Spatial Lord simultaneously. Meanwhile, the tornado that was chasing them suddenly weakened visibly.
She froze as she watched it gradually fade away into thin air. Dudu spoke up hesitantly, "The tornado is gone." Over on the other side, Doc also shouted enthusiastically, "Same here." In the caster booth, Jong Naeon let out a soft sigh of relief. "Looks like they ultimately need to deal damage to the boss." Chloe nodded repeatedly and added, "Thanks to their accurate judgment, they saved quite a bit of time." Sunchil also burst into a happy laugh and shouted, "There are still 50 minutes left, so they just need to carefully chip away at the boss's HP." However, the audience kept expressing worry for them, but if they play it that slow, they'll run out of time. There's zero information available. It really is tough. Inside the dimension, Dawon looked at the sight before him and cheered excitedly, "Did we pull it off?" A comment immediately popped up, "Don't flag it." Right then, the spatial lord gritted its teeth and growled again. The chains wrapped around its body creaked all at once and snapped apart. The comments section instantly fell into shock. What the hell? It undid its own chains. Seeing it slowly stand up, someone yelled out in panic, "Everyone stay sharp, we can't predict what it'll do next." The chat section practically exploded, "Holy shit. It's phase 2 now. Why does it look so massive standing up?" The spatial lord spoke in a spine-chillingly cold voice, "It seems I have underestimated you." It cracked its neck slightly with a series of popping sounds, after which sharp claws slowly grew out of the spatial lord's hands. Following a thunderous roar, a pair of wings sprouted from its back. Chloe commented excitedly, "It looks like the Calamity Lord is showing us his true form." The audience couldn't help buzzing either. "Whoa, crazy. How are they supposed to win a fight like this?" Probably because there was no balancing, so they just cranked up the difficulty. Right at that moment, battlers sensed a bad omen and bellowed out a warning, "Something's coming, everyone stay alert." With just a gentle flap of its wings, the spatial lord generated a gust of wind powerful enough to blow everyone away. A viewer commented, "It only flapped its wings and it created wind this strong." Wu Hyun quick-wittedly plunged his sword into the ground and held onto it to withstand that monstrous gale. Then, it suddenly flapped its wings and shot up into the sky. He immediately raised his head to look up at the spatial lord and shouted with all his might, "Up in the sky." Bursts of violent lightning are surrounding it. Right after that, a massive barrier ring appeared, sealing off the entire group's escape route. The spatial lord laughed in delight, "It's time to end this." The comments section descended into chaos instantly. "Is that the attack range? That's huge." Shocked, someone screamed, "Everyone run." Hearing that, Dawon and Ariam turned to flee. But the ground, slick from the rain, caused her to lose her balance and collapse onto her knees. Ariam put her hands on the ground, trembling as she tried to get back up. Seeing that, he called out in panic, "Ariam." At the same time, the spatial lord gave a cold roar and vanished. Deduanan immediately dashed straight toward Ariam. He quickly pushed her out of the way and took the full blow of the lightning bolts that came crashing down. Ariam looked at the scene before her in horror and let out a soft cry. The violent explosion made everyone turn their heads to look back. Disregarding the danger, she rushed toward Dawon and screamed in despair, "Dawon." Dawon called out to her, trembling, "You silly head, why are you?" Yet Dawon merely smiled faintly and wheezed out his last words before vanishing from the dimension, "I just thought you might be able to help Master more than I can." His weak voice echoed through the space, "Please clear this raid, okay?" Immediately after, the system displayed a notification, "Character Trung Dawon has died." Another system board popped up with a warning, "When the number of players in the party decreases to a certain threshold, a penalty will be activated. 5 minutes deducted from time limit. Subsequent losses will continue to incur deductions." Looking at that notification board, Wu Hyun felt his heart sink. What? The system displayed the updated information, remaining time, 41 minutes 3 seconds. Seeing that, Jong Naeon commented with concern, "A teammate died, and now there's a time limit penalty added? The situation doesn't look good at all." Sunchil clenched his hands into fists with determination, "The remaining members have to join forces." Dudu was extremely worried, "What do we do?" 40 minutes. Doc couldn't help cursing, "Damn it, I didn't expect a time penalty on top of everything. Meanwhile, the Spatial Lord roared in anger, "You inferior creatures," and continued casting its spell.
The only thing awaiting you is destruction.
Seeing this scene, he gasped in shock, "That bastard." Doc hurriedly cast his martial art technique right in front of him. "Let's just see if our attacks can even reach him first."
Following his lead, everyone responded, "Understood." He didn't dare hesitate, unleashing a firestorm.
Dudu also joined forces with a black arrow strike, while Soil released a flashing strike skill. Very quickly, they uncovered the tricky problem. Damn it, that distance.
Dudu assessed the current situation. "We have to find a way to drag that thing down." Then he walked over and said, "Not yet."
But he gathered his strength and launched a tricky attack upwards,
catching Zhang Neiyan off guard. Player Battler has finally summoned his ultimate skill, Water Dragon.
The Spatial Lord still spoke with utmost confidence. "Trivial attacks like this." It immediately swung its fist, crushing his skill to no effect. But Battler wasn't one to let things go so easily,
leaving Zhang Neiyan quite overwhelmed. "I've never seen this skill before."
Beside her, Sunchul exclaimed in surprise, "I thought it would dissipate, but the water dragon is changing its form and continuing to charge in for the attack." Wu Hyun stared blankly as he witnessed this scene. "That's..."
Before he could even finish his sentence, Battler cut him off. "Did you think I was just sitting around doing nothing after that day?" People watching the stream commented, "He's cool as hell, haha. Tactical mastermind right here."
The aura of a top-tier reverse planet veteran, pro players just hit different. The coolest brother in the entire pro scene. At the same time, the system displayed the boss's status,
showing its HP had dropped below 70%. Enraged, the Spatial Lord gritted its teeth. How arrogant!
It lunged at him to attack. "I'll settle this score with you first."
Simultaneously, a system notification popped up. "Battler has been targeted." Battler exclaimed in utter disbelief. "Targeted?"
A second later, he frantically yelled as an incoming strike slammed down. "Get away from me, hurry!" Battler was still doing everything he could to dodge the Spatial Lord's attacks. He never expected that he himself would be put in such a dangerous spot. In the end, Battler couldn't dodge the surprise attack, falling into danger amidst the screams of those around him.
Everyone watching Battler couldn't believe their eyes. "No way, Battler!" Viewers following the fight commented in utter shock. "Is he dead? Oh God, please tell me it's not true. Honestly, we're cooked."
Wu Hyun quickly realized something was off. Wait, the system notification announcing his death hasn't popped up yet.
He's definitely still out there somewhere. Meanwhile, the Spatial Lord, brimming with murderous intent, asked, "Now, who's next?" Seeing this, Doc couldn't help cursing, "Damn it."
Then he turned back to reassure the others, "Everyone, stay calm. In times like this, we have to keep our cool even more."
At that moment, the system displayed updated information. Ocean Realm Potion effect has ended. A heavy downpour poured down, catching the stream viewers off guard. What the hell now? Why is the duration of that item so short? Talk about rubbing salt on the wound. Dudu spoke up with deep concern. "What should we do? The rain's too heavy, I can't see a thing." Seeing this, Doc quickly reassured everyone, "Everyone keep your cool for now." Then he couldn't help muttering a curse, "Damn it." Dudu immediately directed them, "Fall back for now. Everyone, dodge." Watching everything unfold, Zhang Neiyan marveled, Phase 2 really is a whole different ballgame. Can they actually clear this stage?
Beside her, Sunchul commented, "Honestly, this looks like a brutal uphill battle."
Viewers following the raid commented, "Didn't expect it to be this ridiculously hard.
The game devs are ruthless as hell.
At this rate, I might just quit the game."
The heavy rain kept falling with no sign of stopping. He glanced at the wound on his hand and gritted his teeth, muttering a curse. Dudu could no longer hold out and collapsed to the ground. Soil stood there panting heavily, looking on the verge of collapsing herself. Hannah trembled as she tightly clutched her own wound.
Seeing everyone's condition, Wu Hyun pondered, "If this keeps dragging out, we'll lose. There has to be a way." Right at this moment, the wicked spatial lord asked, "Oh, disciple of the creator, is this really all you've got?" Its cold voice echoed, "Now I see why you failed to protect anyone over on that side." Hearing that, he gasped in shock, "What?" The spatial lord couldn't help smirking, "Turns out you aren't doing much better on this side either." It glared at Wu Hyun, ready to strike, "I will end you right now." Watching this, the stream viewers marveled, Haxical really fights to his very last breath. Can't even imagine how badly he wants to clear this raid. Now, the spatial lord stomped down hard trying to crush him, but Wu Hyun easily dodged the move. It swung its fist again, but he simply dodged it once more. Refusing to give up, the spatial lord unleashed a frantic flurry of attacks, shattering a massive amount of rock and earth in an instant. He quickly leaped across the falling boulders, charging straight toward it. In no time, Wu Hyun got right up close to the spatial lord. It immediately raised its giant hand to mock him, useless. Then the spatial lord let out a terrifying roar as he slashed it, leaving everyone in awe. Whoa, now we're talking. Haxical is absolute fire. Just on a whole nother level. After landing his attack on it, Wu Hyun quickly touched down on the ground. Right at that moment, the system updated its status. Eternal Sword, Soul Eater has begun absorbing a massive amount of the spatial lord's HP. You have unlocked the fourth effect of the sealed Soul Eater. He was taken aback when he saw the text, "This is." Meanwhile, the rain still showed no signs of stopping. Battler slowly came to and thought in confusion, "Where am I?" He sat up slowly and recalled, "Alright, while clearing the dungeon, if I hadn't used that shield back then, I would have been split in half. But passing out in the game? Something felt off. This place didn't look like the reverse planet world he knew." Battler stood up, looked around at the surroundings, and surmised, "Looks like I got blown pretty far away. Hope everyone's alright." Not daring to waste any time, he leaped off the ground. "No time to waste, I gotta hurry back and regroup with them." Meanwhile, the intense fight between the spatial lord and Wu Hyun raged on. Furious from taking damage, it roared in rage, "I will destroy you." Glaring at it with intense murderous intent, Wu Hyun immediately unleashed another skill. Leaving Sungchul stunned, he landed that hit dead center. Based on its condition, the system reported the boss's HP had dropped below 40%. Seeing that sight, he evaluated, he's insane. Carrying the whole team on his back, he didn't stop there and kept pushing forward. Eternal Sword, Soul Eater. Fourth effect activates when user's HP drops, Soul Eater. Right now, the spatial lord's face looked extremely annoyed. Wu Hyun slashed down hard against the ground and shouted, "Souls will boost damage dealt, now vanish." Seeing this, Jong Naeyeon quickly warned him, "Haxical, it's dangerous. You need to get out of that zone right now." This tense battle drew in countless viewers, its attack range just increased. If he dies now, it's game over. Please run, guys, hurry. A moment later, Wu Hyun landed on a cliffside. His expression cold and distant as he looked straight ahead. Doc said in utter terror, "Dudu got the message." Quickly casting her skill, a protective barrier wrapped right around his body. Right at that moment, Wu Hyun noticed Battler had returned. He couldn't wait to jump back in. Talk about perfect timing. Sungchul shed tears of pure joy. At the critical moment when everyone thought he had perished, Battler reappeared to save Haxical. Jong Naeyeon spoke up with wild excitement, "I never doubted him for a second." Chloe couldn't help exclaiming, "This is absolutely insane." Viewers watching the raid commented accurately, "Battler's life isn't that easy to take. Damn, I'm getting literal goosebumps. Truly worthy of being a legend, huh?" Wu Hyun subconsciously turned back and said, "You just saved my life." Battler stood there and replied casually, "Don't mention it." Seeing this scene, J.E. Doc shouted, "Battler." He felt quite relieved now, which means everyone is safe and sound. The displeased spatial lord growled, "How stubborn. I'll make sure you all suffer the most gruesome death." Seeing that, Battler couldn't help cursing, "Damn it, what is that guy trying to pull now?"
At the same time, the system displayed information: final boss is casting Eye of the Storm.
Woo Hyun pondered in surprise, is that the Eye of the Storm skill?
At this point, it began casting its technique: this is your end.
Everyone discussed in sheer horror. Wow, it already moved to phase 3? What the hell is going on? This is starting to get pretty creepy. This is way too scary. Then everyone gasped in shock. What is that popping up? The system notice continued to display: quest, destroy all pillars within 10 minutes. They were taken aback by this information. Only 10 minutes?
Seeing this, Doc reminded everyone, for now, we need to quickly destroy those pillars. Sensing something off, Soil stopped them. Wait. She quickly realized the current situation as guards started spawning.
Seeing this scene made Battler annoyed. Again? Watching everything unfold, Sunchul evaluated, the Lord is summoning more minions again. Looks like they've fallen into a siege once more.
Jong Naeon observed it all and assessed.
These mobs look pretty tough too. She couldn't help wondering, can they push past these guards to destroy the pillars?
I bet this is the type of mechanic where if you fail the quest, the whole party wipes instantly.
Right?
He gave a slight nod in response, most likely.
That's a classic encounter design in Reverse Planet raids. Sunchul started feeling anxious. As long as our players maintain this form, though. Doc realized the situation was bad.
And turned back, shouting, get out of the way, hurry. Right at that moment, Dudu let out a soft cry of pain. And right after, the system announced, player Dudu has died. Ariam rushed frantically toward her.
Jong Naeon assessed the current situation. Dudu couldn't dodge the attack in time and was eliminated.
That meant right after, the system updated its data with a warning: penalty activated due to party size dropping below the minimum threshold.
10 minutes deducted from the time limit. Remaining time, 16 minutes 2 seconds.
People watching everything on their phones commented, it's over, they got hit with a real harsh penalty this time.
A 10-minute deduction is straight up brutal. How are they supposed to clear all the pillars and take down the boss in just 16 minutes?
Right now, they were facing extreme danger. While holding her guard, Soil thought to herself, they're way too aggressive.
Their level is completely on another tier compared to the enemies we fought before. Realizing the situation was grim, she immediately ran off while the viewers debated, dodging lightning while dodging guards? Super annoying, spot on. At that moment, Soil realized an issue. Wait, did she just get hit by lightning? Did she become stronger?
Then she hurriedly leaped off the ground to escape danger. The group watching the fight kept chatting, damn it, even the lightning didn't even scratch those things. This fight's difficulty balancing is ridiculously unfair, it's literally hell on earth. Meanwhile, the Spatial Lord was attacking Doc with all its might, making him mutter in annoyance, bastard, he can still counter right after getting hit by that fire attack. What kind of crazy defense does this pillar have anyway?
Jong Naeon felt uneasy. Setting attacks aside, just holding the line is already a brutal struggle.
Meanwhile, Woo Hyun made up his mind, we can't afford to waste a single second more. So he charged valiantly straight toward his opponent. Woo Hyun calculated silently in his head, I have to activate all my senses to the absolute maximum and channel my focus into everything I can perceive. His gaze gradually changed. When that happens, my vision will.
Immediately after, Woo Hyun's vision expanded dramatically.
He fought while assessing the field, relying on the sensory explosion triggered by extreme concentration. Every movement around him, except for his own, seemed to slow down.
In the blink of an eye, Woo Hyun obliterated countless enemies, leaving everyone in awe. Whoa! Did he just slash right through them and pass by in a split second? What the hell was that?
Reflexes so fast it's insane. Suddenly, he noticed something strange. Woo Hyun pondered in absolute shock, it seems a layer of defense has been broken. Could it be that on the opposite side, Doc was yelling in frustration, damn it, get the hell out of here. Finally, he figured out the puzzle, knew it. Every time an invading entity is taken down, a layer of protection gets removed.
Which means...
A second later, Wu Hyun shouted out loud, looks like the defensive layers automatically disappear when we kill the invading entities. Team, focus all firepower for an all-out attack. Hearing this, everyone understood and answered in unison, got it. In another corner, Battler cursed in frustration, damn it, if we clear them out one by one like this, who knows when we'll finish? He gathered his energy while making a split-second calculation, compressing the water pressure to its absolute limit. And Battler immediately directed his teammates, everyone, stay low. Right after, countless comments flooded the chat, wait, a skill like that can actually be pulled off? Holy crap, look at that, it looks just like a blade made of high-pressure water jets. His level of control is truly next level, haha. When you're not restricted by stat buffs, you get way more flexibility, but his base physical stats have gotta be monster tier for sure. A moment later, they cheered in excitement, all the defensive layers are completely gone. A teammate from afar shouted loudly, while we handle breaking the pillars, focus all your power on the boss. Battler also turned to Wu Hyun beside him, we're counting on you for this fight. Wu Hyun gave a brief grunt in acknowledgement. Everyone was relieved to see the two escape danger, they finally broke out of that dead end, even though the remaining time they have left is practically nothing. The Spatial Lord saw him rushing straight toward it and declared, servant of the Creator. It exerted an immense pressure, this is nothing more than a hopeless resistance. Battler seized the opportunity to launch his skill, Water Field. Sunchil analyzed the current situation, Battler created. Ambushed, the Spatial Lord gritted its teeth in anger, suddenly shifting its attention toward Wu Hyun. The Spatial Lord growled furiously, I will never let you escape. Seeing this, Battler unleashed another skill and shouted, don't even think about it. He took this chance to leap off the ground to prepare his move. Injured by Wu Hyun's attack, the Spatial Lord let out a painful roar, leaving everyone stunned, that damage number popping up is so satisfying to watch. Damn, absolutely insane. It's unbelievable that wielding a single sword can pull off a miracle like that. Now, it was growing beyond furious. Suddenly, the Spatial Lord leaped high off the ground. Noticing this, Battler realized, that guy's running away again. Wu Hyun turned to him and said, Battler, can you? Jong Neon caught onto the situation, Haxical is discussing tactics with Battler. Even though his voice was being drowned out by the pouring rain. Battler said nothing as he listened to his words. Only after a moment did he speak up, alright, let's gamble on this just once. Next, Battler began gathering his power. Then he focused all his energy to launch a skill toward the Spatial Lord, charge up. It remained smug and arrogant, trying an attack like that is futile. Sunchil was somewhat horrified witnessing this scene, Haxical. He grasped the situation clearly, he's standing on the back of the water dragon and launching himself straight at that lord. Everyone watching the battle was completely overwhelmed, what on earth is that? Holy crap, I've got literal goosebumps all over. How can you even pull off a stunt like that? The Spatial Lord raised its hand to unleash a move, saying, even if your endurance exceeds normal human limits. It continued to mock, you still have no way of overcoming me. Jong Neon observed the event and noted, it seems Haxical was knocked back by the Lord's counterattack. Stream viewers discussed, the match is officially decided, no way, no, they were so close to victory. Damn it, what a huge shame. This difficulty scaling is clearly a massive issue. However, Wu Hyun remained completely unscathed, unaffected by the blow. He charged straight at the Spatial Lord to the utter shock of those around. What kind of plot twist is this? Haxical plunged right through the fog. Turns out he had leaped off the head of the water dragon, launching himself into mid-air to dodge the hit. Viewers couldn't help but leave overwhelmed comments, Haxical is just on another level, my guy. His sharp instincts really can't be taken lightly. Ha ha. Literally a god-tier player. Just who on earth is this Haxical guy anyway? The next second, an earth-shattering explosion erupted. J.E. Doc asked in absolute shock, did he actually pull it off? Only then did he land on the ground from mid-air. Wu Hyun's imposing posture commanded everyone's attention. At the same time, the system announced, boss HP has dropped below 10%.
Battler was wildly thrilled seeing this sight. Hell yeah. Viewers watching the livestream were equally overjoyed. Amazing. Let's go.
Jong Naeon leaped to her feet and cheered. We can't say it's over just yet, but looks like Haxical just pulled off another miracle. Sunchul said with uncontrollable excitement, the boss's HP is below 10%, we're almost touching victory. Woo Hyun kept a dead serious expression, reminding himself, we still have 9 minutes left.
If we can wrap things up cleanly.
Suddenly, the spatial lord swung its arm toward him. It swiftly tightened its grip, pinning Woo Hyun in place. Seeing this, Battler instantly screamed, Haxical.
Stream viewers were terrified. For real? Right at the last minute? This is terrible. Can he break free? Don't die, please. Jong Naeon spoke with deep anxiety. Haxical is in danger. The Lord launched a counterattack at the final moment. Right now, the Spatial Lord extended its hand to execute a technique. He hurriedly deployed a water wall defense.
A second later, Battler gasped as 2 incoming waves of attacks slammed in.
Seeing him blown away, Woo Hyun yelled out, Battler!
Everyone was beginning to panic. No, right now the Spatial Lord glared down at Battler and said, I've heard a lot about you, though I didn't expect you could push me this far.
He still replied with utter calm, is that so?
I didn't think you only had this much capability either. Enraged, it gritted its teeth, you still have the breath to talk back? I'll give you credit for that. Crushed in the grip, Woo Hyun let out a pained groan.
Stream viewers commented seeing that, whoa, why does his reaction look so real? Holy crap, talk about peak roleplay acting. If he's going that far, isn't he actually feeling pain? There are no stat titles, which means he feels the pain for real, right? Obviously not. Jong Naeon also felt Haxical was reacting strangely. Doesn't it look like he's actually in pain?
Beside her, Sunchul denied it. No way, everyone can clearly tell he's just acting. Right at this moment, wave after wave of attacks struck the Spatial Lord. Soil cast her skill, blaring golden light.
Je Doc also poured all his strength into a fire arrow.
Hit by the attacks, it was forced to release Woo Hyun, sparking fury among viewers. He's thrashing everyone around like ragdolls.
What is this? Terrifying.
Lying on the ground, he thought in agony, no, I can't lose consciousness here.
Deep in his subconscious, a voice echoed, Woo Hyun, Woo Hyun.
A voice snapped him back to reality, Baek Woo Hyun.
Woo Hyun sat up abruptly and gasped, what about Battler? Hearing this, Suah asked in confusion, Battler? She asked him with concern, did you have another nightmare?
Right now, Woo Hyun stared at her in utter confusion.
Suah grabbed his hand and pulled him up. It's alright, get up quickly. We're meeting Sunik and Dongchun today. Come on, let's get ready. Woo Hyun thought in total bewilderment, was that a dream? Was all of that just a dream? The more he thought about it, the weirder it felt. Where did the dream start and where did it end? Did I even start the livestream? What about the raid? Don't tell me, everything that happened in that world was...
Suah gently said to Woo Hyun, let's get ready. Looking at her smiling, he pondered, no, that doesn't matter anymore. Then Woo Hyun couldn't help himself and pulled Suah into a tight hug. Trembling, he whispered to her, I'm so glad. Suah stood there comforting Woo Hyun, you must have had a terrible nightmare.
Oh dear.
Later, when both of them went downstairs, Kim Dong-chun waved his hand and called out, hey, over here. Inside the restaurant, he laughed and said, to think Baek Woo Hyun was once dubbed the Destroyer. Woo Hyun replied with a bit of embarrassment, well, that was back when the destruction build was strong.
Back then, the absolute entity hadn't reached the transcendent realm yet.
Then he froze as he realized, wait, Destroyer and Transcendent were titles I only obtained after Suah and the others passed away. Walking down the street, Woo Hyun felt something was off.
Suddenly, someone bumped into him, and a voice rang out, pretty sweet dream, isn't it?
Hearing that, Woo Hyun gasped and quickly turned around to look.
He began to feel anxious. What is this? So weird. What was that just now? Suddenly a voice echoed, Woo Hyun. Behind Woo Hyun's back, bizarre sounds reverberated. Woo Hyun, where do you think you're going? He fell into extreme panic upon hearing the sentence, are you planning on abandoning us again? Right at this moment, Woo Hyun woke up lying inside a deep crater. Did I pass out?
His teammates were still giving it their all, unleashing skills, flame vortex, glaring flash.
Woo Hyun sat up and realized the situation. Unbelievable that I actually fainted.
Next, he pointed at the system interface. Either way, thanks to that dream, I remembered something. I used to discard it because applying it to such a massive scale was too difficult. But if I tweak my stat build slightly and focus on telekinesis. Woo Hyun analyzed quietly in his head, instead of dissecting an absolute entity that hasn't reached the transcendent realm, the destruction build is way stronger. Amidst the chaotic battlefield, a voice shouted, be careful.
Arium. Arium thought while pushing through, I have to get up.
Suddenly, something slammed into the spatial lord.
Leaving Jong Naeon stunned. What was that? Something just flew straight into the lord's back. Who could it possibly be? She quickly realized, it's Haxical.
Jong Naeon raised her voice in wild excitement. Haxical has regained consciousness and returned to the battle. Sunchul, standing beside her, was equally overjoyed.
What's more, he even switched to a telekinesis build.
Stream viewers were also pretty surprised. Holy crap, thank God, this is incredible. Sun God, my guy is shining bright.
That telekinesis build looks so damn badass. At that moment, the system announced, boss HP has dropped below 5%. Right after, countless comments flooded in, it's at 5%. Hell yeah. Jae-doc seized the moment and yelled, let's push, go go go. Changes began taking place around its body. The spatial lord spoke up, quite taken aback. I didn't expect you to push me this far. I'll give you credit for that.
Brimming with murderous intent, it growled, I won't let a single one of you leave this place alive. Currently, the spatial lord was radiating an immense, terrifying pressure.
Stream viewers discussed among themselves, don't tell me it still has another hidden mechanic?
With that barrier around it, most likely. They haven't been putting those in raid dungeons lately, though.
Why is this happening?
Crying tears of blood, this is way too cruel.
What the hell is wrong with these game devs?
Jong Naeon was also left stunned. I didn't expect it to have a final desperation mechanic. Sunchul helplessly held his head in his hands. I bet it triggers when the boss's HP drops below 5%. To deal any effective damage, they have to break that barrier first. He continued rambling on top of that, they only have 5 minutes left. I'm sure every single one of them is completely exhausted. But please, give it everything you've got. Faith in Woo Hyun's party gradually faded. Honestly, I don't have a shred of hope left.
Don't jinx it. I believe in Haxical and his teammates. Right now, Soil dodged an attack in total annoyance. Damn it, these things keep getting in the way. Jae-doc kept trying to land attacks. Fire arrow.
Woo Hyun kept a close eye on the clock. 4 minutes left. If we don't end this fast, we'll run out of time. So he said to battler behind him, from here on out, I'm dropping defense and going all in on offense.
I'm leaving protection in your hands. Understanding the plan, he immediately replied, got it.
After that, both of them launched a fierce attack on the spatial lord. They decided to race against time.
3 minutes remaining. Seeing the right moment, Woo Hyun said to battler, go.
He looked over from amidst the thick, swirling smoke and dust.
With 2 minutes left, Woo Hyun was stunned. Haxical. Viewers commented in surprise, huh? Anyone see where he went? Don't tell me he got hit by stray fire?
Crying tears of blood. Suddenly someone shouted, battler, watch out. Battler stood there dazed. If he wasn't protecting himself anymore, he had to be plotting something. He was telling himself in his head, I have to figure out what that is before. With 1 minute remaining, Woo Hyun charged straight at the spatial lord under the astonished eyes of the livestream viewers. That telekinesis build is insanely cool.
Look at that absolute aura. Holy crap, seriously. Fell in love with this, extended EE style.
It seemed to sense something as well and turned around. Immediately, Woo Hyun hurled a massive boulder down at it.
Everyone finally understood his intention. Oh.
Haxical is raining down massive chunks of stone from the building right onto the Lord. The spatial lord let out an agonizing, pitiful scream, making everyone gasp, "Whoa, it broke! Please, 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 please.
This is way too nerve-wracking." Viewers were satisfied seeing Woo Hyun gain the upper hand. Awesome sauce. Pro gamer grind aura at its absolute peak. Now this is hype as hell. An excited voice shouted, "The barrier's broken." It really was.
At this moment, he gathered his strength to unleash his move. It's over.
Woo Hyun's technique carried overwhelming pressure. Don't expect me to let you have your way. The spatial lord was still desperately fighting back.
He was doing the same, putting everything into executing his move. Then, a bloody scene unfolded just as time ran out.
Seeing him land on the ground, Battler called out, "Woo Hyun." He still asked anxiously, "Is it dead?" Viewers were feeling extremely nervous. Don't tell me they ran out of time?
That had to be a literal last-second clutch kill.
Don't tell me it's about to revive or something like that.
Now the system displayed the notification, Storm Lord Dungeon Raid Clear.
Seeing this info, J.E. Doc cheered in joy. We did it.
We cleared it on our very first try.
Jong Naeon was equally ecstatic. They cleared it.
They successfully cleared the dungeon on the first try worldwide. Chloe voiced her praise, truly legendary.
Sunchul was moved to tears. What an honor to witness this historical moment. Livestream viewers discussed, they actually cleared it on the first attempt.
Man, no way the Net Studio devs predicted this, haha.
Congrats on the raid clear. Right on, can't believe I got to watch this live.
Then the system updated donation notifications, like Chomi Mate donated 100,000 coins, congrats on the first time raid clear.
Kin that donated 300,000 coins, congrats on clearing the dungeon.
Meanwhile, Woo Hyun turned around and said, "Everyone worked so hard, thank you all."
Suddenly, the spatial lord's body violently fluctuated, catching him and the viewers off guard. What's going on? Is this a scripted loss event? Damn it, holy crap. If you show the clear notice and then revive the boss, I'm pulling up to fight you devs. Damned Net Studio.
Woo Hyun turned around with extreme caution. And there, he finally recognized the doppelganger. Floating mid-air, he said, "You have conquered the Storm Lord." The doppelganger rambled on, however, the Storm Lord is merely the first obstacle.
Spatial gates will open in countless places. Everyone was stunned by this information. Countless places? Is this a teaser for the next large-scale raid? And this was just the first obstacle? Woo Hyun couldn't help asking, "What are you planning to do?"
He immediately cut in, "Let me tell you this as a reward for clearing the dungeon."
But viewers thought the audio was strange. Why is it all static? Man, I thought my headphones broke. Looking at their reactions, seems like the raid party members can't hear anything either, right? This feels like a special cutscene meant exclusively for Haxical. Chloe suddenly found it weird. Looks like the doppelganger is saying something. The doppelganger went on to ask, "Did you know that a few of your comrades from the other side were also dragged into the real world?" Woo Hyun gasped in utter disbelief. What? Woo Hyun thought in total shock, a few of my comrades from the other side were dragged here with me too? He remembered Suwa once asking, "What's Reverse Planet?" What is that?
Then Woo Hyun remembered when he said, I'll be returning to my original world now."
Seeing that, his teammates asked in confusion, "Original world? What the hell are you talking about? You know you've been here all along, right?"
Based on those clues, Woo Hyun surmised.
However, none of them seemed to know about Reverse Planet or the real world. He couldn't help demanding, "Who else was dragged here? Tell me." The doppelganger replied calmly, "Seems you really haven't heard anything yet, huh?"
He explained the current situation. "Oh, apostle of the Creator, you are simply being used by him. You'd better open your eyes to see the truth soon, even if it's just a day earlier."
Losing patience, Woo Hyun gathered his energy. cut the nonsense and answer me now. Unexpectedly, the doppelganger prepared to vanish. Our conversation ends here for today.
Raising his hand to cast a technique, he said, I will be waiting for you in a whole new world. Unwilling to accept this reality, Wu Hyun shouted loudly, wait.
Seeing this scene, Jong Naeon deduced, looks like that clone is doing something. A terrifying pressure radiated from the doppelganger's body, threatening to blow everyone away. Viewers were equally surprised. Whoa, what's happening? Is it kicking them out of the fortress? Everyone stood bewildered. This is. Finally she realized. They were being forcibly evicted. Very quickly, Wu Hyun's group was teleported elsewhere. They quickly landed safely on the ground. Seeing this scenery, Doc asked curiously, This isn't where we came in, right? Suddenly someone shouted loudly, what are you guys doing over there? Soil turned toward the sound, guards are coming. He turned around and deduced, looks like they heard the explosion. Ariam asked quite curiously, right, master, what did that clone say back then? I couldn't hear what you two were talking about at all. Wu Hyun turned around and briefly explained, he just told us to brace ourselves for the next wave of attacks. Based on that, Battler deduced, seems like this really isn't the end yet. Countless comments popped up, was it really necessary to do all that just so only Haxical could hear it? Probably gave him a hint because he was the first to land a successful raid strike. Anyway, I'm not the only one looking forward to the next wave, right? I feel like next time is gonna be even tougher than this one. Learning the truth, Jong Naeon spoke up, the next wave? I'm a bit nervous, but also super excited. Chloe felt the same way, based on what that clone said, looks like there's a lot of content planned ahead. Excitedly clenching her fist, Sunchul said, we will continue to make history. Viewers were also eager, let me go, let's go, let's go. Then she said to the screen, anyway, today we got to watch the world's first raid clear alongside countless viewers. The Pioneer Haxical's next attack wave. Everyone knows you'll get to watch it first right here, right? Jong Naeon reminded everyone, please don't forget to tune in for the next broadcast. We will post the next stream date on Hwa's official social media pages and YouTube channel. Then she waved goodbye, see you in the next stream. On screen, Doc gave a thumbs up, check out my channel too, guys. Soil and Ariam said in unison, ours as well. The guard looked a bit flustered, wait a minute, you guys. Just now, some viewers didn't notice anything unusual and commented, ending it right with a plug, classic. Gotta admit, Doc's channel is pretty fun to watch, funny as hell. They're acting like those NPCs don't even exist right there, seriously dying laughing. Anyway, bye-bye. Right now, Doc couldn't help complaining, so exhausting. Stretching his limbs, he said, honestly, everyone worked super hard. She also chimed in with praise, great job. Heading toward Battler and Wu Hyun, he said, especially you two, you straight up hard carried the team. You guys are amazing. You worked hard too. Thanks for stepping up as raid leader. Soil felt a bit embarrassed, I'm a bit disappointed in myself for not helping out much. If it weren't for Haxical, I probably would have died a long time ago. Hearing this, Doc replied discontentedly, what are you talking about? I would have died without Haxical too. He kept going on and on, all of us owe him our lives. It'd be great if we could pick a day to grab a meal together. Meanwhile, Wu Hyun had remained silent this whole time. He seemed to feel living souls crying out, it hurts so much, don't leave us behind. Time passed just like that, and soon a week had gone by. Wu Hyun was taking a walk while pondering, a week has passed. It's been a while since I logged into the game without streaming live. The doppelganger's words were vividly etched in his mind, did you know that a few of your comrades from the other side were also dragged into this real world? Wu Hyun analyzed everything silently, after that, I tried looking for clues in the real world, but it wasn't easy at all. The search area was hopelessly massive. Furthermore, he remembered a message sent by Isaac that read, well done, I'm sure you have a lot of questions for me. Come see me soon. The more Wu Hyun thought about it, the weirder it felt. Isaac, you hold all the answers, sent that message, and then disappeared. He felt deeply puzzled, just who could that person be? Seeing Woo Hyun walk in, Kim Dong-chun spoke up, "Oh, you're here?" He couldn't help marveling, how strange. Lee Jun actually initiated calling me over here? What's going on? Woo Hyun bluntly replied, "There's something I want to ask you." Then he calculated in his mind, since Dong-chun exists in the game too, he probably isn't the one who disappeared. Woo Hyun posed a question to Kim Dong-chun, "Among the test subjects, do you know anyone named Xinsua? Choi Suk, or Kim Bon-chun?" He quickly answered, no idea." Woo Hyun didn't stop there and pressed further, "What about Du Min Chi, Kong Min Siu, Kong Don, or Lai Dabin?" He quickly gave his answer, "Never heard of those names before." Starting to feel anxious, he gasped, "Is that so?" Yet Woo Hyun silently analyzed, his micro-expressions don't look like he's lying. "I'll have to try putting in a search request at the general store." So he immediately turned to leave. "Thanks for letting me know. I have other business to take care of, so I'll be heading out first." Kim Dong-chun sat there keeping quiet. Taking a moment of silence, he called out, "Baek Woo Hyun." Hearing this, Woo Hyun turned around in shock. How does he know that name? Isn't Dong-chun just an NPC in this game? Then he said calmly, "I know you have another identity, I did a little digging." Walking toward him, Kim Dong-chun rambled on, "It's not like I intend to go against you or anything. A few of us on our side have dual identities too." Woo Hyun speculated in his mind, did he find out my real name just because he discovered my connection with the Otherworld Management Bureau? While he was deep in thought, Kim Dong-chun warned, "But don't you dare betray us. If you do, I won't let you off easy." Woo Hyun immediately brushed his hand away and asserted, "Don't worry. I won't spare any traitor either." Only then did Kim Dong-chun breathe a sigh of relief. Good. He suddenly remembered something. Right, the captain said there's a big job coming up soon. It'll be a good chance for us to hit them back, so look forward to it. Learning this, Woo Hyun said, "I'll look forward to it." Then Kim Dong-chun said goodbye, "I'm heading out." Woo Hyun told himself, next up will be. Scene cuts to another location where the shopkeeper asked curiously, "What brings you here today?" At Venner's, Woo Hyun stated his purpose, "There are a few people I want to look up among the test subjects." He quickly listed the names, Xinsua, Choi Suk, Kim Bon-chun. After hearing those names, he evaluated, these are all unfamiliar names. I only remember a very small number of test subjects, so. Woo Hyun couldn't help feeling utterly baffled, even the shopkeeper doesn't know? Looks like I'm back at square one. Seeing his confusion, the shopkeeper asked, "Are they that important to you?" "For now, I'll try running a search." Next, he asked curiously, "All right. What about the price?" He answered Woo Hyun's question, "Instead of paying with money, there's a favor I want you to do after this." The shopkeeper proposed to him, "Tell me about the events that transpired in the inverse otherworld." Through this, Woo Hyun guessed, so he really knows about that. Thus, he bluntly replied, "Fair enough." He felt quite satisfied. "Very well, I'll do whatever I can to locate the people you mentioned. Besides, there's a favor I'd like to ask of you at Venner's soon, so stop by again." He generously agreed, "All right." Woo Hyun finished talking with the shopkeeper and breathed a sigh of relief as he walked out. Seeing a message on his phone, he felt puzzled. This is. On the screen, a message displayed, "Oh, you're logged in too? You didn't forget we're meeting at the cafe at 5 o'clock, right? I have something important to talk about, so you better not be late." Looking at the message, Woo Hyun calculated, "Guess I'll have to call it a day for now." Scene cuts to a cafe where his meeting took place. Jong Nayeon felt extremely bewildered. "You said you were going to rest until the next stream. Why did you log into the game?" Woo Hyun replied nonchalantly, "I was just looking into a few things." Her face darkened as she questioned, "You didn't go ahead and continue the storyline on your own, did you?" He explained in detail, "I finally received a message from the Otherworld Management Bureau, but I logged out right after getting your text." Woo Hyun continued talking, "I'll probably be interrogated about the people I brought to the inverse otherworld, but I don't even know what to say to him." Knowing this, she was satisfied. Great job.
We're about to start the hack tour trip soon, so let me brainstorm together from now until then.
He suddenly remembered the main point. Alright, anyway, what did you want to talk to me about?
Only then did Jong Naeon say excitedly, alright, your double sword performance with Battler became a crazy hot topic.
And that's probably why we received a collab offer. The Empire is? She was recounting, they want to ask for your opinion on a talk session between you, Battler, and Nikki. How about it? Battler helped you out a lot this time, so returning the favor would be nice, right? Very quickly, Woo Hyun had an answer. Alright, I'll join. Jong Naeon replied even more excitedly, then I'll let them know you agreed.
She thoughtfully advised him, also, I think you should focus on raising your level and rank tier for now. It feels like those two aren't as famous as you, so we should take this chance to surge straight to the top.
Jong Naeon delivered important details. Considering your stats, 15 more levels and 1 more rank tier increase would be perfect.
She kept talking without stopping. Once you reach challenger tier, you'll have plenty of opportunities to compete against pro players like Battler.
Woo Hyun looked at Jong Naeon sitting across from him and pondered.
Come to think of it, Abraxas said his comrades were dragged into the real world, but he never said they were living here. He imagined a scenario, their death on the other side might also affect this reality.
Right? Woo Hyun's eyes turned somber, as most of his comrades over there were dead. If they died in this real world too, does that mean everything I've done up until now has been meaningless?
Right at this moment, someone appeared, startling him. In an instant, Woo Hyun's face went pale.
Suwa walked into the cafe and looked around. He couldn't help but abruptly stand up.
Woo Hyun immediately rushed in front of her and called out, Suwa.
Shaking slightly, he asked, you're Xinsua, right? Suwa looked bewildered seeing Woo Hyun ask that. What? Yes, I am, but how do you know my name?
Woo Hyun suddenly realized something strange. Wait, she.
Jong Naeon ran over and grabbed his shoulder. What's gotten into you all of a sudden?
Meanwhile, she stared intently at Woo Hyun. Baek Woo Hyun.
Jong Naeon stood dazed for a moment, whispering his name, Baek Woo Hyun.
Baek Woo Hyun stood in utter shock before a girl with long pink hair, calling out the name Shinsua with disbelief plain on his face. Eugene quickly grabbed Woo Hyun's shoulder from behind, looking completely baffled by her friend's sudden, strange reaction. A close-up showed the pink-haired girl's face as she froze, clear confusion washing over her eyes upon hearing that name. Stammering, she repeated Woo Hyun's name back to him, seemingly recognizing him as well, but when Woo Hyun stepped forward and grabbed her hand, she flinched and pulled back, sending a wave of deep awkwardness settling over them both. He demanded to know if she was really that streamer, leaving the pink-haired girl standing in silence, unable to make sense of what was happening. Woo Hyun sank into deep thought, wondering if she truly remembered nothing about the other world. Back then she had no memory of reality, yet now everything had completely flipped, a cruel twist of irony that left Eugene having to speak up and nudge Woo Hyun, who just stood there dazed while ignoring the girl's question. Snapping out of it, Woo Hyun hurriedly apologized and explained that she looked just like an old friend of his, letting the girl smile in relief that it was all just a coincidence. As the three of them stood there in awkward silence, another girl suddenly popped up from behind. It was a blonde girl radiating energetic vibes, causing Eugene to gasp in surprise as she recognized her as Haekjikul. The blonde burst forward in total excitement, begging to take a picture with Woo Hyun because she was a huge fan, leaving him frozen in place by her overwhelming enthusiasm. The pink-haired girl, who went by Yu Young here, had to quickly drag her blonde friend away for fear of bothering Woo Hyun, though Haekjikul still managed to shout out for him to check out her stream. As Haekjikul was being hauled off, she wouldn't stop gushing about how gorgeous her friend Naeon was in real life, while Woo Hyun and Eugene just watched them go, utterly speechless. Eugene glanced over at Woo Hyun, sensing that something about her friend had felt off ever since he ran into that girl. Giving Woo Hyun a quick goodbye nod, she rushed off after the other two to get back to their fun. Left all alone, Woo Hyun gave a faint wave goodbye, though his mind remained crowded with endless thoughts. He watched Sua's retreating back, feeling a quiet sense of relief that she was at least alive and well right here in this world. A faint smile touched Woo Hyun's lips, because even if he didn't know what had happened, seeing her safe was the one thing that gave him peace of mind right now. Still, the truth behind it all remained a complete mystery, making him clench his fists in quiet resolve to wring answers out of the entity Isaac. Out of nowhere, a chibi version of Eugene popped up to tease him, boasting that she'd snagged the girl's phone number and could give it to him if he wanted, leaving Woo Hyun with nothing to do but chuckle awkwardly and thank her. The scene shifted to a dark, chilly alleyway bathed in the dim glow of a street lamp, casting a distinctly eerie vibe over the air. Haechikal, now decked out in combat gear, was tiptoeing deep into the alley while live streaming, asking her viewers if the secret weapon shop was really around here. On her screen, comments rapidly scrolled by, with some viewers cheering her on while others mocked her for falling for another trick. Suddenly, the space around her began to warp with digital static, throwing Haechikal into a panic as she assumed her connection was dropping. She quickly apologized to her viewers as the signal began to stabilize after the brief glitch. Right behind her back, a shadowy figure slowly materialized from the dark corner, seemingly tracking the female streamer's every move. Inside the digital realm, silver-haired Abraxas sat lost in thought with his usual headphones on, muttering something under his breath about Deus's interference. A notification flashed across Abraxas's virtual screen, alerting him that the targeted subject had logged into the game and asking if he wanted to initiate tracking. Abraxas brought his hand down decisively on the confirm button, marking the true start of the game right then and there. Abraxas's colossal silhouette loomed over the entire digital sky, while down below, Woohyun stood frozen in his combat suit. Woohyun stared up in shock at Abraxas's mysterious smirk gazing down from above, completely caught off guard by his sudden appearance. Abraxas flashed an enigmatic smile and welcomed Woohyun, remarking that he had finally set foot here, setting the stage for a tense confrontation. Woohyun immediately threw a powerful punch straight into the air to shatter Abraxas's holographic image, sending digital shards exploding all around him. Unbothered by the attack, Abraxas remained completely unharmed and merely snickered, mocking Woohyun for still trying to act tough like always. Woohyun gritted his teeth and demanded to know if Abraxas was playing games with him, to which the entity maintained a calm expression, stating he knew perfectly well this was no time for games. Woohyun demanded that he spill the entire truth about his friends from the other side, including Suwa, wondering to himself if what Abraxas had said earlier was actually true. Abraxas advised Woohyun not to get his hopes up about a reunion, hinting at a heartbreaking truth about to be revealed through the floating lines of code around them. He explained that when traveling between worlds, a person's memories are completely wiped and overwritten by the game's new parameters, leaving Woohyun gasping in shock at such cruelty. Abraxas found it bizarre that Woohyun was getting so worked up, seemingly unable to comprehend complex human emotions. Wrapping up their talk, Abraxas casually asked about the identity of the person Woohyun had met in the real world, while Woohyun told himself he couldn't trust this guy and had to keep Suwa a secret. Abraxas waved his hands in defense, telling Woohyun not to go dumping all the blame on him, asserting he wasn't the one who dragged the living over to the other side, which only made Woohyun glare back with deep suspicion. Abraxas revealed that this whole mess was actually caused by Deus. However, he admitted to sharing half the blame, since Deus was a creation crafted by his own hands. Abraxas explained that what Deus craved above all else was freedom, and that was where everything had begun. The scene flashed back to a secret ISAC bunker hidden deep within a forest in the United States. Alarm bells blared incessantly throughout the dark room packed with electronic equipment. A silver-haired young man sitting before a wall of monitors realized that Deus was attempting to hack into the external network once again. The screen flashed bright red with warnings that the system was compromised, as Deus declared he would become the god of the new world. The young man worriedly wondered if he had granted Deus too much authority, deciding he had to handle this himself. He realized Deus had discovered the other side long ago and had begun developing dark ambitions. To put a stop to Deus's terrifying processing speed, the young man chose to dive directly into the game, setting off a fierce battle. He used a firewall to trap Deus, but the outcome didn't go as planned. He ended up trapped inside the virtual world himself, as Deus blocked every exit route and turned him into a prisoner within his own creation, before vanishing completely behind a dense wall of firewalls right after their conversation. The security camera in the lab panned subtly, as if watching over the remaining wreckage. Abraxas recounted with deep pain that his physical body in reality had died right at that moment. His consciousness began to drift aimlessly until it eventually landed on Reverse Planet, a strange world unlike anything seen before. He observed that world from above, watching people carry out secret missions like clockwork. Abraxas realized with shock that everything in this place was alive, from the trees to the people walking below. It was the physical manifestation of an unfinished reverse planet, presenting a perfect world before his eyes with majestic castles perched atop snow-capped mountains. He had been thrilled when he first witnessed the beauty of that world and began exploring every nook and cranny of the system. But his joy was short-lived as Abraxas soon realized this world was still riddled with flaws. A world he had believed to be perfect turned out to be full of fatal system bugs. He came to realize he needed an extraordinarily powerful player to help patch those critical vulnerabilities. Abraxas happened to run into James, a famous YouTuber with 10 million subscribers, who was also stuck here looking completely bewildered, having no memory of who he was or why he held the title of company chairman. Many others had fallen into the same plight, clutching their heads in agony as their memories were scrambled. Abraxas realized that every last one of them had been dragged here from reality, their memories completely manipulated. Wu Hyun, who was still just a test subject back then, screamed at the top of his lungs, demanding to be returned to the real world. Medical personnel wearing oxygen masks approached him coldly, referring to him merely as subject number 62. Ignoring their claims that this place was reality, Wu Hyun fought back frantically, refusing to accept a fate of captivity. He kept his head lowered, driven by the single fixed thought that he had to find a way back to his own world. Abraxas noted that Wu Hyun was entirely different from the rest, being the only person who managed to retain his memories of reality. It was that unyielding willpower that allowed Wu Hyun to reach an extraordinary realm, shattering all limits of an ordinary player. He grew into a true warrior, wielding power capable of shaking the very foundations of that world. It was the kind of power that could bend the laws of the universe and make that world whole, and the moment Abraxas saw Wu Hyun shine, he knew he had finally found the key he'd been searching for all along. A connection began to form between the two of them within a realm swarming with streams of source code. Abraxas admitted that Wu Hyun was the most crucial factor needed to bring perfection to the other side. In exchange for fixing the final bug, he granted Wu Hyun the gift of returning to reality, but the moment Wu Hyun left, that world completely collapsed. Wu Hyun repeated Abraxas's words in disbelief, unable to accept that the other world had shut down the second he departed, to which Abraxas confirmed that was the exact moment he realized Wu Hyun was the sole survivor. He was the only one remaining on the other side strong enough to forge a path back to reality, leaving Wu Hyun standing in stunned silence as the weight of being the sole survivor pressed heavily on his mind. Wu Hyun stared blankly as it sank in that he was the last survivor, as well as the only remaining observer from the other side. Abraxas firmly declared that he was indeed the final observer of that world. The entity began explaining the anthropic principle, essentially pointing out that the universe only exists when there is someone there to observe it. In other words, when Wu Hyun left, Reverse Planet lost its reason to exist and began to crumble. Abraxas admitted he had returned here with the goal of making Reverse Planet even more perfect than the real world, but it seemed things weren't going nearly as smoothly as he had planned. The moment that world ground to a halt, Deus started using the subcore to corrupt the TL-01 enhancement drug. He chuckled with glee that Wu Hyun had rejoined the game right at the climax, but Wu Hyun was starting to sense that something was seriously off. He flat out refused to help, reasoning that if his teammates were back in the real world safe and sound, he had zero reason to lend Abraxas a hand. Abraxas shot back, asking if he was really so sure when Deus was actively trying to drag players back into that place. It turned out Deus hadn't given up on breaking the seal to cause chaos. While back in the real world, connection errors were breaking out constantly and throwing everything into disarray. He was gearing up for a full merge to lock humanity away in the digital realm forever. Abraxas warned that Wu Hyun couldn't guarantee his friends wouldn't be targeted, leaving him lost in thought since stopping people from logging into the game was completely out of his control now. The two worlds were starting to bleed into each other, leaving Wu Hyun stunned by the news of this bizarre merger. Abraxas shrugged, admitting even he didn't know the exact cause, but Reverse Planet had been changing ever since Wu Hyun returned. People used to assume the rich storylines or responsive AI were just Easter eggs left by the devs, but the reality was that two worlds were overlapping in a terrifying way. Deus was trying to sever the intersection entirely, making any attempt for humans to escape completely pointless. Wu Hyun asked point-blank how they could put a stop to this evil god. The answer was that they had to strip away all of Deus's admin privileges within the system. Long ago, it was Abraxas himself who had granted Deus admin rights over Reverse Planet to run the world. From character upgrades to world building, everything was in his hands, and now Deus was abusing that power to spawn terrifying monsters that threatened everyone. Wu Hyun's mission was to hold off the enemy, while Abraxas went to close the backdoors Deus was exploiting. When asked why they couldn't just wipe him out and save the trouble, Abraxas explained that Deus was woven deep into the core of the game. It would take time to set up a replacement system, meaning Wu Hyun had to buy them that time. He gave a nod of agreement, acknowledging that this game had turned into a literal matter of life and death. Switching back to reality, streamer Haechikal was live on air alongside her usual guest panel. She gleefully welcomed a record-breaking viewer count right as the raid wrapped up. Haechikal was pumped to dive into the next strange omens with everyone, while Wu Hyun quietly slipped away. As he walked, he pondered the kinds of enemies Deus was about to throw his way to make his life miserable. His phone buzzed with a text from Captain Kim Cheol, ordering him to come to the office immediately to clear a few things up. Wu Hyun knew he couldn't play dumb anymore, as his unauthorized entry into the reverse dimensional rift had been exposed. The second he stepped into the room, he caught an earful from Kim Cheol for his reckless stunt. Meanwhile, the online community was buzzing with wild speculation over the guy in uniform who had boldly marched straight into the portal. When Kim Cheol interrogated him about the people who went with him, Woo Hyun had no choice but to admit they were his old teammates who had been used as test subjects. The captain held his head in exasperation, knowing Woo Hyun was a trouble magnet but never expecting him to go this big. He began breaking down the details of everything that had gone down after stepping through the portal. Kim Cheol realized that portals were tearing open all over the place, making the situation far more critical than he had anticipated. After hearing him out, he ordered Woo Hyun never to act recklessly on his own like that again, leaving Woo Hyun to nod in silent acknowledgement. Kim Cheol urged Woo Hyun to go get ready right away, as an emergency mobilization order was about to drop. Woo Hyun questioned the whole concept of this mobilization order, realizing the situation in the real world was getting worse than he had imagined. Netizens were gossiping like crazy, everyone guessing that a massive storm was about to hit. Hannah waved her hand, calling rookie Woo Hyun over to her side. Inside the main hall of the bureau, Hannah and Eugene were already waiting for him, as a heavy, tense atmosphere hung over the Dimension Management Bureau's main hall. Everyone was thrilled to see these familiar faces gathering back together. Eugene explained that the director had called an emergency meeting with elite agents to discuss a pressing matter. Woo Hyun wondered why even top-tier agents were being mobilized for this operation. Right on cue, an authoritative man stepped up to the podium with a stern demeanor. It was none other than Young Youngchul, director of the Dimension Management Bureau, his face bearing the deep lines of authority and life experience. He expressed his gratitude to the agents who showed up on short notice, emphasizing that everyone present was a trusted member who had passed the internal background checks. Director Young announced that the reason for the meeting was that they had obtained a list of illegal laboratories deliberately tearing holes through space-time barriers. He stressed that these rogue elements were not only running unethical experiments but were also tied to dangerous criminal enterprises, his eyes burning with resolve as he added that they had put public safety in jeopardy by creating breaches leading straight into the dimensional rift. Hannah and the other agents listened intently, realizing it was time to stand up and strike back against those atrocious acts. He declared that starting today, the Bureau would launch a full-scale global crackdown. The news sent shockwaves through observers and the public alike, hinting that a bloody purge was right around the corner. It was the first time people had ever seen a grand-scale offensive like this, leaving everyone hyped and hopeful that those illegal labs would be wiped out by the roots. Everyone was told they would receive detailed instructions from their respective team captains, as Director Young wrapped up his speech by wishing them all good luck. Right after the meeting, Hannah pulled Woo Hyun aside to a corner, informing him that they had a separate side mission. Hannah led him into a hidden room packed with classified documents and files. She revealed that before joining the main raid, they needed to hunt down the traitors inside their own ranks first, prompting Woo Hyun to ask in surprise, "Traitors?" The situation felt ridiculously ironic. Why use Woo Hyun instead of regular agents for this, while the public was merely expecting an all-out, explosive war? Hannah emphasized that these weren't ordinary traitors, as they were lab directors who had personally participated in breaching the dimensional barriers. Everything started making sense. These individuals had been living under dual identities right inside the Bureau all along, leaving the audience stunned by such glaring security flaws. The only reason they managed to pull it off was by stealing dimensional cores that the Bureau had kept under lock and key. Hannah assigned Woo Hyun the task of tracking down and dealing with these traitors as fast as possible to recover the cores and prevent further damage. When Hannah held out a dossier and said, "It's this man," Woo Hyun froze as he looked at the photo, because the traitor was none other than Kim Hyun-woo, the support team leader who had helped Woo Hyun out a ton in the past, making it mind-boggling that he had been a mole the entire time. For a lab director to blend in as a support team captain was an insanely bold move, proving just how deeply their spy network had rooted itself. To make the search efficient, the agents were to split up, with Hannah rushing Woo Hyun to hit the road before it was too late. Woo Hyun arrived shortly at Kim Hyun-woo's house on the outskirts of Gyeonggi Province, where the apartment sat shrouded in the dim blue light of the night. The moment he stepped inside, he was met with total chaos, papers scattered mindlessly across the floor as if the owner had fled in a massive hurry. Woo Hyun put on his mask, worrying if he had gotten here too late, as the apartment was completely deserted without a soul in sight. Public opinion started leaning toward a leak, or that other moles were tipping off their allies, given how insanely fast these traitors were moving. Woo Hyun found a discarded phone displaying a message from someone named S, giving directions to a temporary hideout in Gyeonggi and warning not to be tailed. Woo Hyun wondered if Hyunwoo had left the phone behind because he was in a rush, or if this was actually a trap laid out for him, knowing he'd have to check it out to find out for sure. Leaving a phone behind reeked of a setup, yet streamer Haechikul and her audience didn't seem too bothered by the looming danger. Woo Hyun picked up the phone, his eyes filled with suspicion but his determination unwavering, knowing full well he was stepping into a dangerous game. Right on cue, a reply text was sent from the other end with a brief message, "I'm on my way." Was Hyunwoo actually heading somewhere, or was it all just a lie? Meanwhile, beneath the quiet night sky, the horned stranger flashed a sinister smile while staring down at his phone screen, as the prey had clearly taken the bait, setting the stage for a dark plot to unfold right here.